Chapter 1. Encountering Events at the Start of School. I, Su Tian, a quintessential 90s child from Tianjin, was born into an ordinary family devoid of any notable background. In 2006, I graduated from elementary school and ascended to D Middle School in Dongli, Tianjin. Here, I was fortunate enough to have a few close friends with whom I played since childhood, and we all entered D Middle School together after graduation. Lu Hao, due to the character Hao in his name, I affectionately dubbed him Mouse. Wang Qing, being somewhat portly, earned the nickname Fatty. Sun Shun, with the character Shun in his name, became Shunzi. At that time, I relished the art of nicknaming. When asked if I had one, people most frequently referred to me as Big Tian. By stroke of luck, the four of us found ourselves in the same class. It was not due to our academic prowess, but rather a random draw that determined class assignments. I often pondered that had we not been placed together, perhaps the myriad events that unfolded would never have transpired. Everything seemed preordained, immutable, and inescapable. Upon entering the classroom, we made a beeline for the last row. Given our lackluster academic performance, we figured we might as well engage in some light banter while scanning for any attractive girls. Just as Mouse was about to point out a pretty face, his words were abruptly interrupted by the classroom door being forcefully kicked open. A boy with yellow hair barged in, proclaiming loudly, "I am Sun Yu. From now on, I shall be the standard-bearer for this grade. If anyone dares to challenge me, come find me in Class 3. At that moment, the classroom fell into an eerie silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. After all, we were all well-behaved students who had never been in a fight, and none had witnessed such a display of bravado. We were all quite taken aback. It took several minutes for the lively atmosphere to gradually return. Just then, the bell rang. I remember it distinctly. Our first class was mathematics, taught by a teacher also named Sue. She asked us to introduce ourselves one by one, and after a 45-minute session, the class concluded, granting us a 15-minute reprieve that I suggested we take a stroll and perhaps relieve ourselves, considering it was our first day at school. The school's restrooms were tucked away behind the sports building, quite inconspicuous and challenging to locate without a diligent search. As we approached the restroom, a pungent odor of smoke wafted through the air. Typically, it was the ninth graders who indulged in smoking, and we happened to spot the boy with yellow hair mingling with them, appearing quite familiar as he bowed and nodded, while lighting their cigarettes. After using the restroom, we were eager to vacate the premises, as the air inside was thick with smoke, making it nearly impossible to discern the figures within. We bolted from the restroom like arrows released from a bow, racing toward the playground. However, it wasn't long before the class bell rang, sounding like a death knell. Upon hearing the bell, our bodies reacted as if enchanted, instinctively propelling us back toward the classroom. Fatty, in comparison to our swift pace, moved like a sluggish tortoise, yet seeing us dash so fervently made him as anxious as an ant on a hot skillet. In his fluster, he lost focus and failed to notice an eccentric figure ahead. In the realm of the 90s, this unconventional figure was a sensational presence among the youth. His asymmetrical fringe veiling half of his face like a curtain. Suddenly, he unleashed a kick that sent the portly fellow crashing to the ground. Observing this, we hastened to assist him. Both Haozi and Shunzi helped lift the fallen individual. While I hurriedly expressed my apologies, I'm so sorry. To my astonishment, the assailant showed no remorse and retaliated with a forceful blow to my neck. In an instant, stars danced before my eyes, and my mind went blank, leaving me to ponder whether I had been rendered senseless by the strike. Witnessing my plight, the trio became enraged. Shunzi and Haozi each seized one of the assailant's legs, while the portly fellow restrained his arm. I was still somewhat dazed, yet fortuitously, in my muddled state, I landed a punch squarely on his teeth, sending one of them flying like a bullet. Soon, a torrent of profanities erupted from his mouth, exclaiming phrases such as "I'll get you" and "you little brat." His attempt to resist only fueled my anger, prompting me to swing my fist once more, striking his teeth with great force. Blood gushed from his mouth, creating a rather alarming scene. None of us had ever encountered such a scenario before, and we fled from the spectacle like startled rabbits, scurrying back to the classroom. Chapter 2. The Aftermath of the Encounter. The four of us were utterly terrified, our spirits shaken as we grappled with the gravity of our encounter. Not only had we fought, but we had also seen bloodshed. Upon returning to class, We were preoccupied with fear and anxiety. We dreaded the possibility of retaliation from our adversaries, and even more so, the thought of our parents being summoned by the school, for in those days, a call home would often lead to severe repercussions. As the afternoon wore on, the unconventional figure did not appear, nor did any teachers approach us for discussions. We silently rejoiced, perhaps believing that our adversaries were intimidated and would refrain from seeking further conflict. Finally, the clock struck 5, and we jubilantly stepped out of school, our spirits lifted as we ambled homeward. However, upon exiting the gates, we were met with the ominous sound of booming bass from an approaching vehicle, which bore down upon us with 2 cars and 4 individuals. Brandishing pickaxes and advancing menacingly, a wave of dread washed over me as I realized they were there for revenge. I called out urgently, "Run!" Just as I turned to flee, I noticed the unconventional figure charging toward us, flanked by 2 companions. The atmosphere was palpable with the anticipation of another confrontation. True to form, he wasted no time, raising his pickaxe and swinging it toward us. The impact felt as though my bones might shatter. In the face of inevitable assault, I shouted for Haozi, Shunzi, and the portly fellow, ready to stand my ground. However, the numbers were overwhelming, and armed with pickaxes, they quickly overpowered us. The unconventional figure crouched down, gripping my neck, declaring, "Tomorrow, we continue. From now on, you'll receive a beating daily. Aren't you feeling brave now? Remember me," he exclaimed, "Im Heizi," from the 2nd floor of the 2nd year, "and Im here to wave the flag." Heizi bellowed, "Let's go, brothers, to the Red House for a bath. It's on me." The Red House was notorious as a gathering spot for local ruffians, offering cheap prices, card games, and a prime venue for boasting and banter. The 4 of us supported each other. As we stood, the cries of the stout one echoing like thunder, while onlookers regarded us as if we were part of a circus. Perhaps, when weighed against the pain, the concern for our dignity seemed paramount. I kicked the stout one and scolded, "Stop crying, we've already made enough of a spectacle." Thus, we trudged home with our heads bowed. After a while, utterly exhausted and in excruciating pain, we noticed the alley was relatively deserted and chose a stone to rest upon. My clothes were covered in footprints, the stout one's head swollen like a large red date, and both Shunzi and Heizi looked equally disheveled, their collars in tatters. A sense of indignation bubbled within me as I exclaimed, "Brothers, I feel utterly stifled. They assaulted us in front of so many people. How can we ever face our peers at school again? I don't know about you, but I certainly cannot bear the thought of returning to school tomorrow. I cannot afford this humiliation." Heizi sighed and replied, "Datton has a multitude of supporters, and even those with connections, we are merely a handful of kids. How could we possibly contend with them? Indeed, Datton, Shunzi, fear not the blows, but we truly cannot match their strength." Shunzi concurred. "Listen, brothers, Su Tian, demand an explanation for today's events. If you consider me a friend, then none of you shall disclose today's incident to your families. I shall not attend school tomorrow. You may decide for yourselves. At 5 in the afternoon, I will wait for Heizi at the school gate. I seek revenge," I declared with unwavering resolve. Shunzi was the first to respond. "Datton, I shall stand by you." Heizi nodded without hesitation. "I too will accompany you, Datton." We turned to the stout one, who straightened his back and declared, "I shall certainly support you." Unbeknownst to us, this collective decision would set off a chain reaction, akin to the butterfly effect, altering the course of our destinies. Both of my parents toiled as farmers and returned home late. Seizing the opportunity before their arrival, I hastily bathed and changed my clothes to prevent my family from worrying. After dinner, I lay on my bed pondering how to exact my revenge the following day. To strike was uncertain. Victory; to refrain would mean losing face. Tossing and turning, sleep eluded me, for the pain of the beating was distinct from mere physical hurt. It was a suffocating weight on my heart. Thus Su Tian made a bold decision, one that would not only bring him fame, but also lead him down an irrevocable path. Chapter 3. Rise to notoriety. Accompanied by my companions, Mouse, Shun, and Fatty, we first indulged in a delightful breakfast, subsequently deliberating our course of action for the afternoon. Mouse inquired, "Tian, do you have any brilliant ideas?" From within my pocket, I retrieved a black bag, within which lay a gleaming watermelon knife, wrapped in newspaper. Their expressions turned to one of astonishment. "Tian, Do you intend to use that knife against them? Indeed, if you feel fear, I bear no blame. I must ensure he sees blood, and should any trouble arise, I shall shoulder the burden alone. Curse it, what are you saying, Tian? I, Lu Hao, shall undoubtedly support you to the end. So will I, Zhang Qing, and I, Sun Shun. To be candid, I felt a profound sense of gratitude. Their presence fortified my resolve. Thus, we maintained our vigil until 5 o'clock when Haizi would be released from school. Mouse called out, Tian, Haizi is emerging. Let us ambush him at the Grand Hotel in front of the school. There are 2 stone lions. Hurry and conceal yourselves behind them. Haizi strolled towards us, flanked by 2 underlings, swaggering with an air of arrogance. I gripped the knife tightly, beads of perspiration streaming down my forehead. After all, this was my maiden experience wielding a knife against another. To claim I felt no fear would be untrue. Yet the memory of his public humiliation of us ignited a seething rage within me. I wonder if any of you have ever felt this way, in moments of excitement. My entire body quivers, not from fear, but from exhilaration. I declared, 50 meters away, Haizi approaches. You 3 restrain his lackeys while I confront Haizi. Unbeknownst to Haizi, we lay hidden behind the stone lions as he sauntered past. With a swift motion, I struck down with the watermelon knife, aiming for Haizi's left shoulder. In an instant, blood gushed forth, eliciting a cacophony of cries from him. His 2 followers were momentarily paralyzed, for at their tender age, they had never witnessed such a scene. In that moment, Mouse, Shun, and Fatty sprang forth like unleashed tigers, toppling Haizi's companions to the ground. Haizi, being the boisterous child he was, upon seeing the knife, was so frightened that he urinated himself, collapsing to the ground, clutching his bleeding arm, pleading for mercy. Big brother, please don't kill me. I was wrong. I was wrong. I was acutely aware that such individuals only feign submission while their hearts remain defiant. Without hesitation, I struck his right shoulder as well. Haizi writhed on the ground in agony, frantically bowing to me, beseeching, please don't kill me, big brother. I was wrong. I beg you. I crouched down to his level and said, weren't you quite the tough guy? Did you not claim to strike me daily? Being a year older makes you so impressive? I am Su Tian, and from this day forth, I shall be your father. Do you understand, dear son? I understand, father. I was wrong. I shall never act arrogantly again. I submit, please don't kill me. With such feeble courage, be gone. Haizi's companions had no intention of coming to his aid and had long since fled, revealing themselves to be anything but loyal allies. Many of our classmates, including those from the 2nd and 3rd years, bore witness to this spectacle. By tomorrow, it would likely circulate throughout the entire school, and many would come to know of it. I carefully wrapped the watermelon knife, and the 4 of us, with our arms draped over one another's shoulders, laughed heartily as we made our way homeward. Upon arriving home, I had already steeled myself mentally. After all, there was little money in the household, and the worst that could happen was a stint in jail. I would bear the consequences myself. I would never betray the 3 of them. The following morning, the 4 of us went to school as usual. However, upon reaching the school gates, we noticed that many students recoiled from us as though we were venomous snakes, evidently fearing any association with us. It seemed our altercation had spread like wildfire. As we approached the classroom, we were intercepted by the teacher, and a sense of dread washed over me. I thought to myself, this is bad. Surely it was that Blackie who informed the teacher. To my surprise, the teacher merely inquired about our absence the previous day. Fortunately, Fatty, with his gift of gab, managed to charm the teacher into letting us off the hook. Thankfully, the school did not pursue the matter further. It appeared that Blackie had refrained from disclosing the incident to his family or the school, likely out of fear of our potential retaliation and the loss of his pride. Just as we were about to take our seats, the classroom door burst open with a resounding bang. Yellow Hair stood in the doorway, his gaze sharp and menacing as he addressed me. You've got some nerve, kid. So, Blackie was indeed taken down by you 4 rascals? You think brandishing a knife makes you tough? In this realm, I am the kingpin. As long as I am here, you will forever remain my subordinates. Chapter 4. The arrival of Zhang Dian, I pondered to myself, having finally gained a semblance of recognition. If I were to back down at this critical moment, it would be akin to reverting to my previous state of obscurity overnight. Suddenly, I sprang to my feet. pointing an accusatory finger at the blonde-haired boy, exclaiming with fervor, "You truly believe yourself to be someone of significance, do you? What are you even worth?" At that moment, my friends, Mouse, Shunzi, and Fatty, could no longer contain their frustration and prepared to charge forward, prompting me to shout, "Come back. Blondie, I heard you had the audacity to raise the flag in the first year. You're quite the brave one. How about a one-on-one duel at noon on the playground? Do you dare?" I glared at him. He smirked disdainfully and retorted, "I'll be waiting for you at noon, you fool. If you don't show up, you'd better kneel and walk away when you see me in the future." Given the circumstances, it was clear that if I did not take down the blonde-haired boy, our future days would be fraught with difficulty. Mouse expressed his concern, "Tian, what should we do? He's south quite close with the third-year students. Perhaps we should just run." I responded angrily, "Run? Are we to abandon our dignity?" At that moment, a bespectacled individual, exuding an air of refinement, approached and inquired, "You must be Su Tian?" "Yes, I am Su Tian. And you are?" I replied curtly, still irked. "My name is Zhang Dian. I wish to befriend you. I saw you in action yesterday. It was quite impressive. I too wish to engage in such encounters," he said, his eyes betraying a hint of longing. I chuckled, "My friend. Engaging in fights is not as simple as chopping vegetables. It is not something you can do just because you desire to." Su Tian, in my elementary school days, I was often bullied. Seeing you feels like witnessing a reflection of my former self. I wish to join your circle. While I may not excel at fighting, I possess a sharp mind and can offer you strategies. Surely, having one more person increases our chances of success, does it not? After careful consideration, I concluded that having an additional ally might not be a detriment. In truth, I had never aspired to be a leader or to stand out. I merely wished to avoid being victimized. All right, from now on, Zhang Dian is one of us. Let us unite. After Zhang Dian exchanged pleasantries with Fatty, Mouse, and Shunzi, he sat down with me to analyze the situation. "Boss, I think," Zhang Dian began, but I interrupted. "Let us refrain from calling me boss. I'm not accustomed to it. Nor do I intend to be." Mouse echoed, "Indeed, Tian, you are our leader from now on." The others chimed in, insisting I assume the role of leader. I replied, "Let us see how we fare today before making any declarations." With 2 classes remaining before noon, I felt a profound sense of uncertainty, especially since I lacked combat skills. Zhang Dian continued, "Given the strong connections between the blonde-haired boy and the third-year students, we can expect reinforcements. We must devise an unexpected strategy." Zhang Dian, elaborate. I urged him. "In our school, it is unlikely anyone can smuggle and control weapons, so we will have to rely on our bare hands. However, we can detach the legs from the tables, thus providing us with makeshift weapons. Surely, a weapon is more effective than merely fists. Moreover, this gives us a numerical advantage. Additionally, there is no need to wait until noon. We can launch a surprise attack in the restroom during the next class." Shunzi and Haozi ascended to the 3rd floor to capture the attention of the junior high students. They pretended to engage in a brawl, knowing full well that the onlookers would be drawn to the commotion, thus diverting them from their habitual smoking in the restroom. "Fatty and Su Tian, you should have no trouble sparring with one another. I shall stand guard at the entrance, keeping watch." "All right, Zhang Dian, you are quite the rascal," one of us remarked, and we exchanged glances, bursting into laughter as our plan solidified. Zhang Dian's presence felt akin to that of a cunning strategist. At that moment, we had crossed a point of no return. Regret lingered in my mind, yet I pondered, where in this world could one find a remedy for remorse? The 5 of us began to prepare our equipment and strategize for the impending clash at noon, carefully concealing our plans within our bags or tucked into our clothing, striving to remain undetected. The piercing sound of the class bell rang out like a siren, prompting us to return to our seats like a disturbed swarm of bees. However, Fatty and I resolved to drift directly into slumber, seeking to replenish our energy for the forthcoming chaos. In the blink of an eye, the bell signaling the end of class rang out, akin to the starting gun of a race, heralding the onset of battle. Armed with wooden blocks, Fatty and I dashed toward the restroom like cunning rabbits, preparing for our ambush. Meanwhile, Shunzi and Haozi, resembling warriors heading to the battlefield, feigned a fight on the 3rd floor. Everything was meticulously arranged. Chapter 5. Zhang Yu's provocation, the sound of the bell rang. The chubby fellow, Zhang Dian, and I hastily concealed our strategy and dashed towards the restroom, while Shun Zi and Hao Zi scurried up to the third floor. Before long, the two of them were embroiled in a heated altercation on the third floor, exchanging fierce insults. In a moment of genuine confrontation, a crowd of curious onlookers from the 8th grade gathered around. Meanwhile, awaiting the arrival of Huang Mao. Typically, one must make a right turn upon entering, as there is a wall on the right side. We stood concealed behind that wall, with Zhang Dian stationed outside as a lookout. Not long after, Zhang Dian called out, "He's coming, get ready." From a distance, we could hear Huang Mao spewing his street vernacular, declaring, "I'll take him down at noon." Just because he thinks he can act tough doesn't mean he has anything special. As he entered the restroom, preparing to light a cigarette before he could even strike the match, we unleashed our assault, my slap landing squarely on his face while the chubby guy's hit found his chest. Huang Mao was momentarily stunned, collapsing to the ground. Seizing the moment while he was still dazed, we continued our onslaught, my blows turning his head nearly crimson. Remarkably, he had a strong constitution, still shouting, "You coward," ambushing me. Each taunt only fueled my fury further, until Zhang Jian intervened, pulling me back. If he hadn't, I might have truly beaten Huang Mao to a pulp. Zhang Jian persistently advised me, "Boss, if you kill him, you'll pay the price with your life. He isn't worth it. I have a plan to ruin him." Zhang Jian then called for the chubby guy to help lift Huang Mao and toss him into the toilet pit. I was taken aback by the sheer grotesqueness of the idea. Zhang Jian explained, "He thrives on pride and the notion of being tough. Let us allow this first-year flag bearer to relish his time in the latrine." Together, Zhang Jian and the chubby guy unceremoniously hurled Huang Mao into the pit, and the three of us scampered off, chuckling. It was later rumored that a teacher from the Academic Affairs Office witnessed the incident and rescued him. By noon, the five of us gathered on the playground to promote our presence, and Huang Mao dared not show his face again. From then on, I, Su Tian, would be the prominent flag bearer of the first-year class. A large crowd gathered, buzzing with discussions about how swiftly the flag bearer had changed hands. Rumor had it that Su Tian had even taken down the second-year flag bearer and dared to retaliate. He was indeed quite formidable. Suddenly, we spotted no fewer than 20 individuals approaching us, unmistakably from the third year. A shiver ran down our spines. Could this be Huang Mao's reinforcements seeking revenge? As expected, they swiftly encircled us. The leader, sporting a buzz cut, declared, "I am Zhang Yu, the flag bearer of the third year. I hear you've taken down my underling. Will you be compensating him or offering up your legs?" I replied, "How much are you asking for compensation? And how does one even compensate with legs?" He chuckled, 2,000 to settle the matter. If not, I'll take one of your legs." In 2006, 2,000 was no small sum, even if sold. It wouldn't fetch that amount. I have no money, and I can't spare a leg. Do as you wish. If you're unsatisfied, let us settle it physically. Sun Wu and his entourage erupted in laughter. "You little brat, unaware of your own limitations. Don't think I'm bullying you. Today is Wednesday. I'll give you 2 days to prepare. We'll meet outside the abandoned factory near the school on Friday at 5 o'clock. Don't let me down." The five of us stood frozen in place, the abandoned factory typically serving as a battleground, vast and desolate, concealed from prying eyes. With over 20 individuals from the opposing school present, it seemed insurmountable to overcome this hurdle. Just as one wave of trouble subsided, another arose. Notably, we lacked allies to assist us, and Zhang Jian had no older brother to rely on. This predicament had become quite challenging. Chapter 6, Collection of Protection Fees. At this moment, I found myself in quite a predicament. Engaging in a cross-level confrontation would undoubtedly place us at a disadvantage, especially given the overwhelming numbers of our adversaries. My companions all wore expressions of worry, clearly anxious about the impending conflict. I gently patted their shoulders in reassurance, saying, "Fear not, brothers. If we cannot prevail, we shall simply concede. It is far better than enduring a beating." Suddenly, Zhang Jian's eyes sparkled with an idea. "I have a plan," he exclaimed. My companions eagerly pressed him for details. "What's the plan? Do tell." "There's a billiard hall called Black 8 over on Jinzhong Street. A group of ruffians frequented, playing pool. We could seek their assistance, he suggested. Shunzi voiced his skepticism, but we're not acquainted with them. Why would they help us? The others echoed his sentiment. Exactly. How could they possibly assist us? Zhang Dian then elaborated. These ruffians lead a life of idleness and lack financial means. If we offer them a bit of money, they would likely agree to help us. I surveyed the group, remarking, the real issue is who among us possesses any funds. Our families are quite ordinary. We have no spare money to hire assistants. Zhang Dian proposed, I have a strategy. We could collect protection fees. Now that we've raised our banner, we have a voice and can approach some naive individuals for money. Although we only have a day, we should collect as much as we can. Afterward, we can devise a way to pool our resources. The stout fellow chimed in. I think it's a good idea. Both Shunzi and Heizi nodded in agreement. Everyone turned their expectant gazes toward me, yet I was still hesitant. After all, I hail from a modest background. Zhang Dian seemed to discern my inner conflict. He placed a hand on my shoulder and encouraged, Boss, one must be ruthless to maintain a firm stance. With a determined grit, I slammed my thigh and declared, all right, since we have made our choice, we shall not look back. Let's proceed with courage. Shunzi, Heizi, you two will go to each class this afternoon and spread the word. Those who wish to join me should wait for me after school at the entrance. Zhang Dian, you observe who has money. We shall target them. Stout fellow, go and bring a few easy targets. Drag them to the podium on the playground, and I will await you there. Move swiftly. Before long, the stout fellow returned with 3 individuals in tow. They appear to be timid souls, nearly in tears from the fright instilled by the stout fellow, tremblingly calling out, Tianjin. I interrogated them. Do you all have money? I am merely borrowing. Do not compel me to search you myself. Do you understand? 2 of them, frightened, quickly produced the money from their pockets, while the third clutched his pocket tightly, stammering that he had none. Observing this, the stout fellow stepped forward and delivered a slap to the boy's face, cursing, damn it, hand it over. The lad, having endured the blow, reluctantly surrendered his money, repeatedly pleading, do not hit me. I was wrong. Here, take it all. I received the money and counted it. Together, the 3 yielded a total of 23 yuan. I glared at them, threatening, if any of you dare to inform teachers or your families, I will make it my mission to strike you each time I see you. Do you comprehend? Hearing my words, they responded, Tianjin, we understand. Very well. Return to your places. Tomorrow, each of you shall bring me 50 yuan. Should you fail to do so, I shall not hesitate to punish you severely. Now be gone. The portly fellow grinned with insatiable greed and exclaimed, all right, brother, the money comes in so swiftly. My mother only gives me 3 or 4 yuan a day. Yet these lads seem rather affluent. I wonder if they will bring the money tomorrow. I patted the rotund man's shoulder and assured him, they certainly will, for they are nothing but a bunch of cowards. I could not help but burst into laughter, suddenly reveling in this exhilarating sensation. At that moment, I had completely succumbed to a state of inflated self-importance. The hefty man glanced at his watch, realizing that class was about to commence. I need to head back now. We shall continue our endeavors after the next lesson. Thus, during the subsequent class, we ensnared another 5 individuals, netting over 60 yuan. As the school day drew to a close, I accompanied the portly fellow toward the classroom and fortuitously spotted Shunzi and Heizi. I inquired, how goes your progress on your end? Brother Tianer, there are 6 or 7 lads eager to join us. They will be waiting for us at the school gate shortly. Just in time, Zhang Jian has returned. Also, boss, I discovered a rather wealthy, yet timid boy in class 5. We could certainly take a hefty sum from him after school. Chapter 7. The encounter with Zhang Shuang. Zhang Dian continued, boss, this individual is named Zhang Shuang. It is said that he hails from a wealthy and noble family, with a dedicated chauffeur attending to him for both school drop-offs and pickups. He certainly has no shortage of funds. I inquired with a hint of confusion, how can we proceed? He is safeguarded by his driver, leaving us with no opportunity to act. Zhang Dian adjusted his glasses and proposed, now is the time to take action. We should seize him and drag him to the water room. With agility, Shunzi and Heizi sprinted towards class 5, capitalizing on the chaos of dismissal. Like famished predators, They ensnared Zhang Shuang by the neck and forcefully pulled him into the water room. I followed closely behind, along with the hefty fellow. As Zhang Jian deftly closed the door behind us, standing guard outside, I regarded Zhang Shuang, maintaining a stoic expression, and stated, "Greetings, brother. My name is Su Tian. I mean no harm. However, I find myself in a bit of a financial predicament and seek some funds. If you're prudent, it would be wise to cooperate and avoid any unnecessary pain." At that moment, Shunzi and Haizi tightened their grip on Zhang Shuang's arms, causing him to frantically beat against them while pleading for mercy. I cast a glance at Shunzi and Haizi, who then slightly relaxed their hold. "What say you, brother?" I pressed. "I will comply. I will comply. Just do not strike me. I will give you whatever amount you desire, as long as you spare me." "Oh," I responded, intrigued by his willingness. "You seem to be quite agreeable. Then, how about a sum of 1,000 yuan?" Zhang Shuang hurriedly acquiesced. Sure. I will provide it. But I do not have that much on me right now. May I fetch it from home and return tomorrow?" The hefty fellow lunged forward, ready to strike Zhang Shuang's face, cursing vehemently. "Damn it, are you mocking us?" Just as his hand was about to make contact, I swiftly intervened, akin to a gust of wind. "I choose to trust you, brother. Yet I must confess that I harbor an aversion to deceit. Should I discover that you have spoken to your family or harbor any ill intentions, I shall be forced to take a finger from you." Had it not been for Shunzi and Haizi's firm grip, Zhang Shuang would likely have crumpled in terror. At that moment, Zhang Jian entered, seeking to mediate the situation. "How can you treat our benefactor in such a manner? Quickly, assist him and escort him home." Thus, Shunzi and Haizi escorted Zhang Shuang to the school gates. He entered his car without a backward glance and fled in haste. The hefty fellow, visibly displeased, questioned, "Tian, why do you trust him? What if he fails to deliver the money tomorrow?" Zhang Jian interjected, "Fatty, who among our teachers would carry 1,000 yuan in cash? If we had assaulted him today, his driver would certainly have noticed. If we fail to obtain the money, we may find ourselves in a predicament. As for whether he brings the money tomorrow or informs his family, that remains uncertain." I patted their shoulders and suggested, "Let us go and see how many are interested in joining us." Upon reaching the entrance, Shunzi and Haizi waved for attention. 7 individuals approached us, greeting in unison, "Hello, boss." I raised my hand, signaling them a halt, urging them to keep a low profile, especially since we were at the school gate. I scrutinized them closely. Overall, they appeared quite decent, albeit rather slender, yet their countenances were not without merit. I addressed them, saying, "I am Su Tian, and I assure you, I shall not let you suffer any losses. Your affairs are my own, and should anyone dare to bully you, I will undoubtedly seek retribution on your behalf. From now on, you may call me Brother Tian." In unison, they responded, "Thank you, Brother Tian. Long live Brother Tian." I continued, "Gentlemen, you are aware that I have a confrontation scheduled with that group on the 3rd day of the month. At this juncture, your willingness to support me speaks volumes. Should you feel apprehensive and choose not to participate, I shall hold no grievance against you." At that moment, one of the leaders stepped forward and declared, "Brother Tian, having chosen to stand with you, we shall not be afraid." With an air of nonchalance, I retrieved a crumpled 20 yuan note from my pocket and generously handed it to them, proclaiming, "Good brothers, take this and buy yourselves something to eat. It is my treat." It is worth noting that, at that time, 20 yuan was no trivial amount. The group erupted in excitement, akin to a bunch of children, cheering for Brother Tian. "Very well, you may return for now. The 5 of us shall first take a stroll at the Black 8 billiards hall and reconvene on Friday." With a grand gesture, I waved my hand, as though I were a commanding general issuing orders. Chapter 8. The Beautiful Sister Before Long. We arrived at the Black 8 billiards hall. In truth, it was our inaugural visit. According to Zhang Dian, his father had once brought him here, where he had encountered numerous ruffians. As we stepped through the entrance, we discovered a spacious basement adorned with 8 billiard tables. Upon entering, our gaze was immediately drawn to a pair of long, fair legs. A stunning beauty was perched elegantly, her legs crossed. This enchanting woman was nothing short of ethereal, with cascading long hair and legs that seemed to reach the heavens. She wore a minuscule skirt and a vibrant red t-shirt that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her navel. We five stood transfixed, momentarily dazed. It was only when the beauty called out to us, "Don't block the door, you lot," that we snapped back to reality, realizing we had lost our composure. I rushed over, inquiring, "Dear lady, how does one play here? Where are the fees?" To my astonishment, she playfully flicked my forehead. "Silly boy, I'm not playing with you. I'm priceless." I hastily clarified, No. I meant the price for billiards." I noticed the beauty stifling a laugh as she replied, "You're quite amusing. Is this your first visit? Head to table 6. It's 2 yuan per hour. I'll start you off with 1 hour. Go on and enjoy." My face flushed crimson as I lowered my gaze and made my way to table 6. While my 4 companions erupted in laughter, teasing, "Who would have thought that Tianjin could be shy, huh?" None of us 5 knew how to play. Each of us stood awkwardly with a cue, occasionally sneaking glances at the adjacent tables to mimic the players. Reflecting on those days, we were indeed rather foolish. Shun Zi and Hao Zi seemed to possess a natural talent, quickly getting the hang of it, while Fatty stood behind them, imitating their every move with great seriousness. Zhang Jian and I settled into chairs behind table 6, scanning our surroundings for any nearby ruffians. At table 8, 3 bare-chested ruffians, seemingly older than us, were engaged in a boisterous game, cigarettes dangling from their lips, swearing as they played. Zhang Jian leaned in and whispered, "Boss, how about we buy a pack of cigarettes? It could help us blend in and perhaps even connect with them by offering smoke." I thought this idea quite clever. I approached the charming young lady at the front desk and said, "Dear lady, I'd like a pack of cigarettes." The lady pointed at me and chided, "You little rascal, you haven tea, even sprouted hair, and you're trying to smoke? Why not learn something worthwhile? I want tea sell you any." At that moment, feeling both shy and unwilling to lose face, I blurted out, "Who says I haven tea grown? I've grown plenty. Just give me a pack. I have money." "Oh, is that so? Let me see it, and I'll get you a pack," she replied, her tone playful, yet I took her seriously. At that point, feeling cornered, I stamped my foot in frustration, and in a moment of impulsive bravado, I walked up to her and pulled down my pants. To speak candidly, she was utterly taken aback. For about 10 seconds, we both stood there flabbergasted. It was apparent she felt a tinge of embarrassment. She tightly shut her eyes and swiftly retrieved a box of Golden Bridge cigarettes and a lighter from the cabinet, tossing them to me without uttering a word about the price. In any case, I had made quite a bit of money that afternoon, so I simply placed down 10 yuan and headed back to find Zhang Yan. Suddenly, she inquired, "What is your name?" I gestured dismissively behind me and replied, "I am Su Tian." "Hey, little brat, why don't you ask me my name?" I ignored her and continued towards Zhang Yan. This indifference seemed to pique the curiosity of the enchanting lady even further. When Zhang Jian saw me approaching, he asked, "Boss, did you manage to buy it? Why did you take so long? I thought they wouldn't sell it to you." I chose not to share the details of my encounter. "I got it. Let me try one," I said. I mimicked the actions of others, placing a cigarette between my lips, igniting it, taking a deep drag, and then exhaling. It didn't seem particularly remarkable. The taste was simply somewhat bitter. I asked Zhang Dian, "How can others exhale smoke from their noses?" Chapter 9. Wang Wu and the 3 Zhang Dian had never partaken in smoking. Yet he had heard his uncle proclaim at family gatherings that merely inhaling smoke into the lungs was a trivial affair. True enjoyment lay in swallowing it whole. Swallowing smoke? I furrowed my brow, pondering for a moment, yet despite numerous attempts, I found it an arduous task. Just then, I took another puff, and soon, Suanzi, Heizi, and Fatty, intrigued by our smoking, gathered around. Unexpectedly, Fatty gave me a sudden slap on the back, catching me off guard and forcing the smoke down my throat. I coughed violently, nearly choking to death. A searing heat filled my nostrils. My throat felt as if it were engulfed in molten lava, and my mind went blank as I slumped back into my chair. They were alarmed and hurriedly shook me, exclaiming, "Tanner, what is wrong?" It took more than a minute of vigorous shaking before I regained my composure. Once I had collected myself, my first instinct was to chastise Fatty. "Curse you, Fatty. You nearly made me vomit." I was already feeling dizzy, and your shaking made the world spin further. I almost lost my lunch. At that moment, Zhang Dian remarked. Here, smoke was coming out of your nose just now. As I reflected on this, realization dawned upon me. That was indeed the case. I lit another cigarette, took a gentle puff, and then, with cheeks puffed out, inhaled deeply. Sure enough, a wave of heat surged through my nose, prompting the others to shout. It's coming out. Smoke is coming out of your nose again. So, this was what they referred to as over the lungs, nothing more than that. No sooner had I uttered these words than I slumped back into my chair once more. After all, I had never smoked before and had not anticipated the potency. It was merely that my mind could not bear the pressure, and I could only conclude that my brain had yet to acclimate to such experiences. Aside from Zhang Dian, the other three insisted on each lighting a cigarette, yet after a prolonged effort, they remained oblivious to its intricacies, only feeling that smoking appeared rather dashing, providing an opportunity for some pretense. I lingered in my chair for quite a while, feeling dizzy and overwhelmed. This substance was undeniably powerful. I called out to Zhang Dian, resolved to head over to table 8. You three continue your fun. Zhang Dian and I are going to check things out over there. Upon reaching table 8, I exchanged a glance with Zhang Dian, who understood my intention and promptly produced a cigarette, saying, "Brothers, let us have a smoke and take a breather." "Who are you?" They retorted with feigned hostility, yet their hands obediently accepted the cigarette. Zhang Dian introduced us. "Greetings, brothers. We are from D Middle School. Here play some billiards. Seeing your remarkable presence, we wish to make your acquaintance." One of them, marked by scars on his arm, approached with a stoic expression, stating, "Oh, you wish to befriend us? Or do you have other matters at hand?" His gaze revealed that he was undoubtedly a formidable character. Zhang Dian instinctively took a step back, while I quickly moved forward to steady his shoulder, saying, "Greetings, big brother. I am Su Tian from D Middle School. I indeed have a pressing request. Although we are strangers, we are financially capable." I continued, "Brother Wu, I aspire to establish a presence at D Middle School. I have managed to settle matters in the 1st and 2nd grades, but we have arranged a confrontation for the 3rd grade, and I find myself lacking in manpower. I hope you can assist me, and upon completion, I shall provide you with a gratuity of 500 yuan. Evidently, the three individuals were intrigued. Wang Wu remarked, "I am aware of Zhang Yu from junior high. The lad in his 3rd year is currently the one holding the banner, is he not? That fellow is nothing but rubbish. However, his brother, Zhang Tianhao from Dongli Y Vocational School, is quite a character. He fights recklessly. My friend, the 500 yuan you have is not easily earned." At this moment, Zhang Jian showcased his expertise. "Brother Wu, with your physique, let alone Zhang Tianhao, even his father would not stand a chance against you." Surprisingly, Wang Wu was quite flattered by this compliment, proudly exclaiming, "You have quite the discerning eye. My elder brother is undoubtedly a fierce individual. Do you see the scar on my brother's arm?" At that time, 5 assailants confronted him, yet he single-handedly subdued them all. Chapter 10. Brotherhood. Flattering words flowed like honey, effortlessly penetrating Wang Wu's heart and filling him with delight. Sensing the advantageous moment, I seized the opportunity and promptly declared, "Brother Wu, I will deliver the money to you at the same time tomorrow. I truly hope to rely on you more in the future. I sincerely wish to form a friendship with you." Before Wang Wu could respond, Wang Kai and Wang Wei eagerly interjected, "All right, Su Tian, our brother has agreed. We shall meet here again tomorrow." I offered the trio a cigarette before returning to table 6 to find Haozi, Shunzi, and Fatty. "Let us go, brothers. Zhang Dian, you lead them upstairs first. I wish to have a few more words with this lovely lady." "Hello, beautiful sister, I'm back again. Stop with the nonsense. Aren't you leaving before the appointed time?" "Indeed, if we linger any longer, I might fall for you. You little rascal, you haven't even matured yet, and you're already trying to pursue someone. Ha! Whether I have matured or not is for me to know. Sister Shui, I'm off, goodbye." "Hey, stop. How do you know my name?" By then, I had reached the midway point of the staircase, and her business license hung prominently on the wall, clearly displaying the name Wu Shui. I shouted back my 6-word wisdom. The secret must not be revealed. "Hey, Su Tian, you scoundrel," she retorted, followed by a remark I couldn't quite catch. "When are you coming again?" Once upstairs, I called for the 4 of them and proposed we go for a meal, to which everyone readily agreed. Let us head to the small grove in front for some barbecue. We still have over 50 bucks in our pockets. Let us be frugal and not overspend back then. Barbecued skewers were inexpensive at 50 cents each. We ordered 30 skewers and 5 bottles of beer. As none of us had much experience with alcohol, it wasn't long before each had consumed half a bottle. After a few rounds, we began to boast and brag. However, Zhang Jian and I remained relatively sober, discussing the details of the upcoming Friday. Fatty, perhaps feeling the effects of the drink, suddenly stood up and declared that we should all become sworn brothers. Shunzi and Haozi chimed in enthusiastically, while Zhang Jian turned to me. Given the ambience and the direction the conversation had taken, I agreed to the proposition. Fatty immediately sought out the owner for a knife to draw blood for the oath. But I quickly intervened, insisting that we must trust in science in this modern age. There was no need for self-harm, especially when we had yet to engage in any conflict. As long as we hold each other in our hearts and can trust one another with our backs, that is sufficient. Come, let's raise our glasses. We shall share in both fortune and adversity. I borrowed a line from the popular 2006 drama Soldier Assault, declaring, "Never abandon, never give up. Cheers." After this drink, we shall be lifelong brothers, Zhang Jian proclaimed. Brother Tian, from now on, you shall be our elder brother. They all exclaimed, buoyed by the spirit of camaraderie. In that moment, I realized that had I declined their proposal, my life might have taken an entirely different course. Thus, I raised my voice in affirmation. Very well. I will ensure we achieve greatness together. And so, after several rounds of drinks, we found ourselves somewhat inebriated. After settling the bill, we supported each other and drowsily made our way home. The following morning, as the remnants of yesterday's fright lingered, it came as no surprise that the three lads promptly delivered the money, successfully depositing 150 yuan. However, Zhang Shuang was nowhere to be seen, even as the clock approached 8. This was troubling. If Zhang Shuang failed to appear, our agreement with Wang Wu would not come to fruition. Fati, Hat, Shunzi, you must quickly go and gather the money from each person. Be discreet, so as not to alert the teachers. Time is of the essence, and we are running out of it. Zhang Jian and I anxiously awaited beneath the podium on the playground for Shunzi and the others to return with the money. Throughout the day, they brought back quite a few people, yet the amounts were meager. By the time school ended and we tallied the total, we had only accumulated a mere 300 yuan, leaving us 200 yuan short of our goal. I never anticipated that Zhang Shuang would leave us in the lurch. Chapter 11. Zhang Shuang's parents. After this incident, we became more astute and resolved that in the future, we must prepare multiple plans to avoid suffering such significant losses again. Tomorrow, we're supposed to engage in a brawl with Zhang Yu and his group from the 3rd year, yet we have yet to gather the necessary funds. Today, I must also deliver money to Wang Wu and his friends, and I certainly cannot allow my companions to wield knives. That would be utterly disgraceful. The 5 of us felt a sense of restlessness, standing still as we contemplated our next move. Just then, our mathematics teacher, Ms. Su, approached and called out to me, "Su Tian, come to the office." Not only is she our math instructor, but she is also our homeroom teacher. The other 4 looked at me, unsure of why the teacher had summoned me. I gestured for them to return to the classroom, indicating that it was nothing to worry about. I promptly followed Ms. Su into the office, which was currently empty save for the 2 of us. She sat poised in her chair while I stood before her, and we regarded one another in silence. After a moment, she broke the stillness, asking, "Su Tian, I have heard that someone at school has been collecting protection fees. Are you aware of this?" I was taken aback. "What?" "Ms. Su, I am completely unaware of this, and no one has approached me about it." At this, she abruptly rose and moved closer to me. I could even catch the faint scent of her delicate fragrance. It must be said, Ms. Su is indeed beautiful, appearing to be in her 30s. Her tone was particularly stern. "I know you are the ringleader, along with Wang Qing, Lu Hao, Sun Shun, and Zhang Dian. Zhang Shuang's parents have already found me. They are currently in the principal's office. I am suppressing this matter for you because I believe you are a decent child, and I have quite the fondness for you. Why must you choose the path of crime? Do you lack money, or is there something you desperately need it for?" I inwardly cursed Zhang Shuang for betraying us. I swore I would not rest until I avenged this treachery. However, due to Zhang Shuang's denunciation, I soon found myself in a precarious predicament. Su, I too have my own burdens to bear. I truly need money. Could you lend me 200 yuan? I promise I will never ask for money from other students again. I assure you I will keep my word. Without hesitation, Ms. Su retrieved 200 yuan from her small wallet and handed it to me, not questioning my motives or the purpose of the funds, but choosing to place her trust in me. Su Dian, you must accompany me to the principal's office to apologize to Zhang Shuang's parents. I offered no resistance and followed her to the principal's office. Zhang Shuang was absent, perhaps out of fear. His father appeared to be a wealthy local businessman, while his mother resembled a flamboyant socialite or mistress. Ms. Su tirelessly explained my situation, emphasizing that it was all a misunderstanding. However, Zhang Shuang's father was adamant about not letting me off easily and insisted that the principal expel me. Fortunately, Ms. Su pleaded with the principal on my behalf, allowing me to retain my student status. Nevertheless, I was to face a school-wide reprimand and disciplinary action. Throughout the ordeal, I never apologized to Zhang Shuang's parents. Poor Ms. Su scolded me for nearly 20 minutes on my behalf. Eventually, Zhang Shuang's father seemed to have cooled down and stormed out. However, he approached the door only to turn back, glaring at me with malevolence as he uttered, "If you ever frighten my son again, I shall not let you off easily." With that, he delivered a resounding slap across my face, and, I must say, I felt as though I spun around 3 times on the spot. Upon witnessing this, Teacher Su immediately enveloped me in a warm embrace, gently caressing my cheek. "Mr. Zhang, how could you resort to violence?" exclaimed Teacher Su. "Principal, we must call the police." The moment Zhang Shuang's father heard this, he fled in a panic, akin to a startled rabbit, slamming the door behind him. The principal appeared quite distressed, opting not to elaborate further. After all, the circumstances were not in my favor. He continued, "Teacher Su, please take Su Tian to the infirmary." It was certain that Su Tian would face consequences, but whether this would tarnish his record would depend on his future conduct. Teacher Su expressed her gratitude to the principal. Then, with one arm around me and the other stroking my face, she guided me towards the infirmary. Chapter 12. Pre-war preparations, Part 1. Despite the excruciating pain in my face, when Teacher Su embraced me, my cheek inadvertently brushed against her bosom. The sensation was akin to being enveloped in a warm, gentle wave, both delightful and comforting, especially with the unique fragrance she emanated, reminiscent of a refreshing spring, invigorating my senses and prompting an involuntary chuckle. Teacher Su gazed at me, tenderly ruffling my hair, seemingly believing I had been rendered senseless by the blow, and urgently inquired, "Su Tian, are you all right?" I replied softly, "I'm fine, Teacher Su, thank you. Without you today, I might have truly been unable to extricate myself from this predicament." "Oh, silly child, why thank me? You are my student. How could I not care for you?" She replied. "We arrived at the infirmary. Let me apply some anti-swelling ointment to your face." Zhang Shuang's father was rather heavy-handed. "Look, your face is already a bit swollen." As she spoke, Teacher Su meticulously applied the ointment with a cotton swab, her movements gentle and delicate, as if she were tending to a precious treasure. "All done. Su Tian, hurry to class now. Don't worry, if anything arises, feel free to seek me out." I was unsure whether it was a moment of madness or the courage bestowed upon me by some unseen force, but I found myself inexplicably fond of Teacher Su. Perhaps this affection stemmed from a familial bond or was merely the restlessness of adolescence. In any case, I could not fully comprehend it at that moment. In a sudden surge of impulsiveness, I kissed Teacher Su on the lips. Indeed, it was a kiss. Immediately after, I bolted away like a startled rabbit. Teacher Su had yet to comprehend what had transpired. By the time she gathered her wits, I had vanished without a trace. She stood at the doorway of the infirmary, motionless for a long while, gazing in the direction I had fled, lost in thought. Upon entering the classroom, the 4 rascals noticed my swollen face and instantly leaped to their feet, agitated like ants on a hot stove. The plump one, in particular, exclaimed, "What the hell? It's not even Friday yet, and Brother Tian has already been beaten? I'm going to settle the score with them right now. Come back. All of you return." "No worries." I recounted the entire incident to them. To my astonishment, Zhang Shuang immediately turned around and informed his parents of the affair. It seemed he would surely not return henceforth. The plump one, scratching his head in confusion, asked why 1T he returned. Is he dropping out of school? Zhang Dian, standing nearby, analyzed by telling his parents he is clearly afraid of us retaliating and is concerned we might trouble him afterward. Moreover, he comes from a wealthy family. Transferring schools is a trivial matter for him. For such affluent youngsters, changing schools is a mere trifle. I immediately chimed in. However, brothers, there's good news. With that, I placed 200 yuan on the table. Zhang Jian looked bewildered and remarked, "What is going on, Brother Tian? One slap yields 200 yuan? If I had known, I would have joined you in taking a hit." "Enough of your banter," I retorted. "This is from Teacher Su. Starting today, no more protection fees will be collected at D Middle School." I have shared the details of my conversation with Teacher Su with you all. Initially, Shunzi and Haizi showed some resistance, feeling that such an easy windfall was akin to a stroke of luck. With but a few words, I managed to win everyone's wholehearted agreement. While it is true that we require funds, it is of equal importance to uphold principles. Having resolved to embrace the life of a rogue, we must do so with loyalty and honor, adhering to the rules. Only then can we hope to endure in this path. Without rules, there can be no order, and moreover, while I promised D Middle School that we would not collect protection fees, I made no such assurances to other schools. Zhang Dian concurred, expressing his support for my sentiments, asserting that this approach would foster genuine loyalty among our brothers, drawing more individuals to our side. "All shall follow your lead," he declared, as the school bell rang. Zhang Dian and I made our way to the Black 8 billiard hall to meet the Wangwu brothers, while Shunzi and Haizi took charge of organizing the number of brothers who would be ready to fight the following day. I retrieved the modest sum of 35 yuan from my pocket and handed it to Fatty, instructing him to purchase a few pickaxes. With all arrangements in place, time flew by, and soon it was time to depart. "Brothers, let us set forth," I exclaimed, upon arriving at the Black 8 billiard hall. As I descended the stairs, I caught sight of the tall sister. I called out from distance, "Sister Shui, I have arrived." Chapter 13, Preparations Before the War, Part 2. Upon hearing my voice and catching sight of me, Wu Shui's heart brimmed with joy, reminiscent of a fawn encountering a crystal-clear stream in the forest, leaping with delight. With a radiant smile, she exclaimed, "Little brother, you've come again. I've reserved table 6 for you. Please enjoy yourself to the fullest." However, as she had just finished preparing the table, her expression darkened upon noticing the swelling on my face, akin to ominous clouds gathering before storm. She immediately called out to me with an unmistakable tone of authority, "Su Tian, come here." Zhang Dian glanced at me, and I returned his look before replying, "I'm not quite sure what happened. You should go wait for me at table 6. I turned to Wu Shui, puzzled, and inquired, "Sister Shui, what's wrong? Why do you seem unhappy?" She scrutinized my face, her concern evident as she asked, "What happened to your face? Who did this to you?" As she spoke, her hand reached out to gently touch my face. A wave of comfort washed over me, as her cool touch was immensely soothing. I casually replied, "It's nothing, Sister Shui, just a minor misunderstanding that has already been resolved." I reassured her, "Rest assured, if I encounter any difficulties, I will certainly reach out to you. We share a special bond, and perhaps you could lend a hand." I smiled to comfort her, but my mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the impending conflict, leaving little room for concern about Wu Shui's demeanor. I exchanged a few more words before hastily heading to table 6 to find Zhang Dian. As Zhang Dian saw me approaching, he promptly said, "Boss, the 3 of them have arrived. It's south the same place as before. Let us head over." "All right," I responded, leading Zhang Dian towards Wang Wu. "Brother, we're here." "Little brother, what happened to your face? Didn't we agree to meet tomorrow? Why are we starting today?" Wang Wu teased, a playful grin on his face. "Wu go, please spare me the jokes. I encountered a bit of trouble today. Here is 500 for you," I said, handing him the money. Wang Kai accepted the cash without a glance, shoving it into his pocket, then remarked, "Tomorrow, the 3 of us will arrive on time. When the fighting starts, we can only look out for ourselves. I cannot guarantee your safety." "That's fine, Wu Ge. With you all around, I feel much more at ease," I replied. Wang Wu laughed heartily, then offered me a cigarette, asking, "Care for a couple of rounds?" No thanks, Wugo. I have matters to attend to and must leave now. See you tomorrow. Take care on your way, he said. Zhang Dian and I were not in the mood for games, especially with the battle looming on the horizon. To be honest, if Wang Wu and his crew were not going, we would be at a loss, and the fear of being stood up lingered in our minds. Yet we had no better alternatives at the moment. I approached the bar to bid farewell to Wu Shui. Sister Shui, I'm leaving now. I'll return another day. You're leaving just after we open a new case? Wu Shui asked, her face a mask of confusion. Why are you in such a hurry today? She pressed on. Indeed, I have urgent matters and will return another day for some real fun, I replied, attempting to placate her. I haven't finished speaking. Wu Shui's words trailed off as Zhang Dian and I stepped out the door. She muttered to herself, such a childish brat. How could he just walk away? As she spoke, she stomped her feet in frustration. Zhang Dian, you should head back. I wish to be alone for a while. Just as Zhang Dian was about to respond, I gestured for him to stop, saying, Brother, go back. I'm fine. My mind is just a tangled mess that needs sorting. Rest assured, I will be all right. All right, boss, take care of yourself. Don't worry, hurry along. In truth, I did not fear the prospect of being beaten. Rather, I lamented the troubles that had arisen so soon after the start of school. At every stage, there are always those particularly annoying individuals who delight in showing off. Were it not for these insufferable people, perhaps my studies would not be exceptionally brilliant, but at the very least, I would not find myself in such a predicament today. I stood there, silently exhaling clouds of smoke as I drew on the last remnants of my cigarette. Perhaps the burden on my heart weighed as heavily as Mount Tai. Although the smoke billowed through my lungs like a torrent, I did not feel the dizzying sensation I had experienced before. At that moment, a girl on a high-speed bicycle whirled past me like a whirlwind. I focused intently, realizing it was Wu Shui. How had she changed to such a dreadlocked hairstyle reminiscent of African braids? Just moments ago, she had been in the shop. Now she was riding a high-speed bike. Her appearance transformed. I thought I must be imagining things. When had she gotten ahead of me? Yet, I did not ponder further. Chapter 14. Pre-War Preparations, Part 2. In the blink of an eye, the dawn of Friday quietly descended upon us. The five of us strode along the path to school, with Fatty shouldering an enormous travel bag, stuffed with 6 picks and 6 square pieces of paper. With bravado, Fatty declared, if this is insufficient, we can procure more from the school. As he spoke, I retrieved a watermelon knife from my pocket and added it to Fatty's bag. Fatty, conceal these items in the school's parking shed for now. Shunzi, Haizi, how many of our comrades will be able to join the fray tonight? We can count on 8 individuals, including our 5, Zhang Dian remarked, which brings our total to 13. Adding the Wang brothers, we shall have 16. However, we are still outnumbered significantly, as their side likely boasts over 30. With a slight smirk, I responded, what advantage does sheer numbers confer? Even if they are numerous, if they lack the ability to fight, they are merely embellishing the scene. When the clash occurs, the outcome remains uncertain. In truth, I was merely trying to bolster their spirits. The opposing side was indeed formidable, and 2 of them would easily overpower one of us. Let us proceed to class. Remind our brethren to rest well, for at 5 o'clock, our opportunity to dominate the school will arrive. Upon reaching school, I consistently sought to avoid Teacher Sue. If her class was imminent, I would outright skip it to retreat to the restroom for a smoke. I cannot quite fathom why, but I felt an inexplicable shyness in her presence. Before I knew it, noon had arrived. I proposed that we venture outside the school gates to familiarize ourselves with the battlefield, lest we find ourselves disoriented when the time came to confront our adversaries. The wall behind the gymnasium was not particularly high, and we easily scaled it. The abandoned factory lay not far off, its interior vacant, devoid of suitable hiding spots. Essentially, there was only one entrance, with no other exits in sight. It appeared that once we entered this place, our only means of egress would be through the front door. Here is the plan, brethren. When the fight commences, Zhang Dian and the 8 brothers should remain concealed outside the factory. Fatty, Haizi, and I will engage with them first. Once you hear the commotion, rush in from the rear. After all, we are outnumbered, and this strategy may catch them off guard. We decided to return to school, allowing our comrades to unwind and recharge for the afternoon. It was already 4 o'clock. Zhang Dian, please lead the brothers to their hiding place, I instructed. Fatty, go fetch our tools. Haizi, Shunzi, let us also set forth to the abandoned factory. In a collective act of defiance, we skipped our final class. Just as I was the last to exit the classroom, I heard someone call my name from behind. Su Tian. Turning around, I was taken aback to find it was Teacher Su. I stood frozen, reluctant to take a step forward. She inquired, "Where are you headed?" I nodded, speaking softly. "Teacher Su, I'm feeling a bit unwell and need to visit the restroom." I feared she might bring up that incident from days past. Yet she seemed to have cast aside those memories, simply expressing concern for my well-being. "No worries, just take care," she said as I hurried toward the restroom. She lingered behind, opening her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately refrained. I climbed over the wall to reunite with the others. We arrived half an hour early and distributed the picks among the brothers, while I still held onto that watermelon knife. Subsequently, I lit a cigarette for each of them, primarily to calm their nerves, for none could foresee what was about to transpire. "Zhang Dian, you take the brothers and find a place to hide. I will keep Fatty, Shunzi, and Haozi here." Once everything was arranged, I noticed a group of over 50 individuals approaching us in the distance. Leading them was Zhang Yu. Wielding a baseball bat and with a cigarette dangling from his lips, his nonchalant demeanor evident even from afar. As they drew near, he mocked, "Oh, you really dare to come, huh?" Chapter 15. Zhang Yu is stabbed with a hearty laugh. I boldly proclaimed, "What is there for me to fear? Who do you think you are?" Yet, as I surveyed the multitude before me, an unsettling doubt crept into my heart, and I sensed that misfortune awaited me that day. Zhang Yu glanced back at his entourage, and then at my companions, erupting into laughter. "4 of you against 50 of us? You truly possess audacity." Barely had his words faded when Shun Zi swung a pickaxe, striking Zhang Yu squarely on the head, blood gushing forth like a torrent. As Zhang Yu crumpled to the ground, he unleashed a stream of curses. "Damn it! Brothers, unleash hell upon them. I will take the blame if anything happens." In an instant, a horde armed with baseball bats surged towards us like a relentless tide. To be honest, we 4 were momentarily paralyzed with fear. Yet there was no retreat. I drew the watermelon knife concealed within my garments and, without hesitation, charged into the fray. Uncertain of my adversary's identity, I swung the blade, aiming directly at a young man's arm. Upon seeing the blood, instead of retreating in fear, they became even more frenzied, raining blows upon us with their makeshift weapons. The rotund fellow found himself grappling with another, while Shun Zi and Hao Zi engaged fiercely with others. Countless strikes fell upon me like a torrential downpour. I felt as though my bones might shatter under the onslaught. My body grew increasingly heavy, on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, Zhang Dian and his comrades arrived just in time, alleviating some of the pressure. However, our adversaries were simply too numerous, and we remained at a disadvantage. Witnessing my brothers sustain injuries, my own head bleeding, and the knife wrenched from my grasp, we eventually succumbed to the ground after approximately 20 minutes. Encircled by Zhang Yu and his men, he picked up my knife, pointing it at me, and raged, "Aren't you quite arrogant? Keep boasting. You 3, hold him up for me. I will not let him escape today." Zhang Yu commanded his subordinates. The rotund fellow, Shun Zi, and Hao Zi, lying on the ground, hurled insults. "Damn you, if you have the guts, fight me. Let my brother go. I curse you." One of Zhang Yu's lackeys kicked the rotund fellow, causing him to howl in pain. The others dared not resist. Any movement would invite punishment. Just as Zhang Yu raised a knife to strike my thigh, the sound of 3 large vehicles with booming speakers approached from outside. Zhang Dian shouted, "Wu Ge has arrived." Zhang Yu responded, "I didn't expect reinforcements, but no one will stop me." Wang Wu remarked, "Oh, quite the lively scene here." At this point, Zhang Yu was becoming increasingly agitated, bellowing, "Damn you! Who are you? If you don't want to die, get the hell out." Wang Kai approached Zhang Yu and delivered a resounding slap that sent him sprawling. "Fool! How dare you speak to my brother like that?" As Zhang Yu's companions, wielding baseball bats, charged at Wang Wu and his group, Wang Wu calmly stated, "Even if your brother arrives, he must address me as Wu Ge." Zhang Yu, prostrate on the ground, immediately shouted, "Everyone, stand still and help me up. Do you know my brother? I've never heard him mention you." His words reverberated through the air like thunder. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Wang Wu, like a specter, swiftly drew a triangular blade from his bosom and thrust it directly into Zhang Yu's abdomen with lightning speed. This sudden turn of events left everyone utterly astonished, for it was indeed a blatant act of murder. At that moment, aside from our group, who lay incapacitated on the ground, Zhang Yu's companions scattered like frightened birds, fleeing in disarray. Zhang Yu, blood spilling from his mouth, clutched his stomach and collapsed in agony. Wang Kai and Wang Wei silently carried Zhang Yu to the entrance of the hospital before turning away. Wang Wu approached me, his expression inscrutable, and offered me a cigarette, stating, "We are even now. Be sure to express your gratitude to the sister at the billiards hall." With that, he turned on his heel and strode towards his grand vessel, driving away with a flourish. The onlookers were rendered speechless by the gruesome scene, and I was no exception. Zhang Dian surmised that this incident could escalate, and we must prepare for the worst. Struggling to rise, I expressed my gratitude to my brothers. Then, with resolute conviction, I reassured everyone, "Do not worry. I shall bear the burden alone. This is not your concern." The stout one, Shunzi, the rat, and Zhang Dian stepped forward, resolutely declaring, "What are you saying? We are brothers. We shall face this together." I gazed at them, a wave of emotion swelling within me. Yet I remained determined to shoulder the responsibility alone. I chose silence, allowing those four to escort the others to a small clinic for treatment. Chapter 16. Inner impulses. The four of them led their companions to the clinic, while I, solitary and forlorn, made my way back to the school. It was around 7 in the evening, and the campus lay desolate. I reached the washroom and hastily cleaned myself, for my face was smeared with blood, a truly ghastly sight. After a brief wash, I contemplated heading to the hospital to inquire about Zhang Yu's condition. As I stepped out of the washroom, I inadvertently knocked down a mop hanging on the wall. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon me, compounded by the injury to my waist, rendering me indifferent to the fallen mop. To my surprise, this minor commotion elicited an inquiry from a woman outside. "Who is in the washroom?" Given that the teacher's office was adjacent to the washroom, I dared not respond, fearing the discovery by a teacher working late. I heard footsteps drawing near, and I held my breath, concealing myself behind the door. Unexpectedly, the female teacher, perhaps feeling a twinge of apprehension, abruptly pushed the door open. I was caught off guard and my head struck against the door with a resounding thud. The pain in my head was already unbearable, and this impact caused blood to flow profusely, eliciting cries of distress from me. The teacher, equally startled, rushed in to check, and upon recognizing me, her astonishment was palpable. "Su Tiang, it's you. How did you end up in such a wretched state, filthy and bleeding? Come, let me help you in my office." Upon closer inspection, I realized it was Teacher Su. Thankfully, my wits served me well, and I concocted a story on the spot. "Teacher Su, you won't believe it, but I was attacked by robbers on my way home. They took my money and beat me." "What?" "I'll call the police right away," Teacher Su exclaimed, visibly shocked. Upon hearing her intent to involve the authorities, I quickly interjected, "No, Teacher Su, the robbers have already been apprehended by some kind-hearted bystanders." "You rascal," she chided, while tending to the blood on my forehead. "Why haven't you gone home yet? There's a speech competition tomorrow, and I'm helping students revise their drafts. What is going on with you lately? Skipping class again, aren't you? It seems I'll have to inform your parents." I hastily offered apologies and reassurances, promising to never skip class again and to devote myself to my studies. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, we deliberately avoided mentioning the incident from that day. However, with only the two of us in the room and the hour growing late, the atmosphere became palpably awkward. After a prolonged silence, I scratched my head and ventured, "Teacher Su, I should be heading back. It's getting dark. You should go home early as well." She remained focused on her papers, and just as she was about to raise her head to respond, I, in a moment of impulsive recklessness, seized the opportunity and embraced her waist, pressing my lips against hers once more. I could distinctly sense her resistance, and her emotions surged with fervor. She bit down on my lip with intensity, the pain forcing me to release my hold. "Su Tian, let go of me. You've gone too far." You've disappointed me greatly. Tomorrow, I will summon your parents. Your behavior is nothing short of lewd. Do you understand? She scolded me vehemently, her fury unabated. I gazed upon her, observing that she was in her 30s, with a sleek black ponytail, standing approximately 165 meters tall, adorned in a floral dress that, despite its loose fit, could scarcely conceal her alluring curves. Perhaps due to my youthful exuberance, my eyes were inexorably drawn to her. Summoning my courage, I declared, "I am fond of you." Without a moment's hesitation, she delivered a sharp slap to my face. Owing to a prior injury, blood immediately trickled from the corner of my mouth. Realizing her response may have been excessive, she quickly inquired, "Are you all right?" as she gently caressed my cheek. "I apologize, Su Tian. My reaction was too harsh. I am your teacher, and you're my student. I cannot entertain a romantic relationship, especially as I'm already committed to a family. Please have some self-respect." The atmosphere became palpably awkward. I understood I had been rejected, and my heart ached as if it were being gnawed by a multitude of ants. Yet I could not articulate my feelings. Thus, I continued to stare at her for a moment before turning and fleeing the school. Chapter 17. Zhang Tianhao felt as though his heart was being gnawed by countless ants, a sensation akin to experiencing heartbreak before even embarking on a romance. Was this a quintessential manifestation of precociousness? In a daze, he wandered around, hailing a black car and handing the driver 10 yuan, instructing him to take him to the nearest hospital. Stumbling towards the front desk, he inquired with the on-duty nurse about a person who had been stabbed that day. The nurse regarded him with suspicion, asking for his identity. His heart raced as he hastily concocted a lie. "Hello, nurse. I am his classmate. We were attacked by some thugs today, and my friend was stabbed." The nurse scrutinized his injuries but seemed to harbor no doubts. She replied, "Indeed, there was a child stabbed at the entrance today. He was taken into the emergency room this afternoon. Fortunately, the wound did not strike any vital areas, and he has been admitted to room 505 on the 4th floor." Zhang Tianhao sighed with relief, exhaling deeply, grateful that his friend had survived. The ramifications of a fatal outcome would have been unthinkable. He stealthily made his way to the hospital ward, intent on secretly checking on Zhang Yu. Upon reaching the 3rd floor of the ward, he overheard several individuals on the 4th floor engaged in conversation, their voices clouded with smoke. "Tianhao, I have gathered all the details about your brother's incident. It was instigated by a first-year student named Su Tian, who led the attack. I heard that Wang Wu was the one who stabbed your brother. That Wang Wu is a dangerous character, not to be trifled with. However, Su Tian is merely a child. We can certainly deal with him. I will bring people to apprehend him tomorrow." Zhang Tianhao's voice was heavy with resolve as he replied, "No need. I will handle my brother's matter myself. I will ensure that Su Tian and Wang Wu pay for their blood debts." The chilling nature of his words sent a shiver down Zhang Tianhao's spine, prompting him to quietly descend the stairs. It was fortunate he had not approached them. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. I must inform Wang Wu at once. If Zhang Tianhao ambushes us, we would be utterly unprepared. He hurried back to the Black 8 billiard hall, where he immediately spotted Wu Shui. Approaching her, he greeted, "Sister Shui, I'm here. Thank you for your help. I'll speak with Brother Wu after I finish here." Wu Shui didn't even glance up, ignoring him completely. Curiosity piqued, he peered into the counter. Why had she suddenly grown so distant? "Hey, what are you staring at? Watch your eyes, or I'll make you regret it." "Sister Shui, what's wrong? Why the new hairstyle? You seem so fierce. Don't you recognize me? Who are you? With your skills? You think you can pursue me? If you're not playing, then scram." His mind was filled with questions. What on earth was happening? Had she lost her mind? Ignoring her, he went straight in search of Wang Wu, only to find that Wang Wu and his brothers were absent. It was getting late. They surely wouldn't spend the entire day playing billiards. It would be best to return home and rest. Given Sister Shui's poor mood today, he decided not to bother her further, bidding her farewell with the intention of returning to express his gratitude later. Upon returning home, he quietly slipped into the house, locking the door swiftly to avoid alarming his parents. Just then, he heard his mother call out, "Tian, or why are you back so late? Have you eaten?" "I shall not eat any longer, mother. I am weary. I will read for a while and then retire to sleep. I replied. Lying on my bed, my mind was a tumultuous whirl, uncertain of when Zhang Tianhao would come seeking vengeance, nor how I should navigate the path ahead. Yet one thing was certain. In the days to come, D Middle School would be governed by my decree. The following morning, the five of us made our way to school together. From the moment we stepped through the school gates until we entered the classroom, everyone parted to make way for us. It seemed the news of our obliteration of the third year had spread far and wide. I relayed what I had heard the previous day to Zhang Dian, who analyzed he is unlikely to confront us in the near future for two reasons. First, he will undoubtedly be wary of Wang Wu, uncertain of our relationship with him, or perhaps lacking insight into the situation on Wang Wu's side. Second, he may choose to bide his time until his brother recovers before seeking his chance for revenge. After all, it is essential to have his brother by his side to make a statement. Chapter 18. Unifying D Middle School upon concluding Zhang Dian's insightful analysis. I found myself in complete agreement. He further elaborated, we still have ample time. Why not seize this opportunity to gather all of D Middle School under our banner? With our recent momentum, we can recruit more followers. Thus, should conflict arise, we shall not be at a disadvantage in numbers. His words struck me like a revelation, illuminating my thoughts. I immediately instructed Shunzi, Haozi, and Pongzi to leverage our newfound influence and rally students from grade 7 to 9, inviting those who wish to join us, while challenging any dissenters to confront us directly. Concurrently, we aim to spread awareness of the incident involving Zhang Yu, instilling fear among those who might oppose us. By noon, we had compiled the numbers. Over 21st-year students pledged their allegiance, 8 or 9 from the second year, and around 10 from the third, excluding Zhang Yu's group. In total, we had amassed more than 40 individuals. During the lunch break, we gathered all these recruits on the playground, standing in a dense formation that emanated an intimidating presence. Many onlookers, including several teachers, observed with curiosity the purpose of such a large congregation. Standing before my comrades, I delivered an impassioned speech. Since you have chosen to stand with me, Su Tian, I assure you that I shall protect you from any form of bullying. Your battles are now my battles. From this day forth, I shall bear the flag for D Middle School. Should anyone dare to defy us, we will compel them to submit. Prepare yourselves for the afternoon. Upon dismissal, anyone who sees Zhang, you should engage him without hesitation. First years will follow Wang Qing, Pongzi. Second years will align with Sun Shun, Shunzi, and third years will accompany Lu Hao Haozi. All shall heed my command, with Zhang Jian at my side. The crowd erupted with fervor, chanting, "Boss is amazing." The cacophony of voices surged, reverberating powerfully enough to draw the attention of the dean. Noticing the director approaching, I swiftly signaled for dispersal, agreeing to reconvene at the gate after school. Returning to the classroom, I felt an extraordinary sense of elation. The experience was exhilarating, and my companions mirrored my excitement. As the day concluded, armed with various tools, we approached anyone associated with Zhang Yu and struck without mercy. The ensuing melee resulted in over 30 injuries, and we confiscated their money, totaling an astonishing 500 to 600 yuan. These individuals were surprisingly affluent. Let's south head to the Grove for a barbecue, brothers. We shall feast. With our raucous band of over 40, despite our youth, we commanded respect from those around us. Fearless and spirited, we indulged until the early hours of the morning before gradually dispersing. The following morning heralded a new era. I could confidently assert that D Middle School was now firmly under my control. In the ensuing week, the number of my followers swelled like a snowball, nearing 100 strong. Subsequently, I summoned Zhang Jian for a casual conversation, reflecting inwardly on how our numbers have steadily increased. Yet, I couldn't help but notice that our earnings remained stagnant. In times of conflict, we could not rely solely on our strategies. Zhang Jian remarked, I believe we should expand our reach to the neighboring schools. With our current strength, it is time to enhance the provisions for our brethren. I had also contemplated targeting S Middle School first, as it was conveniently nearby. Tiange, I will go fetch Shunzi, Haozi, and Pangzi, so we can discuss this matter in detail. Before long, everyone had gathered. I addressed my brothers, I spoke with Zhang Dian, and we are considering an assault on S Middle School. What are your thoughts? Pangzi brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed absolutely. Let us do it. With our numbers. Should we fear those fellows from S Middle School? It's the perfect opportunity to showcase the strength of our D Middle School. Chapter 19. Target S High School Shunzi and Haozi. Tomorrow you too shall take a few brothers to S High School to assess the situation. Fatty, you are to inform the brothers to prepare their gear. We may have a formidable battle in the coming days, so everyone must be ready. Ever since that poignant kiss with Teacher Sue, I have been avoiding her classes, and it has now been over a week since I last saw her. As the end of the school day approached, I found myself longing for her presence, and thus resolved to wait for her. After school, I instructed the four of them to head home first while I lingered outside the school, smoking a cigarette and quietly anticipating her arrival. Before long, I spotted a figure on a bicycle exiting the school gates. It was undoubtedly Teacher Sue. I stealthily followed her, noting that her pace was leisurely. After trailing her for more than 20 minutes, she parked her bicycle in the courtyard of a small two-story building. So, this is where she resides. I intended to follow her inside, but was startled by a loud thud, followed by angry shouts and cries. Foolish girl, can't you even buy some groceries after work? I've been hungry all day, and there's nothing to eat at home. Go wash my underwear. Stop your crying. It irritates me. After more than a year of marriage, you can't even cook an egg. Get out of my way. I'll find something to eat, and if I come back to see you crying, I swear I'll end you. With a loud bang, the door slammed open, and I caught sight of a bald man striding towards the market. Once he had distanced himself, I hurried upstairs, discovering the door unlocked and pushing it open. Inside, I found Teacher Sue sitting on the floor. I rushed to help her up, and she seemed momentarily taken aback, quickly wiping her tears and asking, Sue Tian, what brings you here? I happened to pass by and heard some commotion, so I came upstairs to investigate, only to stumble upon this scene. Iem mi fine. But you must not speak of this to anyone. Why do you tolerate such treatment? Why not divorce him? You wouldn't understand. You are still so young. Indeed, I did not comprehend, but physical violence is absolutely unacceptable. I shall confront him shortly. Sue Tian, you need not involve yourself. I beg you, please. Seeing her in such distress, my heart ached, and I felt utterly helpless. At that moment, she suddenly collapsed into my arms, weeping uncontrollably. I was taken aback, unsure of how to respond, and instinctively patted her shoulder. Perhaps realizing her emotional outburst, she wiped her tears and said, All right, Sue Tian, you should go now. Thank you. I offered no reply, turning instead to descend the stairs and approach that man. Outside a small shop, I found him leisurely sipping beer and munching on nuts. Fury surged within me, and I could barely contain my rage. I picked up a brick and hurled it at his head with great force. Blood gushed forth as he clutched his head, cursing vehemently, Which little brat wants to die? By that time, I had already fled, and much of my pent-up frustration dissipated. The night passed uneventfully. The following afternoon, Shunzi and Haozi returned. Tiangu, we learned that the leader at S High School is named Wang Cheng. He is quite a ruthless character with over 50 men under his command. It is said that he gained notoriety for blinding someone with a fruit knife. We cannot possibly compare to him. I suggested that we refrain from bullying him and instead send a brother to issue a challenge. Let us meet at the entrance of their school at 5 o'clock tomorrow. We from D Middle School shall plant our banner there, and those who are dissatisfied may come forth. The stout fellow inquired, "Why at their school entrance, Brother Tian? Their reinforcements will surely arrive quickly. We shall confront them, forcing them to endure humiliation before their own institution, thus providing an opportunity for them to comprehend the prowess of D Middle School, while simultaneously saving on our own promotional efforts. Additionally, Fatty, please procure some more pickaxes, and together with the baseball bat we seized from Zhang Yu's minions last time, distribute them among the brothers. We cannot afford to appear unarmed when we visit another school. Carrying something as trivial as a square would be rather undignified." Chapter 20. The brutal beating of Wang Cheng in the blink of an eye. It was already 4 in the afternoon. I summoned Shunzi and Haozi, instructing them to proceed to the intersection in front of the school to seek out a few black vans, preferably equipped with subwoofers, and then to wait quietly by the rear wall of the school. Fatty was tasked with gathering everyone and ensuring that all the necessary equipment was ready. Once the vehicles arrived, we would load up and depart. The group surreptitiously climbed over the wall and boarded the vehicles, ordering the drivers to turn on the subwoofers as we headed towards S Middle School. There were a total of 6 black vans, each carrying 10 individuals. The drivers were seasoned professionals, understanding our intentions, and although the vans were a bit cramped, the booming bass amplified the excitement among us, creating an exhilarating atmosphere. Before long, we arrived at S Middle School, just as classes were dismissing. The vans pulled up along the roadside, the sound system blaring, attracting the attention of the students emerging from the school. The effect of our display was nothing short of spectacular, enhancing the charged ambience. One of my brothers pointed ahead and said, "Tianjin, they're coming out. The one at the front is the Xin." I had anticipated an imposing figure, so I waved my hand decisively and commanded, "Brothers, disembark." The drivers, knowing the drill, turned off the engines and locked the doors, stepping outside to smoke. Clearly aware of our purpose and eager to witness the unfolding drama. Leading the charge, I was followed closely by Shunzi, Haozi, Fatty, and Zhongdian, with a group of younger brothers wielding baseball bats and pickaxes trailing behind. As Wang Cheng approached us, he was flanked by over 50 of his followers, each brandishing a square object. I pointed at Wang Cheng and shouted, "You scoundrel, are you Wang Cheng? Who gave you the audacity to flaunt your flag here?" "Fool!" Perhaps incensed by my words, Wang Cheng retorted with bravado, "What the hell? Are you looking for trouble? Who do you think you are? Daring to act up in our territory?" With that, he brandished a fruit knife from his pocket, aiming it at me and bellowing, "I'll stab you." Unfazed, I found his stance amusing. He resembled a jester with that fruit knife, whose handle was even made of plastic, prompting laughter and mockery from my companions behind me. I signaled to my comrades, and in an instant, we charged forward like a pack of wild tigers. Seizing the opportunity, while Wang Cheng was unprepared, I lunged at him, delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling. Fatty, quick on his feet, seized the knife from Wang Cheng's grasp. At that moment, his followers surged toward us like a tidal wave. I snatched the baseball bat from Zhongdian and swung it fiercely at Wang Cheng's leg. To my surprise, he was surprisingly resilient. He stood up, albeit limping, and lunged at me, catching me off guard and causing the bat to slip from my grasp. Enraged, I cursed at him, and we exchanged blows. However, with him on top of me, I found it difficult to rise. Resolutely, I drove my knee into his groin, eliciting a pained reaction from him. I then relentlessly kicked him in the stomach and the head. This wretched bastard, Shunzi and Haozi, fought fiercely, while Fatty grabbed one of Wang Cheng's companions by the hair, delivering punishing knees. Zhongdian continued to kick from behind. Before long, we had felled all of their group. In my heightened state, my excitement grew with every strike. Grabbing Wang Cheng by the hair, I delivered a resounding slap to his face. Foolish Wang Cheng. He actually knelt before me. I had no intention of succumbing to such tactics. He remained obstinate. So I seized a pickaxe from the hands of a subordinate behind me and swung it forcefully against Wang Cheng's back. His agonized cries echoed into the heavens, attracting a multitude of onlookers. I pointed at the group sprawled on the ground and declared loudly, "I am Su Tian from D Middle School, and from this day forth, I shall dictate the terms at S School. Tomorrow, we shall commence our collection of protection fees. Those who dare to oppose us can come forth. Shunzi, Haozi, lift Wang Cheng for me." I approached, grasped his hair, and reiterated, "Kneel before me. Otherwise, I shall make your demise a certainty today." Chapter 21, Teacher Su, Part 1. "Stop, stop. You concede? Eve," I exclaimed, kneeling in surrender. "Su Tian, I admit defeat. You are indeed formidable." "Well, not much of a challenge, huh? Brothers, let us head home." This encounter had significantly elevated my reputation among the surrounding schools, and I successfully took control of S School. Subsequently, I organized my subordinates to collect protection fees daily, with a steady income of over 100 yuan each day, and my entourage had grown to more than 100. With the weekend approaching and having little to occupy my time, I decided to visit the Black 8 pool hall to spend some time with Wu Shui. Before heading out, I made a special trip to the barber, styling my hair in a manner that made it appear as though I'd been struck by lightning, each strand standing upright like a hedgehog, with my bangs obscuring half my face. Back then, this alternative style was all the rage, and I felt quite dapper. As I approached the Black 8 pool hall, I spotted a pair of long legs swaying from a distance. I waved and called out, "Sister Shui." Wu Shui gazed at me for a long moment, and I curiously walked closer to ask, "What are you looking at?" "Oh, it's you, Su Tian. I almost didn't recognize you with your new hairstyle," she exclaimed in surprise. "Hey, it looks good. You've spruced up quite nicely," she complimented. "Sister Shui, I came here to sincerely thank you," I expressed gratefully. "Thank me for what?" "I didn't do anything," she replied, puzzled. "If it weren't for you speaking well of me in front of Wang Wu, you would have helped me," I clarified. I heard Wu Shui mumble under her breath. "That fool Wang Wu, didn't I tell him not to say anything? One idiot." I earnestly thanked her again. "Thank you, Sister Shui. Little brat, what else with all the thanks? Just come to the pool hall more often to support me," she replied with a smile. "Of course, I'll definitely come," I said. "Sister Shui, could you give me 2 boxes of soft yushi? I told you I don't sell them," she retorted. "Does Sister Shui want to see them again?" I joked. Her face flushed crimson as she hurriedly tossed 2 boxes of soft yushi to me. I handed her 100 yuan and made my way to table 6, ready to play a few rounds. As I approached table 6, I casually glanced around to see if Wang Wu was present. Upon closer inspection, I found that he and his 2 companions were indeed absent. I turned back to the room and asked Wu Shui, "Have Wang Wu and the others not shown up at all?" Wu Shui disregarded my question and countered, "Are you still playing or not?" A sense of unease washed over me, as I felt something was amiss, yet I could not pinpoint what it was. "I won't play anymore. I'll come back another day," I said, turning to leave the Black 8 pool hall. Just as I stepped outside, I heard Wu Shui cursing behind me. "Bastard! Heartless! Scoundrel!" I paid her no heed and continued toward Teacher Su's residence. Upon reaching her building, I heard the sound of crying. My heart sank. I instinctively feared the worst. Thinking she must have been beaten again, I hurried up the stairs, pushed open the door, and rushed inside, only to find Teacher Su lying on the floor. I hurriedly approached to assist her, only to behold her arms marred with bruises of various hues. She swiftly concealed her injuries with her clothing. In an instant, fury surged within me, and I turned to seek out the perpetrator, muttering to myself, "I shall make him pay dearly." Teacher Su grasped my arm, imploring Su Tian, "Be obedient. This is not your affair." "I am fine." "Fine? Just look at the state you are in. If this continues, he may very well kill you," I declared indignantly. "I don't need your concern," she shouted in agitation. "I will concern myself," I retorted defiantly. She began to struggle fiercely, striking me with her hands. I enveloped her tightly in my embrace, at which point she ceased her resistance, biting into my shoulder as she wept softly. In that moment, I felt a bittersweet blend of happiness and pain. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, and I sensed a surge of warmth in my head, followed by blood trickling down my forehead. From behind, a voice spat, "You wretched creature, you shameless harlot." I knew it. "So, you've been keeping a kept man at home. You appeared quite respectable, but it turns out you're nothing but a brazen hussy." At that, my anger knew no bounds. Chapter 22, Teacher Su, Part 2. I shook my head, feeling slightly dazed. "Su Tian, are you all right?" "I'm fine, Teacher Su." "You wretched child, engaging in a student-teacher romance. So it was you who ambushed me last time. At last, I have found you. Just wait until I make you pay." Teacher Su was seething with rage as she struck him hard across the face with a resounding slap. He, in turn, became frantic and pushed her to the ground. Witnessing this, I quickly seized a wooden stool from the floor and swung it towards his head. He retaliated by smashing a beer bottle against mine, causing my head to burst open. I retaliated with a fierce punch to his face, followed by a swift kick to his abdomen. Yet being much older than I, he proved to be a formidable opponent. At that moment, Teacher Su declared, "Let us get a divorce." "I don't want anything." "You want a divorce?" "Not a chance." I caught sight of scissors on the coffee table and, without hesitation, plunged them into his thigh. Although it was not a deep wound, he was genuinely startled. If he refused to agree to the divorce, I would not hesitate to end both our lives. He was indeed frightened and quickly exclaimed, "I agree. I agree." In the afternoon, after finalizing the divorce paperwork, I stood at the door like a statue waiting. When Teacher Su emerged, She tightly grasped my arm and strode out without looking back. She offered no resistance, merely covering her wound and cursing like a fishwife. We hurriedly exited the alley, and soon after, Teacher Sue hailed a black car, which I followed into. "Driver, take us to X Village and stop in front of the Jinxing Inn." Upon arriving at our destination, Teacher Sue dragged me straight to the nearby clinic. I appeared somewhat reluctant, but she was unyielding. Su Tian awaited me outside, watching as she entered the clinic, only to emerge later holding a bag of medication. With nowhere else to go, I had to check into the inn for the night, planning to settle our assets with him the following day. "Come up with me. I'll help you tend to your wound." She opened a room, and I trailed behind her like a shadow. "Su Tian, come sit. I'll apply the medicine," she said softly. Noticing the injury on my head, a flicker of concern crossed her eyes. Given that my head was injured, the sting of the antiseptic would undoubtedly be unbearable. I grimaced in pain, and my expression elicited a laugh from her. "So, you're afraid of pain too? How could I not be? I'm not made of iron," I retorted with irritation. "Su Tian, take off your shirt." Her words struck me like a bolt of lightning, causing a jolt of fear and surprise within me. My heart began to race, as if it might leap from my throat. Was the progression moving this quickly? My mind was filled with confusion and anticipation. Sensing my anxiety, she quickly clarified, "Your shirt is stained with blood. I'll wash it for you." I felt a wave of disappointment wash over me. It turned out I had overthought the situation. Nervously, I removed my shirt and handed it to her, my tumultuous thoughts gradually settling. Teacher Sue took my shirt and went to the public laundry to wash it. Perhaps she was too fatigued and found solitude rather tedious. Before long, I succumbed to slumber. When I awoke, it was already past 2 in the morning. As she was alone in her single bed, she did not dare to rouse me and instead settled herself on the edge of the bed. I gently lifted her and moved her to the center of the bed, estimating that she too was exhausted. She did not stir as I adjusted her position. At that moment, she lay on her side, facing the door, while I was positioned behind her, her figure elegantly embodying an S shape. I swallowed hard, my mind racing with tumultuous thoughts. Yet, I managed to regain my composure, reminding myself that one cannot force a fruit to ripen. I donned a shirt she had washed, and a delightful fragrance wafted through the air. Indeed, the scent of Diao brand laundry detergent. I covered her with an additional layer of blankets, then slipped on my shoes and quietly exited the room. Just as I stepped out, she opened her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Though I did not witness this moment, as I walked down the street, I lit a cigarette and slowly made my way home. At that moment, my thoughts were in disarray. I pondered whether my relationship with Teacher Sue could deepen. I wondered when Zhang Tianhao would seek retribution, and I was uncertain about the path that lay ahead. Thus, I continued to smoke, one cigarette after another, when suddenly I heard someone calling my name from behind. Su Tian, Chapter 23. Teacher Sue, Part 2. Today, might you linger a while and keep me company? I stood frozen in place, hesitant to turn back, my heart a tumult of emotions. Fear clung to me like a shadow, apprehensive of what was to follow. Yet, I could hardly conceal my excitement, for I was aware of the impending events, my soul tormented in a struggle. Would you be willing to share this moment with me? The sky suddenly released a gentle drizzle, while my heart remained in turmoil. I confess, under the impulsive stirrings of youth, I found myself enamored with her. It felt as though tender hands encircled my waist. The rain intensified, soaking us to the skin. I turned, kissing her fervently, and she responded with equal passion. Then, in a soft voice, she suggested, "Let us return." Back at the inn, we indulged in the warmth of the bath, entwined in each other's embrace from the early hours past 2 until nearly 4. Our youthful vigor was boundless, blissfully unaware of fatigue. The details of that interlude are left to the imagination. The ache that followed was indelibly etched into my memory, lingering for 3 full days. As I gazed at her weary form beside me, I placed a gentle kiss upon her forehead before succumbing to a deep slumber. When I next opened my eyes, it was already past noon, and the space beside me was empty. Rubbing my bleary eyes, I called out for Teacher Sue, but received no reply. Rising to dress, I prepared to seek her out, only to find a letter and 500 yuan upon the dresser. "Su Tian, thank you for the love you have bestowed upon me. allowing this woman of 35 years to experience the joys of womanhood for the first time. However, our age difference weighs heavily upon me, and I cannot jeopardize your future. Thus, I have chosen to retreat. After all, we are bound by the teacher-student relationship, and I have already transgressed professional ethics. I can no longer face my role as an educator. By the time you read this letter, I will have left the school and departed from Tianjin. I have resolved to start anew in a different city. Rest assured, no one shall torment me again, nor will I remarry. I find solace in solitude. If fate permits, I firmly believe we shall meet again. Forgetme, Su Juan. At that moment, I learned her name was Su Juan. Without pausing to don my shoes, I dashed to the street corner, hailing a taxi, urging the driver, quick, to Tianjin station. The driver requested 50 yuan for the fare. I tossed him 100 and sprinted toward the station. I searched frantically within the station, scanning each vehicle, yet her figure eluded my sight. Nearly driven to madness, I called out her name hoarsely, my voice echoing in desperation. Just then, a bus bound for Beijing rolled in, and there she sat at the back. Hearing my cries, tears silently streamed down her cheeks. Thus, we ultimately did not meet. Exhausted and hoarse, I lit a cigarette. Seated upon a brick, my mind awash with her image. Upon returning home, I locked myself within my room, lying on the bed, my thoughts in disarray. My mother knocked on the door, inquiring about my well-being, but I remained silent. I could hear my father say, "The child has grown, harboring his own thoughts and troubles. Do not disturb him. I worked all day and am hungry. Prepare me a dish." Unbeknownst to me, I drifted into a deep sleep. In my dreams, I faintly heard someone knocking at my door. Groggy and disoriented, I had no sense of time. When I opened the door, to my astonishment, it was Zhang Dian standing before me. Zhang Dian looked at me with a puzzled expression and inquired, "What is wrong? Tianga, you Haven T attended school for 2 days, and the teachers are nearly searching each household for your parents." I responded nonchalantly, "It's of no consequence. If they wish to search, let them. I have no intention of going back." Zhang Dian, with genuine concern, pressed, "What is going on? You seem so disheartened." I refrained from divulging my issues with teacher Sue, opting instead for a casual dismissal. "It's nothing, just feeling a bit weary." Zhang Dian glanced at the time and urged, "It's almost 8 o'clock. You must get up. If you don't attend class today, the teachers will truly come looking for you." Chapter 24. The Tieba incident. Brother Tian, please hurry and pack up. We must head to school swiftly. The brothers are quite anxious. Fatty, Mouse, and Shunzi will arrive shortly, and we can enjoy breakfast together. I also have matters of importance to discuss with you. Before long, the trio arrived, and upon seeing me, they embraced me warmly, guiding me towards the breakfast stall at the school gate. "Uncle, we would like 5 bowls of old tofu, 5 rice cakes, 5 tea eggs, and a large pancake for each of us," I ordered, my hunger palpable as I devoured the food, turning to Zhang Dian to inquire. "By the way, you mentioned earlier that there was something amiss. What is it?" "Brother Tian," he began, "it seems the nearby schools are aware of our reputation. Some may be envious of us, attempting to sow discord, slandering our name on Tieba, and even boasting to others that they wish to engage in a duel under our banner." Perplexed, I asked, "What exactly is Tieba?" "It's a forum within Baidu, akin to an online community where people socialize, boast, and even attack one another," Shunzi explained. "We cannot ascertain whether they are serious or merely boasting," he added. I scratched my head, contemplating the gravity of the situation. One must tread carefully. Should they genuinely come to provoke us, we would be unprepared, risking not only our reputation but also potential harm. "Mouse, take a few brothers to Duangswang and gauge the situation." Shunzi, inform the brothers to be prepared for tomorrow. "Fatty, assess our recent income and procure 5 folding knives. Each of us should have 1 for safety. Folding knives are compact and easily concealed," I instructed, then turned to Zhang Dian, saying, "Contact our brothers on Tieba and mount a vigorous counterattack. Also, establish our own thread to clarify the situation." Once everything was arranged, I declared, "Let us return to school and await Mouse's report." At that moment, a young brother rushed over, exclaiming, "Brother Tian, the principal is looking for you." I doubted my ears. The principal sought me? I glanced at the young brother for confirmation, and upon receiving it, I muttered to myself, indeed, it is the principal. Zhang Dian stood, patting my shoulder, offering to accompany me. I shook my head, instructing him to remain and oversee the ensuing matters. I proceeded alone towards the principal's office, pondering the reason behind this unexpected summons. Knock, knock, knock. I gently tapped on the door. Come in, the principal's voice responded. I pushed the door open and entered the office, greeting him politely. Good day, principal. May I inquire what you require of me? The principal raised his gaze, fixing me with a stern expression. Do you not have an inkling of why I called for you? A wave of anxiety washed over me. Did the principal know something? Nonetheless, I feigned composure, replying, I apologize, principal, but I genuinely do not know. With a resounding crash, the principal hurled his cup to the ground, his fury palpable as he bellowed, Su Tian, do not try to play games with me. You are expelled. Unfazed, I pointed at the principal in defiance, retorting, you need not intimidate me. If you wish to expel me, provide a reason, and I shall leave at once. You may choose to skip classes, but to lead a group of others in truancy and even engage in brawls at other schools is an affront that gravely tarnishes the reputation of our institution. Are you not aware of the gravity of your actions? Your lack of knowledge and your tendency to drag others down. Does this not provide sufficient ground for reproach? The principal's voice grew increasingly severe, as if he were about to engulf me. The more he spoke, the more audaciously I laughed. What are you laughing at? Truly incorrigible. The principal's face turned an ashen hue with rage. Should you not express gratitude towards me? I smirked, revealing a hint of disdain. What? Thank you? Am I mistaken? I ought to thank you for your swift departure from here. The principal's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at me. During my tenure at D Middle School, has there ever been an instance where our students have been bullied by outsiders? Under my watch at D Middle School, has any student ever fallen prey to extortion? With me at D Middle School, those students struggling academically, once taken under my wing at the very least, have ceased to disrupt the classroom. My series of inquiries left the principal enveloped in silence. My demands are not extravagant. I can refrain from attending school, but I must ensure that my associates retain their student status and successfully graduate. This proposal is undoubtedly a lucrative arrangement for the school. Principal, I urge you to contemplate this thoroughly. I fixed my gaze firmly upon the principal's eyes, exuding unwavering confidence. The principal, seated upon his stool, stared at me, seemingly incredulous that a mere first-year student dared to confront him so boldly, articulating a well-reasoned argument at every turn. Chapter 25, Retaining Student Status with a Heavy Heart. I trudged back to the classroom, my expression as somber as a stormy sky, filled with doubts and apprehensions. I was uncertain about the thoughts of my comrades and feared that my decision might complicate their explanations to their families. Upon my return, Zhang Dian noticed my distress and hurried over, concern etched on his face. Tiange, what has happened? He inquired earnestly. I recounted the entire sequence of events to him in detail. To my astonishment, he responded with unbridled enthusiasm. Tiange, this is splendid. This way, we can develop more freely, break free from the constraints of school, and attain greater liberty. Zhang Dian exclaimed, his spirits lifted. At that moment, Fatty entered the room, laughing heartily, exclaiming, Tiange, we struck gold. We're earning over 200 day. That is 6,000 a month. Zhang Dian clapped me on the shoulder, affirming, Tiange, the brothers are with you all the way. Fatty looked bewildered at the two of us and asked, what is going on with you two? With unwavering resolve, I replied, Fatty, go summon Shunzi and have all the brothers gather on the playground immediately. Fatty hesitated momentarily, responding, Tiange, class is about to start. Is it really appropriate to call them now? Call them. Immediately. I will await you all on the playground stage. My voice rang clear and authoritative. As I made my way to the playground stage, I noticed comrades from the first to third floors converging upon us like a tide. Unaware of the situation, many assumed we were preparing for a fight, some clutching baseball bats and pickaxes. As I surveyed the gathering brothers below, I was taken aback to see that our numbers had swelled to approximately 150. The principal and teachers stood dumbfounded, making their way toward the playground but halting at the track, their expressions revealing disbelief, especially upon noticing the implements some of us carried. I cleared my throat and proclaimed loudly, Brothers, you now face two choices. First, join me in leaving the school. I assure you that everyone will ultimately receive their diploma. Second, continue to study diligently and refrain from joining me in any further disturbances. Reflect on this seriously. Those who wish to leave, I will not hold it against you. After all, you have parents to consider, and I cannot guarantee success in our ventures. At this juncture, many below began to whisper among themselves, fervently discussing the matter. Tomorrow, a high school of Wangzhuang will come for the flag-raising ceremony. I have decided to take the initiative and instruct my brothers to wait for me at the school gate in the morning. Those who do not wish to accompany me need not come. We will remain friends regardless. Having concluded my speech, I descended the stage and approached the principal. Principal, please do not be angry. This will be my final act of defiance. After today's class, I shall not return starting tomorrow. With that, I led my comrades back to the classroom. This matter has spread wildly among the schools outside, even becoming a legend. Everyone is aware that Su Tian has emerged from D Middle School, disregarding even the principal. In the afternoon, Haozi returned as well. Brother Tian, I have gathered some intel on a middle school in Wangzhuang. The leader there is named Li Xian. He has a brother who reportedly lost an eye in a brawl and now sports a prosthetic eye. He is exceptionally fierce in fights, earning him the moniker Big Li Xian. He also has a younger brother, Little Li Xian, who is equally formidable, always carrying a knife in his pocket and quick to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. These two are not to be trifled with and can easily summon 100 or so people, Zhang Dian remarked. It appears we have encountered a tough adversary this time. It won't be easy, he continued. Brother Tian, I worry that after you share these words with everyone today, the turnout tomorrow may not be substantial. If that happens, it will be difficult to explain to the principal, and our standing could plummet. I reassured everyone, if we cannot even handle the students from this school, then our future endeavors will be severely limited. Chapter 26. A decision to watch over Black 8, no matter what others say. The four of us shall steadfastly support you. My friend, how much do we currently possess? We have over 3,000. Hand me the money. I shall venture out. Do not wait for me after school today. Let us gather at the school gate tomorrow morning. With money in hand, I arrived at the Black 8 billiard hall, seeking Wang Wu's assistance. Though I was filled with trepidation, upon entering, I was taken aback to see two girls resembling Wu Shui. It turned out they were twins. I wondered why she had been ignoring me. Suddenly, one of the Wu Shuis waved at me, reproaching, "You foolish Su Tian, where have you been these days?" I scratched my head and approached her, uncertain which one was truly Sister Shui. Simpleton, look, the one with the dreadlocks is my sister, Wu Shui. I am her younger sister, Wu Yu. Wu Shui, in a sudden fit of rage, pointed at me and exclaimed, "Xiao Yu, you actually enlisted Wang Wu as help for him? Wang Wu is the person I arranged to watch over you. He is not meant to assist a child in a brawl. If it weren't for him, how would Wang Wu have taken his two brothers back home to avoid trouble? I had to pay off the police with 20,000, otherwise Wang Wu and this brat would have been apprehended. This place was left to you by our father, without Wang Wu to oversee it, who will handle any disturbances in the future. I still have a pile of mess to deal with. Are you so grown that you still need me to watch over you daily?" At that moment, I felt utterly embarrassed, realizing I had caused such trouble. Sister Wu Shui, speak your mind. I can watch over the place for free, you? Watch over? Have you even reached adulthood? You're just bragging. Her voice grew louder, and I felt my temper rising. I shouted back, "Why am I just a child? I have over 100 brothers under my command. I am a prominent figure at D High School. I do not take a single cent in wages, and if anything goes awry here, I will handle it. If I fail, you may scold me then. After all, you have no one else available to help. It wouldn't hurt to give it a try." Wu Shui stared at me, evidently surprised by my boldness. "Fine, you said it. If anything happens, I shall break your legs." With that, she donned her racing helmet and strode out without glancing back. Wu Yu hurriedly reassured me, "Su Tian, it's all right. You should attend school. I have no issues here. My sister will calm down soon." "Sister Yu, I am serious. I have retained my student status at school, and I have nowhere else to go. Here, I can help watch over the place and gain some experience." I spoke earnestly. Wu Yu sighed softly, offering no further comment. I continued, "Sister Yu, after I resolve a matter tomorrow, I will begin overseeing the place tomorrow evening. All right, just don't cause trouble outside. You're still young, Wu chided. Her cheeks flushed. Am I really that young? I muttered. Get lost. Wu Yu retorted. Very well, I shall take my leave. Sister Yu, see you tomorrow evening. I initially sought Wang Wu's assistance, yet I never anticipated that such a significant predicament would arise. Zhang Tianhao has not reached out to me, evidently opting to suppress the matter. It appears that I must express my gratitude to Wu Yu in a meaningful way. As I stroll along the path, a cigarette nestled between my fingers, I incessantly inhale and exhale smoke. Thoughts surge like tumultuous waves, and my mind is engulfed in chaos. Without Wang Wu's support, tomorrow's formidable battle seems daunting. Burdened with worries, I smoke one cigarette after another until I arrive at my doorstep. Upon opening the door, I find my parents engaged in conversation. I pull up a chair and sit across from them, recounting in detail the situation regarding my retained student status and expressing my desire to venture into society. I had anticipated a harsh reprimand, but to my surprise, my mother gazed at me in silence, while my father remarked, "You have grown, and we have aged. We respect your choice, but do you comprehend the chaos of society? Are you aware of its complexities? We lack formal education, toiling from dawn till dusk, yet we scarcely earn a meager income. This is the consequence of not studying diligently in our youth, the price of our lack of cultural knowledge." Chapter 27. Acquisition of Firearm. Father, Mother, I yearn for your belief in me. I am resolute in my conviction that I shall achieve greatness. Words are unnecessary. I retreated to my room, closed the door, and began to contemplate the events of the morrow. Restless in bed, sleep eluded me, when suddenly an audacious thought surged into my mind. It was nearly midnight. Stealthily, I opened the door and mounted my father's bicycle, racing toward the infamous night market. The night market, situated on Shiguan Street in Tianjin, is a place where, under the cloak of darkness, a multitude gather to peddle illicit goods. After what felt like an eternity of cycling, I finally reached my destination. I dismounted and strolled through the market, searching for the item that had captured my fancy. After wandering for considerable time, I had yet to find what I sought. Suddenly, I stumbled upon a stall selling knives. I crouched down, feigning interest in the selection, and the vendor, noticing me, eagerly began to make his pitch. I pretended to examine the wares, deliberately withholding my true intentions to pique his curiosity. Inevitably, he could no longer contain himself and inquired, "Brother, which one do you wish to purchase?" I produced a cigarette and offered him one, saying, "Do you have anything of better quality? None of these knives are serrated." He gazed at me, astonished, and asked, "What do you need a serrated knife for? Are you planning to commit murder?" I quickly waved my hands and explained, "Not at all. I simply require such a knife." I gestured with my fingers to indicate the shape of an 8, and he inhaled deeply, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes as he asked, "Are you certain you want this?" Without hesitation, I affirmed, "Indeed, brother, I have the money ready." He tidied his stall, stood up, and said, "Please wait a moment." Then, he led me through a series of turns until we arrived at a large iron door. He knocked gently a few times, and a voice from within inquired, "What brings you here so late?" He replied, "I have a relative from out of town who wishes to stay the night." Upon opening the door, a middle-aged man scanned the vicinity to ensure there was no one else around before ushering us into the courtyard. The vendor began to introduce me, saying, "Third brother, this young man wishes to purchase this." The man known as Third Brother scrutinized me intently, causing beads of cold sweat to form on my brow. His gaze hinted at a history of violence. "Young man, you appear quite youthful. What do you intend to do with this? I must ascertain your intentions before selling it to you. If you're an undercover officer, you may not leave here tonight." A chill ran down my spine, and my anxious demeanor was unmistakable. Third Brother erupted in laughter, placing a hand on my shoulder and squeezing my muscles, declaring, "Brother, I can tell you're not with the police. My instincts are reliable. Do not be alarmed. Come inside. We are all guests here." He relaxed his grip, instead wrapping an arm around me as we entered the building. I felt a sharp pain in my shoulder as sweat continued to pour down my face. This experience profoundly illustrated to me the complexities of society. Once inside, Third Brother inquired, "Speak, brother." "Third Brother, I seek a firearm. I find myself in a predicament. I recounted the circumstances that had led me to this moment. Brother San laughed heartily. How interesting. Young, accomplished, bold, and daring. I have decided to take you under my wing, little brother. Xiao Wu entered with a self-made, 5-barrel firearm, its appearance quite commendable despite its homemade origins. And it was of the short-barrel variety. I spoke candidly. Brother San, please name your price. A straightforward brother, indeed. I find you quite agreeable. Take it for 1,500, and I shall gift you an additional 50 steel balls. I promptly expressed my gratitude. Thank you, Brother San. I have 2,000 here. As I retrieved the 2,000 yuan from my pocket, Brother San's face lit up with joy. You are too kind, little brother. I shall gladly accept. Let us keep in touch. Here's my phone number. Please take note. At that moment, the atmosphere turned slightly awkward. Brother San, I do not possess a phone. I will remember your number and will certainly reach out once I acquire one. Brother San displayed remarkable generosity, instructing one of his subordinates to hasten and procure a mobile phone for me, which he graciously gifted. I was genuinely taken aback by Brother San's extraordinary magnanimity. It was truly admirable. Chapter 28. Midnight Courage. Third brother, you are exceedingly gracious. I simply cannot accept such a gift. Oh, my dear younger brother, do you hold third brother in such low regard? To refuse is to deny me face. Perceiving the situation, I promptly expressed my gratitude to third brother, aware that I would likely seek his assistance again in the future. Trouble is no concern, as long as it leads to profit. I, your third brother, may lack various talents, but I possess extensive connections and abundant resources. My dear brother, I shall not detain you any longer. I await your good news. I carefully tucked the 5-shot pistol into my coat and set off on my bicycle, speeding like an arrow towards home. Once I departed, Xiao Wu, puzzled, inquired, why did third brother, after finally earning some money, give him a mobile phone? The lad looks like a mere child. Third brother smiled confidently, replying, I have an impeccable eye for character. He reflects my own youthful self. Indeed, third brother later proved to be of immense help to me, and I wholeheartedly regarded him as an elder brother, but that is a tale for another time. Upon returning home, I parked my bicycle steadily in the yard and then stealthily ventured back to the new river embankment. It was a broad river, surrounded by desolate land and eerie graveyards. Under the cloak of night, it was inconceivable that any living soul would be found there. Only wandering spirits would roam. My reason for heading to the new river embankment was driven by an irrepressible excitement. On one hand, I yearned to hear the deafening sound. On the other, I wished to test my own courage. If I feared even this, I doubted I would ever achieve greatness. I withdrew the 5-shot pistol from my coat, loaded it with 5 marbles, and, gripping it firmly with both hands, aimed it at the river without hesitation and fired a shot. The resounding crack echoed as a small splash erupted on the surface, a sound both thunderous and formidable. Even if it missed a vital spot, it was unlikely to be fatal. After testing the pistol's power, I felt a surge of confidence. Equipped with this weapon, I would dare anyone to obstruct my path. Truth be told, standing in the desolate wilderness with the gun in hand, surrounded by impenetrable darkness, was spine-chilling. Yet, fear was absent from my heart. Should a spirit appear, I would not hesitate to fire a couple of shots. Indeed, it was from that moment onward that my courage began to swell. However, growing bolder may not always be a blessing. Upon returning home and lying down to rest, I was abruptly awakened by a knock at the door from 4 of my companions. Dazed, with my head buzzing, I groggily said, "You 4 step outside for a moment. I need to get ready." I wished to conceal my possession of the gun from them, as it was a tool best reserved for critical moments. I feared their potential arrogance upon discovering it might lead to trouble. Quickly dressing and organizing myself, I stowed the 5-shot pistol into a backpack and slung it over my shoulder. Let us go for breakfast and see how many are willing to join our cause. We arrived at the breakfast stall, where the vendor was as usual. As we ate, we observed the school gate for potential recruits. Zhang Jian remarked, "Tiange, look, there are over 50 people standing at the gate. That is far fewer than I anticipated." I nonchalantly remarked, "I do not hold it against those who cannot come. After all, not all parents can grant their consent. Those who are able to attend are indeed brothers." I casually wiped my mouth and declared, "Let's be off." My friends, Upon reaching the school gate, a throng of over 50 individuals encircled me like stars surrounding the moon, collectively shouting, "Brother Tian." This thunderous cheer resonated like the roar of a tempest, echoing through the heavens with magnificent force, akin to surging waves. The sound was deafening, startling even the security personnel. We paid them no heed, instead sending the portly one to summon a black taxi, preparing for our journey to Dowangswang, a high school. During the time he spent calling for the car, he informed everyone about his role at the Black 8 billiard hall, which elicited great excitement among the crowd. Zhang Jian was particularly elated, exclaiming, "Brother Tian, with such momentum, we have established a base." Though there were no salaries involved, at least we had a place to land. 5 black cars arrived as promised. I handed each driver 100 yuan, instructing them that they might need to wait briefly at Dowangswang before returning to collect us. After ensuring everything was in order, we eagerly piled into the vehicles. Once inside, I commanded the driver to crank the bass to its maximum volume. The exhilarating music blared like a trumpet of war, igniting our spirits. With tracks like Dance of the Phoenix and Thirsty Fish, the 5 cars thundered forth, racing towards Dowangswang, a high school. Chapter 29. The Battle at Dowangswang, a High School, Part 1. Upon arriving at the entrance of Dowangswang, a high school, our sound system drew attention like a magnet. We chose to remain in the vehicle, fully aware that such a commotion would prompt someone to inform De Li Xian and Xiao Li Xian of our presence. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a crowd of over 100 emerged, with the 2 brothers at the forefront. There was no doubt they were De Li Xian and Xiao Li Xian. I resolutely opened the car door and strode towards them alone. Zhang Jian hastily grasped my arm, anxious as he urged, "Tiangu, don't go alone. Let's approach together." I offered a faint smile, reassuring him, "Fear not, my brother. If I lack the courage to face this, what right do I have to be your elder brother?" Despite their lingering apprehension, I marched determinedly towards De Li Xian and Xiao Li Xian, who were being approached by their entourage like a tidal wave. As we closed the distance between us, it became so narrow that only one person could pass through. De Li Xian was the first to speak, his voice resonant as a bell, a true man, courageous indeed. I met his challenge with equal fervor, replying, "You may choose the battleground. Once we are on your territory, it is only fitting that you dictate the terms. I fear that a confrontation at the school gates might tarnish your reputation here." Xiao Li Xian pointed at me, unleashing a torrent of curses. "Damn you. You think you can come here and leave unscathed?" De Li Xian quickly intervened, advising, "Let's not waste breath. He dares to come here, so he must possess some bravery. Let us settle this in the pit ahead." "Very well. I shall await you in the pit," I declared as I returned to the car, instructing the driver to move towards the designated location. The driver, as was his custom, locked the doors, lit a cigarette, and stood by the roadside, watching us prepare for battle. The hefty one distributed weapons to our comrades below, and soon, each of the 5 of us was armed with a folding knife, just in case. I called Zhang Jian over, cautioning him, "When the fight commences, you must remain stationary. Hold in my bag without opening it. If we find ourselves in trouble, you must not intervene. Just stand there." Just as Zhang Jian was about to inquire further, I glared at him, and he wisely chose to remain silent. After approximately 10 minutes, a large group approached, each individual wielding picks and baseball bats. I seized the pick handed to me by a younger brother, leading our team fearlessly forward. There was no time for idle chatter as we clashed directly. Having already engaged in several skirmishes, our brothers were not to be trifled with. Each was fiercer than the last. We aimed for the heads of our opponents, and before long, many bore injuries and were bleeding. De Li Xian and Xiao Li Xian had not anticipated our ferocity. De Li Xian charged straight at me, and we swung our picks at each other with relentless force, sparks flying as our weapons clashed, nearly slipping from my grip. Yet, he appeared unfazed, for he was well trained. Despite their numbers exceeding ours by half, they lacked our willingness to fight to the death. We began to dominate, forcing them to retreat. Just as victory seemed within our grasp, an unexpected reinforcement of 20 or 30 individuals rushed in from behind. In that moment, the advantage of being at their doorstep became evident. While I was momentarily stunned, Dili Xian struck my hand with a heavy blow, causing me to flinch and drop the pickaxe. Dili Xian relentlessly assailed me, the pain rendering my limbs numb. I realized I had to engage in close combat. Otherwise, I would suffer even greater losses. With a surge of defiance, I lunged at him, knowing that our proximity rendered his pickaxe ineffective. I unleashed a flurry of punches to his face and relentlessly rammed my head into his, losing all sense of pain in my fervor. Shunzi and Haozi were also in dire straits, surrounded by a group that mercilessly pummeled them, their faces smeared in blood. Nevertheless, they fought valiantly, swinging wild punches at anyone within reach, even striking their own allies who ventured to assist. Meanwhile, Fatty and Shaoli Xian were locked in a standoff. Given that Shaoli Xian wielded a knife, Fatty hesitated to advance. He merely swung his baseball bat back and forth. However, reinforcements for the opposition soon arrived, and one of them stealthily attacked Fatty from behind, delivering a brutal blow to his back with a pickaxe. Chapter 30 The War begins at Dewangswang Middle School, Part 2. As the hefty figure collapsed with a resounding thud, Xiao Lisan, like a specter, lunged forward with a blade in hand. "You think you're so tough?" With an adept flick of the wrist, the knife plunged deeply into the fat man's leg, causing him to writhe on the ground in agony, akin to a butchered pig. Witnessing this, my fury intensified, and I bellowed, "Damn it!" like two enraged lions. Dalisin and I exchanged frenzied blows, oblivious to the fact that one of his punches had landed squarely on my nose. I felt a sudden warmth, as blood gushed forth like a fountain. Zhang Dian, beside me, was as restless as an ant on a hot skillet, stomping his feet while clutching my bag. In the blink of an eye, my comrades began to fall one by one. Shunzi and Haozi, drenched in blood, were too weary to continue the fight. Yet, Dalisin became increasingly emboldened, delivering a fierce kick to my lower back that sent me crumpling to the ground, curling up like a boiled shrimp. I screamed hoarsely, "Zhang Dian, come here! Damn it, come here!" Zhang Dian, with my bag in hand, dashed toward me. "Hand me the bag," I commanded. He tossed it to me, then, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, lunged at Dalisin. However, Dalisin retaliated with a swift kick, sending Zhang Dian sprawling. Subsequently, I saw Zhang Dian surrounded by others, their feet raining down upon him like a torrential downpour. Zhang Dian's reckless sacrifice granted me a moment to catch my breath. I opened the backpack, and as if performing a magic trick, produced a 5-shot pistol, rising to my feet with the ominous barrel aimed directly at Dalisin. "Dare to move, and I will end you." In that instant, silence enveloped the scene as if time itself had paused. Both our adversaries and our own comrades stood frozen, astonished by my audacity to brandish a firearm. Xiao Lisan, still defiant, retorted, "Fool, do you dare to shoot?" Without hesitation, I fired a shot at Xiao Lisan's leg. The sound echoed sharply, and blood erupted from his wound like a gushing spring. Instantly, the opposing crowd recoiled in fear. They had never anticipated that I would actually pull the trigger. After all, they were merely children. Confronted by the stark reality of gunfire, they were rendered speechless. I pointed at them and shouted, "All of you kneel down." Remarkably, over 100 individuals obediently approached, heads bowed in submission, with the exception of Dalisin, who remained standing. I pressed the gun against his temple, cursing, "You've got guts." Unfazed, he declared, "I will never kneel. Kill me if you must. There's no way I will concede." I couldn't help but admire his bravery. At such a tender age, to face a gun without fear was a testament to his character. If I were in his shoes, I might not have maintained such composure. Recognizing that he was one who would not yield to force, I said, "If you don't kneel, your brother's blood will continue to flow until there is none left." He glanced at his brother's injured leg, furrowing his brow and sighing heavily. Slowly, his knees began to bend, inching closer to the ground. Just as he was about to touch the earth, I swiftly lifted him back up. Dalisin stared at me in astonishment and asked, "What does this mean?" I replied sincerely, "You are a person of integrity, and I have great respect for someone like you." I summoned a driver of a black cab and handed him 100 yuan to take Li Xian's younger brother to the hospital. Then, I patted Li Xian on the shoulder and expressed my hope that we could become friends. Li Xian, along with 2 others, lifted his brother into the vehicle and offered his thanks to me. I did not respond. Instead, I assisted each brother to their feet, observing their disheveled appearances, some with their shirts in tatters. We all squeezed into the car and proceeded together to a small clinic for medical attention. Though my brothers bore their wounds, they were acutely aware that we had triumphed in this battle, and, knowing I possessed a firearm, they excitedly hailed me as Brother Tian, momentarily casting aside their pain. Upon our arrival at the clinic, we all received bandaging, keeping the doctor occupied for a solid 3 hours without respite. Once the bandaging was complete, I informed everyone that once their injuries healed, we would gather for a meal and drinks, scheduling it for a week later, as I was mindful that drinking could provoke inflammation given our wounds. When Xian and the others reached the hospital, the doctor, upon noticing the gunshot wounds and their youthful ages, promptly alerted the authorities. However, Xian proved to be quite clever, refraining from betraying me and instead fabricating a tale of encountering robbers who shot at him when he refused to relinquish his money, claiming they had stolen all he possessed. His fabrication kept the police occupied for several days, ultimately yielding no results. Chapter 31. Settling in a Black 8. Following this encounter, I rapidly gained notoriety across various schools, with numerous individuals reaching out through intermediaries, eager to befriend me. However, I declined each and every request, for transient friendships born of revelry are unreliable. The following midday, accompanied by Shunzi, Haozi, Fatty, and Zhang Dian, I made my way to the Black 8 billiards hall. Upon arrival, I immediately spotted Wu Yu, leading my companions towards her. As we approached, Wu Yu hastily advanced, seizing my ear and scolding, "You rascal! Off to brawl again, are you? Let us have a look at those injuries of yours." "Pain! Pain! Pain!" I pleaded for mercy. "Please, no more fighting. Look at the state you've gotten yourself into." It's all I leaned closer to Wu Yu's ear and whispered, "What's this? Are you worried about me?" Before my words had fully escaped my lips, I felt the heat radiating from her face. Without a moment's hesitation, she delivered a swift kick to my foot. "Ouch!" I exclaimed, hopping in discomfort. My 4 companions stood by, observing our playful exchange. At that moment, Fatty murmured, "Isn't that your sister-in-law? Should we all call her sister-in-law?" Although his voice was low, Wu Yu overheard, her face instantly flushing crimson as she shouted, "All of you, get lost." Fatty, in his obliviousness, failed to grasp the situation and cheerfully called out, "Hello, sister-in-law." This infuriated Wu Yu, who promptly charged at him and landed a kick on his backside. "All right, lads, enough of this idle chatter. Let us familiarize ourselves with the premises. From today onward, we are responsible for overseeing this establishment. If any troubles arise in the billiards hall, our time here will be an end, so stay alert." Wu Yu briefly introduced us to the layout of the venue, leading us to the lounge at the far end, where there were beds for resting. Although we did not receive wages at Black 8, we monopolized the surrounding schools, collecting approximately 7,000 to 8,000 monthly in protection fees from students. Zhang Dian, take a portion of our funds to purchase 4 mobile phones. We need to be equipped to ensure communication in case of emergencies. Fatty, you should accompany him to acquire a few Guangdong broadswords to keep in a lounge, just in case of any disturbances. Shunzi, you will oversee daily patrols. Haozi, keep an eye on matters at the external schools and promote our venue, encouraging students to come play billiards at Black 8. We must remain in constant communication regarding any developments. Thus, we formally established our presence at the Black 8 billiards hall, significantly enhancing its profitability. Once everything was arranged, I approached the counter to find Wu Yu. "So what do you say, sister Yu? Care to join me for a meal?" "Oomph, you little brat. Asking me to treat you? How about I treat you instead?" "All right then. Thank you, sister Yu." I stood outside, smoking while waiting, finishing nearly half a pack of cigarettes, yet she still had not emerged. Growing impatient, I called out, "How much longer? Hurry up. My stomach is growling." I then heard her voice from within, "I'm coming, I'm coming." When Wu Yu finally stepped out, I was momentarily taken aback. She donned a remarkably short skirt, paired with sheer black stockings and delicate high heels, her lips adorned with a vibrant red lipstick. I found myself utterly captivated, swallowing hard in fascination. Hey. What's wrong with you, Su Tian? Why are you in a daze?" "Let us go." A voice broke through my reverie. Suddenly awakened, I hastily replied, "Let us go. We shall indulge in some barbecue." I hailed a sleek black car, and we swiftly made our way to a barbecue restaurant along Heping Binjiang Road. Upon exiting the vehicle, without uttering a word, she linked her arm with mine. To be honest, I felt a twinge of embarrassment. I could distinctly sense the gaze of every man around us, akin to spotlights, fixating on her while simultaneously scrutinizing me. They must have admired her beauty, while inwardly wondering why a fellow like me was so fortunate to be in the company of such a stunning woman. As we entered the restaurant, I deliberately chose a secluded corner to sit, wishing to evade the incessant stares that made me feel as though I were sitting on pins and needles, utterly uncomfortable. Chapter 32. The grill before long. The dishes arrived at the table. As I grilled meat for Wu Yu, we engaged in casual conversation, and I noticed her savoring each bite with great delight, just as I had grilled another piece of meat and was about to hand it to her. 3 young men approached us. "Hey, beautiful, how about making a friend? Join us for a drink," one of them said. I furrowed my brow and glanced at them, remaining silent as my right hand discreetly slipped into my pocket, unfolding my folding knife just in case. Meanwhile, Wu Yu seemed oblivious to their presence, engrossed in her meal, as if she hadn't heard their remarks. The 3 young men, seemingly irked, raised their voices and repeated, "Hey, beautiful, how about making a friend?" Wu Yu continued to eat, then turned to me and said, "Keep grilling, I'm starving." One of the men cursed, "You filthy whore, think you can ignore us?" He reached out to grab Wu Yu's hair, his hand barely extending halfway when she suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Please don't be angry, big brother." She smiled sweetly. At that moment, the tension in the air dissipated, but then something unexpected occurred. Wu Yu delivered a fierce knee strike to the groin of the man standing before her. To say that the impact rendered him incapacitated would be an understatement. He collapsed to the ground, howling in pain. Seeing this, the other 2 men immediately lunged at Wu Yu. I sprang into action, thrusting my knife toward one of their hips, while Wu Yu wielded the grilling scissors, stabbing the other in the leg. Both men fell to the ground instantly. Grabbing Wu Yu's hand, we sprinted away until we were breathless. I looked at Wu Yu, and she met my gaze, both of us bursting into laughter. "Wow, sister Yu, I didn't expect you to be so fierce," I remarked. "Of course, you should know who I am," she replied confidently. At that moment, I realized that I was still holding her hand and hadn't let go. Her cheeks were flushed, and I instinctively pulled her into an embrace, holding her tightly. The atmosphere grew more vibrant as our lips were about to touch. "Don't run. I'll kill both of you." Suddenly, the shouts of the 3 men echoed from behind us. I cursed inwardly, thinking how unfortunate it was for them to appear at that moment. Still holding Wu Yu's hand, I continued to run. The 3 men, driven by rage, pursued us frantically. I was managing well, but Wu Yu, in her high heels, struggled to keep pace and stumbled, twisting her ankle. Seeing them closing in, I felt a surge of urgency. "Quick, take off your shoes. I'll carry you." Wu Yu clambered onto my back, and I instantly felt the softness of her chest against me. But at that moment, I had no time to dwell on such thoughts. While running, I fished out my phone to call Fatty. "Brother Tian, what are you doing? You sound out of breath." Fatty was shocked when he answered the call. "Curse it. Hurry and save me. I'm being chased. I'm near the overpass on Binhai Road. Hurry." After hanging up, I could no longer run, so I leaned Wu Yu against a tree, gripping my folding knife, waiting for them to approach. Within mere minutes, the 3 of them approached me with an air of aggression, their foul language spewing forth. "Damn you," they shouted, and then they ran, emboldened by their numbers, daring to threaten my brother. I, unwilling to be cowed, retorted, "You wretched curs." With that, I charged forward and plunged my knife into one of them. Upon witnessing this, their faces flushed with rage. After all, they were numerous, and in no time, they had me firmly subdued. One individual gripped my neck from behind like a vice, rendering me nearly breathless. Another unleashed a flurry of punches to my abdomen, causing me to grimace in pain, while a third picked up the fallen knife. His expression twisted with menace as he advanced towards me step by step. Chapter 33. Su Tian is stabbed upon witnessing my assault and imminent stabbing. Wu Yu hobbled towards me with desperation. "Let him go," she shouted fiercely. "Oh, you little vixen, still daring to approach? Damn it, You nearly caused my lineage to end. You wish to save him, do you? Very well. I shall grant you an opportunity. Remove my trousers and perform oral pleasure before him, and I shall spare his life. Get lost. Will you? Don't listen to him. I am unafraid. You must leave. I cried out anxiously. Yet, that fool not only disregarded my words, but continued to hurl insults. And in an instant, a blade plunged into my abdomen, blood gushing forth. Seeing my injury, Wu Yu's eyes filled with rage and tears streamed down her cheeks. She immediately acquiesced to the assailant's demands. Fine, I will perform oral pleasure now. No, Wu Yu, please, just go. I pleaded, my heart aching. At that moment, one of the assailants growled, kneel and remove my trousers. Wu Yu, her face awash with tears, trembled as she complied, her hands shaking as she began to undo his pants, just as she was about to remove his undergarments. A surge of 30 to 40 individuals rushed in, brandishing wooden clubs, and began to mercilessly beat the three assailants. It was then that the rotund friend and his companions arrived. Ignoring the pain coursing through my body, I sprinted towards Wu Yu, enveloping her in my embrace. It's all right, I whispered, gently stroking her hair to soothe her. Suddenly, darkness enveloped me, and I lost consciousness. In my stupor, I vaguely heard someone shouting, quickly, get the elder brother to the hospital, hurry up. Those three had beaten me mercilessly and dragged me to an abandoned factory. The knife wound had nearly claimed my life, and it took the doctors 2 hours to stabilize me, narrowly avoiding disaster. As I was wheeled out of the emergency room, I remained unconscious. Wu Yu anxiously grasped the doctor's arm, inquiring about my condition. The doctor reassured her, he will awaken gradually. The patient requires peace. Why are so many of you here? Upon hearing of my plight, my brothers nearly rushed to my side, but Zhang Jian urged them to return home, leaving only a few of us to watch over. In the late hours of the night, I slowly opened my eyes to find someone holding my hand, their head resting beside mine. It was Wu Yu. She must have been utterly exhausted. I wished to cover her with a blanket, but the slightest movement sent searing pain through my abdomen, akin to being devoured by a swarm of ants, prompting a soft groan to escape my lips. This minor sound startled Wu Yu awake. Like a swift cat, she promptly placed a pillow behind my back and gently scolded, do not move. Your wound has yet to heal. You nearly frightened me to death. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like a torrent. I slowly raised my hand, tenderly caressing her face, wiping away her tears. With deep affection, I implored Wu Yu, promise me, no matter when or what happens, you must protect yourself and cherish your well-being. Clinging to me, she wept even more fiercely, pounding her fists against my chest, muttering, fool, fool. Each thud elicited a wince from me. I had forgotten about the wound upon your body. My apologies. Our faces were so close that we could feel each other's breaths. In this intimate atmosphere between a man and a woman, the temperature surged as if it would melt everything around us. In a moment of uncontrollable impulse, I wrapped my arms around her neck and kissed her. The fragrance emanating from her was like a refreshing spring, invigorating and soothing. Thus, we engaged in a fervent kiss for what felt like an eternity, and my hands began to wander. She did not resist, leading me to become even bolder. Just as we were on the brink of being swept away by passion and taking our relationship to a deeper level, a sudden, urgent knock at the door interrupted us. Immediately after, a voice called from outside, Sister Yu, the four of us have brought you food. The door then creaked open. Wu Yu was startled and hurriedly adjusted her attire, while I felt a surge of anger that nearly propelled me to my feet. You four, do you wish to drive me to madness? They stood there, bewildered, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, utterly at a loss. Tianjin's fury erupted like a volcano, uncontrollable. Indeed, my wrath felt as if it could engulf the entire world, unrestrained. Wu Yu's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, as if she might bleed. You all stay with Tiangu. I shall take my leave. She turned away, her steps filled with indignation. Don't go, Sister Yu. Stay until we finish eating, one of them implored anxiously. I won't eat a thing. Wu Yu retorted, not looking back, her tone laced with anger. The four of them were left in a state of confusion, wondering what had transpired between the two. Just moments ago, everything had seemed fine, and yet upon their return, It felt as if they were two entirely different people. Chapter 34. The pool hall assault. Zhang Dian spoke, Brother Tian. The three assailants who wounded you have been captured and are currently detained in an abandoned factory. How shall we proceed? These men nearly took my life. I cannot let them off lightly. Shunzi, Haozi, you two go and incapacitate them, rendering them utterly powerless. Fatty, Zhang Dian, return to Black 8 to oversee the area. I cannot rest easy with you alone here. Brother Tian, it is unwise for you to be without protection. I am unscathed. Everything will proceed as I have arranged. Once all matters were settled, I reclined on my bed, eyes tightly shut, contemplating various concerns. At this moment, Su Tian understood that this was merely the tip of the iceberg. The road ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with greater challenges. The following day, Wu Yu arrived with a pot of warm soup to check on me. Su Tian, does it still hurt? It does not. Seeing you makes all pain dissipate. Oomph. You only know how to sweet-talk me. I have prepared rib soup for you. Come, allow me to feed you. As Wu Yu spooned the soup into my mouth, my hands began to misbehave, and my thoughts stirred. Yeah, feed me with your mouth, I teased. No, that would be too embarrassing. As I persistently pressed her, just as she was about to feed me mouth to mouth, Shunzi and Haozi unexpectedly entered. Wu Yu, caught off guard, sprayed soup all over my face like a fountain. Are you trying to drive me mad? The atmosphere instantly turned awkward, with Shunzi and Haozi looking utterly bewildered as I shared their confusion. Wu Yu hurriedly grabbed a towel to wipe my face, and then Shunzi announced, Brother Tian, rest assured, Haozi has rendered those three completely incapacitated. This is the consequence of offending me. Feeling relieved, we continued discussing recent arrangements, while Shunzi and Haozi prepared to expand our territory into other schools. Before long, my phone rang. It was Zhang Dian, his voice laced with urgency. Brother Tian, trouble at the pool hall. Fatty and the brothers have been attacked. What? I was taken aback, clutching my stomach wound, struggling to rise. Wu Yu, anxious, inquired what happened. There's a disturbance at the pool hall, and Fatty has been hurt. I must hurry. My heart raced. Wu Yu insisted that I remain still, her worry evident. You mustn't go. Your wound hasn't healed. You do not stop me. I promised Sister Shui that I would act. If I fail, what kind of man would I be? Ignoring Wu Yu's protests, I resolutely prepared to head to the pool hall. Seeing she could not dissuade me, she reluctantly assisted me in putting on my clothes. Shunzi, Haozi, gather the brothers and head to the pool hall swiftly. Half an hour later, we approached the entrance of the pool hall, where Shunzi and Haozi had assembled over 30 men. Zhang Dian rushed toward us like the wind. I quickly asked, what is the situation? Gasping for breath, Zhang Dian replied, Brother Tian, we must go save Fatty and the others first. I will explain everything else later. Upon hearing this, everyone hurried down to rescue their comrades. Upon entering, I was met with a scene of chaos. The corpulent figure lay sprawled on the ground, his head bloodied, unconscious and unresponsive. The condition of the 5 or 6 other comrades was similarly dire. The billiards hall was in disarray, a veritable wreckage. Ignoring my own wounds, I rushed to the portly man, lifting him gently. He opened his eyes slightly and, in an almost inaudible whisper, called out for Tiangu before succumbing to unconsciousness once more. My heart raced with anxiety and fury. I shouted vehemently, Who dares to do this? Brothers, I shall avenge you tenfold against those who have harmed you. I turned to Shunzi and commanded, quickly arrange for them to be taken to the hospital. Then, directing my ire at Zhang Dian, I demanded, Speak. What transpired here? With a quiver in his voice, Zhang Dian recounted, This morning, the portly one insisted on having breakfast from the vendor by the school gate. Seeing the hour was still early, I went to fetch it for him, hoping for a breath of fresh air. Upon my return, I discovered a group of about 10 individuals, masked and armed, stealthily entering the billiards hall. It was so early that only the portly one and I were awake. They likely caught us off guard with their ambush. When I entered, the portly one signaled for me to call for reinforcements. By the time you all arrived, it was already too late. Chapter 35. The arrival of Big and Small EXIN. I inquired of my brothers and each individual under their command. Have we offended anyone recently? They all unanimously denied it. I too was puzzled. After all, They were merely middle schoolers, and even if they had angered someone, they would hardly possess the audacity to come and wreak havoc in the pool hall. Housie, gather the brothers to tidy things up, and we shall compensate for the damages inflicted upon the pool hall with our own funds. Just as you attempted to speak, I interjected. The pool hall was our stronghold, and its recent defacement could only reflect our inadequacy in maintaining security. Thus, it was only right that we bear the cost of the damages. No matter how hard I pondered, clarity eluded me. Yet, Zhang Jian seemed to contemplate deeply, remarking, Tiange, I will investigate this matter and return shortly. Very well. Exercise caution and bring along a couple of brothers. Suddenly, the wound on my abdomen began to throb anew, prompting Wu Yu to rush to my side and support me. I felt overwhelmed, sensing a shortage of manpower. While recent expenditures loomed large, it seemed imperative to devise means of expanding our income streams. But for now, I decided to set that aside and visit the hospital to check on Fatty. Upon arriving at the hospital, I found Fatty still in a comatose state, though thankfully, his life was no longer in jeopardy. The doctor reported that he had fractured 2 ribs. Had it not been for his considerable weight providing some cushioning, his injuries might have been far more severe. I sat beside Fatty, gripping his hand tightly, silently praying, Brother, recover swiftly. We still have adventures to pursue together. Wu Yu stood behind me, gently patting my shoulder, and soothingly said, Do not fret. Let Fatty rest well. I resolutely insisted on waiting for his awakening. All right, I will wait with you. Let us step outside for a moment, Wu Yu softly suggested. We settled in the corridor, where she tenderly intertwined her arm with mine, leaning against my shoulder, offering continuous comfort. Just then, someone called my name. Su Tian. Turning around, I was surprised to see Big Li Xian. He mentioned he was attending to his brother's discharge procedures and fortuitously encountered us. I briefly recounted the events to him. You truly are remarkable individuals. Honestly, among your peers, I doubt anyone is as audacious and bold as you. Big Li Xian genuinely marveled. I expressed my gratitude for his actions that day. Patting Big Li Xian on the shoulder, I earnestly said, I admire those with true manly spirit and have respect for genuine men. How about joining forces with me? He did not respond immediately, merely stating he needed to finalize his brother's discharge paperwork and would return later. All right, feel free to reach out if you require assistance. I readily assured him. To be candid, I believed Big Li Xian to be a true man, and I was pleased. Befriending such individuals could only be advantageous. Time would prove my judgment correct, as these brothers would later render invaluable service to me. Before long, Big Li Xian was supporting his brother as they approached me. Small Li Xian wore a proud expression as he regarded me, prompting Big Li Xian to swiftly deliver a playful smack to the back of his brother's head, commanding, Call him Tiange. Reluctantly, Small Li Xian complied, uttering a subdued Tiange. Subsequently, Li Xian called out to Tiange, Tiange, from this day forth, we shall stand by your side. In you, I perceive a fierce determination, and I hope you will guide us in the future. Xiao Li Xian, feeling somewhat discontented, murmured softly, Brother, why must we follow him? Aren't we quite formidable on our own? Without hesitation, his elder brother delivered a light slap to the back of his head, commanding, Be silent. Tiange, please forgive my younger brother. He is still quite young and lacks understanding, I said cheerfully as I embraced Li Xian. Good brother. Now that you are here, you are part of the family. Henceforth, whatever I, Su Tian, have to eat will surely include the 2 of you. I, Su Tian, have never been one to neglect my own kin. As I spoke, I pulled out 500 yuan and insisted on giving it to Li Xian. He stubbornly refused to accept it. Pretending to be annoyed, I insisted, Take it. Use it to buy a phone. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock at the billiard hall. Black 8, I shall await your arrival. At that moment I, Su Tian, was troubled by a shortage of manpower, and the addition of both Da and Xiao Li Xian was a perfect remedy for the absence of our key players. Chapter 36. An incident with Zhang the portly fellow remained unconscious, akin to a lifeless swine. Yet Wu Yu insisted vehemently that we return to the billiards hall for some respite. Considering my own injuries, it was difficult to refuse her plea. Unable to withstand her insistence, and feeling somewhat fatigued, I acquiesced. I called Shunzi, instructing him to keep watch over the portly man, lest anyone attempt to further harm him in the hospital. Once everything was arranged, Wu Yu and I made our way back to the Black 8 billiards hall. Housie demonstrated remarkable efficiency. The billiards hall was nearly tidied up. Housie, you and the brothers should take some time to relax, I suggested. At that moment, one of Housie's subordinates interjected, Tianjin, should I call in some more people? If more trouble arises, we'll be short-handed. I quickly waved my hand. No need, Housie. We won't be operating today. There's no requirement for a shift. Just gather at 9 tomorrow. You all go rest, and please lower the shutter as you leave. Without hesitation, Housie approached and delivered a swift reprimand to the young man, admonishing, hurry up and leave. You truly lack understanding. At that moment, Wu Yu's cheeks flushed a vibrant crimson. Her head bowed as if she wished to sink into the earth. Upon hearing the shutter being pulled down, I, driven by youthful exuberance, seized Wu Yu's waist and placed her upon the billiards table. Embarrassed, she resembled an ostrich burying its head in the sand, playfully striking me as she protested. No, no. What do you mean by no? No stopping. I teased. Thus, we spent the better part of the night engrossed in each other, the pain of my wounds momentarily forgotten. In our youthful folly, we found ourselves irresistibly drawn to her alluring figure. To my astonishment, I discovered that it was Wu Yu's first experience of such intimacy. As we lay atop the billiards table, gazing at the bloodstains upon it, I held her close, my heart aching with tenderness. Rest assured, I shall take responsibility for you, I vowed. After another passionate encounter, we boldly strode into the lounge, collapsing into sleep. Before long, I succumbed to slumber, while Wu Yu gently donned a garment and, feeling weak, approached the billiards table. Concerned that someone might discover the bloodstains the following day, she scrubbed it diligently, muttering to herself, Damn Su Tian, how bothersome. Must he be so reckless on the billiards table? Now I have to clean this mess. Around 8, I was roused by the pain from my wound. I saw Wu Yu entering with a bowl of wontons and immediately wrapped my arms around her waist, planting a kiss on her cheek, expressing my gratitude. Thank you, my darling. At 9, the shutter was raised, and Housie arrived with the brothers, tidying up the space. Shortly thereafter, both Big Li and Little Li appeared. Upon seeing them, Housie hurriedly called for the guandao. I promptly intervened, clarifying, Housie, they're our own people. In truth, Housie held a deep admiration for Big Li. I addressed them without formality, referring to them as Big Xian and Little Xen, who in turn greeted me as Tiange. Everyone, please don't stand, take a seat. Today, not everyone is present, so let us convene briefly. Just as I was about to speak, my phone rang unexpectedly. Upon answering the call, I heard Zhang Dian's voice. Tiange, come quickly and save me. I am on the railway track above the ditch on Jinzongyi Avenue. It's Zhang Tianhao. It seemed he had more to say, but suddenly I heard a blood-curdling scream from his end, followed by the line going dead. Alarmed, the group around me inquired. What happened, Tiange? Zhang Tian has been ambushed. I fear he may be in grave danger. I must hurry to his aid, I replied anxiously. We will accompany you. Thus, De Xen, Hao Zi, and I rushed towards that direction, while Xiao Xen, you, and the others stayed behind to safeguard the house. Chapter 37. Preparing to ambush Zhang Tianhao, the three of us stepped out and flagged down a black car, which sped away like the wind. As soon as we disembarked, we dashed towards the railway tracks like wild horses set free, and from a distance, we spotted a figure lying on a pile of grass. It was Zhang Dian. My heart raced with urgency as I hurried over. Upon reaching him, I saw that his legs were severely injured, and he had fainted from the pain. Witnessing his dire condition brought tears to my eyes, and I inwardly cursed Zhang Tianhao, thinking, you scoundrel, our feud has escalated to a whole new level. Without hesitation, we rushed Zhang Dian to the hospital. Upon arrival, we found Shunzi there. The moment he saw us carrying Zhang Dian, his fury ignited. Who did this? Tiange. I will make him pay. Shunzi's eyes widened with rage. Fortunately, we had arrived in time, and the doctor assured us that Zhang Dian's legs could be saved, but he would require a lengthy period of rest, and he had yet to regain consciousness. Shunzi, believing that Li Xian was responsible, charged over with a menacing demeanor, ready to retaliate. I quickly intervened, and after some explanation, the misunderstanding was resolved. The four of us gathered in the hospital corridor, smoking in silence. I cautioned them, be vigilant. Look at Zhang Tianhao's demeanor. He has been brooding over his brother's incident and may come after us at any moment. The Xen pounded his chest, declaring, Tiange, leave this to me. I'm new here and in need of a declaration of loyalty. I placed a hand onto Xian's shoulder, saying, Brother, I'd appreciate your intentions, but 2 of our comrades have already been injured. I cannot allow you to take unnecessary risks. Let me ponder this further. Before long, a nurse called out, who is the family member of Wang Qing? Zhang Qing has awakened. We rushed in like arrows released from a bow. I stepped forward and grasped the fatty's hand tightly. With a faint breath, he murmured, Tiange. I'm fine. I, in a fit of anger, retorted, fine? You nearly bit the dust. Fatty weakly responded, I don't even know who they were. A group suddenly attacked us without warning. We didn't have time to react or grab our weapons. I reassured him, I'm aware of everything. Do not worry. I will ensure you get your revenge. For now, focus on healing and recovering. I then pointed to the Li Xian, saying, this is the Xian. He will be your brother from now on. Hao Zi, the Xian, you 2 stay here with Fatty and Zhongyan. Shun Zi, you should rest for a while. I need to step out. Fatty, somewhat agitated, asked, what happened to Zhang Dian? We hesitated to reveal the truth, fearing it would upset him and worsen his condition. So he casually replied, it's nothing. He was just grazed by a car. As I exited, I approached the black car. Xiao Xian, upon seeing me, was about to call out Tiange, but I quickly gestured for silence. After a long night with Wu Yu, she had likely exhausted herself and fallen asleep at the counter. I entered the lounge, took a jacket, and gently draped it over her. Then, I retrieved 5 bullets from under the bed and tucked them into my coat. I buried my intention to procure a gun deep within my heart, revealing nothing to anyone. Resolved to take matters into my own hands to protect my brothers from further peril. I exchanged a few words with Xiao Xian and entrusted him with the responsibility of guarding the place and taking good care of Sister Yu. I ventured alone to Dongli Y Institution, lurking at the entrance, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to address my target. Hours passed, and at last, I beheld an individual leading the way, flanked by 5 or 6 subordinates, making their way toward a modest noodle shop. I trailed closely behind and inquired among the institution's personnel whether the person at the forefront was Zhang Tianhao. Upon receiving confirmation, a surge of elation coursed through me. Indeed, this individual was none other than Brother Hao, the esteemed leader of Y Institution. Subsequently, I retrieved the Wu Yu stockings I had clandestinely procured from my pocket. Swiftly, I donned them over my head and entered the establishment. Upon crossing the threshold, I discovered Zhang Tianhao seated at the first table by the window. Concealed within my clothing was my firearm, and upon noticing this, Zhang Tianhao's subordinates erupted in hearty laughter, mocking my appearance with the stockings, likening me to an oversized canine. Chapter 38. The eruption of Su Tian. Zhang Tianhao, ever cautious, noticed my approach and instinctively reached into his pocket, tightly gripping a folding knife. He keenly sensed the impending danger and swiftly overturned the table. Alas, my cover was blown. I turned on my heels and fled, prompting him and his accomplices to react instantly and pursue me. Fortunately, not far ahead lay a lush green belt, densely populated with trees, into which I plunged. They relentlessly chased after me. After running for several minutes, surrounded by trees that shielded me from sight, I quietly retrieved my 5-shot firearm and concealed myself behind a tree. As they neared, beginning to search for me, I seized the opportunity and fired a shot at Zhang Tianhao. Regrettably, it seemed to miss, yet the shot startled him greatly. Zhang Tianhao shouted, "Run! The opponent has a gun." Seeing him so close, I could not allow him to escape. With my firearm in hand, his underlings fled in terror, not daring to look back. In the chaos, Zhang Tianhao stumbled over a rock, and I felt a surge of triumph. This was a fortuitous moment. I quickly surged forward, aiming my gun at him, and exclaimed, "You are indeed a slippery one." Zhang Tianhao asked, "Brother, do we have enmity? Let's discuss this." Discuss? Nonsense. I prepared to fire again, only to discover that my gun had jammed. The atmosphere turned exceedingly awkward as Zhang Tianhao realized my predicament. He rose and kicked my gun away. Oh no, I feared I might be outmatched in a fair fight. Zhang Tianhao delivered a powerful punch to my face. and I retaliated with a kick to his abdomen. He lunged at me, driving his knee harshly in my midsection. Given my prior injuries, blood soon soaked through my clothing. Witnessing my blood, he grew even more vicious, targeting my wound with his kicks. In a state of pain-induced fury, I felt like an enraged lion, grasping his hair and fiercely elbowing him. Nevertheless, I remained at a disadvantage. He was older and stronger, pinning me to the ground, raining down blows upon my face that felt like 1,000 arrows piercing my heart, nearly rendering me unconscious. Yet, thoughts of the grim fates of the chubby fellow and Zhang Dian ignited a volcanic rage within me. At that moment, Zhang Tianhao began to draw a knife from his pocket, and I, unwilling to yield, reached for my own. However, his folding knife required both hands to unfold, while mine had a button that allowed it to spring open with a mere press, giving me a crucial advantage. With swift precision, I thrust my blade toward his side. As he writhed in pain, I seized the opportunity to topple him to the ground and delivered another blow to his abdomen. Remarkably, this fellow proved resilient. Despite enduring 2 stabs, he managed to prop himself up. Then, astonishingly, he charged at me with his head, delivering a jarring blow that left me momentarily dazed. As he stumbled forward, I shook my head and pursued him vigorously. Perhaps it was fate at play, for he tripped once more. This time, I resolved to be unrelenting, mercilessly striking his foot with my knife, severing both his Achilles tendon and wrist tendon. Afterward, I tore a piece from Wu Yu's stockings and addressed Zhang Tianhao, declaring, "Zhang Tianhao, I am Su Tian. Should you dare to harm my brother, I shall demand 10-fold retribution." Having uttered these words, I tucked away the 5-shot weapon into my coat and stepped out of the greenery, taking a seat on the curb by the roadside to indulge in a cigarette, allowing myself a brief respite. My thoughts were consumed by the passage of time, and a sense of dread loomed over me, fearing for his life within those confines. After all, a loss of life is no trivial matter. Approximately 30 minutes elapsed before I dialed emergency services, informing them of an injured individual spotted in the verdant surroundings of Dongli Y Vocational School. My body bore the marks of many footsteps, smeared with blood, as passers-by halted their stride, casting curious glances in my direction. I felt akin to a wounded solitary star, precariously swaying amidst the crowd. With faltering steps, I entered a nearby convenience store to purchase a bottle of water, hastily attempting to cleanse my visage of the horrifying bloodstains, striving to appear less ghastly. I flagged down a black vehicle, which loomed like a specter in the night, silently awaiting my presence. In that moment, it became my sanctuary, and I resolved to return to Black 8, the one place that could offer me a semblance of solace. Chapter 39. It turns out to be the 3 brothers. Upon arriving at Black 8, Xiao Xian immediately spotted me and exclaimed, "Tiange, why are you covered in injuries?" "What happened?" I nonchalantly replied, "It's nothing, don't worry." Hearing the commotion, Wu Yu rushed over, enveloping me in a tight embrace, weeping profusely. I gently reassured her, "It's all right." Suddenly, Wu Yu's demeanor shifted. She forcefully pushed me away and scolded, "Su Tian, what if something happened to you? What would I do?" She continued to lament for quite some time. "Could you help me sit down first? My body is in excruciating pain," I said with a hint of exasperation. Only then did she recall my injuries and hurriedly began administering ointment to my wounds. At that moment, a call from Haozi interrupted, announcing that Zhang Jian had regained consciousness. Pushing aside my own pain, I prepared to visit him at the hospital. Wu Yu insisted on linking her arm with mine, and despite my reluctance, I acquiesced. Upon reaching the hospital and seeing Zhang Jian, his first words upon waking were to call out, "Tiange." He then attempted to discuss Zhang Tianhao. I gestured for him to stop, indicating that I had already dealt with Zhang Tianhao. "Tiange, it's not Zhang Tianhao. Zhang Yu has 2 older brothers. One is named Zhang Tianhao, and the other, Zhang Fei, is the owner of the Red House bathing establishment in Dongli District. We always thought he had only one brother. I initially believed it was Zhang Tianhao as well. However, when I followed him, I witnessed him enter a Red House bathing establishment. Since he didn't recognize me, I eavesdropped on their conversation, hearing him call someone named Zhang Fei brother. That's when I realized he indeed had 2 brothers. I overheard a conversation between Zhang Fei and Zhang Tianhao, where Zhang Tianhao said, "You needn't concern yourself with Xiao Yu's affair. I've arranged everything. The authorities here have also instructed that this matter should be quelled. Yet, the resentment in my heart lingers, especially concerning you two younger brothers. It pains me to see you." After gathering enough information, I donned my clothes and stepped outside, only to collide directly with Zhang Yu, who instantly recognized me. He shouted, "Elder brother, second brother, come quickly, it's him." I fled, sprinting towards the railway, utterly exhausted and devoid of strength, and hastily called you, resulting in the current predicament. I lamented, "It's over. I have severed Zhang Tianhao's tendons today. This is going to be a significant problem." Wu Yu suggested, "I'll call my sister to resolve this." I quickly intercepted her, saying no. Last time, Shuejie was furious and nearly devoured me whole. If she intervenes again, I will truly be unable to face anyone. Zhang Dian remarked, "Tiange, I believe they instigated the ambush. At least we are in the right. As a bathing establishment owner, he certainly has numerous connections. Yet we are not without our own strength. If it comes to a confrontation, we might not necessarily fear him." Considering Zhang Dian's words, I reassured him, "First, focus on recovering. I will find the hospital staff and arrange for you and Fatty to share a room. I will leave Haozi and Shunzi here to watch over you. Dali Xin and Shaoli Xin are now our brothers as well." Zhang Dian had a favorable impression of the duo and nodded in agreement. I advised him to take good care of his injury before proceeding to visit the portly fellow. As I pushed the door open, I found him indulging in a chicken leg while playing the classic snake game on his mobile device. "You seem quite at ease," I remarked. "Tiangu has arrived." He cheerfully replied, "Take care of your injury, my brother. Soon, we will move you and Zhang Dian into the same room, so you can chat and alleviate your boredom. In a few days, we will discharge both of you." I added, "Wu Yu and I shall return now. You should head back to Black 8 and take over for Xiao Xin." The portly fellow sweetly responded, "Sure thing, Tiange, goodbye, sister-in-law." Wu Yu cast a disapproving glance at him, yet secretly felt delighted. Although Wu Yu and I had yet to engage in a formal conversation, and our relationship had progressed directly into intimacy without the customary courtship, I still deemed it essential to find a moment to discuss our situation with her, at the very least, to officially announce our relationship to the brothers. Chapter 40. I love you. Wu Yu. As the clock struck 8, business was thriving. Following several recent skirmishes, many of the younger crowd, including local rascals, began to perceive playing here as particularly prestigious. I gently caressed Wu Yu's silky hair and said, "Why don't you take a break? You've been by my side for so long, it's been exhausting." I then turned to chat with Xiao Xin. I retrieved 3 bottles of beer, settling down for a casual conversation with the two of them. The Xin approached and handed me a cigarette. After lighting it, I asked, "Do you two regret choosing to follow me?" "Brother Tian, what are you talking about? Since my brother and I decided to follow you, there's no room for regret," came the reply. "With you, we are no longer under the protection of school. Brother Tian, we understand. I have a keen eye for people, and I believe you are destined for greatness." We 3 burst into hearty laughter, raising our glasses in a toast. As the night wore on and the clock ticked towards 2, I had indulged a bit too much. I instructed Xiao Xin to clean up. There was no need for the brothers to stand guard tonight. They could return home early to rest, as tomorrow we would be picking up Pangzi and Zhang Dian from the hospital. The Xin, ever perceptive, immediately grasped my intent. He pulled Xiao Xin along, calling out to the brothers as they exited, and effortlessly closed the rolling shutter behind them, fueled by the spirit of the evening. I made my way to the lounge in search of Wu Yu. To my surprise, she had already changed into her alluring nightwear. I swallowed hard, feeling as though I were the prey in this captivating scenario. Wu Yu leaped toward me, kissing me passionately, and we spent the night entwined in each other's embrace. As Wu Yu lay in my arms, she said, "Su Tian, you haven't declared your feelings for me yet." At that moment, I was uncertain why our relationship had escalated so rapidly, but I declared without hesitation, "Wu Yu, I love you." She kissed me again, saying in a few days, "Come home with me." I was taken aback and stammered, "Is that appropriate? Your parents are still at home." Wu Yu held me close and replied, "My parents passed away in a car accident. I only have a twin sister left. Her voice trembled as she spoke. I embraced her tightly, whispering, "Do not worry. From now on, I will be your guardian, always protecting you and becoming part of your family." Thus, we once again submerged ourselves in the bliss of love, eventually succumbing to fatigue and drifting into a deep slumber. The following morning, I awoke early, intending to prepare a warm breakfast for her, only to discover she had already risen and meticulously arranged everything for me. "You're up, Su Tian," she said, her gentle words like a spring breeze, warming my heart and leaving me deeply touched. Unable to contain my affection, I embraced her tightly and kissed her, filled with love, preparing for another intimate moment. However, she playfully rebuffed me, saying, "You silly Su Tian, my legs are still weak. You truly are an insatiable creature. How could I possibly feel weary in the presence of such an enchanting darling?" I lifted Wu Yu in my arms, ready to continue our romantic escapade. Just then, the sound of the rolling shutter echoed ominously. De Shaoli Xin had arrived. I sighed resignedly, remarking, "I've come to realize that you lot are truly my nemesis." Xiao Xin looked bewildered, but upon seeing Wu Yu seated on the sofa in the billiard hall, the Xin instantly comprehended everything. The Xin hastily exclaimed, "I apologize, Tian Ge. Xiao Xin and I went to fetch breakfast for you." However, the oblivious Xiao Xin interjected, "Brother, there's no need to buy anything. Look at the table. It's already filled with breakfast." I shook my head in resignation, thinking that it was fortunate they had arrived, as we could all together welcome Fatty and Zhang Jian from the hospital. After finishing our breakfast, we set off for the hospital. Upon our arrival, Fatty was already able to walk unaided, while Zhang Jian sat in a wheelchair. We escorted both Fatty and Zhang Jian back to the Heat 8 billiards hall. Today, we were determined to revel in each other's company and simultaneously plan for the future. From noon until night, we indulged in abundant libations, the joyous atmosphere permeating the entire space. Everyone drank to the point of inebriation, their spirits exceptionally elevated and jubilant. Suddenly, my phone screen illuminated with a familiar number belonging to Sango, its glow beckoning to me. Chapter 41. The reminder for Brother San. Greetings, Brother San. "Ha, little brother. I have heard that you have been thriving recently. Brother San, you flatter me. I am but a fledgling, relying entirely on your support." "Ha, your sweet words are music to my ears. By the way, I heard from some of our associates that a certain Zhang Fei is looking to trouble you. I made it a point to call and alert you. This Zhang Fei wields a firearm and is quite a significant figure in the underworld, so you must exercise caution. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Thank you, Brother San. If I cannot handle such a trivial matter, I have no business in this world. I will certainly pay you a visit soon." When Xiao Wu saw Brother San hang up the phone with a grin, he inquired, "What is going on, Brother San? This Su Tian fellow is becoming increasingly amusing. He has dared to confront Zhang Fei from the underworld." "You mean the Zhang Fei from the Dongli Red House bathhouse?" "Indeed. This Zhang Fei has made numerous connections with various underworld figures through the bathhouse, where individuals from all walks of life gather, many of whom have good relations with him. No matter how formidable he may be, with a stamp of your foot, Brother San, he would surely tremble in fear. It seems this Su Tian lad is in trouble. Xiao Wu, you must personally pay him a visit. If Su Tian is indeed in a predicament, lend him a hand. Brother San, you have only met him once and share no deep ties. Is it truly worth your effort to assist him? Besides, he is merely a child. Enough of your chatter." Once Brother San hung up, my intoxication instantly dissipated, leaving me in a state of stupor as I sat there, smoking a cigarette, my gaze vacant. Noticing my unusual demeanor, everyone inquired about my well-being. I briefly recounted that Zhang Fei was seeking trouble, armed and influential in the underworld. Perhaps due to the effects of alcohol, they did not take it too seriously. But I understood the gravity of the situation. I knew that Brother San was not one to speak lightly. His words indicated that Zhang Fei possessed some considerable influence. I cautioned everyone not to underestimate the situation. It could potentially lead to casualties. Seeing my earnestness, the group recognized the seriousness of the matter. Zhang Jian remarked, "If Zhang Fei spreads the word, it signifies he will no longer resort to ambushes, for he understands that he cannot gain the upper hand in the shadows. I estimate it will not be long before he finds us. I took a swig of beer and declared, I do not wish for any of you to be embroiled in this matter. I intend to resolve it alone. Upon hearing this, the group was filled with anxiety, particularly Zhang Dian, who nearly leaped up in distress. Tiange, what do you mean by that? Are we not brothers? Do you think we fear death? I simply do not want you to be in danger. Do not say any more, Tiange. Brothers share their burdens. I was deeply moved and finished the bottle with my brothers. Zhang Jian said, Tiange, I believe we should take the initiative. Although we lack fame in the underworld, from an outsider's perspective, it may appear that we are afraid of him, which would only embolden him to seek us out. I pondered this dilemma and resolved that I would personally pay him a visit tomorrow. The group voiced their objections in unison. Too risky. They're already searching for us. Going now would be akin to walking into a trap. I perceive him as one who walks the same path, and, given that he has publicly made a statement, our continued absence might lead outsiders to believe we are timid. Yet, when I made the decision to confront him, he seemed to hesitate, for he must consider the reputation of his business. Brother Tian, should you insist on proceeding, we shall stand by you. There is always a possibility of unforeseen circumstances. If anything were to befall you, we would rush in to rescue you, demonstrating our strength to the opposition. If you cannot even agree to this condition, we will not allow you to go. Wu Yu grasped my hand tightly and said, Su Tian, please heed the advice of everyone. I do not wish for you to be in harm's way. Chapter 42. The fearless Zhang Fei. All right, brothers. Tomorrow gather as many of our comrades as possible and bring along our best weapons. If I haven't emerged within 30 minutes, charge in and deal with him. First, let the brothers hide nearby and avoid exposure. If the situation turns dire, we will then intervene. At that moment, follow my signals. Come on, brothers. Let's continue our revelry. In a blink, it was 9 the following morning. I tucked a 5-shot revolver into my pocket for precaution, ensuring I could protect myself when the time called for it. After organizing everyone, I took a taxi to the Red House bathhouse, instructing Zhang Jian to await us at the Black 8, considering his leg injury had yet to heal. Upon arriving at the Red House bathhouse, I pushed open the door. The front desk attendant remarked, Buddy, we aren't open yet. Come back later. I inquired, is the owner present? The attendant, growing impatient, replied, Our boss is still asleep. Come back when he is awake. I insisted, please summon him and inform him that Su Tian is here with urgent matters. The attendant, looking at me with disdain, reiterated, I said our boss isn't awake. Wait until he is. With a smile, I approached him, seized the ashtray from the table, and hurled it at his head, cursing, Are you looking for death? Do you not understand my words? Recognizing my hostile intent, the attendant, now aware of my formidable demeanor, clasped his head, blood seeping through his fingers, and dashed toward Zhang Fei's lounge, banging on the door. From within, Zhang Fei's voice erupted. You're looking for death, aren't you? Coming to disturb me at this hour. Given Zhang Fei's notorious temper and the ashtray in his hand, he swung the door open without even glancing at the attendant and struck him hard on the head. The blow was severe, nearly rendering the attendant unconscious. Trembling, he stammered, Fei Gu, there's a Su Tian looking for you outside. What? Zhang Fei roared. Why didn't you say so sooner? With that, he seized the ashtray again and struck the attendant's head with brutal force, knocking him out cold. As I stood at the entrance, I noticed Zhang Fei, clad only in his undergarments, striding toward me. Su Tian, you have quite the audacity to come here yourself. It saves me the trouble of seeking you out. You injured 2 of my brothers and severed my second brother's tendons. Do you know who I am? With a smile, I replied, Do you know who I am? Who are you? He demanded. I am your father. You dare Su Tian. Today, I shall see how you leave this room. Zhang Fei was indeed a formidable character. Thinking he could bully me simply because I was outnumbered, I would not be intimidated. Today, he would learn the consequences of mistreating my brothers. Suddenly, more than a dozen men surged out of the room, each adorned with dragon tattoos and wielding machetes. I, too, was unfazed, drawing my revolver from my pocket, pointing it at Zhang Fei, and cursing, Damn you, Zhang Fei, if I dared to come here, it is because I fear you not. To my astonishment, Zhang Fei stood his ground, cursing back at me. Damn you, you little brat. Do you think I, Zhang Fei, was raised in fear? You possess a firearm. While I command a multitude of over 10 individuals, it would be easy for them to overwhelm you. The atmosphere shifted to one of palpable tension, as it became clear that my adversaries were not easily intimidated. Even if I were to shoot and eliminate one of their own, I would likely meet my demise in the process. It was at this moment that I recognized the stark contrast between the naivety of youth and the hardened realities of those seasoned by life. The tactic of wielding a gun to instill fear was utterly ineffective in their eyes. Beads of sweat began to trickle down my forehead, and I sensed that the situation was exceedingly dire. Chapter 43. A murder? At this moment, the brothers outside were in a state of anxious anticipation. With only half an hour left, Tiangu had yet to emerge, raising concerns about his safety. The Xan, filled with urgency, declared, "I'll go in and check on the situation." Without hesitation, he pushed the door open, only to be rendered speechless by the scene before him. There I stood, brandishing a 5-barrel firearm, confronting Zhang Fei, who was flanked by 10 of his subordinates wielding machetes. Quick to react, the Xen feigned ignorance of my identity and plastered on a nervous smile, inquiring, "Boss, please carry on. I shall return another day for my bath." Zhang Fei, oblivious to the Xian's true intentions, assumed he was merely there for a bath. After hastily exiting the room, the Xian shouted, "Tiangu is in trouble. Hurry inside." In an instant, a throng of individuals armed with clubs and knives surged into the room like a tidal wave. Both Zhang Fei and I were caught off guard. He anticipated my backup, and I was astonished by the sheer number of arrivals. The room quickly became overcrowded, spilling out onto the street. With an estimated 300 to 400 people gathered, with the swelling crowd, I felt emboldened and bellowed, "Damn you, Zhang Fei, still acting so arrogant." Zhang Fei, seasoned in such confrontations, displayed a surprising lack of fear despite our numbers. He retorted with a barrage of insults, "A bunch of foolish kids, you idiots." Fueled by rage, I shot back, "To hell with you, Zhang Fei, I am Liu Bei." Without further ado, I fired a shot aimed at Zhang Fei's leg. The room erupted into chaos, and a fierce melee ensued. Like a ravenous tiger, I pursued Zhang Fei, intent on delivering a fatal blow. However, his 2 subordinates, resembling frightened rabbits, hastily escorted him deeper into the room. I fired again, this time hitting one of the subordinates squarely. Another, still supporting Zhang Fei, continued to flee. The wounded subordinate, enraged, turned to slash at me with his knife. The distance was too short for me to fire again, so I raised my 5-barrel to absorb the blow. To my surprise, his strength was formidable, sending a jolt through my hands. Fortunately, Shun Zi and Hao Zi rushed in to assist, striking him hard on the arm with a club. Seizing the opportunity, I aimed my firearm at his leg and fired. Although their combat prowess should not be underestimated, our numbers gave us an advantage. Yet, an unexpected turn of events occurred as Zhang Fei retaliated with a shotgun blast. "Damn you, Su Tian, daring to wreak havoc on my territory." In an instant, we faced each other with our guns drawn, the situation reaching a tense stalemate. "Fool, Zhang Fei, shoot. Today, one of us shall not leave alive." I had not intended to make it out alive, and it seemed Zhang Fei shared that reckless determination. The atmosphere thickened, as if the very air had solidified. Suddenly, a figure leisurely entered, clapping his hands. What a lively scene! I heard a voice booming from behind me, resonating like a thunderclap. Zhang Fei's hands and face began to tremble uncontrollably, and he stammered, "Wugo. Oh dear, my brother Fei can still engage in a fierce contest with a mere child. This truly opens my eyes." Upon hearing this, Zhang Fei's complexion grew even paler, as if all color had been drained from him. To think that my brother Fei still remembers such a minor character as myself, I am truly flattered. "How could I dare, Wu Gu, that you would come here?" Little Wu approached Zhang Fei with deliberate slowness, swinging a large neck swinger. Zhang Fei spun around like a top in surprise. "You dare to point a gun at me, you bastard?" Bewildered, he stuttered, and "No, I wouldn't dare." Third brother said, "Su Tian is his own brother. You handle it as you see fit." TT third brother. He's still alive? Little Wu, like a bolt of lightning, snatched the shotgun from Zhang Fei's grasp and fired a shot directly at Zhang Fei's face without a blink. You have uncovered third brother's secret. There is no escape for you. The entire scene was filled with shock, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Was this truly murder? Cold sweat cascaded down my back like a flood breaching a dam, and I suddenly felt as though third brother was an unfathomable abyss, enigmatic and profound. I regretted my acquaintance with him, for a life had been taken, and the consequences were indeed dire. Little Wu shouted at me, "Take your people and leave. I will handle the rest." Chapter 44. Greetings from third brother, I shouted at the top of my lungs without turning back. "Everyone, leave now. I'll return to Black 8. Fifth brother, thank you. And third brother, my gratitude to you as well. Now let's hurry and go." As our group stepped outside, we heard several gunshots, followed by a chorus of anguished cries. A wave of dread washed over me, as I surmised that the lives of those inside were in grave peril. Later, Xiao also aided me considerably. Those on the streets respectfully referred to him as Fifth Master. All returned to Black 8, where silence enveloped the room. After all, we were merely middle school students, and witnessing such a brutal scene was deeply unsettling. Each of us was left in a state of shock, myself included. Zhang Jian and Wu Yu, upon seeing our return, remained silent, sensing the gravity of the situation. They greeted me, but I remained unresponsive. The interior of Black 8 was crowded. I chain-smoked countless cigarettes before speaking. "Brothers, from this day forth, we have officially stepped into the underworld. Today is merely the beginning. There may be injuries or even fatalities ahead. If any of you feel fear, I will not hold it against you. However, if you are unafraid, let us bravely forge ahead together. I believe we will soon carve out our own territory. As for today's events, anyone who dares to leak information will meet a fate akin to Zhang Fei's. I hope you will trust and support me. I need you all." Fatty, Shunzi, Haozi, Daxin, and Xiaoxin led the charge, shouting in unison, "With Brother Tian, we have no regrets." The entire room echoed with their fervent declarations. "You all head back now and keep your worries close. I, Su Tian, will shoulder any issues alone, ensuring that none of you present will be implicated." I instructed them, "You five take Zhang Dian back as well. If he wishes to know what transpired, let him ask them. I am quite fatigued today." They departed with understanding, slowly lowering the roll-up door behind them. Wu Yu hurried over and embraced me tightly, her eyes filled with concern. "What happened today? What is wrong, Su Tian?" I hesitated to disclose the truth, fearing it might instill a sense of dread in her. "It's nothing, sweetheart, just a bit exhausted and in need of some energy." As I spoke, my hands wandered restlessly over her. "Have you washed your hands? Go wash up first, and then we can eat. But I am far more eager to indulge in you." "Not a chance, if you do that. You want tea be allowed in my bed." With a resigned sigh, I went to wash my hands and found the table laden with oysters, chives, sea cucumbers, and grilled kidneys. I ate voraciously, blood streaming from my nose. The events that followed are well understood by all. The next morning, my brothers arrived bright and early. "Brother Tian, why is there no news from the Red House?" "There has been no word from outside." "Stay calm. Do not act rashly," I advised. Just then, my phone rang, displaying third brother's name. A sudden jolt of inexplicable fear surged within me. I picked up the phone, trembling as I answered. "Brother, don't worry. I've taken care of everything for you." "Huh? Third brother, how did you resolve it?" "You need not inquire. From this day forth, you shall be the master of the Red House. Tend to it well, as it is a gift bestowed upon you by Brother San." With that, Brother San hung up the phone. "Brother San, hello?" I stood there, completely taken aback. Observing my state, they hurriedly inquired, "Tiangu, what is the matter?" I briefly recounted the conversation, and everyone was filled with excitement. "Zhang Dian, what are your thoughts?" "Tiangu, since we possess no knowledge of Brother San's background, I find it difficult to ascertain whether he is a friend or foe. However, based on my preliminary assessment, this does not appear to be a negative development. Had it been malevolent, he could have easily chosen to disregard it or even use it as an opportunity to entrap you. The fact that he has entrusted the Red House to you suggests he genuinely intends to assist you. Nevertheless, it would be wise to remain vigilant, as we are unaware of his true motives." Chapter 45. The test from third brother. Well, let us proceed with caution and observe the situation. It appears I must pay a visit to this third brother. Brothers, Allow me to outline our strategy. Shun Z and how Z shall continue their advance towards the Dongli district schools, expanding our territory. Although the income from protection fees is meager, it currently represents our stable source of revenue. We must strive to place a puppet flag bearer in every school. The Xian and Xiao Xian, you are tasked with liaising with the Red House Bathhouse. Ensure proper management there, as it is a hub of diverse characters. Exercise caution. Xiao Xian, your impulsive nature can lead to trouble. The Xian, keep a watchful eye. Once Zhang Jian recovers, I will have him assist you. Do not underestimate this bathhouse. Through it, we can connect with several influential figures in society. Fatty, you will oversee the billiard hall, as Black 8 remains our stronghold. All monthly income statements will be compiled by Zhang Jian, and any expenditures must receive his approval. Let us proceed with this plan for now. And after my visit with third brother, we will determine our next steps. All right, everyone disperse and stay in touch via phone. At that moment, Wu Yu approached, linking her arm through mine, and said, Su Tian, come home with me. My sister has called me several times. Is it appropriate for me to visit your home? Your sister will be there, and I fear it may be inconvenient. I expressed, my face betraying my hesitance. Is there something inconvenient for you? Are you afraid of my sister? Come on, Su Tian. I could hardly resist her, this young lady. You're practically shaking me to pieces. Very well. I shall accompany you home this evening. I will first pay a visit to third brother. Wait for me at the billiard hall. Fatty, take good care of sister Yu. I shall return shortly. Brother Tian, I'll accompany you. No need. It's not a battle we're heading into. I exited and hailed a black car. Driver, to Guanxi Street. Upon arrival, I called third brother, and soon a subordinate would come to escort me. You must be Su Tian. Follow me. Turning left, then right again, and finally left, I gently knocked on the door. To my surprise, it was not Xiao Wu who answered, but an unfamiliar face. Come in. Upon entering the courtyard, I saw third brother swinging a stick at a man hanging from a tree. After striking him several times, he turned to me and said, Little brother has arrived. Come inside and sit. Third brother, what is happening? I inquired. Damn it, this is an undercover cop. I caught him, but he refuses to reveal who sent him. Third brother, may I be so bold as to ask what your line of work is? I noticed a subordinate behind third brother, hand poised in his pocket, likely ready to draw a weapon. A wave of apprehension washed over me. Sensing I had broached a delicate topic, third brother gestured for the others to leave. It's fine. He asked my brother. You can step out. Yes, big brother. I am engaged in a perilous trade, where one dances on the edge of a blade. Would you still wish to know? I surmised he was testing my courage. I wish to know. Third brother took a sip of water and looked at me. Curiosity can be fatal. I felt a cold sweat break out. I sensed I had crossed a line. Then, third brother erupted in laughter, signaling me to relax. He was merely jesting. I deal in the trafficking of firearms and ammunition. Regret has begun to seep into my thoughts for having posed the question. It feels as though I have unwittingly boarded a treacherous vessel. Sangu gazes at me, inquiring, What troubles you? Are you frightened? I strive to maintain an air of composure, replying, No, it is an honor for me to be acquainted with you, Sangu. My visit today is solely to express my gratitude for your assistance. With so many lives lost, do you not feel any fear? Aren't you even curious to inquire further? I replied obediently. Did you not say, Sangu, that curiosity killed the cat? As for the fate of those in the Red House, I harbor no interest whatsoever. What truly piques my curiosity is your motivation for aiding me. Upon uttering these words, Sanji's smile vanished in an instant. Su Tian, I hold you in high regard, for you remind me of my younger self. Most importantly, I cannot afford to be exposed. There are many seeking me outside. Thus, I require your assistance. Consider the Red House's bathhouse as a token of my gratitude. Once you help me with this matter, we shall be even. Chapter 46. Seeking wealth in danger, I pondered deeply, yet remained perplexed. Brother, with your remarkable prowess, is there truly anything I can assist you with? Previously, I undertook the development project for the hardware city, but due to a lack of funding from above, my financial chain abruptly collapsed. The migrant workers grew increasingly agitated. I was sent to quell the unrest, intending to soothe them, but unexpectedly, the leading contractor surrounded us. One of my subordinates, lacking discernment, tragically shot a migrant worker. The 300 or 400 workers, fearless and defiant, directly confronted us. We could not resort to lethal force against them. Thus, I had no choice but to compensate them, which ultimately quelled the situation. However, the compensation amount was exorbitant, and when the critical moment arrived, those above abandoned me. In desperation, I resolved to eliminate my superior, but he was already on guard, and my brothers fell in battle. He promptly reported to the city leaders, which alerted the higher authorities. And now the entire city is in pursuit of me. Who is your superior? The local secretary. I swallowed hard, silently lamenting the fact that these officials are indeed nefarious, straddling both light and darkness. I remained bewildered, unsure of what you required from me. Currently, I find myself financially constrained, yet armed. I must liquidate this weapon and escape from Tianjin. Brother, name your price. 5 million. Brother, 5 million? Is there a buyer for this weapon? At present, there is no buyer, but I have another scheme. I possess incriminating photos and recordings that can be used to extort money. I have arranged for Xiao Wu to infiltrate the police force, as you have witnessed. I cannot make an appearance, and with few brothers by my side and their wits lacking, I require you to undertake this venture on my behalf. Brother, this endeavor is exceedingly perilous, with the potential for no return. You must contemplate this thoroughly. I'm fully aware of the grave risks involved, as I would be threatening individuals within the political sphere. Should I succeed, I could ascend to great heights. If I fail, it would be an irretrievable disaster. However, if I refuse him, my escape may be impossible, for I am privy to so many of his secrets. Seeing me silent for a while, brother patted my shoulder and said, "Do not be anxious or afraid. Even if you decline, I shall not hold it against you. After all, you are still young, and it is my oversight. You may leave as if we had never met." I rose and declared, "Brother, I shall assist you. I also wish to take a chance, for it is said that wealth is sought amidst peril." Indeed, brother did not misjudge my character. "Brother, I have one final question. What is your surname?" He handed me a cigarette and replied, "My surname is Bang, and I'm the third in my family." "Brother, I shall await your good news in 7 days." I took out 10,000 yuan from my pocket and gently placed it on the table, smiling at brother as I said, "This is a small token from me. I shall take my leave." Brother silently smoked, gazing at my receding figure, contemplating, for such a young soul, will the future bring fortune or misfortune? I can only hope for a smooth path ahead. I returned to Black 8, my thoughts tangled like a chaotic web. Nevertheless, I maintained a facade of calm, unwilling to allow them to perceive my unease. Upon spotting me, Wu Yu eagerly tugged me along. "Where are we headed, young mistress?" "I have only just returned." "We're going shopping for clothes," she replied. "After all, you will be living with me for the long term, and we cannot allow my sister to think us shabby." As we strolled, nightfall descended, and the city's lights began to twinkle. The clock struck 7. My legs grew weary from the walk, yet my hands were laden with an assortment of bags. Soon after, we hailed a black car that whisked us towards home. From her bag, Wu Yu produced a Tizot lady's watch and whispered to me, "Once we arrive home, present this watch to my sister. She can be rather temperamental, so do be patient with her. I must tell you, she is an exceptional cook. Oh, and she enjoys a drink. You must accompany her, or she may become displeased." Chapter 47. Moving into the sister's home before long, I arrived at Wu Yu's residence. Wu Yu unlocked the door with her key, and upon entering, I was greeted by a splendid array of dishes laid out on the table. To my astonishment, these were all personally prepared by Wu Shui. Clad in a stylish green t-shirt paired with a form-fitting bodysuit and a scarf gracefully draped around her neck, she resembled a fashionable beauty. With a radiant smile, she exclaimed, You're back." Upon seeing Wu Shui, I promptly offer my greetings. "Hello, Sister Shui. Indeed, you look quite different. You seem much more mature," Wu Shui complimented. It seemed that Wu Shui was already aware of my thriving billiard hall business, which had significantly altered her attitude towards me. Wu Shui then turned to the kitchen to complete the final touches on the soup, assuring us that dinner would be ready shortly. However, my gaze inadvertently lingered on her. The transparency of her bodysuit was such that even the outline of her black undergarment was distinctly visible. After all, it was her own home, so her attire was somewhat understandable. Wu Yu tugged at my arm, leading me to the bathroom to wash my hands. Once inside, the atmosphere became even more awkward, as the drying rack was adorned with an array of bras and panties belonging to the two sisters. Perhaps sensing the discomfort, Wu Yu hastily tidied up the space before shifting the conversation. "Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner will be served soon." Once I finished washing, Wu Yu and I sat on stools, awaiting the meal. Shortly thereafter, Wu Shui emerged with a bowl of tomato and egg soup. As she removed her scarf and turned to retrieve some liquor from below, the transparency of her bodysuit accentuated the delicate lace patterns of her underwear. Noticing my gaze had become somewhat entranced, Wu Yu sharply stepped on my foot, eliciting a yelp of surprise from me. Wu Shui turned to inquire what was wrong, and I awkwardly replied, "It's nothing, Sister Shui. Let's eat before the dishes cool down." Pouring us each a glass of liquor, Wu Shui remarked, "Su Tian, you must treat my sister well from now on, or I will not let you off easily. I own a bar and have many enforcers at my disposal. If I find out you mistreat her, you know the consequences." This revelation took me by surprise. It appeared Wu Shui possessed quite a bit of influence. As we dined and conversed, we discovered a remarkable rapport, likely due to my own business in the bathing industry. Wu Shui had not anticipated my rapid development. After several rounds of drinks, Wu Shui declared, "From now on, you will share the main bedroom with my sister while I will take the sofa." Our home consists of a one-bedroom layout, and we never expected to accommodate another occupant. I quickly interjected, "Sister Shui, that won't do. How can you sleep on the sofa because of my arrival? I shall take the sofa instead." The sister seemed unable to dissuade me, and ultimately, it was decided that I would sleep on the sofa, with plans to purchase a bed for the living room the next day, thus relinquishing the sofa. Wu Yu and Wu Shui took turns showering, and after I had made a simple bed on the sofa, I prepared to lie down and rest. Having endured a long day, just as I was about to settle in, both of them simultaneously inquired, "Aren't you going to shower before sleeping?" The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. I scratched my head and replied, "I will wash it right away." Wu Yu and Wu Shui entered the room to retire for the night, while I proceeded to take a shower. As this stay was a spontaneous decision, I found myself without suitable slippers, and the ones belonging to them were ill-fitting, leaving me no choice but to wash barefoot. To my dismay, the floor was exceedingly slippery. Halfway through, I heard a loud crash and fell, striking my head against the corner of the wall. Upon touching it, I discovered blood, likely a concussion, as my head felt quite dizzy. The sisters, hearing the commotion, came out to inquire if I was all right, asking several times, yet I remained unresponsive, primarily because I was indeed dazed from the impact. Concerned, they urged each other to check on me. When Wu Yu opened the door, she found me sprawled on the floor, bloodied and helpless, which frightened her. She promptly shouted, "Sister, come quickly. Su Tian is bleeding." Chapter 48. The awkward encounter with Wu Shui. Wu Shui had not given it much thought. She merely intended to check on my condition. However, I was in the midst of bathing, completely unclothed, which inevitably caused her some embarrassment, though she surely caught sight of me. Yet, upon witnessing Wu Yu's frantic demeanor, they had no alternative but to assist me towards the sofa. Subsequently, Wu Yu fetched a towel and wrapped it around my vulnerable areas, while Wu Shui applied medicine to my head. After much flurry, by the time I regained my senses, my head was swathed like a mummy. With a sigh of resignation, I remarked, "Ladies, why on earth have you even wrapped my nose? I hadn't died from the fall, but I was nearly suffocating from your ministrations." This awkward scene was shattered by my words. Both inquired with genuine concern if I needed to go to the hospital, to which I replied that I was fine, merely a little dazed from the impact, urging them to retire for the night as it was getting late and they had matters to attend to the following day. After bidding farewell to the sisters, I exhaled deeply, pondering how troublesome women could be, feeling as though I had stumbled into a den of thieves. Around 3 in the morning, having indulged too heavily in drink, I decided to venture to the bathroom. In my foggy state, I noticed the bathroom light was off and assumed no one was inside, so I pushed the door open. I had forgotten that Wu Yu had draped a towel over me, and I lifted it to relieve myself. Suddenly, I felt a firm grip on my lower region, startling me to my core, and I thought, "Who is this?" In the darkness, I could not discern whether it was Wu Yu or Wu Shui, but I could no longer hold it in and ended up urinating. I heard a soft curse, "Su Tian, you scoundrel. Wu Yu, is that you?" I called out, but received no reply. At that moment, Wu Shue's voice reached me. The awkwardness peaked as I exclaimed, "Sister, why didn't you turn on the light?" "I didn't want to disturb your sleep, so I left it off. I never expected you to come in and relieve yourself. If I hadn't grabbed you, you would have urinated on me," she replied, and indeed, I had managed to make quite the mess. "You scoundrel, I truly want to strangle you," I retorted. Wu Shui then instructed me to return to sleep while she went to wash up, warning me that this incident must remain a secret from Wu Yu, or else I would face dire consequences. Frightened, I hastily returned to the sofa and fell asleep, yet my heart was filled with a secret delight, wrapped in my blanket, chuckling to myself. Meanwhile, Wu Shui was blushing fiercely, her heart racing, as she recalled having touched her sister's partner. Just the thought of it sent her heart aflutter, lingering in her mind for quite some time. The following morning, Wu Yu prepared breakfast and called for both me and Wu Shui to join her. Upon seeing me, Wu Shui lowered her head in silence, and I mirrored her actions, focusing intently on my meal. Wu Yu glanced between us, puzzled, and asked, "What is wrong with you two?" In unison, Wu Shui and I replied, "Nothing." I hastily declared, I can't eat anymore. I have to tend to some matters." And with that, I hurriedly descended the stairs. Wu Shui added, "I want to eat either you. I'll catch a bit more sleep, as I didn't rest well last night." Wu Yu remarked, "You two are quite peculiar. Sister, I'll head downstairs to buy Su Tian a suitable pair of shoes." Wu Shui did not respond, instead retreating deeper into her blankets, her face aflame. As I walked towards the bathing establishment, I resolved to take a look, for I had yet to visit since taking over. Upon arriving, I dared not dwell on the events of the previous day. Upon my entrance, the Xin exclaimed, "Tiange." I inquired, "How is the bathing business faring?" The Xin replied, "Tiange, the business is not thriving. It seems that no one is aware of what transpired on that day. Visitors are constantly asking why there is a new owner. Xiao Xin and I have been telling them that it was transferred to us by Zhang Fei, but many simply turn and leave after hearing this. Clearly, a significant number of them came specifically for Zhang Fei." I remarked, "I'm also unclear about the specifics of that day and have not dared to inquire with Sange. The bathing establishment is our inaugural venture, and it appears we must earnestly study the art of business. There is no need for haste. Once Zhang Jian is well again, we shall deliberate further and ensure the successful operation of the bathing business." Chapter 49, The Incident Involving Wu Shui, Part 1. Subsequently, I made a call to Shunzi and Haozi to inquire about their situation. "How are things on your end?" "Brother Tian, everything is going smoothly. We have already secured control over 7 or 8 schools surrounding Dongli. Recently, the two of us have decided to advance towards Beichen." "Good. Please ensure your safety. If you require assistance or resources, do not hesitate to reach out." The Xin, Xiao Xin, you both have worked hard. Do not rush. First, establish a firm foothold. I need to make a trip to Hay 8. With that, I stepped outside and hailed a black car, speeding towards Hay 8. On my way, I spotted a woman riding a high-speed motorcycle, rushing past me like the wind. I turned to take a closer look. Was that not Wu Shui? Why was she in such a hurry early in the morning? At that moment, my phone rang. It was Wu Yu calling. "Su Tian, you must hurry to Lantian Bar. Something has happened to my sister's people. Please assist her. I asked her to wait for you, but she insisted on handling it herself. I'm truly worried for her. Rest assured, I will be there immediately." I instructed the driver to change course towards Lantian Bar and called Fatty, asking him to bring his crew and equipment promptly. Upon arriving at her bar, Wu Shui discovered the establishment in ruins, her staff sprawled on the floor. Anxiously, she helped one person up and asked, "What on earth happened?" "Run, Sister Shui. We are sorry for you. If we hadn't lured you here, we would have perished today." At that moment, the sound of the bar's front shutter being violently pulled down echoed through the air. "Wu Shui, I have pursued you for so long. You act aloof every day. If I don't show you a bit of force, you will never understand the power of Brother Hu." "Zhang Hu, what do you intend to do?" "What do I intend to do? What I desire is you." With a swift movement, Zhang Hu lunged forward, striking Wu Shui across the face. He seized her and dragged her towards the lounge behind the bar, yelling at his companions, "You lot, guard the door." Wu Shui struggled desperately, but Zhang Hu quickly bound her hands and feet tightly. "You wretched woman, Today, I shall discover what you are truly made of. I arrived at the entrance of Lantian Bar and spotted Wu Shue's motorcycle, but the shutter was firmly shut. My heart sank. This cannot bode well. Typically, bars have a back entrance, so I hurried around to the rear. Indeed, the back shutter was not closed. Cautiously, I opened the door, revealing the bar's empty kitchen. I carefully picked up a fruit knife from the counter and proceeded with caution. Suddenly, I noticed 4 or 5 burly men puffing on cigarettes and engaged in conversation. Brother who has finally gotten his hands on this woman. I want to have a taste too, one of the lackeys said lewdly. Get lost. Do you dare to covet a woman, brother, who has set his sights on? You want to die? Another lackey retorted angrily. Hearing this, I sensed danger. Wu Shui was undoubtedly in peril. My heart raced, and in my haste, I accidentally bumped into the counter, producing a sound. I was in a state of panic and hurriedly concealed myself. Who goes there? A stern voice commanded. You lot, come over here. In the next moment, I beheld 4 or 5 ferocious individuals wielding sharp blades, advancing menacingly toward me. Meanwhile, Zhang Hu was still kissing Wu Shui, who was desperately resisting. Zhang Hu, with a violent twist, struck her neck, causing blood to trickle from the corner of her mouth. He then tore open her blouse, exposing her bra, and forcefully removed her pants, leaving her clad only in a small pair of panties. In a fit of rage, Zhang Hu cursed, "Damn it, that filthy whore has her period today." Frustrated, he called over one of his lackeys, instructing him, "Go fetch me a box of condoms. I will have her regardless of her condition." Fortunately, this provided me with the opportunity to rescue Wu Shui. Just as one of the men was about to discover my hiding place, I swiftly struck at his foot with a knife, then seized his hair and slammed his head against the wall. Hearing the commotion, the 4 men pounced on me like ravenous wolves. I hastily retreated through the back door, brandishing a fruit knife and wildly gesturing in front of me. Once outside, I bolted with them hot on my heels. After a few frantic steps, I realized I had run into a dead end, despair flooding my heart. Luckily, the portly fellow and his group arrived, though their numbers were few, around 10, successfully diverting the attention of my pursuers. The portly man tossed me a knife, and within moments, we had brought down several of them. My vision blurred with rage. I charged into the bar, armed with a knife. Zhang, who had not anticipated anyone would come to Wu Shui's aid, and with his small entourage, they were swiftly overwhelmed by our assault. Chapter 50. The Incident with Wu Shui. Part 2. Zhang, who anxiously awaited, impatiently yearning to inquire if his subordinate had procured the items. As the door swung open, I swiftly struck, the blade descending upon his shoulder. Taken aback by the sudden assault, Zhang, who was rendered speechless, perhaps never anticipating such an occurrence. Observing this, the group, led by the portly man, surged forward, delivering additional blows and restraining Zhang Hu. Bring Zhang Hu to the bathhouse and confine him there, I instructed. In haste, I untied the ropes binding Wu Shui. However, she reacted as if possessed, shoving and slapping me repeatedly. Perhaps she mistook me for Zhang Hu. I remained unperturbed, understanding that she was in a state of shock. I quickly draped my t-shirt over her, assisted her with her pants, and continuously reassured her of my identity. I am Su Tian. Yet, Wu Shui remained agitated, wildly slapping, clawing, and biting me, her body trembling incessantly. This tumultuous state persisted for a full 5 minutes before she gradually calmed, burying her face in my embrace and weeping, murmuring, "Su Tian, I am so afraid." I held her tightly, softly whispering, "It's all right, Shui, I'm here. There is nothing to fear." Having given my t-shirt to Wu Shui, my torso lay bare, and upon noticing the myriad of wounds adorning my body, she finally comprehended the extent of her earlier actions. She repeatedly apologized. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." "It's all right, Shui." Her sobs grew louder, akin to a torrent breaking free from a dam, leaving me at a loss, merely able to hold her tightly for what felt like an eternity. "I'll arrange for someone to take you home," I said. Wu Shui, tears glistening in her eyes, clasped my hand, resembling a frightened fawn, and implored, "Su Tian, I'm scared. Will you stay with me?" "Of course. I shall remain by your side." Understanding her exhaustion, I gently laid Wu Shui upon the bed, tucking her in with a blanket. Her hand clutched mine tightly, trembling incessantly. I sat quietly by her side until she drifted into a peaceful slumber. As I slowly rose, I noticed her grip on my hand was unusually firm. Perhaps she was still in shock. Carefully, I extricated my hand and stepped outside, shutting the doors softly behind me. Lighting a cigarette, I informed Wu Yu that all was well. Wu Yu insisted on coming over, but I quickly dissuaded her. The chaos here was already overwhelming. Stay at home and wait for me. I will escort her back later. I called to Xian to inform him that the bathhouse would remain closed for the day, instructing him to tend to Zhang Hu until my arrival. Upon returning to the room, I found Wu Shui buried in tears. I hurried over, stroking her hair, and gently queried, "Sister Shui, why are you crying? I am here with you." Su Tian, I feel utterly filthy and unworthy of facing anyone. If this news spreads, who would ever want me? Having endured such humiliation, how am I to live on? I don't want to live anymore. Her cries grew increasingly anguished. I felt a surge of urgency and quickly reassured her, "Do not speak like that. How can you say you are unclean? This is not your fault. Who says no one would want you? I want you." At that moment, Wu Shui's sobs intensified, tearing at my heartstrings. "Why are you crying again? What is happening?" Upon waking, Wu Shui resembled a gentle kitten, clinging tightly to my neck and bestowing fervent kisses upon me. "Su Tian, thank you, but I cannot betray my sister." Her voice resonated with profound sorrow. In a sudden frenzy, she stood and forcefully collided her head against the cabinet. Alarm surged within me, and I swiftly pulled her back, succumbing to an impulsive kiss. Embracing her tightly, I declared, "I desire both of you. Upon my return, I shall clarify matters with you. I have but one request. Please cease this turmoil, I implore you." Wu Shui's eyes brimmed with tears, cascading like pearls, as she silently regarded me before finally nodding in acquiescence. "I shall escort you home, and once I have resolved matters with Zhang Hu, I will return to be with you both." I lifted Wu Shui as though she were a rare treasure, cautiously making my way outside. After locating a black car, I gently placed her in the seat, treating her as if she were the most delicate flower in existence. Upon opening the door, Wu Yu beheld me cradling her sister, clad in my attire. Her gaze was laden with despair and sorrow, as if the entire world had crumbled in that fleeting moment. Then, like a sapling felled by the wind, she fainted onto the ground. "My dear mother, these sisters are truly taxing my spirit." Wu Shui and I hurriedly lifted her onto the bed. Wu Shui pinched her philtrum while I administered artificial respiration. Before long, Wu Yu stirred awake. She then embraced Wu Shui tightly, both resembling startled birds, unleashing their grief in heart-wrenching cries that echoed around us. Chapter 51. Sister, are you all right? What on earth has happened? If it weren't for Su Tian, I fear I would have. Fortunately, he saved me, but I feel deeply guilty towards you. I am truly a sinner. What troubles you, sister? Never mind. I will have to face it eventually, so I'll just say it. I have feelings for you, and for your sister as well. I do not know if you can accept this, but in that moment, I could not stand by and let her come to harm, nor could I watch her make foolish decisions. If you both can trust me, I promise to cherish you for the rest of my life. Even if it costs me my own life, I will ensure your happiness and joy." Wu Yu was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly regained her composure and replied, "In our childhood, my sister always made sacrifices for me. Our parents left us early, and it was entirely my sister who toiled for our survival, fearing that I would suffer. As long as my sister is safe, I would willingly give my life, even for you." As they embraced and wept, their cries were akin to the sorrowful lament of a cuckoo, piercing the heart and leaving one utterly devastated. "Alas, what two pitiful souls," Wu Yu declared. "I must warn you, Su Tian, if you dare to mistreat me or my sister, we shall not spare you. Rest assured, my dear ladies, your tears cut through my heart like a knife, threatening to shatter it to pieces. I implore you to cease your weeping, would you?" The two of them gazed at me through tear-filled eyes, then tightly embraced one another, their sobs growing ever more heart-wrenching. "Very well, if you wish to cry, then cry. I must attend to some matters outside. Please take care of yourselves." Without waiting for their response, I seized a piece of clothing and dashed out like an arrow released from a bow. Upon descending, I swiftly slipped into a black car and called to the driver, to the Red House for bathing. Arriving at the Red House, I noticed a group of young men outside. with one who seemed familiar to me. They all shouted in unison, "Brother Tian." I nodded in acknowledgement, and the young men quickly lifted the rolling door, allowing me to step inside. Due to their haste, I recognized only a few of them. Once inside, I saw Zhang, who bound to a chair, beaten to the point of being unrecognizable. The fatty, De Exen, and Xiao Exen, upon seeing my arrival, called out, "Brother Tian is here. How should we deal with this guy?" As soon as Zhang, who spotted me, he immediately pleaded, "Brother, I was wrong. I beg you to show mercy and spare me. Or at least, let me go for the sake of my older brother." "Oh, a person like you has an older brother?" I inquired with curiosity. "My older brother is the infamous Digo-san. Could you perhaps show him some leniency and spare me this time?" Zhang, who begged. The fatty, like a raging bull, charged forward and delivered a blow to the man's neck, exclaiming that even Digo-san and Juzegu were of no consequence. For this scoundrel dared to touch my brother's woman. I mused to myself that the fatty's tongue seemed to have been blessed with divine eloquence. "Drag him to the bathing room. Fatty, go fetch a knife." Zhang, who was nearly driven mad, pleading, "Brother, I beg you, as long as you do not kill me. I have money. I can give you anything you desire." The Xian and Xiao Xian held him by the arms while I insisted, "Fatty, give me the knife." Zhang, who, nearly frantic, had his eyes bulging with desperation, cursing, "I'll be damned. My brother will not forgive you." In a fit of rage, I exclaimed, "Curse you!" And with a swift motion, I severed 5 of Zhang Hu's fingers. He instantly succumbed to the pain and fainted. Upon awakening, I struck again, and the fingers of his other hand met the same fate. This is the consequence for daring to lay a hand on my woman. Zhang, who was utterly subdued, frightened to the point of losing control of his bowels. What a stroke of misfortune! Discard this useless wretch, and throw him far away, so he does not disrupt our business, the rotund man remarked. To think this kind of person still has a brother, and yet he dares to approach us for assistance. I signaled to Xiao Xin to arrange for the scene to be cleared, then inquired of the Xin regarding our bathhouse's revenue. The Xin candidly replied, "Brother Tian, to be frank, it's not looking good. We hardly have any customers. Do you think it's because our reputation isn't strong enough, or perhaps people simply don't know us, which dissuades them from patronizing our establishment? It seems we must devise a strategy for improvement. Come with me to Black 8. We can dine together. Fatty, call Shunzi and Heizi back as well." Zhang Jian is still unwell and can only remain in a wheelchair at Black 8. Chapter 52. A simple plan as night fell at Black 8. I arranged for the brothers to prepare a hot pot feast, where we could all savor the lamb together. Once everyone had gathered, I intended to discuss our future developments, starting with a report on our recent income. Shunzi and Haozi informed me, "Brother Tian, we are currently collecting approximately 20,000 in protection fees each month, and we are expanding to other schools. We now have 8 establishments under our banner, all managed by our own people. By the end of next month, we anticipate this number will rise to around 15, potentially doubling our income." The fat guy chimed in, "Black 8 has become quite lucrative. The surrounding younger brothers and those who admire us, including some independents, contribute an estimated monthly income of over 30,000. Daxin and Xiaoxin lamented, "Our bathing income is disappointing. Only a few independents come to bathe each day, barely covering our losses. Brother Tian, we apologize for this. What nonsense is this? After all, we have just taken over, and business is never that simple," I replied. "Zhang Jian, what are your thoughts?" Brother Tian suggested, "I believe we should renovate the bathing facility, rebrand it, and add some complimentary amenities." "I have considered this as well," I admitted, "but our financial resources are limited, which adds considerable pressure. After all, the Black 8 billiard hall belongs to Wu Yu, and we must continue to allocate all income to her. Currently, beyond collecting some protection fees, it seems there are no immediate prospects for the bathing business. Moreover, with so many brothers, our daily expenses are significant, and our equipment is in dire need of an update. I was contemplating calling Brother San to acquire a few firearms. At the very least, our core members should have some means of self-defense." The fat guy excitedly exclaimed, "Brother, give me a Gatling gun." "Not a chance. I cannot trust you with a weapon." I retorted, "Do you think this is a game? If the police were to see that, we would all be doomed." As we ate and conversed, Zhang Jian noticed my somber mood and inquired, Brother Tian, is something troubling you? I could not divulge my agreement with Brother San, so I deflected, saying, it's nothing, just that earning money seems too slow. Shunzi proposed, Brother Tian, I believe we need to take a step forward. We should explore new business opportunities, such as providing security for bars. Upon hearing Shunzi's suggestion, a thought struck me. Wu Shui owns a bar that has encountered some issues today, and I have decided it should no longer be operated by her. After all, it is far too perilous for a young woman to manage a bar. The income from the bar will still benefit her and her sister, but we can utilize the venue to publicly state that we are collecting protection fees. Lantian Bar will be the first to pay, and we will oversee any future security arrangements. Zhang Dian and Haozi concurred that this idea was quite sound. Thus, unbeknownst to me, Su Tian had come to possess a billiard hall, a bar, and a bathing center. As the evening progressed, and everyone had enjoyed their fill, I sent them home. I settled down in the billiard hall, relieved from the need to have anyone watch the shop tonight. I glanced at my phone, receiving calls from Wu Yu and then Wu Shui, sending a shiver down my spine. Faced with these two enchanting sisters, I found myself at a loss regarding how to respond. Rather than allowing myself to be troubled, I deemed it more prudent to indulge in a restful slumber. I silenced my phone and cocooned myself beneath the covers, swiftly succumbing to the realm of dreams. Around 3 in the morning, I awoke to attend to nature's call, when suddenly I heard a sound as if the rolling shutter door was being tugged. Instinctively, I retrieved my 5-shot revolver and held it close to my chest. I then observed a figure clutching a flashlight in their mouth, creeping through the narrow opening of the shutter door. Judging by their physique, they appeared relatively young, and I could not discern their gender. Cautiously, they advanced towards the counter and began rummaging through the drawers in search of something. Chapter 53. The thief Li Lei. I stealthily approached from behind, and then, like a tiger pouncing down the mountain, I brandished my gun at the thief's head and commanded, "Don't move." Startled, the thief trembled and stuttered, "Brother, I was wrong. My sister is gravely ill, and I had no choice but to steal some money for medicine." His words lacked credibility, and I was not inclined to believe him easily. "Go explain that to the police." With one hand gripping the gun, I retrieved my phone from my pocket. Clearly terrified of the prospect of police involvement, the thief turned and elbowed me, attempting to knock the gun from my grasp. Subsequently, he launched a kick toward my chest. I braced myself with both hands and retaliated with a powerful punch. Remarkably agile, the thief skillfully evaded each of my blows. Then, he leaped into the air, delivering a kick aimed at me. I caught his foot with both hands, exerting all my strength to slam him to the ground. He pushed off the ground with his hands, launching his feet at me like cannonballs, catching me off guard and forcing me to retreat several steps. "Interesting, but you have picked the wrong person to mess with." I swiftly grabbed a nearby pool cue and swung it at him like a goldenrod. He deflected it with his left arm, causing the cue to snap and him to wince in pain. Holding the broken cue like a spear, I thrust it toward him, but he nimbly jumped back and pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. "Brother, please stop. My poor sister is critically ill. This is the hospital's diagnosis." I felt genuine pity for him, realizing he was truly at his wit's end. I glanced at the paper, noting that his sister, named Li Rue, had already begun chemotherapy. "You possess remarkable skills. You could join me in my endeavors. Perhaps I can lend you a helping hand. I am willing to give my life if it means saving my sister. I do not require your life. I seek brotherhood. How much do you need?" To be honest, I have cobbled together funds but still lack 2,000 yuan. Without hesitation, I produced the 2,000 yuan and handed it over. "Take this for emergencies." "Brother, are you not afraid I might deceive you or flee? If you deceive me, consider it a costly lesson learned. If true, I gain a good brother. This gamble is one I cannot lose." At that moment, Li Lei had firmly established his trust in me. "Brother, once I settle my sister's medical fees and take care of her matters, my life will be entirely in your hands. I have said I do not wish for your life. I desire the bond of brotherhood. Oh, by the way, have you trained in martial arts?" "I have practiced at a sport academy." "No wonder you possess some skill. Had it not been for my frequent brawls and lack of practical experience, I might have truly fallen at your hands. Li Lei, I trust you, and I hope you can assist me. I await your favorable reply." Later, indeed, Li Lei proved to be a formidable ally. Though this incident was a mere interlude, it seems prudent to ensure that someone remains to keep watch in the future. After a series of exhausting endeavors, I found myself utterly fatigued. I securely locked the door, preparing to rest, when I glanced at my phone. To my astonishment, my friends had relentlessly attempted to reach me, having called 100 times in search of my whereabouts. Upon examining the messages from a few acquaintances, I discovered they all mentioned that my sisters-in-law were looking for me. I felt utterly bewildered. While having a way with women may seem advantageous, an abundance of them often leads to complications. As I lay in bed, tossing and turning, sleep eluded me. My thoughts were consumed by the matters concerning third brother, and I realized that I could no longer procrastinate. Yet I was beset by fear of potential repercussions, worried about how to explain the situation to my parents, my brothers, and to Wu Shui and Wu Yu. Restlessness plagued me. After all, when one is aware of impending danger, anxiety inevitably ensues. I suddenly perceived my own psychological resilience to be rather lacking, feeling as though I were facing imminent peril, as if preparing for battle. I could not ascertain the precise moment I succumbed to slumber, but upon awakening in a daze, I was met with 4 pairs of wide eyes fixed upon me. One of my friends had grasped my ear, pulling me upright, and in unison, they queried, "Why haven't you returned home?" Chapter 54. Secretary Zhao Dafei, with a visage marked by embarrassment. I confessed, "I am merely fatigued and fear that returning too late may disturb the two of you." Subsequently, the two engaged in a lively exchange, their words swirling around me until I felt utterly bewildered. "Very well, my esteemed ladies. I shall make it a point to return home daily henceforth. At school, I'm under the watchful eye of my parents, and now I find myself subjected to the scrutiny of women. What, I wonder, is the purpose of a man's life?" I rose to freshen up and then joined them for breakfast. I briefly articulated my thoughts. I would take responsibility for managing both the billiard hall and the bar, while they would handle the finances. Given the chaotic nature of these establishments, I reassured them that they could remain comfortably at home while awaiting my return. They did not voice any objections, understanding my current financial predicament, yet they made one request, that all proceeds be entrusted to me. Warmth flooded my heart. These two women placed their trust in me, entrusting both their lives and their business endeavors to my care. In a moment of joy, I kissed Wu Yu and Wu Shui, urging them to stay home and refrain from wandering, for their striking presence could easily attract unwanted attention. Once I had calmed the two sisters, I resolved to seek an audience with the local secretary. I called Sange to inquire about specific names, addresses, and evidence. After gathering the necessary information, I decided to confront the secretary today and requested Sange to prepare 10 firearms for me. Concerned for my well-being, Sange promptly arranged for his subordinates to deliver the items. 2 boxes arrived, and I instructed Fatty to have them moved to the lounge. Curious, Pansy and Zhang Dian asked, "Tiange, what is this? We can't touch the small box, but can we open the large one?" Upon opening it, we discovered 5 rifles, 5 modified shotguns, 1 handgun, and a plethora of ammunition. Fatty stood there, dumbfounded, as he examined the weaponry. I quickly cautioned, "Let's maintain a low profile. We should avoid using firearms unless absolutely necessary." Turning to Zhang Dian, I instructed from now on, gather everyone every Saturday and Sunday to practice shooting at Xinhe. We have begun to establish a certain scale, and I have good news. Today I spoke with Wu Shui, and we have officially taken over the bar. However, it is imperative that we meticulously track the income and expenditures of both the billiard hall and the bar. It is no small feat for the girls to manage such enterprises, and we must not squander their efforts. Our aim is profit, not loss. I called Shunzi to ensure he was prepared to oversee the Blue Sky bar starting today. Zhang Dian, focus on your recovery. Both the bathhouse and bar require your presence. These ventures represent our first foray into society, and our success hinges on these endeavors. Fatty secured the firearms, ensuring that no one would be privy to their existence. Zhang Jian, you may take your leave now. As Fatty ushered Zhang Jian out, he turned to me and asked, "Tiange, are you all right? You seem a bit off these past couple of days. If anything is troubling you, please share it with us. We are here to support you." "Rest assured, I am fine. Perhaps I am simply a bit weary," I reassured him. Now let's not dwell on it. Once they had departed, I cautiously opened the small box, revealing contents that left me utterly astonished. There were several tapes, financial statements, photographs, and various other data. I meticulously scrutinized the personal information and discovered that the secretary of Dongli was surnamed Zhao, named Zhao Dafei, residing in the vicinity of Dongli. It was infuriating. How could a secretary bear such an unrefined name? Then, I glanced at the photographs, and he appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary farmer. However, when I perused the financial statements, I was utterly astounded. They were rife with evidence of selling land, factories, and fish ponds at the expense of the common people, with each figure soaring into the tens of millions, even billions. These despicable individuals were utterly devoid of conscience. I retrieved a handgun from a box, clutching it tightly to my chest in case of unforeseen circumstances. Subsequently, I gathered the documents from the box, resolving to venture out and investigate the situation. Chapter 55, Threat to Zhao Dafei, Part 1. Fatty, Zhang Dian, I shall step out for a moment. We will reconvene later. Once I departed, Zhang Dian and Fatty engaged in casual conversation. Have you noticed that Tiangu seems a bit distracted lately? Fatty shook his head and replied, not really. Perhaps Tiangu is simply fatigued. Zhang Dian, still unconvinced, furrowed his brow and contemplatively remarked, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Fatty, keep an eye on Black 8 while I follow Tiangu to ascertain his recent activities. Zhang Dian hesitated, voicing his concern. Isn't it inappropriate for us to tail Tiangu? If he discovers us, he may become irate. Fatty, Zhang Dian raised his voice. Do you truly wish for something to happen to Tiangu? We have worked hard to attain our current situation. Nothing must go awry. His gaze revealed a blend of determination and anxiety. No longer wavering, Zhang Dian urged Fatty, hurry, push me to the lounge. Fatty promptly obliged, escorting Zhang Dian to the lounge. As soon as they entered, Zhang Dian eagerly asked Fatty to check if any firearms were missing from the box. After a thorough inspection, Fatty indeed found that a handgun was absent. They then examined a smaller box, which was alarmingly empty. This is bad. Zhang Dian's expression turned grave as he swiftly seized a 5-shot revolver and dashed out the door. You grab a 5-shot and follow me. Fatty, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily grabbed a revolver and pursued him. Meanwhile, Zhang Dian contacted several key individuals one by one. Before long, everyone had gathered at Black 8. Zhang Dian succinctly briefed them on the predicament, and the group sensed the complications at hand. At that moment, Fatty called, Hello, Zhang Dian. I've been searching for ages, but still haven't spotted Tiangu. Zhang Dian felt an increasing urgency, inhaling deeply as he instructed Fatty to continue the search for Tianji's whereabouts. Subsequently, everyone hastily pulled out their phones to call me, only to discover their devices were powered off. This left the group in a state of unease. At this juncture, I had arrived beneath Zhao Dafei's building, adhering to the address provided. Concerned that my phone ringing might betray my position, I had turned it off, unaware that Zhang Dian and the others had surmised my intentions. I lay in wait for several hours until, at last, 3 Mercedes-Benz vehicles approached and came to a halt. 2 individuals exited to open the door for the central car, and a man in his 50s emerged, his thinning hair unmistakably marking him as Zhao Dafei. Emerging from behind a tree, I advanced toward Zhao Dafei. The individuals accompanying him were presumably his bodyguards, standing vigilantly at his side, with one even attempting to approach me. Zhao Dafei cast a glance in my direction, dismissively stating, No need to be alarmed. It is merely a child. Indeed, Zhao Dafei underestimated me, believing I was just a mere child, which led his bodyguards to regard me with less caution. Without a second thought, Zhao Dafei entered the building, leaving the bodyguard stationed outside. I seized the opportunity, darting ahead of Zhao Dafei, feigning an intention to ascend the stairs, unnoticed by them. I slowed my pace, ascending step by step, while Zhao Dafei followed closely behind me as we climbed the stairs. This modest 6-story brick building saw me tread carefully, and upon reaching the 4th floor, I was suddenly startled by the sound of a door opening from the 3rd floor. I mused silently. It appears that is his residence. With stealth, I descended the stairs and leaned against the door to eavesdrop on the happenings within. A woman's voice drifted out. So you finally decided to come home. You haven't been back in days, and you didn't even see your daughter before she left for abroad. Clearly, both he and his wife were present at home. Taking a deep breath, I gently rapped on the door a few times. A woman inquired, "Who's there?" "Hello, I'm from upstairs. My parents are not home, and I cannot get in. Could you please assist me by making a call?" I feigned a pitiable demeanor. Peering through the peephole, she saw a child and, without hesitation, unlocked the door. The moment it swung open, I forcefully pushed the woman inside, swiftly locking the door behind me. "Who are you?" She gasped in astonishment. I drew a revolver, its dark muzzle aimed at the two, and commanded loudly, "Don't move." At that moment, Zhao Dafei stood frozen, utterly taken aback, unable to fathom that he had been outmaneuvered by a mere child. "Zhao Dafei, it is no simple feat to get close to you." I sneered. "Little brother, let us talk this over. Just put the gun down, it's prone to misfire." Zhao Dafei's voice trembled with a hint of fear. Chapter 56, Threatening Zhao Dafei, Part 2, Brother, we are strangers to one another. What matters do you wish to consult me about? A hint of perplexity laced Zhao Dafei's voice. "You may not recognize me, but your name resonates with me like thunder. I have long admired you." My words carried an undertone of reverence. "Speak plainly, brother. As long as my life remains unharmed, I possess ample funds. Making a friend could prove beneficial." Zhao Dafei's gaze flickered with caution. "I have certain items to deliver to you, but I fear it may not be suitable for your wife to witness. Ha ha." My laughter was tinged with a note of mockery. Zhao Dafei's brow furrowed tightly, his expression darkening considerably. "What do you intend to do? Merely to bind your hands and gag your mouth for a brief moment of discomfort?" I stated casually, yet my tone bore an undeniable authority. "You dare?" Zhao Dafei's eyes widened in fury, and he growled in a low voice. I let out a cold laugh. "Zhao Dafei, do not refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." A flicker of fear crossed Zhao Dafei's eyes. I can be bound, can't I?" Once he was secured, I instructed, "Fetch a pillowcase and cover her head." After this was accomplished, I tossed him a photograph depicting him with another woman in a hotel. Following this, I flung several bills in his direction. Zhao Dafei's complexion drained, turning as pale as a sheet. "What is your relationship with Bang San?" His voice quivered slightly. "I am unacquainted with anyone named Bang San. I only desire money," I replied succinctly. "How much do you want?" Zhao Dafei's tone was laced with resignation. 6 million. "I have added an extra million to grant you some room for negotiation," I asserted firmly, leaving no room for discussion. "Impossible." Zhao Dafei's voice rose by an octave. "Then how much do you believe you can offer?" I regarded him coldly, as though surveying a lamb awaiting slaughter. "At most, 2 million. Zhao Dafei's tone held the last vestiges of defiance. I smiled faintly. "Zhao Dafei, you have no alternatives. You have 5 minutes to contemplate." Zhao Dafei stared at me, his eyes brimming with a tumult of emotions, seemingly deliberating something. At last he spoke. "I have 2 conditions. If you can acquiesce, I will provide you with the funds." "Oh, pray, enlighten me," I said with keen interest. "First, how can I be assured that after I pay you, Bang San will not return to seek more from me, or that others will not come after me for money?" Zhao Dafei's voice was tinged with anxiety. "Secondly, assist me in eliminating someone." His gaze flickered with a glint of ruthlessness. "Allow me to address your first inquiry. You have no choice. You must trust me today, or you will face dire consequences." Why would I deceive you? If deception were my aim, I would not indulge in such lengthy discourse. As for the second condition, I can acquiesce. "Who is it you wish to have killed?" I inquired. Zhao Dafei pointed towards his wife. "Provide me with a reason. She knows too much. Now go gather the funds. I shall await your return here. Once the task is accomplished, I will take her away." "Brother, 6 million is no trifling sum. I require a few days." "Ha! Secretary Zhao, I must confess I am not a patient man, and I have already chambered my firearm." Zhao Dafei, filled with dread, hastily exclaimed, "I will call right away." I am unperturbed by Zhao Dafei summoning assistance. Should it come to pass, we shall fight to the bitter end. Before long, Zhao Dafei had prepared the money, placing it in the hands of a bald man downstairs. How do you intend to retrieve it? I inquired. I will call Zhang Jian and have him arrange for someone to collect the goods. It must be one of our own, and a car should be ready outside to pick me up. Zhang Dian's men were as restless as ants on a hot skillet. Upon receiving my call, they felt as though salvation had arrived, swiftly communicating internally before deciding that everyone, except Zhang Dian, would mobilize, each armed with a firearm. Shortly thereafter, my phone rang, and Zhang Dian's voice resonated. Tiange, we have all arrived. Excellent. Have you spotted the bald man? Yes, Tiange. Retrieve what he has in his hands and wait for me in the vehicle. Let us go, Secretary Zhao. Please escort me, and do bring your beloved along. Zhao Dafei guided his veiled wife ahead, while I, firearm in hand, closely shadowed him. Upon reaching the first floor, Zhao Dafei's bodyguards raised their weapons in show of force, and upon witnessing this, the group led by Fatty emerged from their vehicle like tigers descending from the mountain, brandishing their own weapons at the guards. Zhao Dafei could scarcely believe that a cadre of youths, barely out of their adolescence, would be armed. Fearing that passers-by might witness and cause unnecessary trouble, he quickly gestured for his bodyguards to lower their arms. Meanwhile, I calmly instructed Fatty and the others to load the veiled woman into the car, as if she were cargo, before graciously inviting Zhao Dafei to join us as well. Chapter 57. Threatening Zhao Dafei. Part 2. Secretary Zhao, you have made quite an effort. Allow me to guide you on this journey. Rest assured, I bear you no harm. My only desire is for monetary compensation. Zhao Dafei raised his hand, signaling his bodyguard to refrain from following. We drove to the abandoned factory behind D Middle School, where the hefty man handed the black car driver 1,000 yuan, cautioning him to remain silent about the affair, lest he face dire consequences. Zhao Dafei inquired, Brother, may I leave now? Of course, no problem. I shall escort you. After walking a short distance together, I asked Secretary Zhao, she is your beloved wife. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? I assured him, after today, she will undoubtedly vanish from your life. Trust me, upon receiving your payment, I shall fulfill my promise. As for Bang San, I am indeed unfamiliar with him, but I will ensure his disappearance today as well. You may choose to doubt me, yet by tomorrow, you may verify the truth. Young brother, I presume the documents in your possession are not backed up? Could you hand them over to me? Secretary Zhao, once you return home tonight, you shall receive all the materials. There will be absolutely no backups. You have entrusted me with 6 million. Should I trouble you further, I suspect you would pursue me relentlessly, even to the ends of your fortune. I believe we shall meet again, and perhaps our next encounter will be one of collaboration. Individuals of your stature truly require assistance from people like myself. There are many inconvenient matters I could resolve for you. Young brother, what is your surname? If I reveal it, would you not arrange for someone to hunt me down the moment I step outside? Not at all. I merely wish to befriend you. I have already given you 6 million, and you have agreed to assist me with Bang San's issue. My apologies, Secretary Zhao. I am rather timid. However, I trust we shall cross paths again soon. Please, Secretary Zhao, there is a black car ahead that can take you home. I dashed back to the factory like the wind, seething with rage as I bellowed. Have you all lost your minds? Who gathered you without my arrangement? Zhang Jian hastily explained, Brother Tian, this was my idea. I sensed something was amiss and feared for your safety, so I gathered the brothers to search for you. We cannot be without you. The others chimed in, their expressions filled with concern. Brother Tian, in the future, do not conceal matters from us. We can assist you. Brothers, I am well aware of the situation, but now that it involves your lives, I do not wish for you to know too much. I replied helplessly, I have never considered you outsiders. I shall consult you in future matters. Is that acceptable? Seeing my companions cease their nagging, I breathed a sigh of relief. I opened my backpack, retrieved 1 million, and handed it to them, instructing them to return a black 8. The group stared in astonishment at the substantial sum. With a grave expression, I stated, this is the reason I did not inform you. I am already deeply entangled in this affair, and I do not wish for you to share my fate. Alas, take this money and return a black 8. Keep this woman confined in the billiards room. No one is to disturb her, and she must be well cared for, with no room for error. No one is permitted to leave black 8. Clutching the remaining 5 million, I hailed a cab and rushed directly to Brother San. Upon meeting him, without uttering a word, I tossed the money at his feet. Brother San, taken aback by my prompt completion of the task, was well aware of the challenges I faced. "Brother, there is no need for words. It's all understood in my heart," he said, patting my shoulder. "Brother San." I refrained from mentioning my acquaintance with Zhao Dafei because I wished to secure a path for my survival in Tianjin. Had I disclosed our connection, I might have claimed the money, yet both of us would likely be trapped here indefinitely. "Take the money, Brother San. From this moment forth, declare to the world that I was the one who took your life. This way, you can live the rest of your days in peace, and I shall attain my own renown." Chapter 58. The Rescue of Shunzi, Part 1. "Brother, I am about to embark on a journey to Yunnan, and once I depart, there shall be no return. My phone number remains unchanged. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to contact me at any time. However, I have reached a point of no retreat. Do remember to call me. I have left you 100 homemade explosives as lethal as fangs, 100 5-shot firearms, akin to a fierce tiger descending the mountain, 70 short-barreled shotguns, reminiscent of a dragon emerging from the sea, and 10 handguns as venomous as a snake poised to strike. This is but a token from your brother, and I hope you can carve out a name for yourself in the underworld. Xiao Wu is my good brother, and I have already informed him. If anything arises in the realm of righteousness, do not hesitate to seek him out. I shall be departing this very night, and I have entrusted my belongings to someone who will deliver them to your usual bathhouse." I embraced Sangu in farewell, and we exchanged few words, for he had once assisted me, and I had repaid that favor. As I stepped out of Sanji's door and walked along the path back to the underworld, Shunzi's call suddenly came through. Upon answering, I heard a man's voice inquire, "Are you Su Tian?" "I am Su Tian. Who are you?" I replied, my tone calm, though my heart surged with tumult. Shunzi was in my grasp. The man's voice dripped with menace. "How dare you touch my brother? I shall not let you escape. Who the hell are you to threaten my brother?" I retorted, my anger boiling over. "Forgive my lack of introduction. I am Digo San." The man's tone carried a hint of disdain. "My little brother mentioned my name, yet you show him no respect. I had intended to demolish your bar today, but I am in a good mood, so I shall spare you for now. However, your brother may not be so fortunate. To hell with you, Digo San. Enough with the nonsense. State your terms." I suppressed my fury. "You will come alone to Wanxin Village's Dolly Bathhouse, and remember, it must be just you. Otherwise, prepare to collect your brother's corpse." "Damn you, Digo San. Spare me your chatter." I hung up the phone, my eyes flashing with resolve. Soon after, Shunzi's cries grew increasingly desperate, evidently suffering further abuse. I gripped my phone tightly, my fists clenched so hard that they nearly bled, cursing silently. "Damn you, Digo San." I called Sangu, inquiring if he could assist in resolving this matter. He informed me that Digo San was a desperate outlaw, not a man of the underworld, but rather an unreasonable thug. Nevertheless, he proposed a potential course of action. I instructed my younger brother to disseminate the news of my impending demise throughout the underworld, then observe the reaction. If all else failed, he would arrange for Xiao Wu to provide assistance. "Thank you, Sangu. I understand your intentions, and please take care." I expressed my gratitude. I took a bomb from Sangu, concealing it within my coat, and hailed a cab to Dolly Bathhouse in Wanxin Village. Upon arrival, I noticed 2 of Digo San's subordinates at the entrance. I attempted to enter, but they blocked my path, informing me that the bathhouse was closed for the day and that I should return another time. "Get lost, or I'll beat you to a pulp," one of the subordinates spat. With no other option, I reluctantly dialed Digo San's number. Shortly thereafter, a heavily tattooed brute emerged, gesturing for me to follow him inside. One must admit that the bathing center operated by Digo San is quite impressive. It spans 3 stories. The first floor serves as the bathing hall, the second as the relaxation lounge, and the third houses the guest rooms. A person led me to room 308 on the 3rd floor. Upon opening the door, I immediately spotted a bag containing a person, accompanied by a pool of blood beneath it. It was unmistakably Shunzi. At that moment, seated across from me was a bald man, leisurely smoking a cigar. He was undoubtedly Digo San. Suppressing the fury within me, I addressed him, "You being my senior, I respectfully refer to you as elder brother." However, the manner in which you treat my brother is quite inappropriate. Wouldn't you agree? He chuckled softly. Ha! I never expected Su Tian to be just a naive child. I retorted indignantly. Yet your brother showed no mercy when he harassed my partner. Digo-san frowned slightly and commanded, Go, bring Zhang Hu here. Zhang Hu was swiftly brought in, and upon seeing Digo-san, he immediately fell to his knees with a cry. Brother, it was he who severed my finger. I beseech you to avenge me and end his life. Without hesitation, Digo-san delivered a resounding slap across Zhang Hu's face, scolding him, Damn it, do you think I need your guidance to handle my affairs? Chapter 59, Rescuing Shunzi, Part 2. Zhang Hu abruptly knelt down, his voice quavering with tears as he pleaded, Brother, I was wrong. How could I dare to ask you for assistance? Digo-san demanded sternly, Did you dare to flirt with someone else's partner? I am wrong, brother. I truly had no idea she was involved with someone. Zhang Hu lamented, his face a mask of despair. Digo-san turned towards me, defending his brother with conviction. What my brother says holds merit. He had no knowledge of the woman's relationship. I silently mused, recognizing that Digo-san was clearly shielding his subordinate. With so many women outside, did he expect each one to wear a marriage certificate around their necks? Brother, please indicate how you wish to resolve this. I managed to suppress the fury brewing within. Brother, I see you possess a certain bravado, daring to come here today. Offer 100,000, or you shall not leave. He declared with a cold chuckle. I retorted with a sardonic laugh. What if I refuse? What if I intend to leave regardless? At that moment, Digo-san signaled to his companions, who promptly approached with knives drawn. Simultaneously, two more individuals entered from outside, brandishing gleaming blades that glinted ominously in the light. If you insist on leaving, you might not die, but you will surely be left maimed, Digo-san sneered, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Before I could respond, Digo-san's phone rang. After he completed the call, his complexion drained to a ghastly white. I never anticipated, brother, that you would be such a ruthless character. I hear that, Bang-san met his demise at your hands. With San gone, it means a reshuffling of power. From this day forth, I, Digo-san, shall be the new San-gu. You killed Bang-san, so I shall eliminate you. And then I will reign supreme in Dongli, he proclaimed, signaling his men to execute me. In a flash, I retrieved the bomb that San-gu had given me. Shouting defiantly, I dare you to approach. I will blow you all to oblivion. The assembled crowd was paralyzed with fear, hesitant to make any reckless moves. Digo-san gritted his teeth, exclaiming, Su Tian, you are something else. To hell with you. If anyone dares to move, I will have them obliterated. I glared fiercely. Zhang Hu attempted to charge at me, but Digo-san, witnessing the act, kicked him away, cursing, You fool. Do you wish her death? With one hand clutching the bomb, I used the other to untie the sack containing Shunzi. Bloodied and weak, he murmured, Brother Tian, I am fine. I quickly supported Shunzi, retreating step by step toward the exit. For the love of all that is sacred, do not move. I bellowed with all my might. I assisted Shunzi as we hastened to the first floor, then dashed towards the street, diving into a black car. Only when I was certain they had not pursued us did I exhale a sigh of relief. Our driver sped us back to the Red House for a wash, while simultaneously calling to gather our brothers. Xiao Xin and Xen had been anxiously waiting at the entrance, and as soon as we alighted, they rushed to support Shunzi, asking with concern, Brother Tian, are you all right? I reassured I am fine. Quickly arrange for someone to take Shunzi to the hospital, and send more brothers to keep watch. By the way, have you received the items sent by Brother San? They are securely locked in the storeroom. At that moment, Zhang Dian, Haozi, and Fatty surged in like a tidal wave. Let us convene a meeting. We have now crossed paths with the underground trio, and a fierce confrontation is inevitable. They are also desperate men. Both the bar and the bathhouse are closed for renovations. I possess 1 million for the refurbishment, and we shall seize this opportunity to settle our score with the underground trio. Zhang Dian remarked, Brother Tian, now that Zhang Fei has passed, should we not summon the Wang brothers back? They are fierce and precisely the sort of men we need at this juncture. Very well. I shall discuss it with my 2 family members tonight. Fatty, you must entrust the firearm to someone reliable and ensure that Black 8 is closely monitored. With a bar and bathhouse undergoing renovations, you're the only venue left, so there must be no mistakes. Furthermore, unless absolutely necessary, refrain from gunfire. Daxin, Xiaoxin. The bathhouse renovation should adhere to the specifications of the third floor. The first floor for bathing, the second for resting, and the third for private rooms. Housey, go to the schools and inquire if there are any wayward female students willing to work here. We shall offer them favorable terms. Having taken this step, we must grow strong and powerful. I have but one bottom line. While gambling and vice may be tolerated, drugs must never be touched. Should anyone cross this line, they shall find me, Su Tian, merciless. Although we are all dropouts from middle school, we have studied the East Asian patient. Even as we venture into the world, we must uphold our principles. Chapter 60. Zhao Dafei's wife. Moreover, grenades are strictly off limits. These devices are far more perilous than firearms, and should an incident occur, the consequences are beyond our capacity to bear. Alas, we are severely understaffed. Currently, Rat is managing affairs at the school. Daxin and Xiaoxin are occupied with the renovations of the bathhouse, while Fatty is overseeing the Black 8 billiard hall. Furthermore, Zhang Dian's injury will require some time to heal. Zhang Jian remarked, Tiangu, allow me to supervise the bar's renovations. That is out of the question. Your injury has yet to mend. If the people from Daigusan arrive, you won't even be able to flee. Very well, we shall proceed step by step. By the way, Zhao Dafei's wife remains confined. Take me to see her. You all carry on with your tasks. Please remain vigilant, and contact me immediately should anything arise. Daxin led me into a room within the bathhouse, furnished with a bed, table, and chairs. The table was laden with untouched dishes, and the room boasted no windows. Only a solitary iron door, rendering escape impossible for the occupant. Upon opening the door, I beheld a woman weeping despondently. I entered, took a seat on a chair, and gestured for Daxin to leave. Hello, sister-in-law. Before me sat a woman whose tear-stained visage had marred her makeup. She appeared to be around 35 years of age. Not particularly tall, yet her figure was pleasing, especially her bosom, likely a result of motherhood. Trembling with fear, she gazed at me, her voice quaking as she inquired, Who are you? What do you want? I regarded her with indifference, slowly articulating, Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is what I am about to say. Zhao Dafei has instructed me to kill you. I presume you are aware of this. How do you suggest I proceed? Her sobs intensified, and she fell to the ground, pleading desperately, I beg you, do not kill me. I will do anything you ask, just spare my life. Tears streamed down her face like a torrential flood, her body quaking in terror. Oh, anything you say? She looked at me in panic, her body shaking uncontrollably as she tightly embraced herself. I am a person who fears nothing but a woman's tears. When a woman weeps, my heart instantly softens. I am Wei Ting, she uttered, her voice laced with sorrow. Zhao Dafei intends to silence you. You must surely be privy to his clandestine secrets, correct? Reveal them to me, and I may consider granting you mercy. Wei Ting remained ensnared in her torment. He is set on murdering you, and yet you still protect him? What a foolish woman. It is not that I refuse to speak. The matter is simply too grave, and divulging it would serve no benefit to you. I am a fugitive. What have I to fear? Speak. Zhao Dafei has deceived our fellow villagers, embezzling over 300 million, and has even allocated 100 million to bribe the mayor. More importantly, he has recorded evidence to safeguard himself against any future accusations, which I inadvertently discovered while organizing my daughter's backpack, hidden within a compartment. He never anticipated my daughter would travel abroad so swiftly, so should he eliminate me and subsequently summon my daughter back to the country, he could effortlessly retrieve the USB drive, leaving no trace of its existence. I silently cursed, realizing why he so readily agreed to grant me 6 million. It was indeed a nefarious scheme. It appeared I would ultimately suffer a loss. Wei Ting continued, I am aware he has many women outside, but with our daughter being so grown, I chose not to divorce for her sake. Initially, I was merely a waitress. He assaulted me in a hotel room while intoxicated. I reported it to the police, yet it proved futile. When I learned of my pregnancy, he coerced me into marrying him, threatening to kill my parents if I refused. In truth, Wei Ting wove some fabrications at that moment, perhaps born from a profound fear of death. Look at your pitiable demeanor. You must be a soul beset by misfortune. Now, you are like a caged bird, devoid of options. Even if I were to release you, a dead end awaits. You may remain here in peace, without worry. I shall ensure no one disturbs you. Should you have any needs, feel free to communicate them to those outside. I will do my utmost to fulfill them. However, your beauty is indisputable. It is a pity your attire is rather outdated. Wei Ting assessed her figure and glanced at her clothing, shaking her head in resignation. Chapter 61. Torment de Exen. You must take good care of this woman and ensure that no one discovers her presence here. Whatever her needs may be, you must fulfill them wholeheartedly, provided she does not set foot outside this door. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Wu Yu calling. Damn Su Tian, where are you? Today is my sister's and my birthday. Young mistress, I truly had no idea today was your and a young lady's birthday. I shall return immediately. I hurriedly left for the jewelry store, purchasing 2 bracelets and a cake, then rushed to the sister's home. Upon arriving at the door, I adjusted my attire and sighed in resignation. Being a man is truly difficult. I gently knocked twice, only to find the door unlocked. Upon entering, I discovered a table laden with dishes, accompanied by a bottle of red wine. Yet the room was enveloped in darkness. Hello, Wu Yu Wuxue, where are you? I heard movement from the bedroom, but the door was closed. Instinctively, I drew my handgun and kicked the door open, bursting inside. The room was shrouded in darkness, with curtains drawn tight, rendering visibility impossible. I failed to notice a rope on the floor and tripped, causing my handgun to fly from my grasp. Alarm surged within me. This was a dire situation. Moments later, I felt something being fastened around me, binding me to a chair. Anxious for the sister's safety, I began to curse vehemently. At that moment, laughter erupted from the 2 women. Sister, how could he be so foolish? Wu Shui removed the item from my head, revealing that it was Wu Yu and Wu Shui. I exclaimed in frustration, what are you 2 doing? You nearly scared me to death. However, my anger dissipated swiftly as I noticed their attire. Both wore red high heels, black stockings, ultra-short skirts, and school uniforms. I was momentarily speechless, questioning their intentions. Wu Shui approached me, followed closely by Wu Yu. Of course, we want to pamper you, ensuring you have no energy left to seek other women. Family. Who could comprehend such antics? These sisters had toyed with me for half the night without a morsel of food. Eventually, we were all utterly exhausted. I collapsed onto the bed, adorning both of them with the bracelets. Wu Yu remarked, Su Tian, it took considerable resolve for my sister and I to reach this point, so you must treat us well. I embraced them both, assuring, as long as I am here, I will never allow you to suffer even the slightest harm. I may lack eloquence, but I will protect you for a lifetime. They then continued to tease me, and truth be told, I eventually drifted into slumber. While they remained quite active, upon awakening, the clock mercilessly pointed to noon, and the 2 could only reheat the remnants of yesterday's meal. I was famished, having not eaten a single bite the previous day. After brushing my teeth, I devoured my food like a ravenous tiger. They watched me from either side, and I disregarded any semblance of decorum. I needed to eat more, as my body could hardly endure the strain. By the way, both of you remember to call Wang Wu back to assist me. The police will no longer pursue them. I have resolved this matter. The 2 responded in unison. Yes. All right, we shall heed your words. Their alluring voices sent a chill down my spine. I hastily finished my meal, tidied up, and bestowed a kiss on each of their cheeks, saying, I must attend to my affairs now. I shall return later. You 2 behave and wait for me at home. And if you forget to lock the door, I might just become upset. I will arrange for 2 individuals to stand guard downstairs. Should you require anything, let them fetch it for you, but do try to minimize your outings. And dear young ladies, please refrain from causing any trouble. I extend my gratitude in advance. As I descended the stairs, my legs felt as though they had been stripped of their strength, leaving me somewhat unsteady, and an overwhelming sense of fatigue enveloped me. Chapter 62. A new brother joins. Uncertain about Shunzi's condition, I decided to visit the hospital first. Just then, my phone rang. It was Fatty calling. Upon answering, he said, Tiangu, there's a fellow named Li Lei looking for you. Just when I was concerned about the lack of supervision for the bar renovations, Providence smiled upon me. Tell Li Lei to wait for me. I'll be there shortly. I stepped outside and hailed a black car, heading towards Black 8, contemplating that relying on taxis was inconvenient and the drivers knew too much. It seemed wise to purchase a vehicle. Upon arriving at Black 8, he spotted Lile in a corner. As soon as he saw me, he knelt down. Why was that? Lile spoke. Brother, my sister has passed away. I am truly at a loss and need to borrow a few thousand yuan for a funeral. I helped him to his feet and reassured him, brother, life encompasses birth, aging, sickness, and death. I turned to Fatty, give Lile 5,000 yuan and gather some brothers to assist. Li Xin, provide me with your address. I will bring the brothers over later. Lile, clutching the 5,000 yuan, was overwhelmed with grief. I patted him on the shoulder. Be strong, my brother. I need you to recover quickly. Take care. After settling some matters with Zhang Dian to see if we could procure some large motorcycles. Considering we were all underage and unable to drive, I set off to visit Shunzi. Upon reaching the hospital, I fortuitously encountered a doctor exiting Shunzi's room and hurriedly inquired, Doctor, how is my brother? The physician replied that he was physically stable, but there were understandable concerns regarding his emotional state. Most troubling was the potential impact on his sexual function due to severe injuries below the waist, which might hinder future erections. I could never have anticipated Shunzi's wounds to be so grave, and I felt a profound sadness. Pushing open the door, I saw Shunzi lying on his side, looking exceedingly unwell. Shunzi, I'm here. I'm so sorry. He turned his head and said, Tianjin, you've come. I'm all right. You've been so busy lately. There is no need for you to rush back and forth to the hospital. We spent the morning conversing, and after finally calming him down, I called for help at the address Lile provided to ensure his sister's matters were handled, apprehensive that Lile might bring trouble back to Black 8. Allow me to briefly introduce Lile, our new brother. From now on, we are all family. Everyone took turns introducing themselves. Before long, 3 individuals entered, and I recognized them as the Wang Wu brothers. I quickly approached and embraced Wang Wu and his 2 siblings tightly. Brother Wu, I'm sorry for the hardships you've endured. I am now on the mend, and I hope you can lend me a hand. Wu Shui had informed me about your recent troubles, and I have heard quite a bit. To be candid, I have great admiration for you. You are indeed a person of significant capability. I instructed the brothers to prepare some food. Let us gather at Black 8 to welcome the Wang Wu brothers and celebrate Lile's joining. Wang Wu inquired, Tian Air, what are your plans going forward? The impending conflict with Digo San is inevitable. They have grievously injured Shunzi, and such a slight cannot go unavenged. Not only do I intend to subdue him, but I also aim to seize his bathing center. Furthermore, I wish for Lile to oversee the bar operations. Lile responded, Tianjin, I have just arrived here. It may not be appropriate to entrust the venue to me just yet, as I feel inadequate. Aside from Wu Gu, you are undoubtedly the most capable fighter here. The bar is often crowded and chaotic. When challenges arise, I have full confidence in your ability to manage them, so please do not decline. Furthermore, I am uncertain whether the mouse has found any hostesses for the establishment. I plan to operate the bar exclusively in the evenings, arranging some pole dance performances and hiring additional hostesses, thus ensuring it embodies the true essence of a bar. Chapter 63. The Establishment of the Tianjin Gang Wu Gu. I must confess, I did not wish for you 3 brothers to become entangled in my fierce battle with the Digo San. After all, you have only just returned, and I fear for your safety. My brother, what are you saying? Setting aside the connection with Wu Shui, considering your recent exploits, we brothers are steadfastly with you. I lifted a bottle of beer and declared, Brothers, we are no longer engaging in trivial schoolyard antics. We have now ventured into matters of a more societal nature. Though we cannot be classified as a gang, we have certainly gained some notoriety in Dongli. The situation has escalated to the point of firearms being involved. I reiterate, I hope you have all contemplated this carefully. Once you step into this realm, there is no turning back. Wang Wu led the charge with a spirited remark. Our leader is rather slow to act. Let us drink and toast. Zhang Dian interjected, This afternoon, I will arrange for the brothers to procure some motorcycles. Among us, only Wu Gu is of age, if he can drive. Let us acquire a second-hand van or a Jinbei. Tian Air chimed in, believe it or not. My elder brother can indeed drive, albeit with less than stellar skills. Laughter erupted among the group. The stout fellow remarked, "All the gear is prepared. Shortly, we shall distribute it to the brothers. Tonight, at 10, we will launch a surprise attack on the D. Go San's bathhouse to avenge Shunzi. I am uncertain if D. Go San will be present, but we shall demolish his establishment regardless. Li Lei went this afternoon to oversee the bar renovations. Zhang Dian will confer with the rat about the arrangements for the female students on duty. Wu Ge, you three should put in a bit of effort tonight and accompany me." Tian Air responded, "You are being too formal. Moreover, it seems your circle of associates is expanding. Why not consider forming a society or a gang?" I replied, "I have always felt that we lack the grandeur, although we possess a few venues. We have yet to reach the status of a true gang. At best, we are merely a band of petty hoodlums." Zhang Dian asserted, "Tian Ge, I believe Wu Ge is correct. We indeed need to establish a gang. This way, at least during our conquests or significant actions, we can indirectly promote ourselves. If we wait until we have developed further, we may find ourselves unrecognized." "Haha, it seems you have indulged in watching young and dangerous quite a bit. Very well, I will heed everyone's opinion. From this day forth, we shall be known as the Tiandi Gang. Heaven is paramount, followed by earth. Nothing can surpass us." The brothers were pleased with the name, exclaiming, "Wonderful. We shall also have the opportunity to chant slogans." However, I cautioned, "Let's remain discreet. After all, we struggle to deal with some mere petty criminals. If we truly engage in activities of a gang-like nature, the consequences could be dire." From the moment Su Tian decided to establish a gang, he had irrevocably plunged into an abyss of uncertainty. "Come, brothers, let us continue to drink and feast. We shall prepare for battle tonight." By around 9 in the evening, Zhang Dian had displayed remarkable efficiency, managing to procure 5 or 6 motorcycles and a second-hand van. This time, our numbers were modest. I took the lead, accompanied by Wang Wu and his 3 brothers, along with a hefty fellow and 2 additional brothers he had summoned. Each of us was armed with a 5-shot firearm, and we proceeded towards the robust bathing establishment in Wanxin Village. It was evident that Wang Wu's driving skills were rather unrefined. Upon arriving, he parked awkwardly on the roadside curb. Even before the real action began, we were all jostled about to the point of nausea. I remarked, "Brother Wu, perhaps we should practice a bit more. Your driving is rather alarming." Wang Wu retorted, "Be grateful. It's commendable that I managed to get us here at all. What a wretched vehicle Zhang Dian has purchased. It's exceedingly difficult to handle." We exchanged glances of exasperation, and when we ultimately found ourselves unable to maneuver into a parking space, we simply lifted the car and placed it atop the curb. The hefty fellow jested. My hands were trembling so much from lifting that I could barely hold onto my firearm. Chapter 64. The Surprise Attack at the Bathhouse Brother. You deploy some of our men to scout the situation. Once we have a clearer understanding, we will proceed, said Tian Ge. After approximately 30 minutes, the brother returned with a report. There's a person at the front desk, and not many are bathing. However, there are quite a few playing cards on the second floor. I cannot ascertain the situation on the third floor, as all the doors are closed. At the back on the first floor, there are 4 rooms, and I noticed someone smoking at the entrance, likely a lookout. Tian Ge patted the brother on the shoulder in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. I have a good grasp of the situation now." He then distributed a cigarette to each of the men below and instructed, "Once we finish this cigarette, we will charge in and wreak havoc. If there are few people inside, we will attack directly. If there are many, we will shoot their legs. Remember, under no circumstances should we shoot to kill, as we cannot afford any fatalities right now. However, injuring them is acceptable. They wouldn't dare call the police since they are also engaged in illegal activities. And there are likely many ladies on the third floor. Go." With that command from Tian Ge, our group entered without hesitation, immediately launching into chaos. Suddenly, 7 or 8 armed men surged out from the lounge, charging toward us. I shouted, "Draw your weapons." We all raised our firearms and aimed at them. "Dare to move, and I will take you down. Continue the destruction." Before long, another group rushed down from the third floor. "This is bad. They have guns. Everyone be cautious." With that, a fierce battle ensued. As we neared the completion of our destruction, I yelled, "Fall back." Wang Wu, blinded by rage, was quickly pulled away by the fat man. At this moment, the opponents gained the upper hand. I had not anticipated so many hidden on the third floor, and they were closing in on us. Cursing internally, I hurled the bomb I had been concealing in my coat. We dashed outside and quickly took cover. The sight of the explosive sent our adversaries fleeing in panic. "Damn it, Brother San, it's a dud," I yelled. "Get in the car and run." We jumped into the vehicle, and as Wang Wu slammed down the accelerator, the brothers in the back were left bewildered. It was sheer torture. Our pursuers chased us for quite a distance, a truly foolish spectacle. Wang Wu inquired about our next move. I replied, "Let us wait an hour before returning. They certainly won't expect us to come back." The fat man chimed in. "That was exhilarating. This is a counterattack. You all won't understand. We must deal with them properly today. First, let us calm ourselves with a cigarette. Wu Ge, your driving skills are terrifying. I'm glad I'm in the front. Just look at those brothers in the back, unscathed from the fight, but almost toppled by your reckless driving." As the time approached, we surged back inside. This time, we refrained from destroying property and shot at their legs upon sight. Our adversaries were caught off guard. Some had just fallen asleep and were groggily shot, while others were enjoying themselves with the ladies when suddenly attacked. We paid no heed to whether they were customers or guards. We shot anyone in sight until our firearms were devoid of ammunition. I seized the hair of a guard below as if I were pulling grass, dragging him from the second floor to the ground level, where I stood upon his chest and declared, "Tell Digo, saying that this matter is far from over. Either he leaves Dongli, or I shall. He aspires to be Sangu, while I yearn to be Digo. Come on, brothers." We returned to Heiba, where Zhang Dian awaited our arrival. He inquired, "Tiange, how did it go?" "All is well, quite smooth, though Wu Ge nearly took our lives just now," I replied, prompting laughter from a group. Zhang Dian continued, "Tiange, our bathing center and bar are currently under renovation. Even if Digo sends someone to wreak havoc, we shall not suffer. The only concern is the billiards hall. I suspect he will soon seek revenge against us. I recommend we prepare in advance to catch him off guard." Chapter 65. Underestimating the underground trio, Wang Wuge and his companions held Zhang Dian's words in unwavering belief. I contemplated their inevitable nocturnal assault, for the daylight would render their actions conspicuously reckless. The establishment would operate as usual in the evening, yet no patrons were permitted entry. I summoned my brothers in advance. Some concealed themselves above, while others lay in wait below. As soon as the underground trio arrived, we would encircle them from both sides, ensuring their capture. "Rest well, everyone. We shall gather at the billiard hall tomorrow morning." At that moment, the underground trio had already learned of the destruction at the bathhouse. Seething with fury, and promptly resolved to mobilize all their forces for retaliation against Su Tian the following night. Upon entering the room, I was greeted by the twin sisters, their faces etched with irritation, muttering, "So you do remember to come back." Oof. There is no need for further elaboration. We all understood what lay ahead, a sleepless night. The next day, I struggled to rise from my bed, the ordeal having taken its toll. "My dear ones, I must attend to pressing matters. Stay safe at home. I love you both dearly." With that, I hastily donned my shoes and made my exit. Upon reaching Black 8, I was met with a throng of people, a bustling crowd. One of the younger members spotted my arrival and called out, "Brother Tian is here. Everyone be quiet." I stationed over 30 brothers with me in the first floor lounge, while the rotund fellow and Wang Wuge lay in ambush upstairs, totaling more than 50 men. Due to the cramped quarters, the brothers below were unarmed, while those above were each equipped with a 5-shot firearm. All was in readiness. We awaited the cover of night for the underground trio to unwittingly walk into our trap. Around 7 in the evening, an unfamiliar face descended from the billiard hall. He approached the front desk, purchasing a pack of cigarettes, glancing around furtively. It was evident he was a scout sent by the underground trio to assess the situation. I hastily contacted the rotund fellow and the others, urging them to prepare. As anticipated, roughly 5 minutes after he ascended the stairs, the underground trio descended with a contingent of 70 to 80 men, each wielding pickaxes and machetes. The leader of the underground trio approached me, stating, "Su Tian, your actions in demolishing my bathhouse are rather ungracious. This is not how we conduct ourselves in this line of work." I replied with measured composure, "You're a senior, and I respect you. I shall address you as elder brother. However, My comrades have suffered lasting injuries, and I must seek retribution. Furthermore, I am but a petty thug, not truly a part of this world. Su Tian, it seems you intend to reject civility and embrace punishment. The leader of the underground trio glared menacingly. Since I have come here today, only one of us shall leave through this door. With that proclamation, there was no room for negotiation. You, a lackey behind the underground leader, erupted in curses. What the hell do we need to discuss with you? This remark served as a spark, igniting the fury on both sides. Like ferocious tigers unleashed, our group surged from the lounge, brandishing weapons at the sight of the enemy. The underground leader charged at me like a wild beast, swinging his knife with ferocity. I deftly rolled away, just as a subordinate miraculously tossed me a machete. I cautiously tested the waters with Digo-san, yet he, being significantly older than I, possessed both strength and experience that rendered me utterly no match for him. Moreover, the individuals he brought along were robust adults. After a few exchanges, my companions were left battered and bruised, and I found myself cornered by Digo-san. If this stalemate continued, I feared I would inevitably meet a grim fate. In a moment of desperation, I swiftly drew a pistol and shouted, "Don't move." Just then, the rotund figure and Brother Wong, accompanied by a large contingent, arrived, instantly shifting the tide in our favor. However, Digo-san remained unfazed, perhaps dismissing me as nothing more than an arrogant child. Calmly, he and his men produced 5 guns, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense as over 100 armed individuals faced off, poised for conflict. It became evident that I had indeed underestimated Digo-san. Even if we were triumphed today, the cost would likely be steep, resulting in significant casualties on both sides, a truly mutually destructive confrontation. Su Tian, did you really think I was easy to bully? Today, it's either you or me. Let us fight to the bitter end. Chapter 66. The fearless young calf. The atmosphere was undeniably awkward. The situation had exceeded everyone's expectations, revealing a sense of underestimation towards the adversary. Have you not heard the saying, "The fearless young calf knows no tiger"? Today, I am prepared to risk it all. Death is merely the worst outcome. Digo-san furrowed his brow, astonished that he had been outmaneuvered by a group of children. He had intended to intimidate them. Yet these youngsters displayed a remarkable disregard for their own safety. Nonetheless, Digo-san was a man of stature, and his pride was at stake. He declared, "I will count to 3 before I fire." At that moment, nearly 200 individuals in the room fell into a hushed silence, each drenched in sweat. For fear gripped them all. With guns aimed at one another, no one dared to take it lightly. 1. I swallowed hard. 2. The crowd anxiously checked their firearms, terrified that a malfunction might lead to fatal consequences. Just as Digo-san's mouth opened to utter the next number, a gunshot rang out, striking him in the ear, and he collapsed to the ground. Instantly, chaos ensued. "Everyone stop!" Digo-san shouted from the floor. Finally, the room quieted. "Su Tian, I was about to call for a ceasefire, yet you dared to shoot prematurely, truly lacking in decorum." "Fine, I concede. Someone help me up. The Dali bathhouse in Wanxin village is yours, and I shall withdraw from Dongli. I am growing old. Indeed, the younger generation is pushing the old aside." I pondered silently, recognizing his status as a senior. I promptly offered him a cigarette, providing myself a graceful exit as I called out, "Third brother, please retire with peace of mind. Your monthly dividends will not be diminished. They will be deposited into your account punctually." Digo-san responded, "I underestimated your resolve. I admire your courage, brother." He patted my shoulder and turned to leave with his entourage. At that moment, I too felt a cold sweat. Who among us is truly unafraid of death? It merely comes down to whose courage prevails. I instructed Fatty to rush the injured brothers to the hospital and allocated 500 yuan each for their medical expenses. Subsequently, I called Zhang Dian, entrusting him to arrange for personnel to take over the Dali bathhouse in Wanxin village the following day. Following this encounter, word spread through the underworld about a newly emerged faction, Tianjin Society, along with the name Su Tian becoming well known. Brother Wu, as you know, the Dali bathhouse in Wanxin village is situated in the Hedong district. Although we hold a modest reputation in Dongli, it may not suffice in Hedong. I have sent others to guard the establishment, but my unease compels me to request that you three come to maintain order. Tian, what are you saying? We are all brothers. Tomorrow Zhang Dian and I will handle matters over there. At that moment, a call from the rat came through. Brother Tian, I have found over 30 wayward female students eager to work. How should I arrange this? I instructed the assistant to temporarily accommodate these young female students at the Dolly Bathhouse in Wanqing Village until our Blue Sky Bar and Red House Bathhouse were fully renovated, after which we would redistribute them accordingly. Subsequently, I coordinated once more with Wang Wu. These young women are still quite tender, akin to blossoms just beginning to bloom. On one hand, we must elevate our prices, for their youth is their most significant asset. On the other hand, we must ensure their personal safety, as they are still minors merely seeking to earn some pocket money. Rest assured, Tian, I am well aware of the situation. I even arranged for some of my brothers to tidy up the billiard hall, announcing a temporary closure for 3 days for simple renovations to obscure the bloodstains and bullet holes. The day was still young, so I asked Wang Wu to take me back to the home of the sisters. Upon entering, I remarked, "You both returned quite early today." They exchanged glances, seemingly in agreement, as if to say, "Yes, that's more like it." Wu Shui went to heat up some food for me, while Wu assisted me in removing my clothes. Thus, the three of us engaged in light conversation in the living room. "Su Tian, please stop with the reckless antics. We genuinely worry for your safety," I softly reassured them. I comforted them further, saying, "Once these establishments stabilize, I shall wash my hands of this life and cease my endeavors. Otherwise, how could I support both of you?" Chapter 67, An Unexpected Message. After a brief chat with the two of them, we finished our meal, and they insisted on dragging me to take a shower. Once that was done, they kept me occupied for half the night. Their energy is truly boundless. This morning, I received a text message, the contents of which expressed a desire to meet with me. To my astonishment, the sender's number belonged to Zhao Dafei. This was utterly unexpected, and I found myself hesitating about whether to go, for Zhao Dafei is a figure entrenched in the political arena, a far cry from those in the underworld. After much contemplation, I resolved to pay him a visit. Zhao Dafei had reserved a small private room in a modest restaurant. Upon entering, I noticed he was unaccompanied by any bodyguards, just himself. "Brother, you made it. Please, take a seat," he greeted me warmly. It was hard to believe that someone who had just incurred a loss of 6 million could still greet me with a beaming smile. "Secretary Zhao, you are too kind. Please speak your mind," I said candidly. Zhao Dafei paused for a moment, then chuckled. "Today, I simply want to treat you to a meal, nothing more." "Secretary Zhao, please spare me the circumlocution. If you have something to discuss, just say it," I pressed. It seems you've been quite active lately, brother. I've heard a thing or two. You even managed to take a slice of the territory from the underground syndicate. Impressive indeed. As for Bang San, he's truly gone off the grid. I've sent people to look for him, and there are whispers that you might have had a hand in his demise. You are indeed a promising young man, Su Tian, he praised. A pang of anxiety shot through me. It appeared he had done his homework on me. However, the fact that he had not taken any direct action against me indicated that I still held some value for him. Amused, after all. He is a seasoned fox in the game. What need is there for idle tales? My primary purpose for seeking you out, Brother Su, is to inquire about my wife's situation. Given the circumstances, it was clear this old fox was concerned that his spouse might divulge secrets she possessed. Rest assured, Secretary Zhao, I handle matters with precision and efficiency. I will not leave any loose ends, I assured him. Brother Su, do you know why your recent activities have stirred such a commotion, yet the police have not troubled you? He queried. Secretary, I am well aware. You have certainly had a word with the Bureau, I replied with clarity. Glad to hear you understand, he said, fixing me with a silent gaze that made me uneasy. Brother Su, there is indeed a matter I wish to discuss with you. You are too courteous. Please speak plainly. As long as it lies within my capabilities, I shall not hesitate to assist, I thought, recognizing that cultivating a relationship with him could significantly benefit my future endeavors. Next month, there will be a re-election for the secretary here, and, as you can imagine, there will be many competitors. I need your support to help me secure this position. That is not an issue, Secretary Zhao. However, I am quite busy at the moment, and I have many subordinates to provide for. Worry not. If you assist me in becoming secretary, I will reward you with 2 million. My goodness, such a generous offer. It seemed that earning money in the legitimate realm was far swifter than in the underworld. So, Secretary Zhao, what do you propose for this arrangement? How can I assist? Now I find myself in direct competition with Sun Guangfa, who is intricately entangled with the notorious local gang, the Longting Society. As the election approaches, it is inevitable that he will go door to door, attempting to sway the populace, reportedly offering 500 yuan to every household that votes for him. I pondered, if that is the case, I shall offer 800 yuan to each household instead. However, I am acutely aware that factions supporting him will undoubtedly attempt to disrupt my plans. Thus, I require your assistance in diverting the attention of the Longting Society while also maintaining order at the scene. It appears that this 2 million yuan will not be easily earned, especially when it involves dealings with genuine organized crime. I took a drag from my cigarette and slowly remarked, Secretary Zhao, it seems rather unwise to offend a criminal organization for your benefit. Zhao Dafei, still wearing a broad smile, responded, Brother Su, as long as the matter is successfully resolved, I will personally offer you an additional 500,000 yuan. What do you think? I chuckled and replied, Secretary Zhao, too. 5 million does not sound particularly auspicious. How about we round it up to a neat 3 million? And I assure you a smooth victory. Chapter 68. Standing up for justice. Su's appetite is truly more voracious than that of a lion. Haha. To take a person's wealth is to alleviate their woes. A penny more guarantees a bit more security. You may certainly seek assistance elsewhere, but one must first ascertain if the price can be negotiated. Trustworthiness is an entirely different matter. After all, it is no trivial matter for a secretary to approach the underworld, should such information leak. Very well, I shall arrange for someone to deliver 1 million tomorrow, and once the matter is settled, all expenses will be reconciled in one go. Subsequently, I had a few bites of food, casually exchanged pleasantries with Zhao Dafei, and returned to Black 8. Upon arriving, I found that Zhang Dian was already able to walk. We conversed about the day's events, and Zhang Dian expressed that while earning money is indeed a good thing, he feared that the 3 million might be difficult to acquire. After all, the Longting Society is a notorious local gang, officially registered as such. We then called upon Fatty, instructing him to gather some individuals to investigate the Longting Society. Coincidentally, Zhang Dian, you shall accompany me to the hospital to visit Shun Zi. Upon reaching the hospital, we discovered that Shun Zi's injuries had nearly healed, yet he seemed changed, less talkative. Perhaps the injury to his pride had dampened his spirits. Zhang Dian and I did not ponder this deeply, and the following day we prepared for Shun Zi's discharge. We were not idle, hastening to the Blue Sky Bar and the Red House Spa to inspect the renovation progress. Observing the pace of work, we estimated that both establishments would reopen by the end of next month. Thereafter, we ventured to the Dali Spa in Wanxin Village. Upon entering, we found the first floor eerily empty when Wang Wu descended from the upper levels, greeting us enthusiastically. Ah, Tianjin has arrived. I promptly inquired, Brother Wu, how's the business here? Oh dear, ever since those female students arrived, business has been booming. Everyone is on the 3rd floor. Who wouldn't prefer the company of young ladies? Wang Wu chuckled. He then warmly invited, since you and Zhang Yan are here, would you like me to arrange for you to experience it as well? I quickly waved my hand in refusal. Brother Wu, that one do. If Wu Yu and Wu Shui found out, my life would be in peril. Zhang Jian echoed. I have no interest in women. Finally, I cautioned Wang Wu. We have come from Dongli, and being unfamiliar with this place, we must act discreetly. Please ensure that more brothers are dispatched to oversee matters, and prepare the necessary tools to prevent any unforeseen complications from envious onlookers. As Wang Wu and I were conversing, we suddenly heard shouts from upstairs. Damn you, stinking whore. I paid for this and still can't touch. Wang Wu and I hurriedly ascended the stairs to ascertain the situation. We observe a waiter explaining, Big brother, if you wish to find a lady, you can go to the 3rd floor. The 2nd floor is merely a lounge and massage area, and the waitstaff here do not engage in such activities. To hell with you, the man retorted, striking the waiter across the face. Wang Wu swiftly intervened, grasping the man's wrist. Instantly, a dozen individuals emerged from behind him, appearing ready to confront Wang Wu. I quickly stepped in to mediate, exchanging a few polite words with the man. My friend, a forcibly picked fruit is never sweet. Why must we trouble a young girl? Today I shall treat you all, and I have arranged for a few esteemed gentlemen to ascend to the third floor, my invitation. Yet that man merely scoffed, declaring, I do not lack money. But you have dampened my spirits today. I maintained my smile, then retrieved a knife from my bosom and plunged it directly into his abdomen. To wreak havoc on my territory is tantamount to courting death. As his companions attempted to act, they were swiftly surrounded by my associates, each one pressing a firearm against their temples. They were rendered utterly speechless, while the man writhed on the ground, desperately clutching my leg in supplication. Begone! Remember to settle the bill as you descend, Wang Wu instructed. You truly are ruthless, Tian, Wang Wu continued. However, in business, we should strive to avoid conflict with customers, as we still rely on them for our livelihood. Yet if we are wronged, we must not shy away from confrontation. Chapter 69. Inner decisions. It was getting late, and it was time for me to return home. I suggested that they also retire early. I took a black car home, and the driver, perhaps feeling bored, struck up a conversation with me. Hey, you're a local, right? He asked. Indeed, I am, I replied. With the elections approaching, I've heard that voting for certain candidates comes with financial incentives. If a family has more than 10 members, they could strike it rich. I smiled faintly without responding. Word has it that the underworld is also involved this time. He continued, I heard from friends that members of the Longting Society will be lending their support. Just a few days ago, someone refused to vote for them, and that very day they blew up his house. I was astonished and inquired, ISNT, anyone going to do something about it? He scoffed, who would? I've heard that the Longting Society has more members than the police. In Dongli, they wield immense power. The police have to bow to them. He spoke nonchalantly, but I took his words to heart. It appeared that the Longting Society was formidable indeed. Upon returning home, my sisters attended to me after I showered and had dinner. I then called Fatty from the living room. Hey, Fatty, how's the investigation going? Brother Tian, the Longting Society is enormous. Their presence is felt all over Dongli. Their stronghold is mainly in Zhangguizhuang, with 3 bathhouses, 2 bars, 5 casinos, and several car dealerships. They carry firearms and travel in luxury vehicles. Their leader is named Fu Xiaochun, always dressed in a black suit and polished shoes, exuding an air of authority. After hanging up, a wave of despondency washed over me. The chasm between us and the underworld felt insurmountable. After all, we were mere small-time thugs, reckless in our endeavors and never contemplating the consequences. At that moment, Wu Shui and Wu Yu approached, expressing concern about my demeanor. Noticing my gloomy expression, they were visibly worried. I shook my head, feigning calmness, and said, It's nothing. I'm merely pondering how to become stronger. They offered words of comfort, suggesting that our current lives were quite satisfactory and hoping I would reconsider my ambitions. I smiled and exchanged a few words with them before we all retired for the night. The following morning, I awoke past 9. After enjoying breakfast prepared by Wu Shui, I decided to pay a visit to Heiba and briefly update Zhang Dian on what Fatty had shared with me yesterday. Zhang Dian was always cautious in his dealings. With a grave expression, he remarked, Brother Tian, I believe we should forego the 3 million. The risks are simply too great. We are dealing with genuine gangsters, and it may be difficult for us to contend with them. However, I had already accepted the deposit. If I were to back out now, what would become of my reputation with Zhao Dafei? Moreover, our organization had just been established, and such a move would undoubtedly dampen everyone's morale. At that moment, Fatty entered and concurred, Brother Tian, their strength is overwhelming. Earning that money may not be as easy as it seems. Hearing their sentiments, I found myself in a state of inner turmoil. Let us do this, I proposed. I'll gather everyone for discussion. By around 10 o'clock, all were present. Xiao Exan, Li Lei, Wang Wuge, and Huazi, except for Shunzi, who was about to be discharged from the hospital. Today, it seems that everyone has gathered, and I wish to discuss with you all whether we should participate in this upcoming election. The risks associated with participation are something we should all consider, for indeed, there is strength in numbers, and I would not want my decision to bring misfortune upon anyone. At this moment, The atmosphere grew lively, with some advocating for action while others were opposed. Yet, as I surveyed the room, it became clear that the final decision rested upon my shoulders. Wang Wu boldly stated, "Heaven, whatever you decide, we shall follow. If you choose not to engage, we shall conduct ourselves with utmost sincerity." Truthfully, I have wrestled with this dilemma for quite some time. However, I believe we must take a chance. Reputation and dignity are earned through our own efforts, and currently, outsiders perceive us as a mere band of reckless ruffians. Should we manage to transform ourselves into a formidable force, I am confident that no one would dare to underestimate us again. Chapter 70. Preparing for the appointment at top, just as I was about to continue speaking, I was abruptly interrupted by someone else's voice. "We must act. Why not our money if we can?" We all turned toward the staircase, where we found it was Shunzi. The hefty fellow remarked, "We haven't even come to pick you up, Shunzi. Why have you returned alone?" Shunzi replied, "It was simply too dull in the hospital. And I understand you're all busy, so I decided to come back early. Brother Tian, we must proceed. I, Shunzi, wholeheartedly support you," he added. For reasons I could not articulate, an inexplicable feeling surged within me. It seemed that Shunzi had undergone some change. After a moment, I said, "I will contact Zhao Dafei shortly. The voting has commenced these past few days. Apart from Zhang Dian, everyone else must remain steadfast in their positions. Without my command, no one is permitted to act independently. All will adhere to my arrangements." Suddenly, Shunzi interjected, "Brother Tian, it appears everyone has their own commitments, and I am the only one at leisure. I shall follow your lead regarding the election." I expressed my concern. "Shunzi, you have just been discharged from the hospital. I worry that your health may not withstand the strain. It would be prudent to rest for a few days." Shunzi thumped his chest and assured me, "No worries. Brother Tian, I am as well as can be. I'm so idle that I'm nearly going stale." "Very well, then. Shunzi, Zhang Dian, you shall accompany me in advancing this matter. Please keep a close eye on the renovation. Progress seems somewhat slow," I instructed. "Zhang Dian, Shunzi, gather a few sharp-minded brothers to prepare in advance. I am off to seek out Zhao Dafei now." With that, I rose to depart. I arranged to meet Zhao Dafei once more at the small restaurant from our last encounter. Upon meeting, I inquired, "Secretary Zhao, I believe I am nearly ready. When shall we commence our actions?" Zhao Dafei appeared momentarily taken aback, not anticipating my swift preparations. It is vital to note that our adversaries are notoriously formidable criminal elements. In truth, Zhao Dafei himself is taking a gamble, wagering that Su Tian possesses the capability to surpass the Longting Society. For aside from Su Tian, he had sought numerous connections, yet none dared to undertake this task, primarily out of fear of provoking the Longting Society. Zhao Dafei made it clear that starting tomorrow, he would need personnel to assist in collecting votes and distributing funds. For every confirmed supporter, remuneration would be disbursed according to the household registration. Furthermore, on the day of counting, maintaining order at the scene would be paramount. Beyond that, there was nothing else to discuss. "Understood, Secretary Zhao. I shall take heed," I replied. Subsequently, we parted ways, each harboring our own thoughts, enjoying a small drink before returning to our respective duties. The hefty fellow called to inform me that members of the Longting Society had just visited the billiards hall, and Fei Xiaochun wished to meet with me. Did he disclose the meeting location? "At 10 o'clock tonight, at Top Bar. Brother Tian, I shall summon some brothers to accompany you." "No need, Fatty. If they intend to act against me, why should they arrange a meeting? Rest assured, this matter need not be communicated to Zhang Dian." Fatty seemed to want to say more, but I hung up the phone. With nothing pressing to attend to, I decided to visit Wei Ting. At the Hong Fangzi bathing establishment, I observed the Xiaoxin diligently supervising. Upon noticing my arrival, they greeted Brother Tian has come. "How is Wei Ting faring?" "Very well. She was quite restless for a time, but now she has settled down. She requested some urban magazines and fitness equipment. Perhaps after her earlier tumult, she has grown weary." "Oh, how intriguing. I shall go pay her a visit." As the Xin opened the door, I stepped inside and was struck by the enhanced elegance of Wei Ting. A stark contrast to our previous encounter. "Why have you come without uttering a word? Why merely observe me?" I inquired, captivated by her newfound poise and previously unrecognized physique. Dressed in yoga pants, Her cheeks flushed slightly at my remarks, and she promptly draped a garment over herself. Why so shy? Are you concerned I might harbor ulterior thoughts? I jested. One should harbor no malicious intent, yet remain vigilant against it. With a chuckle, I added, were you a decade younger, I might reconsider. And upon seeing her unperturbed demeanor, I felt at ease, turning to leave. Wei Ting gazed at her figure, murmuring in disappointment, am I truly that lacking? Chapter 71, Socializing with Xiao Chun, Part 1. After engaging in a brief conversation with Xiao Xian, I promptly placed a call to Wang Wu. Brother Wu would soon escort me to the top bar, where I was to meet the formidable leader of the Longting Society, Fu Xiaochun. As night fell and the city lights illuminated the streets, Wang Wu arrived around 9 o'clock. Tunner, I shall accompany you, should any issues arise. I will be prepared to handle them, he assured me. Indeed, Brother Wu, I am ever grateful for your assistance. What are you saying, Tianjin? We are brothers. Upon our arrival at the entrance of the top bar, the security guard, upon surveying our dilapidated vehicle, unceremoniously instructed us to park aside so as not to disrupt the bar's business. Wang Wu and I exchanged a resigned smile. Once we alighted from the car, we were immediately struck by the grandeur of the top bar, which was undoubtedly several magnitudes superior to our own blue sky bar. It presented an excellent opportunity for us to glean insights into their operational strategies. However, as we approached the entrance, the guard halted us once more. Do you have a reservation? He scrutinized me with a disdainful smile. Yes, the owner is expecting me, I replied with calm assurance. The guard chuckled mockingly. Our brother Fu is expecting a mere child? At this, Wang Wu's anger flared, and he was ready to retaliate. I swiftly intervened, speaking with composure, brother, if you allow me entry now, I shall consider this matter as if it never transpired. However, should you persist in denying me, the consequences may be beyond your capacity to bear. Disregarding my presence will not bode well for you. Who do you think you're intimidating? The guard retorted, flanked by 7 or 8 associates. I remained unfazed, signaling to my companion to inform our contacts that should entry be denied, we would simply leave. The guards regarded me with scoffs and jeers, their words laced with derision. They assumed Fu Xiaochun was about to depart and moved to greet him. To their astonishment, a bodyguard beside Fu Xiaochun swiftly delivered a resounding slap to the guard's face, exclaiming, how dare you obstruct someone expected by Brother Fu? In that moment, the guard was rendered utterly speechless, unable to fathom that I truly had an acquaintance in Fu Xiaochun, who had personally come forth to welcome me. Upon our first meeting, Fu Xiaochun struck me as astute and capable, far removed from the typical image of a gang leader. Instead, he resembled a shrewd businessman. Brother Su Tian, I apologize for the wait. With so many subordinates, 1 or 2 may lack discernment. I hope you can forgive this oversight, he expressed with a hint of contrition. Indeed, he was a remarkable young man. Brother Su Tian, you truly possess exceptional abilities. As he spoke, he extended his hand for a handshake. I reciprocated with a smile, saying, greetings, Brother Fu. It is quite an honor to be in your presence. I am truly enlightened, and I look forward to learning from you in the future, lest my understanding remains insufficient. Fu Xiaochun erupted into hearty laughter and draped an arm around me as we proceeded inside. Upon reaching an expansive booth, he summoned 6 elegantly dressed women, all seemingly in their late teens and clad in revealing attire. Brother Su Tian, today I shall treat you. Let us indulge. He jested, Brother Fu. This won't turn out to be a banquet of treachery, will it? Fu Xiaochun paused for a moment, perhaps taken aback by my forthrightness. He chuckled and remarked, Su Tian, my dear younger brother, you truly have a knack for humor. I have heard that a new association has emerged recently, and I merely wish to meet and forge a friendship. Little did I anticipate that you would be so youthful. It appears I am indeed growing old. Brother Fu, my endeavors are but trifles. How could I possibly compare to your grandeur? I'm immensely grateful for your personal reception today. Please speak candidly. Indeed, you are a remarkable figure among men. Fu Xiaochun continued, the reason I summoned you today is to inquire about the elections. I was informed at the first opportunity that Zhao Dafei is seeking you. We are both here for a transaction, after all. I fear that I might inadvertently harm a brother in the process. It seems by his words, that Fu Xiaochun holds me in little regard. Therefore, I inquired, "What is your meaning, Brother Fu?" "I have two suggestions. I am uncertain how you, my brother, shall decide." Chapter 72. Social Engagement with Fu Xiaochun. Part 2. Speak. I am listening. First, sever ties with Zhao Dafei. Second, join my ranks. What if I choose neither? As soon as the words left my lips, I saw a throng of people behind Fu Xiaochun surge towards me like ravenous wolves. Wang Wu swiftly moved closer to my side. A man with slicked back hair among Fu Xiaochun's entourage shouted, "Su Tian, my young brother, today it seems you cannot escape." Wang Wu immediately stepped forward, shielding me with a fierce declaration. "As long as I am here, no one shall lay a hand on him." Fu Xiaochun rose with a jovial demeanor, feigning reprimand. "What you all doing? Today, I merely invited Su Tian to share a drink. Behave yourselves." "Apologies, my brother. My companions may have indulged a bit too much," he said, though I could discern his true intentions. I stood up as well, raised my glass, and toasted Fu Xiaochun. "Boss Fu, I appreciate your generous hospitality. We have ample time ahead." After downing the drink, I grabbed Wang Wu and headed for the exit. Once outside the top bar, I urged Wang Wu to hurry and start the car run. Fu Xiaochun returned to his booth, whispering, "Be quick and nimble." Almost instantly, a pack of pursuers descended upon us like ravenous wolves. Once in the car, I saw a large group of people rushing towards us with menacing intent. "Wu Ge, drive fast," I shouted, simultaneously dialing Fatty's number. "Hurry to Haihe and assist us." As soon as I hung up, a Nissan rammed into us like a wild stallion, causing my head to collide violently with the windshield. I fumbled to fasten my seatbelt. Wang Wu glanced at the rearview mirror, exclaiming, "My goodness, there are 3 cars." "Brace yourself." These 3 Nissans charged at us like frenzied bulls, repeatedly slamming into our already battered vehicle, the rear bumper now hanging by a thread. "Wu Ge, this is untenable. Our speed is too slow. If this continues, we will be killed. Damn it, Zhang Jian bought this piece of junk. It can barely reach 60. Almost at Haihe. Let's throw the car onto the curb and run towards Shizelin Bridge." In that moment, 2 Nissans attempted to flank us. Wang Wu slammed on the brakes, and the 2 vehicles, unable to evade in time, crashed into one another. Thanks to my seatbelt, I fared better, but Wang Wu was thrown from his seat like a kite severed from its string. I unfastened my seatbelt and rushed to help him. Fortunately, he was strong, though bloodied, likely from being cut by glass. The occupants of the 3 vehicles emerged, brandishing machetes and advancing towards us with hostility. Wang Wu and I had no choice but to flee in panic upon the bridge. Wang Wu asked, "Tian, can you swim?" "I can't swim at all. I'm like a landlocked duck, with no path of retreat. Leaping into the water might offer a glimmer of hope. I would rather face death than plunge into the depths." I feared for my life. Before I could finish my thought, Wang Wu seized me and jumped. I felt like a drenched dog, struggling desperately. Wang Wu tightly grasped my neck, desperately swimming towards the opposite shore. After approximately 10 minutes, he finally brought me to land, and I felt like a lifeless dog. Wang Wu gently patted my back, urging, "Tianer, take a moment to catch your breath. The people from across the way are coming after us." I glanced over and saw 3 vehicles approaching menacingly. Wang Wu then asked, "Tianer, shall we swim back?" "No, let's confront them." I could hardly bear it. I was already a poor swimmer, and now sheer terror gripped me, my heart racing to my throat. Trembling, we retrieved a folding knife from our pockets, bracing ourselves for a desperate battle, as escape seemed futile. Upon closer inspection, I noticed 15 individuals advancing toward us with fierce determination. I couldn't help but admire Wang Wu's courage. In this dire situation of 2 against 15, he chose to take the offensive. Chapter 73. Su Tian's perilous encounter. I followed Wang Wu like the wind, witnessing him strike with unerring precision at a man's throat, his movements astonishingly swift. Filled with envy, I attempted to emulate his actions, only to find myself toppled to the ground by a vicious kick. How infuriating. Struggling to rise, I barely steadied myself before catching sight of 5 gleaming blades slicing through the air towards me. Without a second thought for my dignity, I executed a desperate backflip, almost landing in an undignified heap. Perhaps my audacious maneuver momentarily bewildered my assailants, as they hesitated just enough for me to seize the opportunity to throw my knife. Watching as they ducked to avoid it, I rushed towards Wang Wu, who was faring no better, bearing several wounds, while one of his adversaries lay crumpled, a fatal stab to the neck. Back to back, we silently lamented our grim fate, realizing that today might be our last. The attackers surged forward once more, and I forcefully shoved Wang Wu towards the river, urging him to swim to safety. Just then a blade struck my back, an excruciating pain radiating through me as blood gushed forth. Gritting my teeth against the agony, I leaped and drove my knee into one assailant's head, seizing his weapon to lash out wildly. Yet, outnumbered, they began to hurl, throwing knives in my direction. Even if I managed to evade one, there were still over a dozen more. One pierced my leg, another my shoulder, a torment beyond description. I clenched my jaw and glanced back at Wang Wu, who was still making his way toward me. I signaled for him to flee. Suddenly, one assailant, resembling a ferocious beast, lunged forward with a knife aimed at my abdomen. Instinctively, I pressed my hand against the wound, my mind spinning as if the world were swirling around me. Just as I felt myself slipping into unconsciousness, faintly, I heard the voices of my comrades, barely audible like the buzzing of flies. Kill them. Save Tianjin, hurry. Indeed, the rotund figure of my ally had arrived, albeit too late. Damn it. How dare you harm Tianjin? Brothers, fight with all your might. The stout man had brought many reinforcements, and soon the adversaries were vanquished. Quickly, take Tianjin to the hospital and bring Wu Gu along. The stout man swiftly contacted all the key players, rallying them to Dongli Hospital to await the outcome of Tianjin's surgery. Wu Yu and Wu Shui soon arrived, and upon seeing Wang Wu, Wu Shui was consumed by rage, delivering a resounding slap to his face, rebuking him. How could you fail to protect Su Tian? The stout man quickly intervened, explaining, sisters, you've misunderstood Wu Gu. When I arrived, he was already gravely injured, submerged in water. Wang Wu, filled with remorse, remained silent. A throng of us anxiously awaited news outside the operating room when Li Lei's phone rang. A frantic voice reported from the other end. Brother Lei, the bar has been smashed. A group of strangers invaded. Shortly thereafter, the stout man's phone chimed with similar dreadful tidings. The billiard hall has also been attacked, as well as a Red House spa. Fortunately, the vigorous bathing facility in Wanxin village remained unscathed, perhaps due to the cross-district considerations that prompted some caution. In an instant, everyone was as restless as ants on a hot skillet, their anxiety palpable. Zhang Dian stood up and shouted, everyone, for heaven's sake, calm down. The safety of Brother Tian is our utmost priority. Material possessions can be restored, but if a life is lost, we lose everything. After an interminable 4 hours, the lights in the hospital's emergency room finally extinguished. The doctor emerged, and the crowd surged forward, clamoring with questions. Doctor, how is Brother Tian? The immediate threat to his life has been averted, but the patient is gravely injured and requires rest. He is still under observation, the doctor replied. Wu Yu and Wu Shui hurriedly inquired, can we go in to see him? Not at this moment. Please wait for 3 more days, Zhang Jian replied solemnly. Sisters-in-law, you should return home to rest. The situation is akin to boiling water, chaotic and tumultuous. I fear for your safety. With leadership already absent, if anything were to happen to either of you, how could we possibly explain it to Brother Tian when he awakens? Chapter 74. Trapping the turtle regardless of the wishes of the two women. Zhang Jian issued a direct command for De Xian and Xiao Xian to escort the 2 sisters-in-law back home, simultaneously dispatching additional brothers to guard them, fully armed. Wu Yu and Wu Shui furiously exclaimed, Zhang Dian, you scoundrel, let us go. I apologize, sisters-in-law, but I cannot allow any harm to come to you. Zhang Dian replied resolutely. Everyone calm down. It appears that the Longting Society intends to strike us down one by one. Wang Wu interjected, I failed to protect Brother Tian. Today, I must lead our brothers to avenge him. The others, including Haozi, Shunzi, Li Lei, and Fatty, echoed, we will go with you. Zhang Dian, seldom angered, was genuinely furious this time. He shouted, brothers, Can we not act recklessly? They are a criminal organization, and we are merely small-time thugs. How can we compete with them? Brother Tian has so little left. Do we really want to risk it all? The crowd responded, damn it. We cannot just stand by. How do we proceed? When we were in trouble, Brother Tian fought fiercely for us. Now that he is in peril, are we to merely watch? Is this what brotherhood means? At that moment, Zhang Dian's phone rang. Hello, Zhang Dian, my brother. Who is this? Zhang Dian's heart tightened. I am Zhao Dafei. Zhang Dian's heart sank. Oh, it is you, Secretary Zhao. What can I do for you? I have been trying to reach Brother Su, but to no avail, so I sought others to inquire. I heard that Brother Su has been injured and is in critical condition. I am merely concerned. Zhang Dian did not indulge him. Are you truly concerned for his life? Or is it merely your own interests at stake? Zhao Dafei burst into laughter. Of course, I care for Brother Su. Primarily, I wish to know if our agreement still stands. Zhang Dian replied, It certainly stands. Rest assured, the Longting Society and we can only coexist as one. He then ended the call. I believe we cannot remain idle in Brother Tian's current state. We must avenge him. What do you all think? The group responded, You always have the best ideas. Please share. I suspect they may return to the hospital to commit further violence or target the two sisters-in-law. They will undoubtedly wish to ascertain whether Brother Tian is still alive. Furthermore, I believe they fear retribution should he survive. Therefore, let's turn the tables on them. Haozi, Shunzi return to protect the sisters-in-law, while the rest of us take turns guarding downstairs. Li Lei, Fatty, Wang Wu, Wang Kai, Wang Wei. Gather your most trusted and clever brothers to surround the hospital, ensuring not a single soul can pass. Equip everyone with firearms and knives, should they dare to approach. We shall ensnare them. Having outlined his strategy, it was now nearly 10 o'clock at night. At that moment, a brother on the first floor reported via phone. 2 vans have parked outside the hospital, and around 20 masked individuals have exited. Zhang Jian had previously instructed Fatty to transfer Brother Tian to another room, covering the original bed with pillows and blankets, while all the brothers concealed themselves in other wards. As anticipated, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from the safety corridor. Zhang Jian signaled for everyone to remain calm, instructing them to wait until this group had entered the room before they would strike in mass. Soon, the individuals summoned by Fu Xiaochun arrived at the threshold of Su Tian's hospital room, each brandishing a machete, their countenances menacing as they forcefully pushed the door open and lunged at the bed with ferocity. One of the leaders, upon lifting the blanket, was immediately struck with horror and shouted, This is a trap. We must retreat. However, as they attempted to flee, Zhang Jian had already led his contingent in with the ferocity of a tiger descending from the mountains, overwhelming them with sheer numbers. Except for 2 brothers who sustained severe injuries, the remainder of the adversaries lay vanquished upon the ground. Chapter 75. The ruthless one break their hands and feet. Subsequently, Zhang Jian extracted a mobile phone from the pocket of their leader and dialed Fu Xiaochun. As the phone rang, a voice on the other end inquired, Have you resolved the matter? Zhang Jian promptly replied, It's taken care of. They're all lying on the ground. The voice retorted, Who are you? Zhang Jian boldly stated, I am your father. Do you know who I am to speak to me in such a manner? I have declared that I am your father, and you are my son. All right, just wait. At that moment, a brother shouted, Tiangu has awakened. Everyone surged forward, disregarding the on-duty nurse's warnings that the crowd would disturb the resting patients, and rushed into the ward. Tiangu, how are you? I could barely speak, my wounds causing excruciating pain, leaving me unable to move. I gestured to everyone that I was fine, and they need not worry. While Zhang Jian succinctly recounted the events that had just transpired, having narrowly escaped death, I resolved to be ruthless and steadfast, for kindness is akin to foolishness. It was my misplaced trust in the adversary's reluctance to harm me that led me to bring only Wang Wu. Had Wang Wu not accompanied me, my life would have surely been in jeopardy. I vowed to exact revenge on Fu Xiaochun and obliterate him entirely. I instructed Zhang Jian to procure pen and paper to draft a plan, assigning Li Lei, a stranger, to instigate trouble at top, while directing the fatty to coordinate outside. The remaining individuals were to return and rest, standing by for my orders. Before long, Li Lei and the fatty had arrived at the top bar. Upon disembarking, the fatty cautioned, "Be extremely careful." Li Lei assured him, "Do not worry. I know what I'm doing." With that, Li Lei, armed with a steel knife, entered the bar. Li Lei ordered a bottle of beer at a scattered table, contemplating how to wreak havoc sufficient to shutter the establishment. At that moment, a bald man entered, visibly agitated, seemingly concealing something within his clothing. Observing this, Li Lei stealthily followed him. The bald man approached a large booth and began conversing with a man seated there. Li Lei overheard the bald man demand, "Do you know who I am? Dare to steal my partner, and you shall meet a dire fate." However, the group in the booth dismissed his words with laughter, not taking him seriously at all. Suddenly, the bald man drew a knife and viciously stabbed the man opposite him, delivering at least 22 thrusts, each aimed at the heart. Immediately afterward, he turned and fled. But security quickly intervened. Despite his ferocity, the bald man struggled against 3 security guards and was soon overpowered and knocked to the ground. Witnessing this, Li Lei swiftly drew his knife, aiding the bald man and incapacitating one of the guards, and then helped him to his feet. The room erupted in chaos as someone shouted that a murder had occurred. Seizing the opportunity, the bald man dashed outside, with Li Lei in hot pursuit. Thinking to himself that this fellow was indeed a fierce individual whom Tianjin would surely appreciate. Upon catching up with the bald man, Li Lei pulled him into the fatty's car. The fatty, taken aback, queried, "Who is this?" Back at the hospital, Li Lei recounted the events to Zhang Dian, bringing the bald man along. Zhang Dian scrutinized the bald man and inquired, "Brother, what should I call you?" The bald man replied, "I have quite the temper. Everyone outside calls me Angry Egg." Zhang Dian nodded and remarked, "You've got guts. To stir up trouble at top shows you possess considerable audacity. However, if you take a life on the territory of the Dragon Rising Society, both the underworld and the law will undoubtedly pursue you relentlessly." The Angry Egg, a resolute man, stated, "I've already contemplated the consequences. If it comes to it, I can accept being executed. A man may forego his pride, but his partner and wife are sacred. No one should dare touch them." Zhang Dian responded, "There is someone who can assist you, but it will require an equivalent sacrifice. Are you willing?" Without hesitation, the Angry Egg replied, "As long as it ensures my survival, I am willing to give anything." Chapter 76. The destruction of the film bar. Please wait outside for a moment. I will go in and greet the boss, Zhang Dian said as he entered the hospital room, where he recounted the entire situation to Su Tian in meticulous detail. Su Tian agreed that this fellow, Qidong, possessed a certain ferocity that could be harnessed for their purposes. "When the time comes, I will ensure Zhao Dafei's safety," he assured. After Zhang Dian emerged, he communicated with Qidong. "From this day forth, you shall be a member of the Tianjin Society, and your elder brother will be Su Tian." Qidong replied, "My great vengeance has been avenged, and with my brother's protection, I shall wholeheartedly support him." Li Lei approached, placing an arm around Qidong's shoulder, declaring, "I like this guy. He is bold." Zhang Dian quickly shifted to further plans, explaining, "The brothers below mentioned that the film bar is also under Fu Xiaochun's domain. Li Lei, you Qidong, and Pongzi must make another arduous trip. I suspect their people have all gone atop, and they certainly won't anticipate us causing trouble at the film bar." He emphasized his command with a menacing tone, "Make a ruckus." Thus, Pongzi, Li Lei, and the newly joined Qidong set off with a few others. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at their destination. As they approached the bar, the security, noting their small numbers, stepped forward to block their path, inquiring, "Gentlemen, do you have a reservation?" In a swift motion, Qidong lunged forward, stabbing the security guard without a moment's hesitation. The guard barely had a chance to utter a word before collapsing to the ground. Pongzi, Li Lei, and their companions were momentarily taken aback, with Pongzi exclaiming, "Brother, this isn't going to end well." Qidong sheepishly scratched his head, admitting, "I was impulsive." Another security guard, witnessing the scene, urgently called for backup via his radio. Yet, Qidong and his group slipped into the venue as if nothing had transpired. Before long, they were met with the sight of a woman performing a pole dance. Without a second thought, Qidong jumped onto the stage, mimicking her movements and brazenly groping her, leaving the dancer in a state of shock, while Pongzi and Li Lei cheered from below. Their antics soon captured the attention of the venue security. A group of 7 or 8 burly men approached them with evident hostility, pulling Qidong down from the stage. One of them warned, "If you're going to play, do it properly. Otherwise, you need to leave." However, Qidong, in his youthful bravado, responded by lunging with his knife towards the throat of the man who had spoken. Without hesitation, Pongzi and Li Lei drew their own knives, and chaos erupted instantaneously. The security guards, caught off guard, were swiftly incapacitated. Never could they have imagined that someone would dare to create a disturbance on Fu Xiaochun's territory. In the ensuing frenzy, they began to wreak havoc, and it was evident that a renovation would be required. Just as they prepared to exit, they noticed over 10 reinforcements arriving from across the street. Before Li Lei and Pongzi could utter a word, Qidong, like a ferocious tiger, charged ahead alone. The others, compelled by the situation, followed suit. Qidong stabbed indiscriminately, while Li Lei exhibited extraordinary valor, making it nearly impossible for anyone to approach him. Pongzi and his followers grew bolder with each encounter, and within 10 minutes, they had left the opposing group battered and bruised. Had it not been for these few individuals intervening, Qidong would have continued his assault. Fortunately, both the stout man and Li Lei remained composed, hastily transporting the injured individual to the hospital. Upon their arrival, the stout man succinctly conveyed the situation to Zhang Dian, who expressed great satisfaction. Subsequently, he instructed them to return for a brief respite and summoned Wang Wuge and his companions to relieve the previous shift. It was imperative that the hospital remained guarded, as Zhang Dian harbored concerns that further harm might befall them. Thus, he arranged for multiple layers of security. Thankfully, Fu Xiaochun did not make a reappearance. As dawn broke the following day, Wu Yu and Wu Shui could no longer suppress their fervent desire and resolutely insisted on seeking out Su Tian. The brothers below, left with no alternative, reluctantly allowed them entry. Fortunately, Su Tian was now able to speak, and as the two women entered the room, they enveloped him in a tight embrace. Their tears cascading forth like a torrent breaching its dam. Chapter 77. Investigating Fu Xiaochun, Su Tian murmured softly, "Ladies, please be gentle. My wound aches." At that moment, the two realized they had been overly vigorous. "You both must listen. I am fine. Surviving a great calamity surely brings blessings. It has been quite turbulent lately. Remain at home, and once I recover, I promise to spend quality time with you. All right?" Su Tian's voice was tender, laced with a hint of pleading. "No," they both replied in unison, their tone resolute. Observing their determination, Su Tian feigned anger, declaring, "If you two continue to fuss, I truly will be upset." Fortunately, this tactic proved effective, successfully intimidating them. Subsequently, Su Tian comforted them briefly before sending Shunzi and Haozi to escort them back. Soon after, Zhang Dian, Fatty, Li Lei, Qi Dan, and Brother Wang entered, along with the two Zins. The group inquired in unison, "Brother Tian, what shall we do next?" At that moment, a man with slick back hair whispered a few words into Fu Xiaochun's ear. Fu Xiaochun promptly decided to call Su Tian. Upon the call connecting, Fu Xiaochun greeted, "Brother Su Tian, are you feeling better?" "Thanks to you, Brother Fu, I'm still alive." Su Tian's voice dripped with sarcasm. "Please don't be angry. My underlings acted thoughtlessly. They arranged to kill you without my knowledge. I have punished them severely." Fu Xiaochun's tone was filled with regret. "Huh, I knew this wasn't to your intention, Brother Fu. How could you ever stoop to such despicable acts?" Su Tian's words held a deeper meaning. "Coincidentally, I just heard that my men went to vandalize your venues without my consent. I too have reprimanded them." Su Tian's words floated lightly. It struck Fu Xiaochun's heart like a dagger. Fu Xiaochun clenched his teeth in anger, fully aware that his losses were far greater, considering the disparity in venue scale. Brother Su Tian, once you recover, we must gather properly. Let the brothers take a well-deserved rest. What do you think? Your suggestion is splendid. I wholeheartedly concur. After I recuperate, I will personally visit you, Brother Fu." With that, Su Tian ended the call. Su Tian remarked, "I have reached a ceasefire agreement with Fu Xiaochun. We must expedite the renovations and preparations for our opening." The Xian, Xiao Xian, continue the renovations at the Red House Bathhouse, rebranding it as the Grand Fortune Bathhouse. Make sure to complete the renovations and open by the end of the month. Lilei, Chidan. The Blue Sky Bar must also finish renovations and open by the end of the month, renamed as the Morak Bar. Fatty, continue operating the Black 8 Pool Hall. Wugu, you three must diligently manage the Wanxin Village Dolly Bathhouse. Zhangdian, you're to oversee the allocation of our underlings in each region, including expenses. Then notify Haozi and Shunzi to continue developing the collection of protection fees at the middle school, while also recruiting troubled female students for the establishment. With just over 20 days until the month's end, once these matters are settled, everyone must fully assist Zhao Dafei in preparing for the elections. Zhang Dian remarked, Brother Tian, Fu Xiaochun is untrustworthy. You sent all the brothers away. What if he sends someone to assassinate you at the hospital? I remarked, no. Even if they were to kill me, it would serve them no purpose. Many of his enterprises have been legitimized, and our entanglement would cost him exponentially more than it would us. Fu Xiaochun is ultimately a man consumed by greed. The individual beside him, sporting a slick-back hairstyle, is evidently not a virtuous character. Zhang Dian promptly arranged for someone to conduct a thorough investigation. Everyone else, please attend to your tasks. Do not worry about me, for I shall focus on recuperating. Lying in bed, my thoughts surged like a torrent breaching a dam, contemplating the forthcoming strategies and potential occurrences. To speak candidly, having narrowly escaped death has indeed rendered me more mature and composed, yet I am resolute in my conviction. Fu Xiaochun must perish. Perhaps the journey thus far has been too smooth, and encountering sudden setbacks has left me feeling particularly uneasy. As the Xiaoxin returned from the bathhouse, he fortuitously brought some food for Wei Ting. With a look of curiosity, Wei Ting inquired, what has Su Tian been occupied with? He hasn't visited in quite some time. Wang Wu succinctly responded, Brother Tian has been injured. He will come back to see you once he has recovered. Chapter 78. 9 Dragons and 1 Phoenix. Part 1. Wei Ting was taken aback. Was his condition that dire? Seeing Wang Wu set down his meal and stride out, she sat on the bed, her heart heavy with unease, as if a colossal stone were pressing upon her chest, rendering her breathless. The following noon, Zhang Dian entered the room to report some matters to Su Tian. Brother Tian, the men have gathered intelligence. Fu Xiaochun commands a ruthless crew of 10, known as 9 Dragons and 1 Phoenix. The man with the slick-back hair following Fu Xiaochun is Sun Bo, the strategist of Longting Society, and he is the 1 Phoenix. The remaining 9 dragons are merely Fu Xiaochun's enforcers. We have yet to uncover their specific names, but it is rumored they have all taken lives. With that, Zhang Jian approached Su Tian, assisting him to lean against the bed. Su Tian pondered. I sensed that slick-back fellow was no ordinary man. Yet why did his 9 dragons fail to make an appearance? If the legends hold true, I would not have returned that day. Clearly, something must have kept Fu Xiaochun from summoning them back. This lad is indeed formidable. Zhang Jian concurred. We should not underestimate Fu Xiaochun. He possesses certain skills. Su Tian instructed, have the brothers continue their inquiries. I will call Bang San to ask. He then dialed Bang San's number. Brother San, how are you? Are you adapting well in Yunnan? Is that my dear younger brother? I thought you had forgotten about me. Bang San replied, I'm doing well here, indulging in food and leisure, nearly turning into a sloth. Su Tian succinctly recounted the recent events. On the other end, Bang San erupted in anger, slamming a cup and cursing. Damn it, he nearly took you out? Su Tian quickly reassured him, Brother San, no need to panic. I'm still alive. He then inquired, do you know Fu Xiaochun? What is his background? Bang San replied, I have some recollection of Fu Xiaochun. Back then, he didn't possess many assets. I was a dominant force in Dongli, and he had to bow before me. In my memory, he only had a few casinos I was aware of, but I had not heard of him running bars or car dealerships. He was quite low-key. I recall he even presented me with a gift. As for his current activities in the underworld, I am not privy to what transpired during that time. He rarely made an appearance while I was active in the open. Su Tian contemplated. In that case, Brother San, I shall seek information from others. Younger brother, I will contact Xiao Wu to assist you. No need, Brother San. If I cannot resolve this minor matter, I have no place in this world. Haha, well said, brother. I know I chose wisely. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call. If necessary, I shall return myself. As Su Tian was about to hang up, Bang San suddenly exclaimed, wait. I just remembered. There is someone in Hebei who stands on equal footing with me. He should know about Fu Xiaochun. Who is it? It's Air Heizi. Quickly take down his number and mention you're my brother. Thanks to my brother San, in critical moments, it is indeed my brother San who comes through. Haha, you rascal, take good care of yourself, and once this matter is settled, just wait and see how I deal with you. No problem, brother San. After hanging up, I promptly dialed the number San had provided. Once the call connected, I hurriedly greeted, hello, brother Air. Who are you? Came a brusque response from the other end. I am Su Tian, the brother of Bang San. I replied cautiously. Only Bang San? His voice rose an octave. Yes, I am his brother, I stammered slightly. Huh, how amusing. I never knew San had a brother. His tone dripped with disdain. What do you want? He seemed rather impatient. Taking a deep breath, I mustered my courage and asked, I would like to inquire about someone. Do you know Fu Xiaochun? As soon as I uttered that name, an eerie silence enveloped the conversation, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Nearly 30 seconds passed, and still there was no reply. My heart began to race, and I nervously inquired, Brother Air, can you hear me? Chapter 79, The Dragon and the Phoenix, Part 2. You should inquire about his intentions. I have some entanglements with him and wish to know a bit more. Hee, entangled with Fu Xiaochun? Surely I must have misheard. Indeed, brother. I briefly narrated the events leading up to this situation. It truly is the younger brother of the third, daring to challenge Fu Xiaochun. How unexpectedly intriguing. Fu Xiaochun is ambitious. As you are well aware, his film bar and top bar are located in the Hushi district, yet his car business operates in the Heping district. Do you believe someone who can manage bars in various districts is an ordinary character? You should also be aware of his subordinates, known as the Dragon and the Phoenix. Why is the Dragon not by his side? It is solely because he has been preoccupied with battling local forces in Beichun for territory. Brother, who exactly are these individuals known as the Dragon? I have heard they have killed before. Whether they have taken a life, I cannot say. However, they are certainly formidable figures. The Dragon and the Phoenix, alongside Fu Xiaochun, have been sworn brothers since childhood. It was due to a brawl that resulted in a fatality that Fu Xiaochun took on all the blame, spending 3 years behind bars. Upon his release, they pooled their connections and finances to secure his bail. In gratitude for that loyalty, they appointed Fu Xiaochun as their leader. Subsequently, brother remarked, Fu Xiaochun leads, while Lu Bo acts as their strategist, accompanied by 9 enforcers named Ermao, Dadi, Bebe Dashi, Huge Brother, Snake Brother, Knife Brother, Luo Xiao, and Dongzi. I was profoundly grateful and quickly replied, Thank you, brother. I shall certainly pay a visit soon. The third has treated me well. It is but a small favor on my part. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, I ended the call. Turning to Zhang Dian, I remarked, the Dragon and the Phoenix should not be underestimated. In my mind, I pondered, once Brother Tian recovers, we must dismantle them one by one during the election period. If they all unite, it may pose significant challenges to our overall progress. Zhang Dian, please make arrangements for our brothers to investigate whom they have clashed with in Beichun. The election is of utmost importance. Fu Xiaochun will undoubtedly summon everyone back. We can collaborate with his enemies. Even if it merely serves to distract Fu Xiaochun, it would be beneficial. Understood, Brother Tian. I shall make the arrangements straight away. At that moment, a nurse entered the ward to change my dressings. Su Tian, it is time for your dressing change. The nurse was quite charming, with her hair tied back in a ponytail and a lovely figure, prompting me to steal a few glances. Why are you sitting like that? Quickly lie down. Let me assist you. She gently supported my head with her right hand and cradled my waist with her left, gradually laying me back down. In such close proximity, her form brushed against my cheek, soft and fragrant. Perhaps she sensed this and hastened her movements to lay me down. As she changed my dressings, her hands inevitably brushed against my wounds, particularly when she bent over. I caught a glimpse of her undergarment and could not help but admire. The white pattern is truly beautiful. She heard my words and quickly covered her chest with her hand, scolding me. Rogue. With that, she turned and walked away. Hey, don't leave yet. We're not finished. I'm not doing it anymore. Rogue. Hey, why are you shouting? The gauze is running low. I shall fetch some. It appears that my romantic fortune is rather favorable. Let's turn our gaze towards Xiaochun. Lubo, why did you insist that I cease dealing with Su Tian, and even urged me to treat him with such courtesy? Brother, our group is currently engaged in a fervent conflict with Beichen Fengjun, and we are soon required to assist with the elections. We cannot afford to squander our energy on such trivial matters. Yet, he has vandalized our bar. Brother, what advantage do we gain from continuing down this path? Chapter 80. Fengjun's resounding victory over Fu Xiaochun. My dear brother, as businessmen, is truly unwise to engage in a desperate confrontation with Su Tianyu. With the elections looming, I shall reach out to our comrades and expedite a decisive resolution with Fengjun. In the afternoon, Zhang Dian came to discuss matters concerning Fu Xiaochun. Tiangu. Fu Xiaochun is currently vying for a substantial casino with Fengjun from Beichun, who is indeed a formidable opponent. The two have been at an impasse for quite some time, yet it is rumored that Fengjun is nearing his breaking point. Excellent. I will immediately contact Third Brother and arrange for more firearms to be transported. Discreetly instruct our brothers to deliver the weapons to Fengjun along with a sum of 100,000, assuring him that the Tiandi gang fully supports him. But our identities must remain concealed. Understood. I shall make the arrangements at once. A week later, I had nearly completed my hospital discharge. Although the wounds still throbbed painfully, I could no longer bear the confinement and preferred to recuperate at home, where Wu Yu and Wu Shui could attend to my needs. At that moment, Fu Xiaochun, consumed by rage, shattered an ashtray and cursed. What the hell is going on with Fengjun? Has he risen from the ashes? Lu Bo, equally perplexed, remarked, Brother, I suspect there is something amiss. I have dispatched our men to investigate, yet they have found no sign of Fengjun forming alliances. Furthermore, the nearby leaders are aware that we are clashing with Fengjun, and no one dares to intervene. Brother, with the end of the month approaching, if we cannot seize the Beichen casino, we should withdraw our brothers. Damn it, I refuse to accept this defeat. Tonight, I shall take matters into my own hands. I will not be deterred from claiming this casino. Brother, you cannot go. Your presence is crucial here. Lubo, do not dissuade me. I am resolute in my intentions tonight. Tiangu, Fengjun has sent word that Fu Xiaochun will personally confront him tonight. It appears Fu Xiaochun is growing desperate. Arrange for our brothers to deliver 2 explosives to Fengjun. As night fell, Fu Xiaochun led his men, the 9 dragons and 1 phoenix, with great fervor to the casino. There, the audacious Fengjun swaggered out with 7 or 8 subordinates, arrogantly declaring, Fu Xiaochun, your audacity rivals that of a city wall. Instead of behaving yourself in Dongli, you dare to wreak havoc in Beichen? Here, I am the one in command. To hell with you. Fu Xiaochun retorted, raising his firearm. Fengjun and his entourage hastily sought refuge behind a column. You think your grandfather is easy to bully? Once you arrive here, there is no escape for you. At that moment, someone locked the casino doors from the outside. Fu Xiaochun and his crew dismissed it as a joke, but Lu Bo furrowed his brow, saying, Brother, Isin trap. What trap? With so many of us, what is there to fear? Charge. Foolish Fu Xiaochun. Fengjun ignited an explosive and hurled it toward them. Watch out, brother. Bomb. Da Di, Air Mao, and Luo Xiao charged in like fierce tigers, encircling Fu Xiaochun. A deafening explosion ensued, obliterating the 3 in an instant. Lu Bo, Dao Gu, and Shi Gu, witnessing the chaos, were filled with urgency as they hurriedly pulled Fu Xiaochun to safety. Fu Xiaochun, tears streaming down his face, cried out in anguish, Brothers! He was seething with rage, hurling profanities, ready to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Fengjun. However, Bei Bei, quick on her feet, struck Fu Xiaochun from behind, rendering him unconscious. Lu Bo, acting decisively, hoisted his elder brother onto his back and urged, We shall hold the rear. Suddenly, the door swung open with a thunderous crash, and a horde armed with sharp blades surged in like ravenous wolves. Simultaneously, another group emerged from the back of the casino. The situation was dire. The enemy was overwhelming in numbers. Lu Bo, in a state of desperation, urged Fu Xiaochun to flee swiftly. Despite their meager numbers, the six Dao Ge, Shi Ge, Bei Bei, De Shi, Hu Ge, and Dong Zi displayed extraordinary valor. They fought valiantly, standing firm against tenfold odds, carving a bloody path for Lu Bo and Fu Xiaochun to escape. Feng Jun, no ordinary adversary, seized a baton and delivered a brutal blow to De Shi's head, resulting in a sickening crack as it shattered like a watermelon, the baton itself splintering upon impact. Immediately after, Feng Jun drew a 5-shot firearm, firing mercilessly at Dong Zi and Bei Bei, both of whom fell lifeless. Dao Ge, Shi Ge, and Hu Ge continued to staunchly defend the casino's entrance. Only when they saw Lu Bo and Fu Xiaochun safely aboard the vehicle did they turn and sprint into the alley. Chapter 81. The last phoenix among the 9 dragons, Feng Jun bellowed with fury. Pursue them. Not a single one shall be spared. To his dismay, the 3 adversaries fled into a dead-end alley. What a stroke of misfortune. It appeared that the trio was destined to meet their demise here today. Resigned, they ceased their escape and prepared to fight to the death. Feng Jun, however, was no fool. He understood that his opponents were now cornered beasts. Without hesitation, he ignited a bomb and hurled it towards them, instantly obliterating the 3. A smirk crept across his face. Indeed, the Heaven and Earth Society possessed some formidable capabilities, for this bomb proved remarkably effective. Before long, the police arrived, led by an individual who appeared to be the chief. Feng Yun Ponda Dokli. Had his superior stirred up too much commotion this time? Swiftly, he stuffed 200,000 yuan into the chief's pocket, ingratiatingly proclaiming, "This is a sum of 200,000. Today's incident was merely a misunderstanding. It was the younger subordinates who acted irresponsibly and set off the gas." The chief responded with an impassive expression. "Next time, exercise caution." While awaiting Fu Xiaochun's awakening, Lu Bo fidgeted anxiously, making phone calls as if he were an ant on a hot stove. As soon as Fu Xiaochun regained consciousness, he urged, "Quickly, summon the brothers. I have urgent matters to discuss." Lu Bo, however, remained silent, his head bowed. "Did you hear me, Lu Bo?" Fu Xiaochun's voice rose in intensity. "Brother, they're all dead." Lu Bo's voice trembled with despair. "What?" Fu Xiaochun fainted once more. Meanwhile, Su Tian received news from Zhang Dian and couldn't help but burst into laughter, as if he had just heard the greatest joke in existence. It seemed that among the 9 dragons, only a single phoenix remained. Upon witnessing this, Wu Yu and Wu Shui chorused, "What are you laughing at? Have you lost your mind?" I hung up the phone and, without a word, embraced the 2 tightly, whispering, "Perhaps my mind has indeed gone awry. Yet, my temper has been quite fierce lately," and I playfully pressed their heads down. After 10 minutes of joyful banter, I noticed that both were nearly devouring me. "You wretched Su Tian, how detestable!" This fellow even nipped my ear, causing pain so intense that I nearly fainted. Just then, Feng Jun called, "Brother Su Tian, you have truly aided me immensely. I must express my gratitude." I replied, "Oh, Feng Leoj, you are too kind. Once I recover, we shall celebrate together." After exchanging pleasantries over the phone, Feng Jun sent over 500,000 yuan as a token of appreciation. Thus, the following days passed with tranquility, devoid of any significant events. By the end of the month, the bar, bathing center, and billiard hall had all been renovated, and we prepared for a simultaneous grand opening. On the day of the inauguration, the scene was nothing short of extraordinary. Feng Jun arrived with his entourage to offer congratulations. Not only that, but various local ruffians also showed up, and even the elusive Zhao Dafei sent gifts. Shunzi and Haozi had recruited numerous wayward female students to serve as hostesses, transforming Molak Bar and the Dafahao Bathing Center into bustling havens of youthful charm, resulting in an unprecedented surge in business overnight. Though I bore injuries, I could not evade social obligations. That day, I, along with these individuals, including Feng Jun, indulged in copious amounts of alcohol, and by the end of the night, I had lost all recollection of how I returned home. Even so, I could not evade the retribution of the sisterhood. By the following day, I summoned all the core brothers to convene. One purpose was to arrange security for our various venues. while the other was to deliberate on the electoral matters concerning Zhao Dafei. We resolved to exert every effort, commencing from noon today, to assist Zhao Dafei in garnering votes. Our approach towards those who did not support Zhao Dafei or stood in opposition was straightforward: intimidation. We would compel them to submit, and then we would dismantle everything in our path. On that very day, a tenth of the populace expressed their support for Zhao Dafei, while the opposing side was equally diligent in their campaigning, achieving the same fraction of votes. Over the course of more than 10 days, the tallies from both factions remained nearly even, escalating the tension. That evening, Zhao Dafei requested a meeting with me. Clearly agitated, Su Tan, my young brother, the opposition is pressing us too closely. You must devise a strategy swiftly. There's no need to panic, Secretary Zhao. I reassured him we still have 3 days left. What is there to fear? However, this only served to heighten Zhao Dafei's anxiety, leaving him as restless as an ant on a hot skillet, unable to eat or drink, merely spinning like a top before the table. Chapter 82. A lesson in deterrence, I shouted. Secretary Zhao, stop spinning around. I'm feeling quite dizzy. With only 3 days remaining, I thought to myself, if we fail to secure the votes, everything will be lost. All right, tomorrow I will personally assist in gathering votes. Only then did Zhao Dafei settle down. The following day, I led all the key members to collect funds and votes. Upon arriving at one establishment, I overheard a man inside bellowing, "Get out of here! Sun Guangfa is my brother, and our entire alley will vote for him." "You fools!" I retorted indignantly. "If you won't vote, then so be it. Why the insults?" "Because you are a bunch of idiots." He shot back aggressively. Enraged, I yelled, "If you dare disrespect me, we will drag you out and burn your house down." "You dare!" A man emerged from within, wielding a kitchen knife, and soon relatives from the neighboring alleys joined him, all brandishing knives as they surrounded us. They were merely local residents, and the growing crowd made Zhang Dian feel uneasy, as they were ordinary folk. The man with the knife, emboldened by the numbers, boasted, "A bunch of kids trying to act like gangsters." When a companion picked up a brick, all eyes fell upon him. That shout was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, awakening the neighbors around us. I realized that this situation could not persist. I needed a strategy to quell their fervor. As the saying goes, to kill a chicken to scare the monkey, I unhesitatingly picked up a knife from the ground, gripping it tightly, and aimed for the man's fingers. "Curse you! Whoever dares to shout again will face the consequences," I roared, my voice echoing as if it could pierce the heavens. Then, glaring fiercely at them, I commanded, "Burn their house down." The neighbors, terrified by my display, scattered like startled birds, crying out, "Murder! Murder!" I stood over the man, my foot on his chest, as immovable as a mountain, coldly declaring, "You will witness your house reduced to ashes." Soon, flames erupted, lighting up the night sky. I knew someone must have called the police, for we certainly did not wish to confront them directly. "Let us retreat. We can discuss this later." At that time, surveillance cameras were not widespread, so even if they suspected Zhao Dafei's involvement, they lacked conclusive evidence. This incident stirred the city, with police and firefighters responding, but ultimately, the lack of evidence left them with no course of action. As night fell, we continued our collection of money and votes. After today's events, we garnered an abundance of supportive votes in the afternoon. A brief tally revealed over 100 households still unvisited, and we estimated that by tomorrow, we would accomplish our goal. By nearly 11 p.m., we planned to return for a late-night meal before wrapping up. Just as we were about to exit the alley, we encountered Fu Xiaochun and his group. We walked face to face, but Fu Xiaochun ignored me, likely still engulfed in grief over his brother's death. Feigning innocence, I greeted him nonchalantly. "Boss Fu, what a coincidence." Fu Xiaochun scoffed in response. Zhang Dian, with deliberate intent, signaled to the rotund fellow and the other key members to provoke. The rotund fellow exclaimed, "What a pack of vicious hounds blocking the way." Qi Dan echoed, "Good dogs don't obstruct. Are you unaware?" Fu Xiaochun's subordinates, upon hearing this, were incensed and retorted, "Damn you." Meanwhile, Haozi and Shunzi chimed in. "We're talking about you two fools, dressed in suits, prowling the alley for trouble. Are we?" Our group erupted in laughter. Fu Xiaochun, already in a foul mood, was further enraged by their words. He declared, Su Tian, do not seek trouble where there is none, or you will regret it. Boastful, I heard your family has been dealing with a recent bereavement. How can you still find time to roam around? I sneered disdainfully. Damn you, Su Tian. Fu Xiaochun and his men prepared to strike. At that moment, Lu Bo hurriedly intervened, advising, Brother, let us not act rashly. A wise man does not fall into the trap of immediate trouble. It seems Su Tian is aware of our matters. Chapter 83. Zhao Dafei emerges victorious. Fu Xiaochun seethed with rage, his teeth clenched in fury radiating from him. Observing his distress, Lu Bo hastily pulled Fu Xiaochun away, urging him, Brother, I suspect Su Tian is no ordinary individual. He might very well be involved in the affairs of Beichin. Let us retreat for now and strategize upon our return. The hefty man scoffed. What a cowardice. Is this the extent of your courage? Do not dare to claim you're part of this society if you can't handle it. It's utterly disgraceful. Our group erupted in laughter. Fu Xiaokun, incensed, balled his fists so tightly that blood seeped from his palms. Lu Bo continued to restrain him. This silent humiliation was one he had to endure. Upon returning to his territory, Fu Xiaochun was like a wild beast unleashed, smashing anything in sight, cursing vehemently. Damn you, Su Tian, I will kill you. Lu Bo could only sigh in resignation, resembling a defeated rooster. Meanwhile, Su Tian and his companions leisurely enjoyed barbecued delicacies and beer at a nearby eatery, their laughter echoing like that of triumphant victors. Such is the capriciousness of fate. Fortune ebbs and flows. The following day, Su Tian resumed his operations, distributing money and collecting votes. As it stood, Zhao Dafei was leading significantly. A day of calm ensued. Finally, the day of vote counting arrived. I gathered my capable associates and summoned over 100 people to rally for Zhao Dafei, while on the opposing side, Fu Xiaochun, Lu Bo, and their contingent matched our numbers. We positioned ourselves on either side, with over 30 police vehicles standing guard like iron behemoths, evidently wary of potential conflict. Inside, the staff diligently counted the votes. Sun Guangfa held 870 votes, while Zhao Dafei had 890, their tallies closely trailing each other by a mere 20 votes. Outside, tensions soared as we scrutinized one another, poised for a spark that could ignite a fierce clash. The police communicated through their radios, requesting riot squad reinforcements. After 20 minutes, over 30 riot squad members arrived, shields and firearms at the ready, bracing for confrontation. The counting continued, with only 10 minutes remaining. The ground around us was littered with cigarette butts, and we held batons. Given the presence of law enforcement, firearms and knives were not an option. The atmosphere was thick with tension, as all parties remained on high alert. Then, the vote counter announced Sun Guangfa, 5,721 votes. Zhao Dafei, 7,091 votes. Suddenly, someone from Fu Xiaochun's side shouted an expletive, igniting an immediate brawl between the two factions. Chaos erupted, with allies and foes indistinguishable amidst the turmoil. The police, indiscriminately striking at both sides with their batons, struggled to maintain order, while the riot squad discharged warning shots into the air, their authority seemingly ineffective against the frenzy. The situation grew increasingly chaotic as the bomb disposal squad began to hurl smoke grenades onto the ground, a tactic that proved effective in creating a stifling atmosphere. I signaled for a swift retreat. Within a mere 10 minutes, our side had vanished without a trace. By the time Lu Bo reacted and indicated for withdrawal, it was too late. A substantial reinforcement of armed police had arrived, capturing over 30 individuals from the opposing side. Lu Bo clutched Fu Xiaochun with the tenacity of a vice, dragging him into the vehicle and speeding away without a backward glance. Fu Xiaochun, enraged, spewed forth a torrent of blood before succumbing to unconsciousness. I anxiously awaited the appearance of Zhao Dafei from within the car. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Dafei emerged in a flurry and promptly called me. We soon reunited in a nearby vehicle, akin to long-lost friends. Su Tian, I cannot express my gratitude enough. I propose we become sworn brothers. Zhao Dafei exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Ha, Secretary Zhao, you are too kind. Congratulations. I replied with a smile. Once I finish my tasks in the coming days, I shall personally come to visit. Here is a card with 200,000. Use it to buy some cosmetics for your sister-in-law. As a token of my appreciation, he generously offered, extending a card toward me. Haha, I shall not be polite then. Secretary Zhao, please attend to your matters. We shall reconnect when you are free. I joyfully accepted the card. Elated, we resolved to celebrate at Morak. For it was indeed a splendid day. Not only had I garnered several million from Zhao Dafei, but we had also successfully thwarted Fu Xiaochun's brazen arrogance. Chapter 84. Lu Bo's Conspiracy Brother. You have finally awakened. Lu Bo, why am I lying in the hospital? Quickly, help me up. I cannot allow that scoundrel Su Tian to have his way. How outrageous. How dare he treat me this way? Brother, please do not be agitated. It is imperative that you focus on your recovery. Rest assured, I have devised a brilliant plan that will ensure Su Tian pays dearly for his actions. Lu Bo turned and summoned a few of his subordinates, whispering his intentions to them. As the night passed, all remained calm. The following evening, Lu Bo's subordinates returned with a captive. Boss, we have brought the man to you. He fought fiercely all the way, and we had no choice but to render him unconscious. Huh, wake him up. Let me go, you bastards. The captive shouted defiantly. Lu Bo scrutinized him, a menacing glare in his eyes. I present you with two choices. Either I end your life, or you assist me in eliminating Su Tian. Go to hell. I would never betray my brother. The captive retorted angrily. Quite the spirit you possess, Lu Bo sneered. You too, administer the injection. At Lu Bo's command. A harrowing scream pierced the air. What the hell is this? This, my friend, is a remarkable substance. It will ensnare you in addiction and transform you into my loyal dog. Lu Bo's sinister smile revealed his true intentions. Lu Bo's subordinates forcibly injected the captive with methamphetamine, and he writhed on the ground, consumed by agony. Lu Bo, reveling in his triumph, declared, cast him aside. Soon enough, he will seek us out. With that, he erupted into a raucous laugh. Su Tian, let us see how this unfolds. With little else to occupy his time, Su Tian decided to visit the luxurious bathhouse to see Wei Ting. Upon arriving, he found Xian opening the door, revealing Wei Ting peacefully asleep. Su Tian quietly pulled up a stool to sit by her bedside, while Xian discreetly stepped out, closing the door behind him. After approximately 30 minutes, Wei Ting suddenly awoke to find someone sitting at her bedside, startled and clutching the blanket to her chest. Pervert, she exclaimed in alarm. Su Tian Juke, what are you shouting about? It's me. As she recognized him, Wei Ting relaxed her guard. She feigned nonchalance, asking with feigned concern, I heard you were injured, and it sounded serious. Are you all right? Huh, I'm fine. Not dead yet, Su Tian replied, a playful smile gracing his lips. Are you worried about me? He teased, raising an eyebrow with a glint of amusement in his gaze. I'm not worried about you. I am merely concerned that if you die, I will be in trouble too, Wei Ting retorted, her bravado undermined by the slight unease in her eyes. I heard from Xian that you've been having him buy clothes and cosmetics for you. Are you dressing up so beautifully for my sake? Su Tian's smile widened, his tone laced with mockery. Spare me your narcissism. I'm just bored. Oh, if it's not for me, then I shall take my leave. Wait, could you keep me company? I haven't been out in ages. You know, if Zhao Dafei finds out you're still alive, no one will be able to protect you. Su Tian, do you despise me for having been raped? I was momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared for her to utter such words. I do not despise you. Do you then find me old? You are merely 30, hardly old at all. Then why do you consistently avoid me? She replied with a resigned smile. What is the matter with you, Wei Ting? I asked with genuine concern. It's nothing. She responded nonchalantly. As I turned to leave, she gazed at my retreating figure, silently sighing. What a fool. Then she scrutinized herself in the mirror. That evening, we gathered at the Morak bar to drink, deliberating on whether to take further action against Xiaochan. Wang Wu believed we should first secure Top, given the bar's excellent location and ambience. The chubby one, however, felt we ought to prioritize Feilin. The others remained silent, merely awaiting instructions, ready to spring into action at any moment. Zhang Dian, with a smile playing on his lips, remarked, in my opinion, with many of Fu Xiaochan's associates meeting their demise, His overall morale must be quite low. I propose we seize the opportunity and take him down in one swift move. What say you, Brother Tian? I had little concern for Fu Xiaochun, yet Lu Bo left me feeling somewhat uneasy. He seemed ill-equipped for confrontation. Chapter 85. Night assault on top and failing bar. Cheaton boasted, "Boss, give me a gun and watch me take him down." I hesitated, cautioning him. "Honestly, I can't grant you that request. Do you think murder is without consequence? I've invested considerable effort in your affairs. Just hold yourself together for a moment." Subsequently, Brother Wu instructed the three of you to lead a team to seize Top Bar tonight. Fatty, Li Lei, and Qi Dan accompany me to raid Failing Bar. Xiao Xan will oversee the Dafahao bathhouse. Zhang Dian will monitor the Black 8 pool hall, and Haozi will keep an eye on Morak Bar, while Shunzi watches over Dali bathhouse. Shunzi mumbled, "Tiangu, since my discharge from the hospital, I haven't engaged in a single fight. I'm about to burst from boredom. Let me go." "Fine. Then Chidan will guard Dali bathhouse." "What? I dislike babysitting. You should just focus on watching the place, you reckless youth. I'm concerned you won't adequately look after Tiangu. We'll set off at 2 a.m. The opposition will undoubtedly be weary and drowsy, making it easier for us to strike. Gather some brothers and prepare the necessary tools." Time swiftly approached 1 a.m., and we divided into two groups, ready to advance toward our targets. Brother Wang Wu, leading over 30 men, charged toward Top Bar like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Thanks to Wang Wu's adept driving skills, akin to a skilled butcher carving meat, he crashed the vehicle straight through the entrance of Top Bar. The most embarrassing moment arrived when the opposing party was equally bewildered, and the car door failed to open. Ultimately, they had to kick out the windshield to escape. Once inside, Wang Wu and his companions wasted no time, brandishing machetes and striking down without hesitation. The patrons inside were left in shock, and chaos erupted instantly. The guards on the opposing side never anticipated that Su Tian would dare to invade. One of the leaders, wielding a Guan Gong sword, charged forward. Wang Wu swiftly hurled a beer bottle, and as the opponent dodged, he seized the opportunity to stab the assailant in the waist. Wang Kai and Wang Wei led their brothers into a fray, attacking indiscriminately. Due to their remarkable speed, the battle concluded in a mere 20 minutes. On our side, Fatty, Li Lei, Shunzi, and I, accompanied by over 30 men, were poised to launch our attack when we noticed Fu Xiaochun and Lu Bo entering the bar with the group, seemingly engaged in negotiations. This development was precarious. Our initial plan for a surprise attack was thwarted by Fu Xiaochun's presence, who would undoubtedly resist fiercely. Even if we managed to overpower them, we would likely incur casualties among our brothers. Let us refrain from rash actions for now and assess the situation. We observed as Fu Xiaochun received a phone call and subsequently departed with his entourage. I surmised that Wang Wu's operation had succeeded, prompting me to call him. Upon connecting, I instructed Wang Wu and his group not to retreat just yet. Fu Xiaochun was likely heading to provide support and would arrive in approximately 30 minutes. Position yourselves nearby and wait for him to leave. Then we will launch our attack. He will certainly rush over here afterward, so you can create a disturbance without engaging in prolonged combat, merely delaying his advance. After hanging up, Brother Wang Wu and his men concealed themselves in vehicles around the bar, awaiting their second ambush. I glanced at the time. Fu Xiaochun had been gone for nearly 30 minutes, suggesting he would soon arrive at the other location. Let us swiftly and decisively enter, primarily aiming to confront our adversaries while striving to preserve the equipment, as we may require it in the future. Fatty, Li Lei, accompany me as we charge in from the front, while Shunzi take a few individuals and encircle them from the rear, ensuring they do not escape. Should anyone alert them, we would face grave consequences. Our group descended upon the scene like ferocious tigers leaping down the mountainside, directly engaging the enemy. Li Lei and Fatty, akin to two formidable beasts, swiftly incapacitated the two security guards at the entrance. I led my companions, surging forward like a tempest. Upon entering, the deafening sound system reverberated ominously, yet the vast hall was astonishingly devoid of any presence. An unsettling premonition surged within me like a tidal wave. Chapter 86. Su Tian faces his fate at that moment. Wang Wu's phone rang like a thunderclap. Brother Tian, where is everyone? What is happening? Wang Wu shouted urgently. Quickly bring people to our aid. We're ambushed. Just then, the lights in the bar blazed bright, and a horde of 70 to 80 men, wielding knives like ravenous wolves, surged in. Fu Xiaochun and Lu Bo entered through the back door, encircling us completely in an instant. Damn it, Fu Xiaochun. Where's Shunzi? Shunzi? Haha, Lu Bo appeared, draping an arm around Shunzi's shoulders. We were all taken aback, and the fatty cursed furiously, Shunzi, you traitor! We swore brotherhood, and yet you betrayed us. Fatty, Brother Tian. I'm sorry. Shunzi hung his head, unable to meet our eyes. Li Lei roared, you traitor! How could you betray us from within? Fu Xiaochun laughed heartily. Shunzi is my brother. How could he ever be yours? Without Shunzi, how could I bring about your demise, Su Tian? You are doomed. Shunzi fell to his knees, clutching Fu Xiaochun's leg, pleading, Brother Fu, can you spare them? Fu Xiaochun kicked Shunzi away with disdain, scolding, what are you? How dare you bargain with me, you fool? Lu Bo signaled, and his men charged at us like hungry tigers. Already wounded, my movements were sluggish. Yet, thankfully Li Lei stood protectively in front of me, wielding his knife to fend off the attackers. After a few exchanges, over 10 brothers had fallen in a pool of blood. Li Lei, the fatty, and I, along with 17 or 18 brothers, fought and retreated towards the bar's restroom. Li Lei, you take Brother Tian and move back. I will hold the front. We're trapped on all sides. We can't escape. There's a vent in the restroom. See if we can crawl out that way, I shouted. The enemy's assault was ferocious, and after several rounds, only 4 of 5 brothers remained, all bearing wounds. Fu Xiaochun, dragging Shunzi along, approached with a triumphant grin. Su Tian, stop struggling. I will kill your brothers one by one before your very eyes, making you feel the agony of losing them. Suddenly, Shunzi lunged at Fu Xiaochun like a rabid dog, biting at his groin. Damn you! Fu Xiaochun and Lu Bo began to mercilessly pound Shunzi's head, but Shunzi gritted his teeth and refused to let go. Then, Lu Bo thrust a knife into Shunzi, who collapsed instantly, convulsing as if struck by lightning. I screamed hoarsely, Shunzi, damn you, Fu Xiaochun. I will kill you. Su Tian, I've already laid an ambush outside. Do not expect your brothers to save you. You think you can kill me? Haha, you can barely save yourself. You all haven to Eden? Speed up and kill him. Li Lei and I retreated into the restroom, and I noticed there was indeed a vent. After kicking it open, it led to the street outside. Brother Tian, you go first. No, the fatty is still outside. Brother Tian, I'm begging you run. Otherwise, it will be too late. Hurry. I ascended the ventilation duct and then leaped out from within. Although the drop was not substantial, my previous injuries had yet to heal, and, as I landed, blood seeped from the wounds. Clutching my injury, I sprinted furiously while dialing Wang Wu. Bring the gun and the explosives. Even if I perish, I must take Fu Xiaochun with me today. Li Lei did not follow me into the duct. Instead, he retraced his steps to assist the hefty man. The hefty man, upon seeing this, bellowed in frustration, What the hell are you doing? Hurry up and leave. Yet, his heart brimmed with gratitude. Lu Bo, hearing the commotion, shouted, This is bad. Su Tian has escaped. Quick, go after him. Fortunately, most of them had pursued Su Tian, including Fu Xiaochun and Lu Bo. Believing that the remaining hefty man, Li Lei, and a few minor henchmen posed no significant threat, leaving behind a dozen or so to clean up. However, they had indeed underestimated Li Lei. He was a martial artist, and even Wang Wu might not stand a chance against him. Chapter 87. The assassination of Fu Xiaochun. As the agony for my wound intensified, my steps grew increasingly labored, my pace slowing with each passing moment. Suddenly, a shout echoed from a distance. Su Tian is up ahead, quick pursue. A sense of dread washed over me. I was astonished by their rapid pursuit and simultaneously concerned for the safety of Fatty and Li Lei. After approximately 2 minutes, I sensed that at least 100 individuals were hot on my heels. In this critical moment, I spotted 10 vans approaching from the opposite direction, their occupants wielding machetes and cleavers, charging towards my rear. It was Wang Wu and his crew. I immediately instructed De Xian and Xiao Xian to assist Fatty and the others. Zhang Dian, and how Z came to support me, while Wang Wu and his brothers surged forward. The assailants, armed with blades, were caught off guard by our swift reinforcements, unprepared with their firearms. As we opened fire, chaos erupted among them, scattering their ranks in an instant. I shouted, "Brother Wu, spare Fu Xiaochun and Lu Bo. We must capture them alive." Realizing the tide had turned, Lu Bo swiftly pulled Fu Xiaochun back to flee. Lu Bo summoned two of his underlings, commanding, "Take the boss away, I'll hold them off." "No, Lu Bo. We leave together." But Fu Xiaochun unexpectedly struck Lu Bo in the neck, rendering him unconscious, and then commanded, "You take Lu Bo back to the casino." "What about you?" "Boss, get the hell out." "I'm fine, just go and hand me a weapon." Fu Xiaochun bellowed, "Those who consider me a brother, stay and fight with me. Those who fear death can leave now." With that proclamation, among the 100+ individuals, only 7 or 8 remained by Fu Xiaochun's side. A tumult of emotions surged within Fu Xiaochun, leaving him profoundly disheartened. Our group descended upon Fu Xiaochun like hungry wolves, surrounding him with relentless fervor. I decisively ordered Zhang Dian to pursue Lu Bo. He must not escape our grasp. A smile graced my face as I taunted, "Ah, how the tables have turned." Fu Lauda, enraged and humiliated, Fu Xiaochun retorted, "Cut the crap. I accept my fate today, but you will never see me kneeling in surrender. I am not easily intimidated, you little brat." I seized the firearm from Wang Wu, without hesitation, pulled the trigger, and a shot struck Fu Xiaochun squarely in the face. He fell to the ground as if struck by a thunderbolt, blood gushing from his mouth as he perished. The few loyal subordinates by his side, determined to fight to the last breath, attempted to confront us. Wang Wu and his companions, akin to ferocious tigers, wielded their blades with lethal precision, dispatching them one by one. Before long, Zhang Jian returned, panting heavily. "Brother Tian, I'm sorry, we didn't catch up." By the time we arrived, they had already fled in their vehicles. "It's all right. He cannot escape my grasp. I shall capture him in due time." I commanded, "Have a few brothers clean up this mess, while the rest follow me to check on Fatty and the others." We hurried back to the bar, where I found Xian supporting Fatty and Xiao Xian aiding Li Lei. The two individuals lay battered and bruised, with Li Lei in a somewhat better condition, while the rotund man's left arm was a gruesome sight, a horrific mess of flesh and blood. My heart raced with urgency as I implored, "Quickly, take them to the hospital." Suddenly, I turned around and caught sight of Shunzi still lying quietly on the ground, a wave of sorrow washing over me. I hurriedly approached and gently lifted him in my arms. He had not yet succumbed, as if he had been patiently awaiting my arrival. Blood continued to pour from his mouth as he weakly uttered, "Tiange, I am truly sorry." That day, Fu Xiaochun captured me and injected me with methamphetamine. If I had not obeyed him, I would have been unable to endure this excruciating pain. I am aware that you had warned me against drugs, which is why I never dared to inform you. My dear brother, I do not blame you. It is I who failed to protect you. With great difficulty, Shunzi raised his hand, and I grasped it tightly, offering comfort. "Shunzi, you will always be our brother. Fu Xiaochun has been slain by my hand, and though Lu Bo has escaped for now, I shall capture him and avenge you." Upon hearing my words, a solitary tear rolled down Shunzi's cheek, and he gradually closed his eyes. Enraged, I bellowed with all my might, "Lu Bo, I shall ensure that your blood debts are repaid in full. I will return this vengeance tenfold. I swear I will not rest until you are dead." Chapter 88. Taking over Fu Xiaochun's establishment's Zhangyan. Allocate 500,000 yuan in compensation to Shunzi's family. I feel unworthy to face his parents, burdened by guilt for having led you all into this predicament. The others reassured me, "Brother Tian, life and death are predestined. Wealth and nobility are determined by fate. We do not regret following you." Yet, a profound disquiet lingered within me. Summon all our brothers to seek out Lu Bo. We must see him alive or find his remains. Beginning tomorrow, Top and Faline Bar shall be ours. We will publicly declare that the Tianjin society is now the foremost power in Dongli's underworld. We will wage war against anyone allied with Fu Xiaochun and offer a bounty of 1 million yuan for anyone who locates Lu Bo. Come to me to collect your reward. Overnight, Dongli transformed, and Su Tian transitioned from a mere middle school student to the leader of the Dongli underworld. Thus began his journey into this shadowy realm. Lu Bo seemed to have vanished from existence, eluding all searches. We set a date to gather all our brothers and discuss the takeover of Fu Xiaochun's enterprises. Zhang Jian remarked, "Brother Tian, I inquire discreetly, but no one knows the locations of Fu Xiaochun's 5 underground casinos. However, I did uncover 3 bathhouses: Cinda Bathhouse, the Shilla Bathhouse, and Wanlui Bathhouse. He also owns a used car dealership, all conveniently situated within Dongli District. Here is the plan: Daxin and Xiaoxin. You two shall oversee the bathhouses, while Wu Gu and I will visit the car dealership, as you possess the necessary expertise," he continued. The stout fellow chimed in, "Brother Tian, take me along." While Wu Gu may know cars, his driving skills are truly exceptional. Wang Wu retorted, "Get lost, you glutton. You look quite pleased when riding in my car." At this moment, Chidan offered a suggestion. "Esteemed brothers, as our enterprises multiply, should we not elevate our standards? Perhaps acquire some fine cars and attire. After all, we are now the leaders of Dongli." Brother Tian concurred. "I believe Chidan is correct. It would be unsuitable to continue with mere used vans and large vessels. Wu Gu and I will handle the car dealership, while Zhang Dian can oversee the clothing arrangements. It is indeed time to enhance our brother's status." A call from Zhao Dafei interrupted, and Su Tian quickly answered, "What good fortune do we have from our god of wealth?" "Hello, my dear brother Su Tian." Secretary Zhao, what brings you here?" "A new policy is forthcoming. Demolition will commence shortly. A few villages require manpower, and given our rapport, this task is certainly yours to undertake." "Very well, but, brother, you still have that insatiable hunger for wealth. 20,000 for each demolition." "Secretary Zhao, why not handle this yourself if it's such a lucrative opportunity? Isn't it about nurturing our friendship, dear brother?" "Let us speak candidly, Secretary Zhao. What difficulties are you facing?" "Indeed, there are some challenges. We conducted preliminary surveys and found several stubborn residents dissatisfied with the government's policies. Not only do they refuse to vacate, but they also incite others to resist." "I knew it. Brother, provide me with a clear response. Are you in or out? If you choose not to participate, I will have no choice but to seek assistance elsewhere." Since Secretary Zhao has spoken, I am undoubtedly committed, ready to face any peril, be it climbing mountains or traversing fire. "Very well, it is settled. In a week's time, you shall cooperate with the government for the relocation process." I hung up the phone and relayed this matter to the key personnel on site. Zhang Jian remarked, "This is excellent news, Tiange. This venture will yield profits far quicker than managing these establishments." Wang Wu added, "While the earnings may be swift, the risks are considerable. We have ventured into this world, after all, treading upon the edge of a knife. Let us raise our glasses and hastily enjoy our meal before we spring into action." Chapter 89. Wei Ting, Wang Wu and I arrived at the car lot, only to find it utterly vacant, save for an expansive open space. At that moment, a call from Xin came through. "Tiange, the accounts at the bathhouse are completely empty. Damn it. It seems Lu Bo has absconded with the money ahead of time. You and Xiao Xin should take stock. Then contact Haozi to bring the ladies into the establishment. We need to commence operations as swiftly as possible. Feel free to draw from the accounts if funds are required." "Wu Gu, we know nothing about this car dealership. Perhaps we should abandon the idea." "Don't say that, Tian. I have a friend named Zhang who, an expert in car dealings. We can have him manage this, and we will benefit financially as well." "All right, Wu Gu, proceed as you see fit. Now that we have some capital, ensure the brothers each get a vehicle. Everyone has worked hard this year. Let's provide some benefits to lift their spirits." "Absolutely, Tian. I will arrange it right away. By the way, where shall I take you?" "I could drop you off. Please take me to the Dafahao bathhouse. I wish to see Wei Ting." Upon arriving at the Dafahao bathhouse, I exited the vehicle, and the security guard at the entrance, noticing my descent from the dilapidated van, showed no interest in acknowledging me. I paid it no mind, assuming he did not recognize me, or perhaps he found my vehicle too shabby to merit attention. I rushed in like a gust of wind, heading straight for Wei Ting's room. Without knocking, I flung the door open, only to be greeted by Wei Ting, who was trying on clothes. "Ah!" she shrieked, resembling a cat startled by a stepped-on tail, clutching her chest. "What are you doing?" "It's me." "Why didn't you knock? Are you trying to be a rogue?" "Oh, please, had I wished to be a rogue, you would have been devoured whole by now." "Enough. Cover that up. One might think you have your back facing the front." "Bah, you wretched Su Tian." Suddenly, in a fit of mischief, Wei Ting unfastened her garment and provocatively challenged. "Take a good look. See how ample I truly am." The temptation was overwhelming, her voluptuous figure lingering vividly in my mind. Indeed, quite substantial. One hand cannot encompass it all. "You truly are a concealed gem. You little brat. What have you seen?" I chuckled heartily. "What are you laughing at?" "I find it amusing that you are just as I once was. Others have commented on me similarly, and I responded in kind." "Really? What did they say about you?" "Ha, they call me small. How much can a little brat possess? Care for a demonstration? I shan't look. What interest is there in a little brat's display?" I stepped forward and pushed Wei Ting onto the bed, the allure proving irresistible, and soon thereafter, we consummated our encounter. Upon noticing blood on the sheets, I quickly apologized. "I was unaware that you were in your cycle." Wei Ting nestled against me. "You fool, this was my first time." "What? But I thought you had children." "Zhao Dafei has actually lost his virility. The girl is not his, but what? She is the mistress of the mayor." "What?" "It seems one should not underestimate Zhao Dafei." I was perplexed. If Zhao Dafei was so capable, why did he seek my assistance? Wei Ting replied, "I am uncertain. He conceals many matters from me. You should exercise caution. Perhaps you should be wary of me instead. Do you consider me small? You have perished. I am in pain." "Oh, then please be gentle this time." After my intimate encounter with Wei Ting, I felt as if struck by lightning, suddenly filled with regret. I still have my sisters at home. What if they check my homework? "Wei Ting, take good care of yourself. I must attend to my matters." "Su Tianyu, rest assured, I shall visit you often." As I walked on the path home, my heart felt as if it were being clawed by a cat. It seems Zhao Dafei harbors many secrets. What could his collaboration with me possibly entail? I must remain cautious. Should I earn money from him? I must not entangle myself in his affairs, for after all, his connections reach the mayor. In a flurry of anxiety, I dialed Brother San, eager to inquire further. Chapter 90. The Discovery of Lu Bo. "Hello, third brother. How have you been lately?" After a brief exchange, I recounted the recent events succinctly. "Impressive, dear brother. Congratulations. You have proven yourself to be even more formidable than I was in my youth, haha. By the way, I wish to discuss Zhao Dafei with you. What do you think gives him such strength, and why has he come looking for me?" "My dear brother, you still have much to learn. In the realm of the righteous, many matters must remain concealed. Our existence often consists of tidying up the mess left by others. I am aware of Zhao Dafei's connections, but I had not anticipated that his backing would be the mayor. Your situation mirrors mine from the past. We are merely pawns in the hands of others. To speak bluntly, we are akin to hounds, biting at whoever they pay us to bite. I hope you do not take offense to my words, but this is the stark reality. You must remain cautious of him. Do not find yourself in a position like mine, where you are deemed of no further use and consequently disposed of. Thank you for the warning, third brother. On another note, I require some firearms. The 5-shot revolvers and shotguns have become cumbersome. Can you procure something more suitable for concealment? Let the price align with market value." "Haha, very well, brother. I shall arrange for 100 handguns to be delivered to you in 3 days." "I appreciate it, third brother. Stay in touch." In my heart, I muse Zhao Dafei. I'm not like Bang San. If I am ultimately discarded, it remains uncertain who will prevail, whether in the righteous or the underworld. I will ensure that they heed my command. At that moment, Su Tian's ambitions surged ever higher, fueled by youthful exuberance. Suddenly, a call from Zhang Dian interrupted my thoughts. "Brother Tian, we have located Lu Bo. He is at Shanghai Di in Hushi. It is reported that he has given the money from the gambling house and bathhouse to someone named Guoxiang. I have gathered that Guoxiang has amassed his wealth through the sale of ice meth and is a reckless criminal who will stop at nothing for profit." "Understood. Regardless of the peril, I shall eliminate Lu Bo to avenge Shunzi. Have Wang Wu, Li Lei, and Fatty come to fetch me, but leave the younger brothers behind. We will assess the situation discreetly and ensure we are well armed." About 30 minutes later, Wang Wu arrived in a Mercedes-Benz, with Fatty and Li Lei stepping out to open the door for me. Upon seeing them, I noted their attire, suited up indeed. It is true that one's appearance can make a significant impression. Wang Wu remarked, "Brother Tian, I have procured some clothing for you. We are no longer the ruffians we once were. After all, our Tongwei is quite a presence in Dongli." "Haha, no problem. Let's set forth." Fatty chimed in. "Damn. This Mercedes is truly comfortable. Fatty, once you all obtain your licenses, I shall gift each of you a car." Li Lei, too, felt a surge of excitement. After all, cars and women are the joys of a man. After approximately 40 minutes, we arrived at Shaohaidi in Heshi. We parked the vehicle and each secured a handgun at our waist for safety. Wang Wu said, "Brother Tian, according to Zhang Dian, Lu Bo is inside this gaming hall ahead. If Lu Bo were inside, he would undoubtedly recognize us. What should we do?" The stout man approached a passerby and offered 200 yuan to assist in gathering information about the situation inside. He found a man in his 40s, handed him the money, and we, the four of us, waited outside. After a considerable amount of time had passed without any sign of the man returning, an unsettling feeling crept over me. I thought to myself, this is not good. We must retreat. Our fears were confirmed. Just as we made our exit, a group of over 10 individuals emerged, each wielding a knife. Lu Bo is exceedingly shrewd. Chapter 91. Lu Bo Must Die. Part 1. Lu Bo and Guixiang were engrossed in a spirited game at the chess room when, unexpectedly, an unfamiliar face burst in. Startled like a bird startled from its perch, Lu Bo swiftly brandished a knife against the intruder's neck, demanding to know who had sent him. The man, trembling in fear, recounted the circumstances, nearly wetting himself in the process. Had Su Tian reacted any slower, trouble would have surely ensued. Wang Wu remarked, "Tian, Lu Bo is not to be trifled with. We should retreat and devise a more prudent strategy." Infuriated, he added, "I refuse to be daunted. My nemesis is so close. I cannot simply resign myself to inaction." The rotund man insisted, "No, we must charge in. We are armed. What do we have to fear?" Li Lei intervened. "What if they're armed as well? Even if we manage to kill him, we might not survive to tell the tale. That would be illogical. Let us conceal ourselves around the vicinity," he proposed. "I refuse to believe they will remain hidden indefinitely." The four of us, resembling foolish deer, squatted in wait until 6 o'clock in the evening. At last, we observed Lu Bo emerge with a bald man, trailed by 7 or 8 underlings. Noticing their direction, it became clear they were not departing by car, but rather heading to a nearby dog food restaurant for a meal. I sensed an opportunity, the rotund man declared. "I will follow them." "No, we need not pursue them," I replied. "What do you mean, Brother Tian?" "Just now, more than 10 individuals were after us. They will have taken a significant number with them for dinner. The chess room will not harbor many patrons. Let us enter, eliminate those few within, and await their return to ensnare them." With that, we charged in like famished tigers, pouncing on their prey. The room was small, comprising only a main hall and a restroom, with 5 or 6 individuals engaged in card play. Armed, we caught our adversaries unaware, swiftly pressing our guns against them. "Fatty, Li Lei, bind them," Wang Wu commanded, his pistol aimed menacingly. "Anyone who moves, I swear I will shoot." Once secured, we muffled their mouths and stuffed them into the restroom like cargo. Fearing resistance, the rotund man struck each one on the head with a beer bottle. We then surveyed the layout. There was only one entrance and a small bar. I approached the bar and discovered 2 sealed boxes alongside some cleavers and beer. Upon opening the boxes, I was taken aback to find them filled with white powder. An idea struck me, and I swiftly made a phone call, uttering a few succinct phrases. The 4 of us concealed ourselves like mice behind the door, ready to ambush upon their return, guns at the ready. Lu Bo must perish. After roughly an hour, we heard movement. They were returning. We readied ourselves, prepared to fire at whoever entered. The door creaked open, and like a cheetah, Wang Wu shot forth, eliciting a yelp. Without hesitation, we surged forward like famished tigers, firing at will. Lu Bo turned and fled, while Guixiang, having brought nothing to the table, surrendered with his hands raised. "Wu, Pongzi, Li Lei, keep an eye on them. Someone will come to pick them up soon. I will pursue Lu Bo." Wang Wu, feeling uneasy, trailed closely behind me like a shadow. Lu Bo darted away with remarkable speed. and despite firing 2 shots in his direction, I failed to hit my mark. Damn you, Lubo! Stop! Lubo zigzagged into an alley, and soon he vanished from sight. I realized I had reached a dead end, with only one house ahead, its door firmly shut. I gently pushed the door open and, gun in hand, stealthily entered. A brief glance revealed no immediate signs of life. The house was shrouded in darkness. Just as I was about to exit, I heard the unmistakable sound of a cup crashing to the floor within. Chapter 92, Lubo Must Die, Part 2. I shouted hoarsely, Lubo, come out. You cannot escape. To hell with you, Su Tian, Lubo retorted, emerging brandishing a pair of chopsticks, poised menacingly against a woman's neck. If you don't let me go, I will end her life. He threatened viciously. Huh, Lubo, are you living in a fantasy? I sneered. I have no idea who she is. Your threats bear no weight with me. Do not forget, I'm not a good person either. This is utterly laughable. At that moment, Lubo was drenched in sweat, having exhausted all other options. He had never anticipated that his sole hostage would be of no concern to me. In desperation, he drove the chopsticks into the girl's neck, blood oozing forth slowly. I could see the terror in her eyes, pleading silently with me. Ultimately, my heart softened. Let her go, Lubo. Do not harm her, I said helplessly. Throw the gun over, Lubo demanded, pushing his advantage. Do not overreach, Lubo, I bellowed in fury. Lubo, dragging the girl with him, moved toward the door while I stood motionless like a statue. At the threshold, he shoved the girl toward me and then darted away like a cunning rabbit. I fumbled to catch her. She had likely been frightened out of her wits, collapsing into my arms like a startled fawn, weeping uncontrollably. Yet, Lubo could never have anticipated that Wang Wu was lying in wait outside, having pursued me relentlessly. He witnessed the unfolding scene and lay in ambush. As Lubo bolted, Wang Wu pounced like a hungry tiger, swiftly rendering Lubo unconscious. Meanwhile, in a short while, several police cars approached like wild horses breaking free. Upon seeing them, Fatty and Li Lei turned to flee. To my astonishment, the police emerging from the vehicles included Xiao Wu. Indeed, it was I who had called him. This significant seizure of methamphetamine would surely aid in his promotion. If he ascended, I would also rise in fortune. Xiao Wu confiscated 500 grams of meth and took Guxiang and the others into custody. After the ordeal, he sent me a message of gratitude. Wang Wu approached, carrying Lubo, and I instructed him to take Lubo to the Faline bar to await my arrival. I then carried the girl into the room and, upon switching on the light, discovered she was merely 18 or 19 years old. Her face as radiant as a blooming peach blossom, her hair braided, and her slender figure possessed an alluring S-curve that stirred my heart. Gently, I inquired, do you have a first aid kit at home? I can apply some medicine to your neck. She gazed at me with the innocence of an injured lamb, silently shedding tears without uttering a word. I hastily clarified, I am not a bad person. If you are afraid, I can leave and summon a doctor for you. She remained silent, merely gesturing toward a cabinet with her finger. Upon opening the cabinet, I discovered some Yunnan Baiyao gauze. I proceeded to disinfect the area and prepared to bandage her wound. It seemed to be quite painful. She grasped my arm tightly, her nails digging into my flesh. After a few minutes of tending to her, I glanced down and noticed my arm had turned purple from her grip. I remarked, since your neck is injured, you managed to bruise my arm as well. It's only fair. As I turned to leave, I bid her farewell. Suddenly she asked, could you stay with me a while longer? I thought you were mute and incapable of speech. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet my eyes. I am not a villain. What are you afraid of? Why are you alone at home? Where are your parents? They have gone out of town for supplies and will not return until tomorrow. Just now, someone knocked on the door, and I thought my parents had come back. To my surprise, when I opened the door, I was taken hostage. You lack common sense. When someone knocks, you should inquire who it is before opening the door. I thought, you are utterly naive. They say that with a large chest comes a vacant mind, but yours is neither large nor wise. You rogue. If I were a rogue, you would be crying for help by now. Enough of this. Do not be afraid. I hope you will refrain from discussing today's events with your parents. I wish to avoid unnecessary complications, if you would. Chapter 93. Lubo Must Die. Part 2. Very well. I shall comply with your request. By the way, what is your name? I am Lu Xiaoqing. And you? Su Dian. Here's my phone number. Do Do give me a call when you have the time. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Do not be afraid. Gently, he patted her head. I am departing now. Remember to lock the door. Upon my return to the Faline bar, I found Fatty and Li Lei awaiting me at the entrance. Tiangu, Lu Bo has handed over control of the lounge to Wu Ge. How shall we proceed? Let us go inside and discuss. Once inside, I beheld Lu Bo kneeling on the ground, his hands bound. Lu Bo, you are indeed a slippery one to catch. Huh. Su Tian, do as you will. Grant me a swift end. A swift end? You must be dreaming. You murder my brother. Do you think I will allow you to depart so easily? FCKU, Su Tian, you are no man. Such words were truly amusing. Wu Ge, sever all of his fingers. FCKU, Su Tian. Ah, Su Tian, you are inhuman. Fatty handed me a cigarette, and after taking a drag, I pressed it forcefully onto Lu Bo's head. You wretched creature, you are nothing but a beast. Ha! The more you curse, the more I revel in it, akin to a blooming poppy, exuding an enchanting fragrance. With a blade in hand, I severed his tendons, watching as Lu Bo writhed in agony upon the ground like a wounded beast. Without hesitation, I seized a steel knife swift as lightning and struck Lu Bo across the neck. Shunzi, I have avenged you. I exchanged pleasantries with Zhao Dafei, instructing them to tidy the scene. Then, I departed from Faline, wandering the streets, my heart heavy with memories of Shunzi and a sense of bewilderment, as if lost in an endless desert, unable to discern the path forward. Though wealth had come my way, I found little desire for material possessions. The pressure weighed upon me like a mountain, rendering it difficult to breathe. Alongside a band of brothers and a host of younger ones to support, I feared further calamity, having narrowly escaped death on several occasions. Unbeknownst to me, I had walked for quite some time, and when I lifted my gaze once more, I discovered I had arrived home. The lights within were still aglow, indicating that the sisters had not yet retired for the night. They awaited my return. Upon entering, I found them engrossed in a television program. Upon noticing my return, one began to assist me in removing my clothing while the other helped with my shoes. Before I could utter a word, I was pulled into the bathroom for a share bath. Su Tian, do you understand why my sister and I are doing this? I do not. It is to drain you, preventing you from wandering astray. Now confess, have you been involved with any other women lately? I have not. How could I possibly? And thus, we commenced our activities within the bathroom. I wanted to protest, but I have not yet dined. What dinner? My sister and I have yet to be satiated. 10 minutes later, Wu Shui remarked, Sister, his condition has been rather poor lately. Something must be amiss. Su Tian, be honest. I have not. I might simply be too fatigued. That will not suffice. Back to the room. Oh dear. As I opened my eyes, I realized it was already noon, my stomach growling in hunger, nearly fainting from the emptiness. Wu Yu and Wu Shui remarked, You're awake. Hurry and freshen up, then come to eat. I glanced at the table, which was laden with an array of dishes. Chive and egg stir-fry, braised beef tendon, roasted kidney, steamed oysters, and goji berry black bone chicken soup. My two grandmothers had prepared such a lavish meal for me right after waking. I was utterly astonished. Enough chatter, eat quickly. After finishing my meal, I hastily sought an excuse to leave, lest they dismantle my very bones. I cannot fathom what possessed me. In a moment of impulsiveness, I found myself heading to the mansion to seek out Wei Ting. Upon entering Wei Ting's room, I discovered her in the midst of applying makeup. Su Tian, why do you have such dark circles under your eyes? Your complexion is alarmingly pale. What is wrong with you? I replied, It's nothing. Perhaps I've just been too tired lately. After uttering this, Wei Ting approached and began to massage my shoulders, which felt rather pleasant. I lay down on the bed, allowing her to work on my back. Within mere minutes, I succumbed to slumber. I was jolted awake once more by a sudden shiver coursing through my body. Looking down, I inquired, Wei Ting, what are you doing? Chapter 94. A tall tree attracts the wind. I am aware that you are in a relationship. I have overheard Wang Xian mention it. Therefore, I shall assist you in creating a situation where you cannot fulfill your obligations, as I am curious to witness your embarrassment. Are you utterly idle? I have made an effort to escape for a brief respite, yet I am about to lose my sanity. I am leaving. I shall no longer indulge in your games. As I turned to depart, Wei Ting made a face behind my back, silently declaring, Su Tian, you belong to me. The Xin promptly inquired, Brother Tian, what is the matter? You seem off. It's nothing. I simply did not sleep well, I replied. Da Xing fled aloud. By the way, could you take me to Black 8? I need to speak with Zhang Dian about matter. Upon arriving at Black 8, I discussed the demolition issue with Zhang Dian. Brother Tian, I have already dispatched people to investigate, and there are a total of 45 stubborn households. Among them, 3 belong to our trio, and they are all affiliated with the underworld, mingling with Bei Chun and De Qing. I have gathered intel that these 3 individuals are orphans and have recently been released from prison due to a bar fight where they inflicted over 20 stab wounds on their opponent. Fortunately, the individual did not perish. Otherwise, these 3 would still be incarcerated. The remaining stubborn households comprise some unruly women and a few ruffians. But the real challenge lies with these 3. We will deal with them last. Let us first eliminate the easier targets. Construction is about to commence, so ensure the brothers are prepared. Have the handguns from third brother arrived? Yes, they're already secured. Distribute these reliable brothers, as our core must be readily accessible. Otherwise, we'll be caught off guard should a crisis arise. Brother Tian, I believe our operation is expanding, and we should consider increasing our core group accordingly. I have contemplated this matter as well. The issue is that many individuals are unfamiliar with us. If we do not know their backgrounds, it could lead to complications later. Let us remain vigilant, and should suitable candidates arise, we can deliberate together. Please bear the burden, Zhang Dian. We must secure this demolition project. A call from Zhao Dafei interrupted. Su Tian, my younger brother, I have received news that Sun Guangfa is secretly involved in the demolition as well. There are whispers circulating that, following our interference in his election, he now seeks retribution against us. He may refrain from acting against me in official circles, but you must exercise caution. I express my gratitude for Secretary Zhao's warning. I am well aware of the situation. Zhang Dian inquired, what is the matter, Brother Tian? Zhao Dafei mentioned that Sun Guangfa is looking to create trouble for us. We should be on guard. Surely not, Brother Tian. We are essentially untouchable in Dongli. Who would dare challenge us? Better safe than sorry. I shall contact Brother Wu to verify. As I mentioned Wang Wu, he arrived at Black 8. Tian, this is bad. What troubles you, Brother Wu, to appear so flustered? I have heard from the streets that Sun Guangfa intends to mobilize forces against us. I'm already aware. It's nothing to worry about. A group of insignificant characters poses no real threat. Nonetheless, exercise caution. I have learned that there are individuals from Ningyi, Lutai, Baodi, and the likes of Guo Xiang's brother from Heshi, along with Zhao Ming from Hebei Wang Chuancheng. With Sun Guangfa leading these 5 factions, it could become quite troublesome. I had not anticipated such a multitude of participants in this endeavor. Sun Guangfa is indeed making significant moves. Wuga, please arrange for someone to investigate the capabilities of these individuals. It appears that we have drawn considerable attention. Inform everyone that we shall convene a meeting at 9 p.m. Meanwhile, we should assess how the management of the bathhouses under Fu Xiaochun is progressing. Wuga, you may carry on with your tasks. I can manage on my own. Very well. I shall commence the investigation. I will reach out to Daxin to prepare for your arrival. There is no need for that. They're all quite occupied. I can handle it myself, so do not concern yourself with it. Chapter 95. The bathing package. Let us first visit the Sanda bathhouse, as it is relatively close. Upon arriving at the entrance, I immediately noticed 4 security guards. The overall bathing facilities appeared quite commendable. It seemed that the Xin was not present, as I did not spot him. Upon entering, a front desk attendant greeted me and assisted me in changing my shoes. I thought to myself, it would be delightful to take a bath and indulge in some relaxation. During my soak, I overheard other bathers discussing the remarkable offerings at our Dongli bathhouses. They mentioned that the 3rd floor was populated with exceptionally young ladies, many of whom were minors. Indeed, the prices were exorbitant. Once I had the means, I would certainly give it a try, especially the package known as Perfect Harmony, which every man must experience. It's simply extraordinary. Another individual inquired, what is Perfect Harmony? The reply was, it means 10 people attending to you. I was taken aback, exclaiming, is that for real? Someone confirmed its authenticity, albeit at the staggering price of over 10,000 for a single experience. Since we had never tried it, We were uncertain of its veracity. I heard that the mastermind behind these bathhouses was a young man named Su, who seemed to be raking in an astonishing amount of money. I mused that the Xian and the rat were indeed impressive. This package was truly remarkable. I resolved to check out the third floor after my bath. Upon finishing, I changed into a bathrobe on the second floor, preparing to ascend to the third. The elevator was manned by two attendants who stated, "Hello, my friend. You may go to the third floor, provided you have the funds to avoid any unpleasantness from unpaid bills." It made sense, so I inquired about the cost to go upstairs. They replied, "It depends on the package you choose." They presented a list. The single package starting at $2,000, the couple's package at $3,005, the trio's vacation package at $6,000, and the perfect harmony at $10,000. I opted for the perfect harmony and handed my wristband to the attendant to retrieve the money from the locker. After receiving the funds, another attendant escorted me upstairs to an enormous pink princess room, complete with a waterbed and various playful accessories. Shortly thereafter, 10 masked ladies entered, all adorned in sheer black dresses. I thought to myself, if only Wang Wu and the rat had informed me of such splendid opportunities sooner. After indulging, they even assisted me with a bath. Such a treat. Eventually, I dozed off on the bed. When I opened my eyes again, I discovered Xian and several of his associates standing beside me. "This is Brother Tian," they said, urging me to call him Big Brother. "Big Brother, what on earth are you doing? Guarding my corpse? You startled me." I heard that some brothers below were indulging in the perfect harmony, so I made a point to come over, knowing that those who could afford such luxuries were typically powerful figures or business owners, and I wanted to make their acquaintance. I was surprised to see Big Brother here. "You've been enjoying yourself with the rat," and I was completely unaware, I remarked. "Big Brother, it wasn't that I wanted to keep it from you. On one hand, I feared it might be too much for you. On the other hand, if the sisters found out, they would surely spoil it for me." I was momentarily at a loss for words. "Do all our bathhouses offer such packages?" I inquired. "Indeed, they all do. The rat has nearly exhausted the female students from nearby schools," he replied. "Perhaps we should no longer call it a bathhouse. Let's rename it a nightclub instead, as that sounds far more extravagant. You should consider changing the sign soon. Since my elder brother has arrived, I have deliberately summoned all the ladies from the bathing establishment, totaling over 50. Brother, indulge yourself. After all, it is still early before 9 o'clock. I must say, you're quite considerate. Many may not comprehend the joy contained within this experience. The concept of over 50 individuals brings forth a certain euphoria, a veritable celestial existence. In the blink of an eye, it was 9 o'clock. The Xian took me to a meeting at Haiba, where we discussed matters regarding the demolition and the impending confrontation led by Sun Guangfa against us. Chapter 96. The Arrival of Zhang Bao. Part 1. Brothers, it is imperative that we advance on both fronts simultaneously. We are currently facing the threat of demolition, and manpower is indispensable. Furthermore, we must remain vigilant against Sun Guangfa and his 5 accomplices, who may attempt to disrupt our plans or launch a surprise attack. Wang Wu suggested, "I propose we take the initiative and defeat them one by one." Zhang Dian concurred, "I believe Brother Wu's viewpoint is sound. The distance between them is considerable, and even if they attempt to support one another, it will require time. If all 5 of them gather, we will find ourselves at a disadvantage. Let us first target Guorue. His brother and Lu Bo are not to be underestimated." Zhang Dian added, "Tiange. Let us also bring Zhao Ming from Hebei Wang into the fold. We should tackle the nearest threats first. It is crucial to know ourselves and our adversaries. Therefore, let us conduct some reconnaissance. Wu Gu and Fatty, you shall bear the brunt of this task. The Xian and Xiao Xian, prepare yourselves as well. Zhang Dian and the rat will guard the premises while Li Lei and I head out." "Tiange, where are we headed?" Li Lei inquired. "We are off to find Xiao Wu. I fear that if Zhao Dafei abandons us one day, we will find ourselves without an escape route. As we expand our influence, it is essential that we establish connections with certain individuals in the legitimate realm. Li Lei, your task is to purchase 4 gold bars from the jewelry store ahead while I make a call to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, this is Su Tian. Are you available right now? Let us dispense with pleasantries. I have something to discuss. There is a restaurant at your workplace where we can meet. I need your assistance." "Sure thing. At this moment, Lilei had completed his purchase of the gold bars. Let us depart. Just as Lilei and I were about to get into the car, a figure rushed towards us like a ravenous tiger, snatching Lilei's bag, which contained the gold bars. It was evident that this individual had been lying in wait outside the jewelry store. Lilei exclaimed in anger, "Damn it! How dare they steal from us?" We pursued vigorously. The thief was surprisingly swift. Upon reaching a crossroads, it appeared we were on the verge of apprehending him when suddenly a motorcycle rider, presumably an accomplice, arrived. The thief leapt onto the back of the motorcycle, preparing to escape. I inwardly despaired, realizing that if these two made their getaway on the motorcycle, our pursuit would be futile. Just as they were about to evade capture, a man wearing a hat appeared as if sent from the heavens. He hurled a can of beer with lightning speed, striking the motorcycle driver on the head, followed by another can that accurately hit the accomplice seated behind. The duo tumbled from the motorcycle. Lilei and I hastened to catch up. Lilei, like a predator pouncing on its prey, swiftly broke one of the assailant's arms, while I quickly seized the motorcycle helmet and unhesitatingly smashed it down onto the hand of the fallen villain. Lilei retrieved the stolen bag, and we turned to express our gratitude to our unexpected ally. "Thank you, brother," I exclaimed, signaling to Lilei to offer a token of appreciation. Lilei understood the unspoken message, retrieving 500 yuan from his bag and handing it to the individual with heartfelt gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, my brother." The man, silent and unrefusing, accepted the money without hesitation and turned to leave. I hurried after him and inquired, "May I ask your surname, brother?" The man regarded me, seemingly pondering something, before coolly uttering two words, "Zhang Bao." "Brother, what do you do? You seem quite capable," I asked with curiosity. He replied with a stoic expression, "I am unemployed and currently seeking work." My heart leaped with joy, and feigning mystery, I said, "I happen to have a position available. Would you be interested? How much can I earn?" He asked directly. I smiled slightly and countered, "Aren't you curious about the nature of the job?" He responded nonchalantly, "As long as it pays. I can offer you 5,000 a month. Would that be acceptable?" I inquired cautiously, "Are you sure it's 5,000, not 500? A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. "Indeed, 5,000 each month, along with bonuses and commissions." I assured him confidently. "All right, when can I start?" He asked eagerly. "You can start right now." Lilei, give him another 1,000. Use this to buy some proper clothing, as that camouflage outfit does not suit you at all. I declared generously. Chapter 97, The Joining of Zhang Bao, Part 2. I have a fondness for camouflage attire. Is it possible to forego purchasing clothes and keep the funds for myself? Certainly. Take it. Feel free to use it as you wish. By the way, what draws you so deeply to camouflage, and are you experiencing financial difficulties? I am a veteran, accustomed to wearing camouflage uniforms. My father is ill and urgently needs funds for treatment. I just retired yesterday and have yet to find a suitable job when I encountered you. I was pondering your apparent affluence despite your youth. I initially assumed you were a wealthy heir, and I harbor a strong dislike for such individuals. Zhang Bao, if you trust me, join me in this endeavor, and I assure you that your needs will be met. I will cover all expenses related to your father's treatment, and I can arrange for him to stay with us. I am not a wealthy heir. I hail from a farming family, just like you. However, the work I offer requires careful consideration, as it may not be entirely legal. I will give you 3 days to ponder this. Can you truly assist with my father's medical expenses? Absolutely. Then I won't hesitate. I've made my decision to follow you. As long as I can earn money, that's all that matters. Lilei smiled and said, "Zhang Bao, trust Brother Tian. He is reliable. I was once in your shoes, stealing to fund my sister's medical care until I met Brother Tian, who offered me assistance without hesitation. Sometimes, a single coin can pose a challenge even to the most valiant souls." Lilei patted Zhang Bao's shoulder, urging him to call out to Brother Tian. "Brother Tian, good brother, there's no need for such formality. To be honest, I greatly value individuals like you. Let's set that aside for now and go meet a friend of mine." Upon arriving at the restaurant where Xiao Wu was supposed to meet us, we found that he had already arrived. "Xiao Wu, sorry for the wait. Why are you so slow? I've been waiting forever." "Don't mention it. The security in Tianjin is appalling. If it weren't for my brother, my bag would have been snatched." Let them take it. You were surrounded by so many people. You should carry some money when you go out. Well, I have 4 gold bars in my bag. If they want to take it, let them. My money doesn't just fall from the sky. I exchanged glances with Li Lei, who understood and placed 2 gold bars on the table. I then handed them to Xiao Wu. What does this mean, brother? Xiao Wu, you and Sangu have helped me immensely. This is just a small token of appreciation from a brother. You're being too formal. Why do that? I have another favor to ask of you. Please take these 2 gold bars and deliver them to your director. Xiao will look puzzled, with Zhao Dafei's assistance. You don't need the police chief's intervention. Isn't this a waste? I fear that one day Zhao Dafei might abandon me and betray me. I wish to cultivate a friendship with the director as a form of double assurance. You make a valid point. Fine, I will help you deliver them. Xiao Wu expressed his gratitude, saying, I don't have much going on here, and I owe you thanks as well. You helped me crack that major drug trafficking case. I'm about to receive a promotion. Haha, congratulations in advance. After our modest meal, we bid farewell to Xiao Wu, who had other commitments, and returned to Black 8. Upon our arrival, we coincidentally encountered Wang Wu and the fatty, who had also just returned. Wang Wu, noticing a figure standing behind me, inquired with curiosity, Tuner, who is this gentleman? I proceeded to introduce, this is Zhang Bao, our newly joined comrade. I took the opportunity to share an important detail. Zhang Bao is a veteran, and during our journey back, we discussed his previous role as a reconnaissance soldier. Henceforth, matters of investigation will be entrusted to him. Furthermore, I believe it would be beneficial for Zhang Bao to provide some training to the rest of the group. I will refrain from mentioning the other brothers for now, but should we encounter any unforeseen circumstances, it is imperative that each of you is equipped to ensure your own safety. Chapter 98. The structure of the organization. After a round of cordial exchanges, the group became acquainted. With everyone present, Brother Wu and Fatty took the floor. Wang Wu began. That rascal Guorue is a drug addict, a veritable fiend. Every night, he frequents a small second-floor hideout in Hushy Shanghai. I suspect it serves as their stronghold, reeking of smoke and chaos, with about 20 to 30 individuals inside. This scoundrel possesses a firearm, and when he is high, he becomes reckless and dangerous. Though not particularly bright, more brawn than brains. Fatty continued. As for Zhao Ming from Hebei Wang's crew, we've yet to uncover his vulnerabilities. He steers clear of drugs and gambling, commanding a loyal band of 70 to 80 henchmen, engaging in usury. He is a man of few words, highly vigilant, and has caught us several times. If he senses anything amiss, he approaches directly to issue threats. Zhang Jian remarked, individuals like Guorue are relatively easy to deal with, but Zhao Ming poses a greater challenge. I believe we should first eliminate Guorue. Chuckling, I interjected, I refuse to believe that anyone is without a weakness. Zhao Ming may abstain from gambling and drugs, but can he truly resist temptation? Let us not forget, our rise to power relies on such lures. I am convinced no one can evade the allure of seduction. The pursuit of pleasure can be a sharp blade, and I doubt Zhao Ming can escape its edge. Rousey, you must diligently select a few easily manipulated female students, preferably those whose parents are indifferent. Around 10 should suffice. No need for more. Additionally, Zhang Bao should undertake the task of training and nurturing them. As the saying goes, warfare does not always necessitate weapons. Sometimes, women can be far more effective than arms. Furthermore, I propose that our organization ought to have a clearly defined structure, which I will outline. Zhang Bao will oversee personnel training and field investigations. Rousey will be responsible for recruiting and allocating unruly female students within the school and nearby areas. Wang Wu, Wang Kai, and Wang Wei will serve as the primary combatants, always at the forefront when challenges arise. Fatty and Qi Dan will provide support for various groups, acting as the secondary line of offense. Li Lei will handle pursuits and assassinations, with the authority to select personnel for missions. Da Xin and Xiao Xin will manage all venues and oversee the distribution of resources. Zhang Dian will supervise all teams, endowed with the authority to act first and report later. In our endeavors, we must adhere to rules. Without them, chaos reigns. I will oversee the broader operations, and if any brothers wish to join, We shall allocate roles accordingly. At this moment, Chidan inquired, Boss, what does it mean to be in the secondary line of offense? Can I move up to the front line? Chidan, I replied, the front line is primarily responsible for direct confrontation. Your impulsiveness could lead to disadvantage. Not every issue must be resolved with force. Your role in the secondary line is still significant. The success of our second wave heavily relies on you and Fatty. It is crucial to our victory. Starting tomorrow, everyone must exert themselves. Rise early. We shall convene at the new river embankment at 7 each day, where Zhang Bao will conduct specialized training. As core members, you must demonstrate genuine skill to earn respect. Li Lei stepped forward and declared, Brother Tian, I wish to spar with Zhang Bao. I have trained somewhat and want to gauge the difference in our abilities. The plump fellow also stepped forward, eager to participate. Wang Wu playfully kicked the chubby man's backside, admonishing him, If you cannot even defeat me, do not meddle foolishly. Zhang Bao had just arrived, his mind racing with the desire to showcase his abilities before the leader, and thus readily accepted Li Lei's challenge. Zhang Dian interjected, Gentlemen, let us keep it light. Do take care not to injure yourselves. Li Lei cracked his knuckles and stretched his neck, declaring, Brother Zhang Bao, I shall now reveal my inadequacies. Zhang Bao rose, remaining steadfast, and gestured for Li Lei to come at him. Like an arrow released from a bow, Li Lei charged forward, throwing a punch at Zhang Bao. Chapter 99. Commencing training, Zhang Bao swiftly evaded backward, his left foot striking out like a bolt of lightning. Li Lei, in response, attempted to catch Zhang Bao's foot, aiming for a shoulder throw. However, Zhang Bao, employing the principle of softness overcoming hardness, countered with his right foot, kicking back like a serpent darting from its lair, sending Li Lei staggering 2 steps back. Without hesitation, Li Lei executed a sweeping kick, but Zhang Bao leaped gracefully, akin to a light and agile swallow, seizing Li Lei's shoulders. Upon landing, he aimed to execute a body slam. Reacting promptly, Li Lei retaliated with an elbow and knee strike akin to a hammer's blow. Zhang Bao braced with his left arm, then pressed forward into Li Lei's lower back. Intent on delivering a punch, Zhang Bao was taken aback as Li Lei, enduring excruciating pain, unleashed a swift kick to Zhang Bao's leg. Zhang Bao retreated a step, while Li Lei swung his arm like a famished tiger, pouncing on its prey towards Zhang Bao's neck. Unexpectedly, Zhang Bao withstood the assault, retaliating with a punch that struck Li Lei's chest like a cannonball, immediately following up with a hook. Li Lei, clutching his chest, conceded, I'm done, you win. Zhang Bao, you truly live up to your military background. I, Li Lei, acknowledge your prowess. You are formidable indeed. Had I not been in good shape for my military days, I would not have withstood that kick. I applauded, saying, with both of you around, I feel an overwhelming sense of security. Ha ha. Wang Wu chimed in, Fatty, you should join in and practice as well. Not a chance. With these 2 beasts, I'd be flattened, he replied. Zhang Bao affirmed, train them well, starting tomorrow, including myself. We will all heed your command. We decided to share a meal together, after which Wu Gu promised to arrange a vehicle for Zhang Bao. As night turned to day, morning arrived, and by Zhang Bao's request, we gathered at the new riverbank at 5 o'clock. Zhang Bao initiated a morning run for everyone and began teaching us some basic combat techniques. The fatty lamented, Brother Bao, can we have breakfast? Certainly, but only after completing 100 squats, Zhang Bao responded. After training until 7, we found a nearby eatery to share breakfast. Except for Li Lei, the rest of us were utterly exhausted. Xiao Xian grumbled, Tian Gu, I'll just supervise. I want to practice. No way. Enduring hardship now is far better than facing danger unprepared in the future. Zhang Bao replied resolutely. Once breakfast was concluded, Zhang Bao assembled everyone for an hour of shooting practice. There were no complaints regarding firearms training, as this was a favored segment for all. Afterward, everyone dispersed for their individual tasks, while Zhang Bao took on the significant responsibility of investigation. By 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Bao gathered everyone again for night training. The purpose of this session was twofold, to build courage and to teach ambush and assassination techniques. When I finally lay down in bed, it was past midnight. To be honest, I was feeling quite worn out. My entire body ached, particularly my legs, which trembled uncontrollably. After 3 consecutive days of training, Zhang Bao had nearly pieced together the investigation details. Everyone, let us discuss Guo Rue. Through my observations over the past few days, I've noted that he consistently seeks the company of a woman at 10 o'clock every evening, and he does so without any subordinates, making this an ideal opportunity to act against him. As for Zhao Ming, he appears to have no particular interests or vices. Previously, I had come to understand that neither drugs nor gambling were involved. I arranged for an individual to conduct a test, and it turned out he was not entangled with either. This person is quite troublesome and possesses a meticulous mind. Suddenly, Zhang Bao shifted the topic. The rotund man remarked, "Isn't that tantamount to saying nothing?" Zhang Bao promptly responded, "However, he has a sister. Moreover, he dotes on her excessively." Li Lei playfully tapped the back of the rotund man's head and chuckled, "Observe, Brother Bao, and then reflect on your investigation." Wang Wu interjected, "It wouldn't be wise to involve family. It might tarnish our reputation." I replied with a smile, "Gentlemen, we are neither public servants nor educators. We are, in fact, ruffians. I comprehend your thoughts, and I have no intention of involving his sister, but we can adopt a different approach." I then shared my ideas with the group, and everyone expressed their enthusiastic agreement. Since there was unanimous consent, it was time to act. Let's first target Guo Rue and Zhao Ming. Chapter 100. A bloodless confrontation. Wang Wu, Wang Kai, Wang Wei, along with Fatty, you 4 shall deal with Guo Rue. As for me, Rat, Li Lei, and Qi Dan, we will handle Zhao Ming. Zhang Bao said, "Boss, allow me to accompany you. Zhao Ming is not to be underestimated." "Not to worry," I replied. "According to our intelligence, the remaining individuals, the Xian and Xiao Xun, are keeping watch, while Zhang Dian is preparing personnel and resources at the rear, ready to support us at any moment." Half an hour later, everyone set off. Due to Fatty's impatience, the 4 of them charged forth like famished tigers, summoning a few underlings before heading out. We, on the other hand, ensured that our weapons and personnel were well prepared, having learned from past misfortunes, especially given Zhao Ming's formidable reputation. We wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. With over a dozen men in tow, we made our way to Zhao Ming's stronghold. As we neared, I instructed Rat to disembark early, whispering a few words in his ear before continuing on with Qi Dan and Li Lei. Wang Wu and the others, upon arrival, did not rush to find Guo Rue. Instead, they sought out a restaurant to indulge in a hearty meal, knowing there was still ample time until nightfall. We soon arrived at Zhao Ming's lair. Disembarking to discover it was a pawn shop. I led Li Lei and Qi Dan inside, leaving the remaining underlings to wait in the vehicle. Upon entering, a receptionist inquired about her needs. Qi Dan chuckled and said, "I seek 1 million. Kindly summon your boss." The staff, sensing our intimidating presence, quickly called for assistance via intercom. Moments later, 2 to 3 dozen individuals emerged, brandishing machetes and encircling us. A scar-faced man pointed at us, growling, "Who desires 1 million?" I replied, "Naturally it is I." "Is this how your esteemed Zhao treats his guests?" No sooner had I spoken than applause echoed from within, and out stepped Su Tian. "Ah, you recognize me? You have managed the nightclub remarkably well." Inciting envy, I remarked, "You wish to extract 1 million from my territory? It seems you possess a life to take, yet no means to spend. With just the 3 of you, do you dare to contemplate leaving here? They say Zhao Ming is clever, yet I perceive him as foolish as a pig." "I am all ears," I continued. "Since I have dared to come, I have not regarded you with any seriousness. You, Zhao Ming, abstain from vice, leaving you nearly devoid of weaknesses." However, Zhao Ming's complexion quickly paled as he hastily reached for his phone to call his sister, only to discover it was turned off. "Su Tian, damn you. Family should remain unharmed. How can you behave this way as someone in our line of work?" "Zhao Ming, I am merely a petty ruffian, not part of any syndicate. I adhere to no such codes. I warn you, Su Tian, should anything happen to my sister, I will risk my life to ensure we perish together." "Calm down, Zhao Ming. I have traveled a great distance without even a sip of water, and you treat your guest in such a manner?" "Su Tian, what do you mean by that?" "Let me pose the question to you, Zhao Ming. What is your true intention?" Zhao Ming signaled for his men to withdraw, leaving only the four of us in the room. Zhao Ming remarked, "Indeed, there exists no animosity between us. However, Sun Guangfa once saved my life. Since he has sought me out, I find myself without justification to refuse. Observing your demeanor, Zhao Ming, you exhibit commendable loyalty, yet such allegiance may ultimately cost you dearly. Su Tian, as long as you do not harm my sister, I am willing to acquiesce to any of your demands. That said, what ground do I have to trust you? Should I return your sister to you, and you were to renege on your word, what then? Pray tell, what must transpire for you to release my sister?" "Huh." I strolled to Zhao Ming's side and whispered softly in his ear, "Simply follow this course of action, and your sister shall remain unharmed." "Su Tian, what of it? Have I said something wrong? You are indeed shrewd. I concede to your terms." Thus, without exerting any effort, I easily subdued Zhao Ming. Chapter 101. Betrayed after we resolved matters with Zhao Ming, we contacted the plump fellow and prepared for subsequent arrangements. Meanwhile, Brother Wang Wu and the others, along with the plump man, waited until dusk before stealthily positioning themselves around the residence of the young lady. Strangely, when the clock struck 10, Gorue had yet to make an appearance. The plump man, perplexed, inquired of Wang Wu regarding the situation. Wang Wu, equally bewildered, instructed Wang Wei and Wang Kai to investigate whether the young lady was still present. Wang Wei and Wang Kai cautiously approached the small house adorned with pink lights, only to discover that the interior was shrouded in darkness. Exercising utmost care, they slipped inside, and Wang Wei sensed a figure lying on the bed, prompting him to warn Wang Kai to be prepared. Drawing out their daggers from their waistbands, they advanced toward the bed. As Wang Kai lifted the covers, Wang Wei was poised to strike. However, upon unveiling the bedding, they were met with the shocking sight of a lifeless, naked woman. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Wei seized Wang Kai, and they bolted for the exit. Yet, the moment they stepped outside, they were confronted by a swarm of police officers who promptly apprehended them. Wang Wu and the plump man, witnessing the unfolding scene from outside, were taken aback. "Damn, my two brothers." Wang Kai prepared to rush to their aid, but the plump man yanked him back. "Have you lost your mind? Do you dare confront the police? I cannot stand by while my brothers are taken. Calm down. First, let us call Brother Tian." Wang Wu hastily dialed Su Tian, elucidating the chain of events. Su Tian, equally perplexed, pondered how Gorue could possess such intelligence, especially since their actions have been shrouded in secrecy. "Brother Wu, please don't panic. You and the plump man return first. I will call Xiao Wu to inquire further." Su Tian contacted Xiao Wu for assistance in gathering information. Before long, everyone reconvened at the Black 8 billiard hall, where they relayed the incident to Zhang Dian. Zhang Dian, unable to comprehend the situation, concluded that they could only await news from Xiao Wu. After approximately 3 hours, Xiao Wu finally returned the call. "Su Tian Ili Ansua," inquiring about the developments. Xiao Wu disclosed that the situation was dire, revealing that a man named Sun Guangfa had a particularly close relationship with the director of Heshi, and they had orchestrated a trap, anticipating their fall into it. "I don't understand how they could have known about our operation," Su Tian remarked. Xiao Wu replied, "Brother, there are only two possibilities. Either there's a traitor within your ranks, or you are being surveilled." "Understood. Thank you, Xiao Wu. I find it hard to believe in the first possibility." Xiao Wu chuckled and shook his head before terminating the call. After hanging up, Su Tian succinctly summarized the situation. Zhang Jian commented, "Brother Tian, considering the previous incident with Shunzi, we cannot dismiss the possibility of an insider." I took a sip of my drink. Rising to my feet, I refuse to believe we have a mole among us. From this point forward, let no one utter this topic again. I, Su Tian, stand unreservedly with my brothers. Even if one day someone were to stab me in the back, I would not hold it against them. It would merely reflect my own shortcomings. I have already lost Shunzi and do not wish to lose anyone else. If we cannot maintain this modicum of trust, then we might as well return home. Zhang Dian continued my thoughts, stating that only the second possibility remains. We are under surveillance, undoubtedly the victims of a covert scheme. Zhang Bao, I commend your efforts. Your counter-surveillance skills are unparalleled. Over the next few days, please keep an eye out for any unusual occurrences or anyone who may be watching us. Wu Ge, do not fret. Wang Wei and Wang Kai are also my brothers, and their affairs are intertwined with mine. I shall reach out to Zhao Dafei to discuss our next course of action. I dialed Zhao Dafei's number. Secretary Zhao, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. Chapter 102. Seeking assistance from the Mayor Su Tian, my brother, feel free to speak your mind, said Zhao Dafei. Two of my brothers have been wrongfully accused and are detained at the Heshi police station. I wonder if you could lend a hand in resolving this matter. Oh, dear brother, I do hold some influence in Dongli, but Heshi is beyond my reach. This may prove to be quite challenging, he lamented. Internally, I scorned him, recognizing this old fox's reluctance to get involved, pretending to be a big shot while evading responsibility. You cannot simply turn a blind eye to your brother's plight. I urged. I truly wish I could assist, but my connections there are rather tenuous. He replied with a chuckle. With no other options, it seemed I must resort to desperate measures. Originally, I intended to keep Wei Ting as a trump card, but now I would have to use her to threaten Zhao Dafei. I've heard you have a good relationship with the mayor, I remarked. Zhao Dafei's heart skipped a beat. Su Tian, don't jest. My minor position hardly affords me acquaintance with the mayor. Zhao, you're quite modest. If you're unfamiliar with him, I shall personally approach the mayor. All right, let me inquire on your behalf. Await my news. 10 minutes later, Zhao Dafei called back. The mayor wishes to meet with you. Excellent. When and where? Right now at the Ritz-Carlton, room 888. I quickly asked Wang Wu to escort me there. Zhang Dian chimed in, Brother Tian. I will accompany you and bring some cash. No need. It would be inappropriate to meet the mayor with company, and he is not in want of money. How is he? Youth and Zhang Bao quickly find me two young, attractive, and sensible female students to accompany me. About an hour later, Wang Wu delivered me and two young women to the hotel entrance. Wu Ge, you wait with them in the lobby. When I call, bring them up. I arrived at room 888 and knocked. Zhao Dafei opened the door, revealing a slightly balding man sipping tea. Zhao Dafei introduced us, saying, This is Mayor Huang. Greetings, Mayor Huang. I extended my hand in a gesture of goodwill. Yet, Mayor Huang did not lift his gaze, continuing to sip his tea. Please have a seat, he said dismissively. I thought to myself, how the tables have turned. You are Su Tian? Yes, I am Su Tian. You seem rather young. Are you even of age? Indeed, I am not yet of age. Interesting, a youth like you engaging in illicit activities. With individuals like you, Tianjin cannot aspire to greatness. Mayor Huang, such words are unkind. We are contributing to the economy of Tianjin, ensuring our taxes are paid in full. Such youthful bravado. Unfamiliar with Mayor Huang's preferences, I brought a gift, uncertain if it would be well received. Zhao Dafei interjected, Su Tian, do you realize to whom you are speaking? Of course, Mayor Huang. Do you think the mayor would accept your gift? Think before you speak. What if he does? The youth has spirit. Let me see what you have brought. I dialed Wang Wu, and within 2 minutes, there was a knock at the door. Zhao Dafei's expression soured. Su Tian, how can you let others know that the mayor is here? Don't be anxious, Secretary Zhao. The gifts have arrived. Zhao Dafei opened the door, his eyes widening in astonishment. Two teenage female students, clad in uniforms, possessed captivating figures, and most importantly, they were youthful. Zhao Dafei chuckled and remarked, well, it seems you have a thoughtful side. I discreetly accompanied Zhao Dafei outside and closed the door behind us. Standing outside, Zhao Dafei said, the mayor has resolved your issues. Soon you will be able to meet your brother. However, he added, Brother Su Tian, I consider you a friend, but perhaps you do not regard me in the same light. Chapter 103. The grievances of Director Heshi. What does Secretary Zhao mean by that? Is it possible that Wei Ting is not dead? How dare you question me? I, Su Tian, possess a strong sense of professional ethics. Did she share anything with you? She mentioned only that you were acquainted with the mayor. Zhao Dafei's complexion instantly turned pale. Fine, I understand now. Su Tian, my dear brother, I advise you not to dig your own grave. Secretary Zhao, every word you utter is etched in my memory, yet even if there are pitfalls, I fear them not. At that moment, a series of heart-pounding sounds filled the room. I added, Secretary Zhao, shall I arrange two for you as well? Thank you for your kindness. But I have no interest in feminine charms. A person of such incompetence, even if you had such intentions, You lack the ability to act on them. After bidding farewell to Zhao Dafei, I proceeded to the Hushi police station to collect Wang Kai and Wei. When they emerged, they were both battered and bruised. Wang Wu helped them into the vehicle while I entered the station. May I inquire if your director is available? Who are you? Our director does not see just anyone. Please inform him that I am Su Tian. If he does not come out after hearing my name, I shall take my leave. Your identity matters little. The police station is not a place for jest. Very well, I shall take my leave. I instructed Wang Wu to take them to the hospital. Once inside, a police officer plopped down in the office chair and boisterously exclaimed, "A mere child thinks highly of himself," demanding to see our director, claiming to be Su Tian. At that moment, the director happened to pass by and, upon hearing, pointed at him and barked, "What did you just say?" There was a kid named Su Tian. I recognized him as just a brat, insisting on seeing you, so I sent him away. In an instant, the director delivered a resounding slap to his face, furiously retorting, "Who gave you the right to act on your own accord?" After all, the mayor had issued a directive, and he had no desire to offend him, clearly marking Su Tian as a target of his enmity. Upon reaching the hospital, I hurriedly inquired about Wang Wei and Wang Kai's condition. "How do they treat you both?" "Brother Tian, they didn't ask us about any crimes. They stripped us bare first, then doused us with cold water in the courtyard, and afterward tied us to chairs, using books to torment us, ultimately shocking us with electric rods. We could endure all of that, but then they received a phone call and began to beat us mercilessly. You two take good care of yourselves. I will surely avenge this wrong. Wang Wu, please stay with them. I shall return for now. Let me escort you back." "No need. Please keep them company. I shall take a leisurely stroll." After leaving the hospital, I hailed a taxi and headed to the Dafahao nightclub. Upon arrival, I sought out Wei Ting. When she saw me, she flitted over like a joyful little bird, wrapping her arms around my neck and exclaiming, "I thought you had forgotten me." "Not at all. There's just been too much happening lately." I gently patted her hand and briefly recounted the events that had transpired. "It seems Zhao Dafei has begun to suspect me. Wei Ting, your situation is perilous. I am contemplating relocating you to a safer place. I have but one life. If I must perish, so be it." Wei Ting's voice carried a hint of resoluteness. I hastily covered her mouth, reproaching her, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Upon seeing my displeasure, Wei Ting nestled against me like an injured fawn, weeping softly. I found myself at a loss. I can hardly bear to see a woman cry. Thus, I began to soothe her with gentle words. Eventually, when all else failed, I embraced her and led her into the bathtub for a romantic bath. Immersed in the warm water, the comfort enveloped us, and Wei Ting, ever considerate, came over to massage my back. She then nestled against me, holding me tightly. Her bosom was full and soft, akin to two blazing flames, igniting an irresistible warmth within me. Unable to contain myself any longer, I succumbed to the moment in the bathtub. After 20 minutes, I rinsed off again and rose to my feet. Wei Ting tenderly dried my body while I, weary, reclined on her bed. The faint fragrance that lingered in the air gradually lulled me into a haze, and soon I drifted into slumber. Chapter 104. The mischievous Wei Ting. Upon awakening once more, I found Wei Ting rousing me from my slumber. "What are you doing, Wei Ting?" I inquired. "Regardless, you must return home today. I am curious to see how you will account for this." I was truly exasperated. Glancing at my phone, I noticed several missed calls from Zhang Dian. Wei Ting assisted me in wiping the sleep from my eyes as I, in disbelief, returned Zhang Dian's call. The call connected, and Zhang Dian's voice came through. "Tiange," you finally answered. "What is it?" I replied. "Haozi and Zhang Bao each took 200,000 from the account, a total of 400,000. Haozi is a brother of mine, but Zhang Bao has only just arrived and has taken so much money." I interjected, "It's nothing," letting out a sigh. "What's wrong, Tiange?" "Nothing." I glanced at Wei Ting and responded to Zhang Dian. "Zhang Bao is a brother. One must trust those they employ." Zhang Dian remained silent and then hung up. I turned to Wei Ting. "You relish in my misery, do you not?" Draped in a bathrobe, she slowly unveiled herself, adorned in enticing lingerie that clung to her like a serpent. I trembled, genuinely frightened of returning and facing the scrutiny of the sisters. Hastily, I donned my clothes and fled. Wei Ting observed my retreating figure, pondering. Is that all he amounts to? Women can be truly terrifying, never seeming to tire. Do they truly believe I am a mere beast of burden? Checking my phone, I realized it was already past 1 in the morning. I hastily instructed my subordinates to escort me home. Upon my arrival, I found the house shrouded in darkness. Quietly, I pushed the door open, only to find the sisters asleep on the sofa. To my surprise, they stirred at the sound of my entrance. Upon seeing me, they began to sniff the air, and soon after, they berated me. Su Tian, you have changed. You no longer love me or my sister. You reek of perfume. I did not. I merely felt fatigued and took a bath. They wailed and lamented, leaving me with no choice but to appease them for a moment, after which they settled down. Embraced by both, I was utterly drained, and sleepiness washed over me. However, they insisted on conversing, and we continued until the early hours of 4 before I could finally succumb to sleep. When I awoke again, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Checking my phone, I saw that Zhang Dian had called several times. I promptly returned his call, inquiring about the matter. Tiange, Zhang Bao has taken another 200,000 from the account. I replied, brother, do not be so suspicious. He must have his reasons. If you are uneasy, I will call him to inquire. I dialed Zhang Bao's number, intending to ask him about his financial intentions. Before I could pose my question, Zhang Bao spoke first. Boss, I have withdrawn 400,000 from the account, and Housie has taken 200,000 as well. In truth, I have allocated it for women. I was taken aback. What? For women? He continued, the 2 female students I found to accompany the mayor actually have sexually transmitted diseases. I gave each of them 20,000 as hush money, and then I spent another 20,000 cultivating 10 female students. I believe that if we are to thrive through illicit means, we must wield it as our weapon. A secret satisfaction welled within me. So, the mayor is afflicted. You are correct in your assumption. He is undoubtedly infected, and I doubt he has long to live. Excellent work, Zhang Bao. After ending the call, I relayed the information to Zhang Dian, which finally put his mind at ease. Brother Tian, it is not that I am overly suspicious, but Xiao Wu mentioned the presence of a mole. While I am reluctant to believe it, I must consider the perspective of the organization. I understand your position, my brother. Our journey has not been easy, and your efforts are commendable. Just after hanging up with Zhang Dian, another call came through from Zhang Bao. These 2 have been incessantly bombarding me with messages. Chief, there's indeed a traitor among us. I have identified 3 individuals, and they are currently detained at Black 8. I have already summoned the brothers to address this matter together. My heart sank at the realization that there is a mole. I fear it may be one of our own, even if it is just a junior member. I quickly donned my clothes and rushed over. Chapter 105. The Re-establishment of Gang Rules. Soon, we arrived at Black 8. Upon entering, I found everyone standing motionless like statues, while 3 individuals knelt on the ground, their heads covered with black cloth, resembling wayward children. Seeing no familiar faces, I finally felt a sense of relief. Zhang Bao, what is the situation? Please explain briefly. These 3 have always been suspiciously elusive, often sneaking out at midnight. Through their calls and messages, I discovered they have been tipping off Sun Wang. He replied, I have always been generous to my brothers. Why then is there betrayal among us? I picked up a knife from the table and swiftly dealt with each of them. Zhang Dian interjected, Brother Tian, our current situation is chaotic. With an increasing number of younger brothers, it has become unmanageable. As a gang, I believe we need to restructure our hierarchy and establish new rules. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging that we had too many younger brothers, many of whom were merely pretenders, some even unknown to us, yet they were still revealing our name to outsiders. Very well, I shall reorganize. Zhang Dian, you will oversee the Xingtang branch and select 10 individuals to supervise all members. Every family has its rules, and so must our gang. Should anyone disregard the gang's authority or violate its regulations, you will be fully responsible for enforcing the rules, which you shall also establish. Zhang Bao, you will manage the Eagle branch, where you can select from all our elites. Your primary responsibilities will include investigations, assassinations, and training. Rat, you will be in charge of the Dark branch, primarily focusing on recruiting women. All the ladies in our establishments will be under your allocation. We need to cultivate obedient women, including those from schools who can bear our banner. This will facilitate the recruitment of delinquent female students and also serve as a source of income from student protection fees. Coordinate with Zhang Bao regarding the training of these women. Wang Wu, Wang Kai, and Wang Wei will oversee the White Tiger branch, selecting 200 individuals, with Wang Wu as the head and Wang Kai and Wang Wei as deputies. The Xin and Xiao Xin will manage the Vermilion Bird branch, also selecting 200 individuals for all security operations, with the Xin as the head and Xiao Xin as the deputy. Fatty will be in charge of the Azure Dragon branch, selecting 100 individuals. Qi Dan will oversee the Black Tortoise branch, also selecting 100 individuals. Li Lei will be responsible, for I was about to continue when I was interrupted by Li Lei. Brother Tian, I do not wish for any branch. I believe you need someone by your side. You are now the leader of the gang and have previously faced assassination attempts. You cannot afford to be in danger. Thus, I will remain by your side. The others concurred, emphasizing that I needed someone close to me. Aside from Zhang Bao, Li Lei was the most capable. Should any trouble arise, he could ensure my safety. Very well, Li Lei shall protect me. I hope this does not burden you, brother. Brother Tian, you are my benefactor. I bear no grievances. My current standing is all thanks to you. My life belongs to you. I patted Li Lei on the shoulder. I continued. Once you have selected your men, dismiss any remaining ruffians. We must not accept just anyone moving forward. Each of you must maintain certain standards. Then, those who claim to be affiliated with the Heavenly Alliance while concealing their true intentions are regarded as our adversaries. This sentiment must be conveyed outwardly. Indeed, it is high time we adopt a more formal approach. Otherwise, we may unwittingly allow an insider to infiltrate our ranks. Following this incident, we must learn from our experiences, and when recruiting, it is imperative that we conduct thorough evaluations. At that moment, Zhang Bao's phone rang. After ending the call, he quickly exclaimed, Tian Ge, we have a grave situation. I received a letter from the brothers below. Sun Guangfa has already met with several of them, and they are publicly declaring a decisive battle against us in 3 days. Chapter 106, The Outbreak of War, Part 1. What audacity! Those despicable individuals dare to trample upon us. Let us show them no mercy. Zhao Dafe called again, inquiring about when the demolition work for our brothers would commence. At that moment, I was already feeling quite agitated and had completely forgotten about it, naturally responding to Zhao Dafe with a sour demeanor. The work could have started at any time, yet your sworn enemy, Sun Guangfa, is intent on a decisive battle against me. My apologies, brother, but our business cannot be delayed. Is there anything I can assist you with? Internally, I cursed, damn you. Here I am cleaning up your mess. And you still expect me to work for you? No need, I exclaimed, abruptly ending the call. I rubbed my temples. This Sun Guangfa truly revolts me. Zhang Bao suggested. Boss, shall I arrange for an assassination? No need for words. This time, we shall confront them directly, showcasing the might of our Tianjin gang, making those rascals realize that we are not mere soft persimmons to be bullied. Zhang Bao, please contact the other side and gauge their intentions. Let us not resort to those treacherous tactics of the righteous path. We shall adhere to the rules of the underworld. Inquire whether they dare to show their faces. Those who hide in the shadows are no true heroes. Understood, boss. I will arrange it immediately, as time was of the essence. I instructed everyone to reach out to reliable brothers. At that moment, Feng Jun called me. Brother Su Tian, word on the street is that you are set to duel with Sun Guangfa. Do you require any assistance? Feng Laoda was exceedingly courteous, but I replied, there is no need at the moment. I appreciate your goodwill. We are brothers. No need for such formality. Contact me whenever you need help. After hanging up, Feng Jun organized 100 men, preparing to assist Su Tian when the time came. Perhaps this is what one calls brotherhood, though Su Tian remained unaware. Su Tian's mind was occupied with many thoughts. He contemplated how to deal with Sun Guangfa, while also considering the demolition issue and how to resolve matters with Zhao Dafei. Thus, 2 days passed, and Zhang Bao relayed news that Sun Guangfa had agreed to the duel, set for 8 o'clock at Yongding Town. Splendid. Saves us the trouble of collecting their bodies, Zhang Jian remarked. Brother Tian, we should prepare some firearms. Unnecessary, I replied. Word has spread. If Sun Guangfa fails to play by the rules, He will find no refuge in this world henceforth. Zhang Dian, instruct them to prepare more machetes and mountain knives. Their length provides an advantage in combat. This matter had escalated significantly, drawing the attention of many prominent figures in society, as large-scale conflicts of this nature were quite rare. I preemptively called Zhao Ming to discuss our agreement, warning him that if he did not comply with my demands, his sister would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Meanwhile, Sun Guangfa, Zhao Ming, Gui, Lao Er, De Tao, and Ma Zi gathered together, rushing people over in containers, as Sun Guangfa was determined to succeed. That evening, we reorganized our plans and arranged our vehicles in advance. A night devoid of incident passed, and soon it was 6 o'clock the next day. We rallied all the brothers from the halls, boarded the vehicles, and set off toward Yongding Talent. At 7 o'clock, we arrived at our destination, and everyone disembarked, totaling over 500 individuals, each gripping gleaming weapons resembling the famed Guangong's cleaver and mountain-cutting knives. Before us, more than 20 vans approached, accompanied by 2 container trucks, from which emerged another 500 to 600 people, all wielding their own gleaming blades. I stepped forward to the center, with my brothers closely following behind. Sun Guangfa also led the way, followed by a throng of supporters. Sun Guangfa spoke, Su Tian, I truly underestimated you. It seems you possess some skill. Today will either be your demise or mine. The young lad certainly had a bold demeanor. Zhang Bao, brandishing a dagger, raised his hand, and the dagger flew through the air like a flash of lightning, embedding itself directly into Sun Guangfa's chest. Clutching his wound, Sun Guangfa erupted in a furious curse. Damn you, charge at me. Chapter 107. The Outbreak of War, Part 2. Over 1,000 individuals clashed in a fervor reminiscent of famished tigers pouncing upon their prey. In a matter of moments, many lay incapacitated upon the ground. Wang Wuge and his companions charged forth like ferocious tigers descending from the mountains, striking down any adversary in their path. The stout fellow followed closely behind, while Li Lei remained by my side, a loyal shadow providing protection. Qi Dan was equally consumed by bloodlust, and Zhang Bao, amidst his assaults, remained vigilant, surveying the battleground. Ma Zi, Lao Er, and De Tao were equally reckless, leading the charge with unwavering resolve. However, Zhao Ming appeared distracted, lingering at the rear. Just as we sensed victory within our grasp, Zhang Bao suddenly called out, Everyone, be cautious. Over 50 vans from the opposing side are approaching. Our hearts sank in alarm, and the disparity in casualties swiftly widened, leading us to face a catastrophic defeat. At that moment, Zhao Ming and I exchanged glances, and he shouted, All my brothers, tie red ribbons on your arms. Sun Guangfa's faction, believing Zhao Ming was prepared to make a desperate stand, did not ponder further. Zhao Ming then commanded, Kill Sun Guangfa. Unable to contain my outrage, I erupted. Damn you, Zhao Ming, you treacherous ingrate. Apologizing to Sun Gu, I felt compelled by circumstance. Zhao Ming swung his blade towards Sun Guangfa, but unexpectedly, Ma Zi intervened, taking a blow meant for Sun Guangfa that struck him squarely in the face. Ma Zi, undeterred, kicked Zhao Ming aside and aided Sun Guangfa in retreating. With Zhao Ming's sudden betrayal, the tide of battle shifted once more, and we surged forward like an overwhelming tide, shattering the adversary's formation. Li Lei and I pursued with the ferocity of starving predators, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Sun Guangfa. Little did we anticipate that Ma Zi and Lao Er would abandon any semblance of honor, brandishing firearms from their concealment. Quick as lightning, Li Lei tackled me to the ground, narrowly avoiding a gunshot. Zhang Bao, ever vigilant, deftly threw a dagger that struck Lao Er squarely in the head, and he collapsed instantly. Li Lei swiftly seized the fallen weapon and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger, sending Ma Zi crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, De Tao and Guo Rui had vanished with Sun Guangfa, leaving no trace. My heart raced with urgency as I bellowed, We cannot let them escape. Sun Guangfa must be slain. Before my words could fully escape, over 100 figures emerged, swiftly opening fire and eliminating De Tao and Guo Rui. before binding Sun Guangfa tightly. Contemplating quietly, I surmised these individuals must surely be Sun Guangfa's enemies. As I drew closer, I realized it was Feng Jun Tian. Sun Guangfa is now in your hands. Our debts are settled, Feng Jun stated, his expression devoid of emotion. I expressed my gratitude to Feng Jun with a smile, and without further pleasantries, he and his men departed in their vehicles. Sun Guangfa, a dagger embedded in his chest, knelt before me like a wretched dog. Tian, please, kill me, he pleaded. Yet, how could I grant him such a wish? To spare him would only invite future peril. I delivered a swift kick to the hilt of the dagger, which, as if guided by fate, plunged into his heart, and Sun Guangfa fell lifeless to the ground. The remaining underlings of Sun Guangfa scattered like monkeys fleeing from a fallen tree, some running away, others dispersing in disarray. Zhao Ming approached briskly, his face etched with anxiety. Pleading, "Can you release my sister?" Unhurriedly, I opened my QQ app and showcased a video to Zhao Ming. "Your sister is at the amusement park. Look how joyous she is." As he beheld his sister in perfect safety, tears streamed down his face like a torrent breaching its banks. With genuine sincerity, I reassured him, "Zhao Ming, I have not harmed your sister. For the past few days, I have arranged for her to enjoy herself. You should be grateful, for she has not been this happy in ages." Deflated like a punctured balloon, Zhao Ming hung his head in silence. Indeed, he had been preoccupied with his violent escapades, leaving little time to care for his sister. I gently patted Zhao Ming's shoulder and softly urged, "Join me." He remained silent, yet his eyes beseeched me, yearning for my acquiescence to one particular request. Sun Guangfa had saved my life, and I wished to give him a proper burial. "Very well, I await your contact." This battle had claimed the lives of 5 valiant souls and left over 100 injured. The toll was devastating. I instructed Zhang Jian to console the families of the deceased and to offer substantial compensation, ensuring that our brothers felt appreciated, while the injured were swiftly transported to the hospital. Chapter 108. Demolition Investigation. This confrontation has firmly established Tian's foothold in Dongli. After a brief respite of 2 days, Zhao Dafei's incessant calls, akin to a death knell, began to bombard me, urging me to expedite the demolition process. Reluctantly, I steeled myself to push forward with the progress of the relocation. Accompanied by Li Lei and Shi Dan, I ventured into the village slated for demolition to assess the situation. We casually approached a household and called out, "Is anyone home?" A voice responded, "Who is it?" "Greetings. We are from the demolition team and would like to inquire why you have yet to vacate the premises. Fulfill my demands, and I shall move." "What demands do you have?" "I require a separate and exclusive residence." "Come now. Your dwelling is barely over 10 square meters. Are you not being unreasonable?" "If you cannot meet my demands, do not expect me to leave," he retorted, slamming the door with a resounding thud. Chidan exclaimed, "Boss, this is nothing but a stubborn villager driven mad by greed. I'll go in and persuade him." "Let be for now. We haven't brought any backup today. We don't want to invite trouble upon ourselves." The 3 of us continued our stroll, and in the distance, we noticed a commotion. As we approached, we discovered 3 burly men, bare-chested, each seated on a stool with a table before them laden with beer and machetes. A contractor, attempting to mingle, was abruptly met with a beer bottle hurled his way. "Get lost and don't disturb my drinking, or you'll regret it." Dissatisfied murmurs arose from the crowd. "Why are you hitting people?" "I'll hit whoever I please," the man boasted defiantly. Just as Chidan was about to charge forward, I swiftly pulled him back, advising, "Let us retreat for now. We must strategize carefully. There is no need for haste." Returning to our base, we convened to deliberate our next steps. I proposed for the elderly we might offer a bit more compensation. However, for those who are insatiably greedy, we need not extend any courtesies. I then instructed Chidan, "Tomorrow, gather 50 brothers. Prepare some tools, but leave behind the knives and guns. We will need to resort to unconventional methods for the stubborn holdouts." Lastly, I turned to Li Lei and said, "Accompany me to the Daffahao nightclub." Upon arrival, I instructed Li Lei to return home and rest while I sought out Wei Ting. "Brother Tian, I think I'll wait for you," he said. "No worries. You've had a long day. Rest well. I'll be here for a bit." I entered and searched for Wei Ting, gently opening the door to find her deeply engrossed in her writing, completely unaware of my presence. Stealthily, I approached from behind and covered her eyes, about to tease. "Guess who I am?" when she suddenly produced a dagger from beneath her papers and lunged at me. The unexpected attack startled me, and in my attempt to evade, the blade grazed my hand, causing blood to flow instantly. Upon realizing it was me, Wei Ting hastily discarded the dagger and rushed to examine my wound. "I didn't know it was you. I thought someone had ill intentions." "Sister? Who would dare enter my territory? Whom do you address as sister?" Such a remark could be quite fatal. "By the way, your attitude has shifted rather swiftly, hasn't it?" "Indeed, it has changed so abruptly." "Are you implying that my age is a burden?" "I did not mean it that way. I merely expressed a thought." "Su Tian, I find myself growing weary of this place. I yearn to venture outside. You are well aware that should you step out now, Zhao Dafei would undoubtedly eliminate you. If death is my fate, then so be it. What meaning does life hold for me if I am to be confined, only to be visited when you feel nostalgic? When you become busy, I shall remain here by myself." "Wei Ting, what troubles you?" "I'm fine. You were not like this before." "Yes, you. I am perfectly fine. I urge you to endure a little longer. I will resolve the Zhao Dafei matter, and soon you shall reclaim your freedom." "Is that truly so?" "Certainly. When have I ever deceived you? How do you intend to resolve this?" "Will I be forced to hide once again after you emerge?" Chapter 109. Continued Forced Demolition, Part 1. "Rest assured, I shall grant you a rightful recognition." Wei Ting was so moved that words failed her. She buried her face in my embrace, weeping inconsolably, fearing the torment that Wei Ting might inflict upon me and anxious about not meeting expectations upon my return. I offered a brief comfort and then hurriedly departed. The night passed uneventfully. The following day, I led Li Lei and Qi Dan once more to the demolition area. Accompanied by 50 followers, we continued our outreach to the community. For the elderly, we proposed a second policy, enhancing the compensation, which resulted in agreements with several households. However, for the idle youth, who sought to gain without effort, we were far less accommodating. We dispatched individuals to forcibly remove the residents, proceeding with the demolition. Upon completion, we tossed a set of new house keys onto the ground with a dismissive air, as if to say, "Take it or leave it." By noon, we had successfully negotiated with 5 or 6 families and executed the forcible demolition of over 10 households. Unbeknownst to us, word of the day's events had reached the ears of 3 men, who sought us out before we could approach them. Armed with kitchen knives, they approached us with fierce hostility, hurling curses. "You filthy thugs dare to demolish my home? I will make you regret it." With that, they lunged at us with their blades. I stood my ground, unmoved, while Li Lei unleashed a swift kick that sent one of them sprawling. Qi Dan, wielding a tool, knocked another down. The third, witnessing our aggression, helped his fallen comrades to their feet and fled toward his home. Enraged, I bellowed, "Come, brothers, let us demolish their house." Upon reaching their doorstep, we found the 3 men had taken to the roof. One brandished a gas canister, resembling an indignant deity. Another held gasoline, akin to a ferocious tiger, and the last brandished a Molotov cocktail, resembling a soaring eagle. They shouted down, "If you dare approach, I will incinerate you without mercy." This commotion attracted a crowd, rendering our demolition efforts ill-timed. I mused that we had underestimated these 3 individuals and deemed it prudent to withdraw for the time being. Once at the roadside, I conferred with Qi Dan and Li Lei on our next course of action. After much deliberation, we found no clear resolution. I suggested we seek a restaurant for a meal, as midday had arrived. Qi Dan, after consuming a bottle of beer, proposed, "Boss, why not eliminate these 3 troublemakers?" I retorted, "Qi Dan, do you think killing is as simple as slaying chicken? You seem to think violence is the only answer." Li Lei interjected, "Brother Tian, I believe Qi Dan has a point. However, it need not resort to murder. If they refuse to be reasoned with, we must adopt a firmer approach. Yet we cannot show fear." I cautioned, "What if they truly intend to fight to the death? What if they are prepared to resist us unyieldingly? We cannot commit murder in front of so many witnesses. While we cannot afford to be soft, we must also exercise caution in our methods." Firstly, it is certain that the three individuals must also require sustenance. Given this necessity, we could discreetly administer some laxatives in their meals. I find it hard to believe that after consuming such a concoction, they would remain as steadfast as mountains upon the rooftop. Then, please make a brief excursion to ascertain what they typically eat. Conduct a thorough investigation. Lilei, procure a substantial quantity of laxatives. At this juncture, Zhang Bao contacted me with a phone call. Tiange, I have received word that someone has summoned reporters from Urban Report. You all should maintain a low profile and ensure that you're not captured by any cameras. Subsequently, I commanded the remaining brothers should also return home. A large number of people complicates matters. After you finish your meal, make a swift exit. Approximately 30 minutes later, Li Lei finally returned with the laxatives. Now we await Qi Dan's report. Once he has gathered the necessary information, we can proceed to implement our plan. I then share my analysis with Li Lei, surmising that those three fools are likely scurrying about in search of reporters. We cannot afford to confront them directly. Instead, we must rely on our wits to outsmart them. Chapter 110. The Continued Forced Demolition. Part 2. Before long, Qidan returned, informing the leader that the three individuals typically sent Lao San to procure meals, usually consisting of beer and a small assortment of stir-fried dishes, which they consumed for nearly every meal. Excellent, the leader replied. You shall take Li Lei's laxative and head to the stir-fry place in advance this afternoon. Slip the owner a little something to ensure they will partake in dinner. As we continued to eat, laughter and conversation filled the air, and time passed swiftly. Soon, it was nearly 5 o'clock, and Qidan set off towards the stir-fry establishment with the laxative in hand. Boss, I'll take all your dishes, provided I can add a little something extra, he stated. Young man, if you're trying to poison me, I cannot sell to you, the owner retorted. It's not poison, it's a laxative. And here is 1,000 yuan. Are we in agreement? Just give me a straightforward answer. 1,000, you say? Very well, the stall is yours. I don't need your stall. I'll prepare the concoction, and you can continue selling. The earnings will still be yours, as long as you serve those three gentlemen. All right, just let it be known, Lao San comes by around 6 every day for 3 or 4 dishes. Once Qidan completed his task, the three of us huddled together. I had previously instructed Li Lei to alert the demolition crew. At the first opportunity, they were to commence the tearing down of his house. Should any journalist be present, one of us would create a ruckus to divert their attention, leading them away from the scene. For now, we simply awaited the hour. At 6, as anticipated, Lao San arrived to purchase his stir-fried dishes, also bringing along a case of beer. The three of us positioned ourselves at his doorstep. Upon seeing us, the leader began to jump about, brandishing Molotov cocktails and gas canisters, attempting to intimidate us. We chose a spot to sit, silently observing their antics. The journalists, however, captured each of their actions on film. Our lack of movement ensured that we did not attract their attention. They assumed we were merely spectators. Lao San, having procured the food and beer, ascended to the rooftop where the three indulged in their feast, their conversation peppered with crude vernacular. Noticing a journalist recording, I approached with purpose. Excuse me, I reside nearby, and I must warn you that these three individuals are nothing short of thugs. Please exercise caution. I heard they were brandishing knives yesterday. Startled, the journalist nearly lost his grip on the camera. Thank you for your warning. I will promptly report this to headquarters. These three do not seem to be up to any good, he replied with a nervous chuckle. Once they had satisfied their hunger and washed it down with cold beer, the leader felt an urgent need to relieve himself. Lao San, keep an eye on things. I must step out for a moment, he exclaimed hurriedly. Damn it, Lao shouted back. Lao San, watch the place. I too need to take a moment. Lao San was also experiencing discomfort, yet with journalists filming below, he could not shame himself in front of an audience. Thus, he hurled 2 Molotov cocktails over the edge, shouting, "Whoever dares to demolish our home, I shall ensure they meet their demise." He then dashed downstairs to relieve himself. Unbeknownst to him, his actions were captured on film by the journalists. It is truly a case of misfortune begetting further misfortune. Having summoned the reporters, one has inadvertently dug their own grave. Sensing that the moment was ripe, I hastily instructed Li Lei to summon the demolition crew for an immediate forceful eviction. I then exchanged a knowing glance with Qidan. who instantly understood the cue and dashed to the opposite side. Uncertain of the identity of the man standing there, he delivered a resounding slap across his face. Upon realizing he had been struck, the man retaliated with fervor. This commotion successfully captured the reporter's attention. Chidan and the man engaged in a fierce struggle on the ground, their altercation escalating in intensity. The reporters hurried over, recording the scene while attempting to mediate the conflict. Chapter 111. The Continuation of Forced Demolition. Part 2. Taking advantage of the moment, Lilei summoned 3 colossal excavators, resembling iron beasts, which swiftly reduced the houses of 3 individuals to rubble. Upon returning to discover their abodes demolished, their eyes glimmered with rage, akin to famished wolves, as they brandished rebar and charged at us. In haste, I dialed the authorities, requesting Xiao Wu to intervene. I instructed Lilei to inform the excavator operators to remain steadfast, to fall to the ground if assaulted. As these 3 men dragged the operators from their vehicles and assaulted them, leaving them bloodied and battered. Ultimately, the police apprehended the trio, with the journalists providing evidence that led to their conviction for intentional injury, resulting in 3 years of imprisonment and a compensation of 30,000 each to the operators. A group of brutes still dared to challenge me. Su Tian, increasingly reveling in the current momentum, began to swell with pride. I directed Lilei to forcibly evict any remaining holdouts or troublesome individuals without hesitation. Remarkably, within just 3 days, the entire village was laid to waste. Upon learning of this, Zhao Dafe was overjoyed, his grin stretching from ear to ear, and he visited me that very day, bringing along money and feigning sincerity with handshakes and embraces. Due to the rapid and forceful demolition, Zhao Dafe was awarded the title of Outstanding Secretary. As we watch him receive accolades on television, I remark with a smile, "He is a mere figurehead, a monkey donning a crown." The portly fellow chimed in, "Without us, he has nothing." Zhang Dian uttered a phrase I found particularly pleasing. "He is merely a dog we have raised." This prompted hearty laughter among us. With the day's gathering in full swing and our bar and nightclub operations maturing, I decided it was time to delve into the realm of gambling. Zhang Bao, investigate the larger gambling establishments in Dongli. Since we are newcomers in this domain, it would be more prudent to seize opportunities rather than start from scratch, especially as we now hold significant influence in Dongli. Haozi interjected, "Tiangu, I've identified several promising locations, all single-story buildings with an abundance of foot massage parlors, and a considerable number of migrant workers. I propose we rent Su Zhuangzi and Nandaqiao. Our growing number of ladies can adequately service the nightclubs and even operate offline." Zhang Jian replied, "Su Zhuangzi and Nandaqiao fall within Dongli's jurisdiction, so this should pose no issue, but we must certainly eliminate the proprietors of the competing foot massage parlors. Lilei, please deliver some gold bars to the local police chief and Xiao Wu to foster good relations, and ascertain who stands behind those establishments. Fatty, organize a few brothers to assist Haozi in maintaining order at the sites, as these areas are notoriously chaotic. Haozi, coordinate with Zhang Dian regarding expenses and procedures. As long as everyone is aligned in their vision, I will wholeheartedly support our endeavors." Upon hearing this, the group felt a warmth akin to sunlight bathing over us. Once Zhang Bao clarifies the situation concerning the gambling houses, we shall be poised to embark on a grand venture. It is time to reward everyone for their hard work. Zhang Dian, please review our accounts and distribute the surplus profits among the team. In truth, in the realm of illicit activities, Su Tian remained blissfully unaware. His stellar reputation and exceptional service acted as a double-edged sword, elevating the industry to unprecedented heights, inciting both admiration and envy among his peers. Naturally, where envy exists, troubles are sure to follow. Consequently, Su Tian's decisions propelled his influence to grow exponentially, akin to a rolling snowball, thrusting him irrevocably into a fierce and tumultuous society. From being troubled students in school, they evolved into notorious figures, ultimately ascending to the ranks of genuine organized crime. However, the wealth and peril that this society bestowed were only just beginning to unveil themselves. Thus, Su Tian's journey of dominance within the academic realm reached its conclusion. Chapter 112. The casino and foot massage parlor in the blink of an eye. 3 days had elapsed. Zhang Bao had thoroughly investigated the casino affairs, and both the rat and the fatty had gathered information regarding the foot massage parlor. Subsequently, the three of them convened everyone at the Black 8 billiards hall to deliberate together. Once all were present, Zhang Bao took the initiative to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, he began, the most significant casino operation currently is located near Xiqing Desai, run by an individual named Zhang Weidong. His underground casino is, without a doubt, the most sophisticated, occupying over 3,000 square meters. Entry is nearly impossible for the unacquainted. One must possess a cash flow of at least 100,000 to even contemplate crossing the threshold. The visible front on the first floor is Dongzi Restaurant, adjacent to Dongzi Bathhouse. He commands a retinue of over 100 enforcers and maintains excellent relations locally. Most crucially, he has several allied brothers. Zhang Weidong is the leader, followed by Sun Hong and Wang Dao. These two brothers were acquaintances made in distant lands, allegedly having struck gold after robbing a jewelry store. They carved their paths through violence in Xiqing and have thus gained a modicum of notoriety. The rat then interjected, Tianjin. Fatty and I have also uncovered the identities of the two proprietors behind the foot massage parlors at Zhuangzi and Nanda Bridge. The one at Zhuangzi is known as Lu Ge, though his full name is unknown. He rarely makes appearances, but manages over 30 individuals who are as ravenous as a pack of wolves. At Nanda Bridge, the owner is named Li Hui, who can be seen almost daily at the roadside, playing cards with his underlings while overseeing the establishments. He undoubtedly has 70 to 80 people under his command. I pondered the notion of seizing control of the foot massage parlor territory and concluded it to be a trivial endeavor, especially since we are currently expanding in Dongli. Zhang Dian, take the rat and the fatty with you and resolve this matter today. The casino, however, presents a more formidable challenge, as they are entrenched in the local scene. Zhang Bao, Li Lei, Qi Dan, and Wang Wu, you shall accompany me personally. Wang Xin and Xiao Xin chimed in. Tiangu, we wish to join you. You two will remain behind to safeguard our territory. It cannot be left unguarded. The Xin is meticulous, and I trust you to stay home. Let the others handle the confrontation outside. Xiao Xin contemplated retrieving Wang Kai and Wang Wei from the hospital, as the two brothers were nearly recovered. Once arrangements were finalized, Zhang Bao and Wang Wu took to the road, and our group set forth towards Xiqing Desai. Zhang Dian also began instructing the rat and the fatty to organize their men. Despite their trio, I held little regard for the minor owners of the foot massage parlor. Thus, they brought only 30 individuals and confidently set out. After over an hour of travel, we arrived at Dongzi Restaurant. The waitstaff, noticing our arrival in a Mercedes, rushed to greet us like eager spaniels. We were in no hurry, opting instead to let the staff guide us to the dining area, as we had not yet dined and were eager to sample the culinary delights this establishment had to offer. The five of us ordered 8 dishes, and, as we dined, we deliberated on our forthcoming actions. At that moment, the hotel manager approached us, holding 2,000 yuan worth of chips, and ingratiatingly remarked, "Esteemed guests, this is a token of appreciation from our proprietor. Should you find yourselves at leisure after your meal, feel free to indulge in a game in our underground casino. This 2,000 is on the house." I chuckled as I accepted the chips, responding, "Please convey my gratitude to your boss. Once we finish dining, we shall certainly come to support you." The manager smiled and departed. I then remarked, "This Zhang Weidong is quite the character. He casually offers 2,000 yuan. If he were an ordinary proprietor, it would seem inappropriate not to partake. This indicates that the profit margins here must be substantial. Let us enjoy our meal first, and afterward, we shall venture in to explore." Chapter 113. Entering the casino after indulging in a sumptuous feast. The five of us requested the waiter to escort us to the underground casino for a glimpse of its allure. Upon reaching the entrance, we were confronted by a metal detector and flanked by a handful of intimidating bouncers. Fortunately, none of us were concealing any perilous items. Just then, a man clad in a pristine white suit approached and informed us that each individual was required to carry 10,000 in cash to gain entry. Subsequently, The waiter whispered something in the man's ear, and we were granted access without further ado. A sense of unease crept into my thoughts. Had we been compromised? If so, we would likely have been detained on the spot. Perhaps our arrival in a Mercedes had led them to assume we were affluent. Upon entering, we discovered the casino sprawled over 2 opulent floors, adorned in gold and splendor. The dealers were clad in attire that left little to the imagination, while the atmosphere buzzed with the presence of companions and gamblers alike. The second floor was accessible via a spiraling staircase, guarded by a dozen individuals, leaving me to wonder what secrets lay above. An unsettling realization dawned on me. My performance in matters of indulgence had been dismal, and I resolved to rectify my approach upon returning. Armed with 2,000 in chips, I felt rather sheepish about participating, so I instructed my companion to exchange for 100,000 in chips. None of us were seasoned players. We randomly selected a dragon-tiger table to settle at. The rules were straightforward: bet on dragon, tiger, or tie. I casually tossed 2,000 chips onto the table, betting on dragon, only to witness the outcome favor tiger, resulting in a loss of 2,000. Undeterred, I wagered 3,000 on tiger, only to see dragon win again, losing an additional 3,000. Stunned, we watched as 50,000 slipped away in a mere 10 minutes. Such brutality. Clutching my remaining 50,000, I harbored no illusions of winning. I had merely come to observe the spectacle. Yet, in a stroke of serendipity, I casually placed a bet and struck a tie, an unexpected victory that yielded 8-1, granting me a handsome 400,000. True to my nature of knowing when to walk away, I instructed my companion to collect the chips and prepared to make my exit. Just as I was about to rise, a man in a suit approached me, likely the casino's manager. "Good evening, sir," he greeted. "Is there a problem? Are we not allowed to leave after winning?" I quipped. "Ah, sir, you misunderstand. I see you possess remarkable luck. Would you care to venture upstairs for something grander and more exhilarating?" He proposed, while my inclination was indeed to depart. Curiosity compelled me to explore the second floor. "Very well. I believe fortune is on my side. Lead the way," I responded. Ascending to the second floor, I was greeted by a sight of private rooms, 3 in total, as he casually opened one door. Inside was vast, with no fewer than 30 women clad in minimal attire, each holding an array of fruits, beverages, and snacks. A grand gaming table occupied the center of the room, and I made my way over to take a seat. 2 women approached to offer me a massage, while the remaining 4 stood behind me. Moments later, the door swung open once more, and a portly gentleman, cigar in mouth, entered and took a seat across from me. "Greetings, my dear friend. I am Zhang Weidong, the proprietor of this establishment. You appear quite youthful. I presume you have yet to reach adulthood. Pray tell, which family do you hail from?" I chuckled softly, absent-mindedly toying with my chips, pondering that perhaps he mistook me for a scion of some affluent lineage, which could work to my advantage. "My friend, I surmise this is your first visit. Are you familiar with Texas Hold'em?" "Zhang, is there a simpler game available? Perhaps Pai Gao?" "Ah, indeed." With that, Zhang Weidong clapped his hands, and a graceful lady, elegantly holding a deck of cards, poised herself in the center of the table. The lady dealt cards to us, and Zhang Weidong exchanged a knowing glance with me, signaling that I could place my bet. Without even glancing at my cards, I nonchalantly tossed 400,000 as if discarding refuse. Zhang Weidong was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 114. The unplayable Zhang Weidong boasted. "Aren't you going to check your cards, little brother?" "Huh. Winning or losing matters not. What matters is the joy of the game." "Very well. I shan't look either. I will match you." Zhang Weidong revealed a 7, and I casually unveiled my own card, revealing an 8. "Luck favors you, young brother," he exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. I signaled to the dealer to continue. Subsequently, I wagered the entirety of my recent winnings, amounting to 800,000, without glancing at my cards once more. This was a novel situation for Zhang Weidong, who, with a steely resolve, decided to match my bet. I revealed a pitiful 2, and he smirked. "Brother, your luck seems to have deserted you." As he flipped over his card, it revealed a mere 1. "Ah, it appears my fortune surpasses yours." Zhang Weidong's expression darkened, but being a man who accepts both victory and defeat, he quickly regained his composure. Having won 160,000, I decided it was prudent to walk away. I trust you one team my departure, Boss Zhang? Of course not, he replied, clapping his hands. A dozen men wielding machetes entered the room. Zhang Weidong presumed I would be intimidated by such a display, but the reality was quite the opposite. I chuckled derisively. Boss Zhang, it seems you cannot bear to lose. In your establishment, it appears one can only lose, never win. My companions erupted in laughter behind me. Zhang Weidong retorted. Indeed, in my domain, I am the law. My word is final. You wish to call for help? I scoff at the thought. Should money arrive from your family, you would not dare to accept it. What audacity! Who do you think you are? Zhang Weidong glared defiantly. Very well, I shall call my family for funds. Prepare to receive them. I picked up the phone and dialed Zhang Dian, requesting 2 million to be delivered to us at the Dongzi Grand Hotel. The owner 1T let us leave, so it seems I must trouble him to make the trip. Had you done this sooner, we would have avoided all this hassle. Zhang Weidong laughed triumphantly. Over an hour later, a flustered subordinate rushed in, whispering urgently to Zhang Weidong. His complexion turned ashen, and he stared at me in terror. Who exactly are you? He questioned, visibly shaken. I am merely a humble scion of wealth, I replied nonchalantly. You think I'll fear you just because you summon reinforcements? Zhang Weidong barked, though his bravado wavered. Kneel before me, Zhang, and perhaps I shall spare your wretched life. I declared with contempt. Do you understand whom you are addressing? He protested, still clinging to his defiance. I was disinclined to waste further words. Dialing Zhang Dian's number once more, my voice icy as I commanded. Let the chaos commence. In an instant, Li Lei sprang onto the table like a tiger pouncing on its prey, seizing Zhang Weidong by the throat. Zhang Weidong gasped, rendered immobile, his face reddening like a ripe persimmon, as his subordinates brandished their machetes and charged towards us. It became evident that this overconfident rabble stood no chance against Wang Wu and Zhang Bao. I sat firmly upon the stool, utterly still, resembling a statue. Leisurely, I lit a cigarette, calmly surveying my surroundings. I observed as Qidan picked up the knife from the ground and, without hesitation, approached Zhang Weidong. His eyes brimmed with murderous intent, each step imbued with resolute determination. He raised the knife and mercilessly plunged it into Zhang Weidong's abdomen repeatedly, as if seeking to expel all his pent-up fury. Zhang Weidong would leave this world without ever knowing my identity, even in the afterlife. He might ponder the circumstances of his demise. On the second floor, where 3 rooms resided, the commotion summoned a throng of over 20 individuals, rushing in like a swarm. At that moment, Zhang Dian led his men in, swiftly resolving the situation within mere minutes. Qidan scoffed, remarking that he had expected Zhang Weidong to possess greater prowess. But he was merely an insignificant figure. Zhang Dian interjected, stating that Zhang Weidong still had 2 brothers who had yet to make their appearance. Just a bunch of foolish clowns. No need to concern ourselves with them, Qidan retorted. He and his men expelled all the ruffians from the restaurant and bathhouse above. After which Zhang Dian contacted Daxin to take over the establishment, planning to rename it Su in the future. Upon receiving the news of their elder brother's demise, Wang Tao immediately sought to retaliate. However, Sun Hongkai restrained him, urgently imploring, do not act impulsively. Those approaching are not benevolent. What difference does it make if you go now, but to court death? Furious, Wang Tao shouted, are you suggesting we stand idly by and watch our brother perish? Sun Hongkai quickly clarified, it's not about an action. We must first ascertain the situation. Wang Tao glared at Sun Hongkai and bellowed, if you are afraid, I shall go alone. Sun Hongkai placed a reassuring hand on Wang Tao's shoulder, stating, I am not afraid. We 3 shall share our fates together. We will undoubtedly avenge our brother. Chapter 115. The incident with the fat man and the rat. Just as I inquired with Zhang Dian about the progress on the fat man's side, he responded, when I arrived, the fat man and the rat had already launched into action like famished tigers, and I had arranged every detail meticulously. Let me make a call to check. Zhang Dian dialed the fat man's number, but there was no answer. He then tried contacting the rat, to no avail. He murmured to himself, could something have gone wrong? I scoffed. The fat man and the rat are seasoned veterans. Surely they can manage a small foot massage parlor. However, It soon became evident that trouble was indeed brewing. Before departing, Zhang Jian cautioned, "Fat man, you and the rat should take 30 men, and be sure to prepare your tools before setting off." The fat man casually agreed, but since Su Tian had called for backup, Zhang Jian hastily summoned a few of his underlings and left. Once Zhang Jian was gone, the fat man derisively remarked, "For such a trivial matter, why bring so many people? They only embarrass themselves. We can handle this alone." The rat remained silent, and the two of them set off without any subordinates or equipment, akin to two ravenous tigers, heading straight for Su Zhuangzi to find Lu Gu. Upon arriving at Su Zhuangzi, they began to inquire about Lu Gu's whereabouts. After much questioning, they finally learned his address and felt as though they had struck gold, racing towards his home. However, they overlooked a crucial detail. By asking around, they had likely alerted Lu Gu in advance. When they reached Lu Ji's residence, a 6-story building, they discovered he lived on the 3rd floor. They ascended the stairs and knocked on the door. Barely 2 knocks in, a throng of over 10 individuals burst forth like a flood, overpowering the fat man and the rat. It was clear that their adversaries had been lying in wait, eager to ensnare them. As the clock struck past 10 that night, our group was dining at the Black 8 billiard hall, when we noticed the fat man and the rat had yet to return, nor had we received any news. A sense of unease crept into my heart. It felt as though something had truly gone awry. I immediately contacted the brothers beneath the fat man and the rat, and through inquiries, I discovered that they had gone unaccompanied, utterly unarmed. I could not restrain my exclamation. "Those two fools." Wu Ge quickly interjected, "We must head to Su Zhuangzi, and swiftly." Wang Wu summoned 2 vehicles, each carrying 8 men. Zhang Bao drove, accompanied by me, Li Lei, Qi Dan, and Wang Wu. We sped towards Su Zhuangzi, 3 cars racing with fervor. Upon arrival, we found all the foot massage parlors shuttered, leaving us without a clue. My anxiety heightened, prompting me to call Xiao Wu, asking if he could trace Lu Gu's address through the police system. To my surprise, he managed to find it. We proceeded to the address he provided. Arriving at the building without difficulty, we charged forward, kicking down Lu Ji's door, only to find the place utterly deserted. My heart sank instantly. At that moment, a call came in from Xiao Xian. "Tiangu, the fatty and the mouse are at the Dafahao nightclub." Before Xiao Xian could finish his sentence, I abruptly hung up the phone and, accompanied by my comrades, hastened toward the Dafahao. Upon arrival, we disembarked and surged inside like famished tigers pouncing on their prey. The security guards, taken aback by our sudden entrance, were left perplexed, wondering why their own would wield knives in their territory. Upon entering, we spotted Xiao Xian smoking in the main hall. He, too, was bewildered to see us storming in with knives. "Tian Yi, what are you doing here?" he stammered. "What about the fatty and the mouse?" Xiao Xian pointed toward the 3rd floor. They are in room 301. What's happened to them?" Ignoring his concerns, we charged toward the 3rd floor like arrows released from a bow. Wang Wu kicked open the door to room 301, and Qi Dan rushed in brandishing his knife. Inside, we were all taken aback to find the fatty, the mouse, and an unfamiliar individual drinking together. Chapter 116. In misunderstanding, I exclaimed in anger, "What on earth is happening?" Upon witnessing my fury, both the chubby fellow and the rat hastily rose to their feet. "Brother Tian, this person is Sixth Brother." I erupted with expletives, demanding to know why they had failed to answer my calls. "We brought Sixth Brother for a bath, but the phone was locked in the locker, and we didn't hear it," explained the rat. Brother Tian was concerned that something might have happened to you both and turned Su Zhuangzi upside down in search of you. "I apologize, Brother Tian," the rat continued, recounting the entire sequence of events. I waved my hand, signaling the brothers below to return, realizing it was all a misunderstanding. The chubby fellow and the rat had sought out Sixth Brother, but he, unaware of their intentions, mistakenly believed they were foes and detained them. Upon conversing, they discovered they were from the Heaven and Earth Society, and knowing the gravity of offending such a group, Sixth Brother promptly released them. As they talked further, it became clear that the rat harbored aspirations to enter this line of work. Sixth Brother, being a straightforward individual, without hesitation, offered the territory to the rat without stipulating any conditions. Thus, the chubby fellow and the rat invited him to bathe together as a gesture of friendship. Subsequently, the rat and the chubby fellow introduced Sixth Brother, saying, "This is our elder brother, Brother Tian." "Greetings, Brother Tian," he said. I chose not to acknowledge him immediately, instead sizing up this sixth brother, who appeared to be in his early 20s. Curiosity piqued, I inquired, "Why are you called Sixth Brother?" "Actually, my name is Zhu Yoga, which sounds like Sixth Brother in a playful manner, so everyone calls me that," he replied. "Are you not concerned about others encroaching on your business?" "Of course I am concerned, but I'm merely a small-time thug. How can I compare to your grand enterprise? I am quite self-aware." "Interesting," I remarked. "I can offer you an opportunity. Think it over." "What do you mean?" he asked eagerly. "Join me. Am I hearing correctly, brother? Can I truly work alongside you?" "Indeed. You can continue in the foot massage industry, and any future expansion of that territory will remain under your management. However, the overall revenue must be reported to me, and I shall provide you with dividends. Would you agree?" "Absolutely, boss. You will be under the rat's command," the chubby fellow interjected. "And let us not call you Sixth Brother anymore. From now on, you shall be known as Old Lou." This elicited laughter from the group. Later, as we exited, Zhang Jian remarked, "Brother Tian, is it wise to let someone so new manage? I have a keen eye for people. He has willingly relinquished his territory. It would be inappropriate for us to be overly aggressive now. Who manages is secondary. It is fitting for the rat to mentor him. By the way, rat, tomorrow you will take the chubby fellow and Old Lou and seize control of the territory at Southbridge." "Rest assured, Brother Tian," he replied. Old Lou was filled with excitement, never having imagined he would join the Heaven and Earth Society. I shook my head as I made my way home, contemplating the situation. It had all been a misunderstanding. After walking a few steps, I thought it prudent to check on Wei Ting once more. Wang Wu inquired, "Brother Tian, aren't you going home?" A thought crossed my mind, and I said, "You all go ahead. I need to take a quick look at Wei Ting." Upon returning and opening Wei Ting's door, I found her in a state of shock. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" I heard your voice and was unaware of what transpired. My mind is all jumbled. I noted her propensity for overthinking. Wei Ting complained, "Why don't you try staying indoors every day and see how it feels? Don't be angry. I've come over to keep you company." "I would be eternally grateful just to have you by my side," I replied. "The flowers may wither, but as long as the person remains, that is sufficient. Who knows if you're truly grateful or not, with so many beautiful women surrounding you every day." "I truly am not," she insisted. "If you don't believe me, give it a try." I playfully tackled Wei Ting, and after a fierce 30-minute struggle, she found herself completely nestled in my embrace. "All right, I want to go back today. I'll stay with you. Is that agreeable?" That is more like it." This night proved to be anything but tranquil, as I completely won over Wei Ting. Chapter 117. Wu Yu and Wu Shui captured the following morning. I discovered that Wu Yu and Wu Shui had called me several times, likely displeased by my absence the previous night. Stretching languidly, I dialed Wu Yu's number. As soon as she answered, I was met with a torrent of invectives. "Damn you, Su Tian. We've run away from home." The call was abruptly terminated. Wei Ting, visibly anxious, urged, "You must return quickly. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to explain." I dressed hastily and made my way home, only to find that neither of them was there. Upon attempting to call again, I discovered their phones were turned off. Initially, I assumed they were merely jesting, but to my dismay, they were indeed serious. I quickly enlisted the help of my subordinates to search for them. From around 8 in the morning until after 5 in the afternoon, our efforts proved fruitless, and my anxiety escalated. Wu Yu and Wu Shui had intended merely to frighten me, yet they had fallen into the clutches of Wang Tao and Sun Hongkai. These two had long sought an opportunity for revenge and, upon learning of Su Tian's 2 women, seized their chance when they spotted the girls descending the stairs with their luggage. They brazenly abducted them in a van. Although there were some younger brothers assigned to guard them, the East Lishan gang, believing Su Tian's power had grown formidable, had grown negligent in their watch. At 9 that evening, an unfamiliar number rang my phone. "Su Tian, your 2 women are in my possession. If you wish for them to live, you must come to Shi Tie too." "Who are you?" I inquired. "No more idle chatter. In less than 30 minutes, I will kill one of them and send her to you." Incensed, I hurled my phone away cursing under my breath. I succinctly relayed the situation to Zhang Jian and Zhang Bao, then rushed out like an arrow from a bow. Zhang Bao, quick on his feet, intercepted me, urgently exclaiming, "Boss, don't be reckless. Going alone would be tantamount to suicide." My heart burned with indignation. If I could not even safeguard my own women, what face would I have left in this world? Zhang Dian suggested, "Wu Ge, you should go with Tian Ge, Zhang Bao, and I will devise a plan." Several others, including Pongzi, Li Lei, Qidan, De Xian, Xiao Xian, Haozi, Wang Wei, Wang Kai, and even the newly joined Lao Lu, wished to accompany us. But Su Tian declined their offers. After Wang Wu drove Su Tian away, Zhang Dian hurriedly conferred with Zhang Bao about their strategy. Zhang Bao instructed Li Lei and Pongzi, "Arm yourselves and follow me. We will keep a close watch from behind to ensure the boss's safety." Though Zhang Jian felt a twinge of discomfort, he recognized the wisdom in Zhang Bao's words. At such a critical juncture, Su Tian's safety was paramount. Zhang Jian directed the remaining brothers to take the younger subordinates to the vicinity of Shitiatu, prepared to provide swift support upon receiving any news. Wang Wu drove at breakneck speed, reaching Shitiatu in a mere 15 minutes. He then used his phone to contact the captors. "Where are you?" "Su Tian." Upon entering Shitiatu village, the first establishment you will encounter is a small restaurant specializing in mutton soup. Proceed there alone. I instructed Wang Wu to remain in the vehicle while I approached on foot. Wang Wu tossed me a handgun through the window, which I caught securely and concealed at my lower back. Upon entering the mutton soup eatery, I found no trace of Wu Yu or Wu Shui, but rather a middle-aged man leisurely savoring his soup. Upon noticing my presence, he chuckled and remarked, "I never expected Su Tian to be so youthful. This truly surprises me. Might you, dear brother, kindly consider releasing the individual first?" He gazed at me, then returned to his soup with an air of nonchalance. I patiently reiterated my inquiry. "Might you please release the individual first?" "Go to hell. Release you? You have slain my elder brother. Do you truly believe you can walk away unscathed?" I, Su Tian, stood with bloodied hands, bewildered as to the identity of your elder brother. "Very well. I shall ensure your demise is well informed. My elder brother is Zhang Weidong." With a smirk, I continued, "You all are of the same ilk, navigating the same underworld. I graciously offered my patronage to your gambling den. Yet your elder brother turned treacherous, refusing to let me leave after winning. Am I at fault for that?" Chapter 118. Su Tian's severely injured Wang Tao's face twitched violently, an indication that he sensed the injustice of his situation. "But you cannot take my elder brother's life," he protested. "Brother, if I spare your elder brother, will he allow me to leave this place alive? There is no other choice. Today, you must die." "Very well. If I must perish, will you release the others? After all, I cannot escape alone. Hong Kai, let these two women go. Wang Tao, you cannot release them. Listen to me, set them free." Wu Yu and Wu Shui were brought forth, bound and gagged, struggling desperately against their captors. I shouted at them to flee at once, to make their escape quickly. Seeing my earnestness, they panicked as they were ushered outside, only for Wang Wu to hastily load them into a vehicle for departure. Wu Yu and Wu Shui beseeched Wang Wu. "Su Tian is still inside. You must return to save him." Wang Wu remained silent, his expression inscrutable, as he delivered them to his territory. Wang Tao remarked, "Su Tian, I acknowledge your bravery. I shall grant you a swift end." He tossed a firearm to Hong Kai, who raised the weapon, poised to fire at me. In that fleeting moment, I noticed a dagger embedded in Hong Kai's hand as he cried out, and the gun clattered to the ground. I recognized that Zhang Bao had arrived. I swiftly reached for my handgun at my lower back and fired at them, striking Hong Kai in a critical area. In response, a knife came hurtling towards me. Just then, Zhang Bao, Li Lei, and Fatty burst in, armed and ready. The adversary's solitary firearm rendered them at a disadvantage. Wang Tao, supporting Hong Kai, retreated through the back door, prompting me to pursue them immediately. However, they had anticipated this and ambushed me at the rear entrance. A knife plunged deeply into my shoulder, and despite the excruciating pain, I retaliated with a shot to my assailant's chest. Li Lei, witnessing my injury, rushed to assist, while Fatty and Zhang Bao lifted me up. I urged them to continue the chase. We could not let them escape. Li Lei insisted on staying by my side, but fearing they would seize the opportunity to flee. I sent him away. Unexpectedly, after Fatty, Li Lei, and Zhang Bao departed, a fresh wave of assailants emerged, brandishing knives and advancing aggressively towards me. It seemed I had underestimated them. While firing my weapon and retreating, the injury to my shoulder severely compromised my accuracy, and my ammunition soon ran out. The enemy, sensing my silence and recognizing my predicament, charged at me with renewed ferocity. In a desperate gambit, I hurled my firearm at them, but they seized the moment, and a blade sliced through my chest. I collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath as blood rapidly soaked my clothing. I cursed my misfortune, lamenting my downfall. Just as they prepared to deliver the fatal blow, several gunshot wounds suddenly appeared on their bodies. Zhang Dian had arrived in the nick of time. Fortunately, Zhang Bao had phoned Zhang Dian during the pursuit of the enemy, allowing him to lie in wait nearby. Without these few brothers, I fear I would have met my demise today. My body was drenched in blood, transformed into a ghastly figure. Zhang Dian hurriedly transported me to the hospital, but by the time we were en route, I had lost so much blood that I succumbed into unconsciousness. Fortunately, Zhang Bao and the others apprehended the two assailants and secured them away, while everyone rushed to the hospital without delay. Upon arrival, they found Zhang Dian anxiously pacing at the entrance of the operating room. How is Tianjin? He is still undergoing emergency treatment. He has lost too much blood, and we are uncertain if any vital organs have been harmed. At that moment, a call from Xiao Xi interrupted, informing us that our venue had been vandalized and urging us to come quickly to assist. Chapter 119. The Rescue, Part 1. Zhang Dian exclaimed, "This is dire. This matter is surely connected to Wang Tao and Sun Hongkai. Everyone, remain calm." He instructed Zhang Bao, "Swiftly interrogate those two about their actions. Fatty, take the rats. De Xin, you and Xiao Xin form a group. Li Lei, you and Qi Dan together. Wang Wei and Wang Kai, you two are a team. Lao Lu, urgently summon some brothers to the hospital. Wu Gu will watch over the two sisters. They can support each other. Gather the brothers for a full counterattack." Like a tempest, Zhang Bao rushed back to question Wang Tao and Sun Hongkai. At that moment, Sun Hongkai was barely clinging to life, while Wang Tao desperately pleaded with Zhang Bao to save his brother. Zhang Bao seized Sun Hongkai by the throat and demanded, "What right do you have to negotiate? Speak. Who is attacking our territory?" Wang Tao obstinately insisted he knew nothing. Zhang Bao thrust his hand into Sun Hongkai's wound, causing him to howl in agony. Wang Tao then cried out, "I'll tell you. It's Beichin Fengjun. How could that be? Fengjun, and we have an unbreakable bond. Do not slander him with your lies." Zhang Bao viciously dug his fingers deeper into Sun Hongkai's injury. Wang Tao shouted, "I am not deceiving you. We struck a deal. If I can eliminate Su Tian, we split the territory 50-50. Zhang Bao scrutinized Wang Tao's eyes, sensing sincerity, and called Zhang Jian to relay the information. After hanging up, he hastily bandaged Sun Hongkai's wound. Zhang Dian, upon hearing the news, furrowed his brow and began calling each brother, urging them to show no mercy and not to be fooled. Fortunately, Zhang Jian had contacted Fatty and the rat first. They were currently standing with Fengjun's men. Fengjun's lackeys were deceiving Fatty, claiming, "Boss Feng knows Su Tian has been injured and sent us to assist." Fatty and the rat, moved by the words, were relieved when Zhang Dian's timely call clarified the situation. Listening intently while watching the adversaries, Fatty exchanged a knowing glance with the rat, who was his childhood friend. After ending the call, Fatty feigned joviality and approached the enemy for a hug. With his left arm around one man's neck, he swiftly plunged a knife into him multiple times. The rat quickly reacted, leading his men to attack. The opposition, unaware that their plot had been uncovered, was ill-prepared. Within moments, 4 to 5 dozen adversaries lay defeated at the hands of Fatty and the rat. Meanwhile, the Xian and Xiao Xian hastened back to the Fortune nightclub, primarily concerned about Wei Ting's safety, ensuring she remained undiscovered and unharmed. Upon their return, they found the security personnel sprawled haphazardly at the entrance, prompting them to rush inside. Upon reaching the first floor, They discovered their brothers lying scattered about. They helped one of their comrades to his feet and anxiously inquired, "Where's the woman who was locked up?" "On the third floor," came the reply. The Hixin, brandishing a knife like an arrow released from its bow, dashed up the stairs, with Xiao Xian and their men following closely behind. As the Xian ascended to the second floor, he was abruptly met with Wei Ting's desperate cries for help. However, the adversaries swiftly detected the reinforcements arriving, and a throng of 40 to 50 individuals surged down from the third floor, akin to ravenous wolves descending upon their prey. The duo exhibited extraordinary ferocity, resembling fierce tigers descending from the mountains, resolutely taking the lead, striking down any foe that approached. The Xian's blade became nicked from the relentless encounters, and as he witnessed Xiao Xian being cornered against the wall, he swiftly drew his pistol and fired. The sound of gunfire sent shockwaves through the opposing group, causing them to instinctively retreat. The Hixin, Xiao Xian, and their comrades below all brandished their firearms, advancing toward the third floor like a pack of ravenous wolves. Before them stood a leader who placed Wei Ting in front as a shield, his voice hoarse from shouting, "Don't come any closer. If you do, I will kill her." The Xian smirked with disdain, retorting, "Have you had too much to drink? Why would we care about a mere woman?" Chapter 120. The Rescue, Part 2. One could discern the desolation in Wei Ting's eyes, resembling ashes, yet in this dire situation, she could only resort to intimidation. The repercussions would be far graver if they realized her significance to us. The Xian advanced with his blade, and the adversary before him was genuinely terrified, shouting hoarsely, "If you take another step, I will truly kill her." The Xian's heart was a gamble, betting that the foe would not dare to take Wei Ting's life, and resolutely continued his approach. The opponent was on the brink of mental collapse, desperately exclaiming, "I will really kill her. Unwavun, zasin, fetson." And after a couple more strides, he noticed the assailant had pushed Wei Ting towards him and then knelt in supplication. With a stoic expression, the Xian swiftly dispatched the foe. Wei Ting, her face awash with shame, stammered, "I apologize. You are of great importance to Brother Tian. Please do not overthink it. I had no choice but to provoke them this way." Tears streaming down her cheeks, she implored, "Where is Su Tian? Brother Tian is injured. In the hospital? Can you take me there? I am afraid you cannot leave this place. It is Brother Tian's decree." Xiao Xian escorted Wei Ting back to her room while enlisting the brothers to assist in tidying up. Meanwhile, Li Lei and Qi Dan had just arrived at the Dongzi Grand Hotel, which they had recently taken over. The entrance was eerily deserted, devoid of even a single security guard. Upon entering, they discovered that the brothers assigned to watch over the place had inexplicably vanished. Li Lei signaled to Qi Dan and the others to remain vigilant as they ventured further inside. Suddenly, over 50 individuals charged down from outside and the upper floors of the hotel, surrounding them completely. Li Lei and Qi Dan rallied their brothers, urging them not to succumb to fear, brandishing their weapons as they launched a counterattack. Qi Dan struck ferociously, targeting the necks of their adversaries, while Li Lei moved with the agility of a leopard, often dispatching foes before they could even react. Despite being outnumbered by more than 20, the men on Su Tian's side were well-trained, quickly gaining a decisive advantage. Li Lei and his companion Qi Dan spotted a leader directing the opposing forces. Like an arrow released from a bow, Qi Dan launched himself forward, sliding on one knee, while Li Lei, light as a swallow, leaped over the body strewn on the ground. Qi Dan's blade found its mark, piercing the man's groin, while Li Lei struck down upon his shoulder. Witnessing their leader fall, the opposition, akin to startled birds, began discarding their weapons and fleeing in disarray. Li Lei signaled that there was no need to pursue, urging everyone to locate their captured brothers. Moments later, one of the brothers cried out, "I found them. They're all tied up at the casino." Fortunately, the adversaries had merely rendered them unconscious and bound them. Wang Wei and Wang Kai reached top first by the time they arrived. The enemy had yet to breach the premises. With their timely assistance, the battle was swiftly resolved. Subsequently, as they made their way to the film room, the situation remained similar. Upon contacting Morak, they discovered the opposing forces had not advanced, likely due to a lack of manpower. Wang Wu, accompanied by several of his subordinates, was smoking beneath the building of Wu Yu and Wu Shui when, unexpectedly, they ran out of cigarettes. Wang Wu instructed his followers to keep watch while he swiftly darted off to purchase a pack of cigarettes. Upon arriving at the tobacco shop, he was greeted by a crowd of more than 10 individuals, and an unsettling atmosphere began to envelop him. However, he refrained from voicing his concerns and simply called out to the shopkeeper, "Boss, a pack of cigarettes, please." The shopkeeper remained silent, not even glancing up, prompting Wang Wu to repeat his request. One gaunt figure among the crowd snarled menacingly, "Get lost. We're not serving today." Aware of the overwhelming numbers against him, Wang Wu chose not to engage further and quickly exited the shop. Once outside, he hastily made his way back to the building where Wu Yu and Wu Shui resided, urging his companions to conceal themselves. A sense of impending danger loomed as he perceived the hostile presence closing in. "You five, take cover upstairs. You five, hide behind the building. The remaining three, follow me and obey my commands. If I shout up, everyone must charge forward like tigers unleashed, storming the front entrance of this building." Chapter 121. The Rescue, Part 2. Before long, the group emerged from the smoke shop, brandishing machetes and advancing menacingly towards us. We concealed ourselves, poised to ensnare them like fish in a barrel. As they reached the ground floor, they prowled about like a pack of ravenous wolves, glancing up at the lights above. After confirming their safety, they ascended the stairs. I observed as they all entered the building, and with a shout of charge, our team surged in like tigers descending a mountain, encircling the adversaries who numbered over 10. Though the terrain was confined, our presence startled them, leaving them momentarily unprepared. The opposing group fought fiercely, yet they could not withstand the charge led by Wang Wu. Soon, only one remained standing, flailing his knife wildly like a cornered beast, shouting in desperation. Frustrated, Wang Wu drew his pistol and shot him in the leg. Subsequently, he commanded the brothers below to close in, and a flurry of strikes ensued. Once the chaos subsided, Wang Wu instructed them to tidy the scene, ensuring it would not disturb the nearby residents. Meanwhile, Zhang Dian anxiously awaited news of victory in the hospital, his heart heavy with an unsettling feeling. "Where had Fengjun gone?" Just then, Zhang Bao's call came through, tightening Zhang Dian's chest. "Be cautious," he warned. "I spotted Fengjun, at least 3 vehicles heading towards the hospital. I'm making my way there as well." In that moment, Zhang Dian realized Fengjun was employing a strategy to draw the tiger from its den, dispersing the main forces to wait until the hospital was vulnerable, allowing him to strike at Su Tian unopposed. Zhang Dian refrained from alerting others, knowing it was too late for calls. Shortly thereafter, a doctor emerged from the operating room, urgently announcing the patient required a blood transfusion, or else they would face life-threatening consequences. The doctor inquired what blood type is needed. "Type O," came the response. Zhang Dian, in a state of frantic urgency, realized he had no knowledge of who among them was Type O, and now Fengjun was approaching. He counted the brothers present in the hospital. Only 8 remained, and aside from Zhang Dian, they were all unarmed. The rest merely possessed batons, making it impossible to seize control of the hospital with such limited resources. Zhang Dian was nearly beside himself with anxiety. Seeing his distress, Lao Lu quickly asked, "What's wrong, Brother Zhang?" "Fengjun is bringing his men up. We lack the manpower. We cannot allow Tiange to be harmed." Zhang Dian took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. "Do not panic, Lao Lu. I will hold my ground downstairs for as long as I can. You must prioritize Tiange's safety." Lao Lu turned and took 3 men downstairs, but Zhang Dian called out, halting him. He tossed over the only firearm, advising, "Take care of yourself." A surge of warmth flooded Lao Lu's heart. It was his first encounter with a gun, and the thrill washed away his fear. As Lao Lu and his 3 companions reached the lobby, they spotted a masked figure from the opposing group, weapon drawn, preparing to charge in. Without hesitation, Lao Lu declared, "This is bad. You two, go to the 2nd floor and push the beds from the wards into the hallway as barricades. You, smash the hospital elevator." Just as 2 beds were pushed over, I saw the opposing side rushing towards us like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Lao Lu did not hesitate, firing his weapon with determination. After discharging 6 or 7 rounds, he noticed 2 figures had collapsed, likely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. Upon realizing there was gunfire from our side, the adversaries quickly sought cover, resembling startled birds. Feng Jun immediately drew his gun and fired in our direction, causing Lao Lu to scurry behind a pillar like a frightened rabbit, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. Feng Jun shouted, "Hurry up! If their reinforcements arrive, I'll cover you with gunfire." Then, I observed Feng Jun's underlings surging forward like a tide. With his back against the pillar, Lao Lu extended his right hand, shooting aimlessly like a headless fly. Realizing they were unable to hold the line, he shouted hoarsely for the 3 individuals to run upstairs. Meanwhile, Zhang Dian, hearing the gunfire above, felt a surge of anxiety, understanding that Feng Jun had arrived. He called upon his brothers to stand guard at the operating room door, bracing themselves for the impending confrontation. Chapter 122. Feng Jun kills Su Tian. Lao Lu and his men returned like a whirlwind, pursued relentlessly by Feng Jun, who resembled a ravenous wolf. Upon reaching the entrance of the operating room, Feng Jun bellowed like a tyrant, demanding an end to their futile struggles. Zhang Dian remarked, "Feng Jun, Brother Tian has treated you well. How could you betray a friend?" "Friend?" Feng Jun scoffed. "A band of Navi children." With a dismissive gesture, he signaled his underlings, who charged forward with knives like hungry tigers. Lao Lu and his men struggled to hold the line. Yet soon many fell as if cut down like crops in a field. Lao Lu sustained an injury, and soon only Zhang Dian and Lao Lu remained at the door. Feng Jun chuckled maliciously, pointing at Zhang Dian as if he were a mere toy. "I rather like you, lad. Join me, and I might spare you." "To hell with you, Feng Jun. A traitor to friends deserves no mercy, and even if you beg, I will not join you." With a sneer, Feng Jun commanded, "Continue the assault." Just then, a group of 30 to 40 individuals appeared as if descending from the heavens, catching Feng Jun off guard. Seizing the opportunity, Lao Lu and Zhang Dian began their counterattack. Feng Jun spotted a leading figure among the newcomers and inquired, "Brother, we have no grievances. If you take Su Tian's territory, I can share 2 venues with you." The hat-clad man, expressionless like a statue, instructed his men to halt. Zhang Dian and Lao Lu's hearts sank. What they initially thought was salvation turned out to be something else. The man in the hat lowered his head and approached Feng Jun like a specter. Suddenly, he raised his gaze, startling Zhang Dian. It was none other than Zhao Ming. "You're Feng Jun, correct? You mentioned sharing 2 venues with me?" "Indeed. As long as you do not disrupt my plans today, I will share them with you." Feng Jun replied, confident. Yet Zhao Ming, while verbally acquiescing, swiftly drew a dagger and plunged it into Feng Jun's body with the ferocity of a tempest, delivering more than 20 strikes. Feng Jun's gaze filled with regret as he collapsed, mere moments away from eliminating Su Tian. His underlings, still oblivious, believed a deal had been struck, only to realize it had fallen apart. Zhao Ming, displaying ruthless resolve, without a second thought, hoisted Feng Jun and hurled him out of the 3rd-floor window. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Feng Jun's subordinates, witnessing this, knelt in desperation, pleading for mercy. Zhang Dian approached Zhao Ming, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Zhao. If there is any gratitude to be expressed, it should be towards my sister. When I return, her little mouth has been nonstop, saying you took good care of her, took her out, and bought her many things she likes. My involvement in this underworld has left me with little time for her. She had been somewhat depressed, but after this ordeal, she has become much brighter." Zhao Ming inquired, "How is Brother Su Tian faring?" Zhang Dian responded anxiously, "He urgently needs type O blood. The hospital's blood bank has run dry, and none of our brothers have type O." Zhao Ming felt helpless, as he did not know anyone with type O blood. At that moment, Su Tian's core members arrived, discovering the bodies below and spotting Zhao Ming, mistakenly believing he was the instigator. Zhang Dian hurriedly provided an explanation, then anxiously shouted, "Who has type O blood? Quickly go find them." At that moment, a woman ascended the stairs. It was Wei Ting. "I'm type O blood. Draw from me," Wei Ting declared resolutely. Zhang Dian promptly instructed the doctor to take Wei Ting inside. He then hurriedly directed his companions to tidy up the hospital. However, other patients still reported the incident to the police. Zhang Jian quickly called Xiao Wu and Zhao Dafei, arranging for Li Lei to deliver 50,000 to each person, including the local police chief. After much ado, the situation was finally contained. Time passed, and eventually the doctor emerged from the operating room, stating, "If it weren't for this young lady, the patient inside would have been in grave danger. The patient is now out of danger, but requires rest and observation. You lot are causing a ruckus in the hospital. Is there no law left?" The doctor exclaimed angrily. Zhang Jian presented a thick red envelope containing 10,000 yuan, akin to a brick, and discreetly slipped it into the doctor's pocket. The doctor, upon feeling its weight, was momentarily stunned, and without uttering a word, he departed. Chapter 123. Su Tian awakens before long. Wang Wu's call came through. Zhang Jian was unable to stop Zhang Wu and Wu Shui, who hurried towards the hospital. Zhang Jian thought to himself, "This is bad. These two sisters are still unaware of Wei Ting's existence, and now Wei Ting is quite frail, making it difficult to ask her to leave." Anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof, Zhang Jian paced back and forth. Zhao Ming, noticing his distress, inquired, "Is there something amiss?" Zhang Jian briefly explained the situation, to which Zhao Ming responded with a shake of his head. "Alas, youth is indeed reckless." Before long, Wu Shui and Wu Yin reached the door of the ward. Just as Zhang Jian was about to speak, the two women pushed the door open and entered. Inside, they found Su Tian still in a coma, and beside him lay a particularly weak woman who was transfusing blood into him. They understood the situation instantly, but said nothing, merely standing vigil and weeping for Su Tian, lamenting the recklessness of their actions. Wei Ting recognized that these two were Su Tian's loved ones. Her heart a tumult of emotions. In the room, the atmosphere was suffocatingly heavy. Nevertheless, Wu Shui graciously approached Wei Ting, seated herself beside her, and took her hand, saying, "Thank you. I have heard from them that without you, Su Tian might not have survived." Wei Ting offered a faint smile, remaining silent. Wu Shui called Wu Yin over and pointed to Wei Ting, saying, "This is our savior. Come and express your gratitude." Wu Yin pouted and said, "Thank you for saving Su Tian." Wu Shui added, "My sister is a bit petty. Please do not take it to heart." Wei Ting softly replied, "It's nothing." Wu Shui beckoned Wu Yin to step outside, then told Wei Ting to rest well. Once she recovers, they would certainly pay her a visit. After closing the door, Wu Yin became displeased and exclaimed at Wu Shui, "Sister, what are you doing? Why are you being so nice to her?" Wu Shui ignored her and remarked, "Su Tian is as good as gone. Do you not understand?" Wu Shui then called Zhang Jian over, who was so anxious that he felt his heart might leap from his chest. "Sister-in-law, I truly didn't know. I swear I had no idea." Wu Shui responded, "If you choose not to speak, then so be it." Wu Yin took Wu Shui's hand and stated, "Come with me." "Sister-in-law, where are you going?" "Home. I will have someone escort you." "No need." Zhao Ming looked at Zhang Jian and burst into laughter, his mirth echoing as if it might break through the roof. Zhang Jian could only sigh in exasperation. The following morning, shortly after 5, Su Tian was able to open his eyes. Due to a lack of vitality, his complexion was as pale as a sheet. Zhang Jian approached him, recounting the events in detail. Upon seeing Zhao Ming standing before him, Su Tian felt a swell of gratitude. Zhao Ming understood Su Tian's sentiments, gesturing for him not to speak further, indicating that he could repay the favor in due course. Su Tian turned his head and found Wei Ting also lying on the bed, his heart a turmoil of conflicting emotions. On one hand, he was concerned for her safety. On the other, he feared that her identity might be revealed, leading to further complications. Thus, his mind was a chaotic whirlwind until the next day, when Wu Yin and Wu Shui arrived with the soup they had prepared to visit Su Tian. Su Tian felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. He feared that the two would discover Wei Ting's existence, which would inevitably lead to a myriad of complications. Fortunately, upon their arrival, they first tended to Su Tian with a gentle wipe, before presenting the carefully prepared soup to Wei Ting. Su Tian murmured, "Hey, I'm the patient here." Wu Yi retorted, "You are young and in good health. You do not require nourishment. Wei Ting, on the other hand, needs to be well taken care of. Wu Shui playfully admonished Wu Yu. You always jest unnecessarily. Quickly serve him a bowl, for I suspect he is famished. Wei Ting was taken aback by the sudden kindness of the two, her heart in disarray, uncertain of what would transpire next. The atmosphere once again descended into an awkward silence. Wu Shui was the first to shatter the tension, inquiring pointedly, Su Tian, will you not honestly disclose your relationship with Wei Ting? How much longer do you intend to keep us in the dark? Chapter 124. The Battle at the South Bridge Sisters. Please do not trouble Su Tian any further. With that, Wei Ting recounted in detail her first encounter with Su Tian, omitting only the more personal aspects of their relationship. Upon hearing her story, Wu Yu and Wu Shui realized that they had misjudged Su Tian. He was not a philanderer, but had genuinely acted to save Wei Ting. Su Tian feigned fatigue, pretending to seek rest, when in truth, he aimed to send Wu Yu and Wu Shui home. Accompanied by their younger brother, they departed, and then Zhang Jian began to discuss matters concerning Feng Jun. Casting a glance at Wei Ting, Su Tian gestured to him that everything was fine, allowing Zhang Jian to narrate the entire sequence of events. The losses we've incurred are significant, not to mention the expenses for managing the situation, but the venue will also have to cease operations for several days. At this juncture, society had imparted a harsh lesson to Su Tian. In this world, while there may exist true friendships, more often than not, relationships are driven by self-interest. Zhao Ming, I owe you my life. I did not expect you to come to my rescue at such a critical moment. Consider it my token of allegiance, Zhao Ming replied, taken aback by Su Tian's generosity. Since you have come, you are my brother, and I have never been stingy with my brothers. Su Tian then instructed Zhang Dian to ensure that the rat and the fatty continued to advance the business of the foot massage parlor, while leaving the affairs concerning Feng Jun and his remaining subordinates to Zhang Bao. As Zhang Jian reached the door, a thought struck him. Lao Lu is quite a good brother. Tian Go, once you recover, you must reward him properly. Rest assured, I will keep that in mind. Once everyone had departed, only Su Tian and Wei Ting remained in the room. Su Tian gazed up at the ceiling and softly remarked, Wei Ting, thank you. For what? Wei Ting's voice remained calm. Thank you for saving me, but you have lost so much blood. Do you not value your life? She admonished. Moreover, who permitted you to come out? What if Zhao Dafei discovers you? Su Tian's tone was laced with concern. Whether I live or die is of little consequence to me. Wei Ting replied, her voice as light as a whisper, as if a gentle breeze could carry it away. Wei Ting, once I recover, please return home with me. Su Tian said, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the ceiling. Huh? Wei Ting seemed momentarily taken aback. I said, once I recover, come home with me, Su Tian reiterated. Have you lost your mind? What if your two grandmothers at home tear me apart? Wei Ting teased loyally. Su Tian fell silent, and the two quietly finished their medication before resting. Meanwhile, the fatty and the rat led a band of over 30 individuals, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves. Advancing towards the South Bridge, armed with batons, they exuded an intimidating presence. 5 Mercedes vehicles were parked at the entrance of the village, akin to 5 ferocious beasts. The fatty and the rat, leading their group, headed toward the location frequently visited by Li Hui. In that moment, the arrival of their vehicles captured the attention of many. Ahead, a group of 7 or 8 individuals were engaged in a card game. The stout man approached and loudly inquired, Who is Li Hui? A thin fellow, smoking a cigarette, rose defiantly and retorted, Is my elder brother's name something you can casually utter? You seek death. Without hesitation, the rat delivered a swift strike to his neck, exclaiming, How dare you speak to me like that? In that moment, the group engaged in a card game stood up, confronting our 30 or so men without a hint of fear, and the brawl ensued. The stout man seized the thin fellow's head and forcefully slammed it against the table, resulting in a loud thud and blood gushing forth. Remarkably, the thin man stood up, whistled, and from the labyrinthine alley emerged over 100 individuals. The stout man and the rat had underestimated their opponent, failing to anticipate that a mere foot massage parlor could muster such a crowd. Although the adversaries were numerous, their combat effectiveness was lacking. armed with batons. The stout man and the rat unleashed a flurry of blows, even deforming the batons in the process. Despite not suffering significant losses, they recognized a grave predicament. "Goodness, rat, there are more and more of them," uttered the stout man, his voice tinged with a trace of fear. Chapter 125, Capturing the South Bridge. "Fatty, let us retreat. No matter how many there are, we cannot escape," he urged. As Fatty and Mouse fought their way back, the enemy's numbers only seemed to swell. From atop a particularly high eave, Li Hui boasted arrogantly, "With just a few of you, humph." The South Bridge was a village where the locals were notably united, resulting in a multitude of villagers joining the fray. "Mouse, you go ahead, I'll hold them off. Otherwise, no one will escape," Fatty declared resolutely. "Enough with the nonsense. You run first, I'll cover you." A voice from the opposing side shouted, "No one gets to run." Amidst the chaos, both Fatty and Mouse sustained injuries, their endurance waning under the weight of the overwhelming numbers. Just then, several vehicles arrived, and armed individuals emerged, brandishing clubs and pickaxes, rushing towards them. "Brother Bao is here. Keep fighting, my brothers." Zhang Bao, concerned that the duo might not prevail, had been observing from a distance. He recognized that Li Hui was the local tyrant, and without neutralizing him, the conflict could not be resolved. Stealthily, Zhang Bao dispatched men to circle around, and seizing an opportune moment, he kicked Li Hui from behind, sending him sprawling face first to the ground, bloodied and dazed. One of Li Hui's subordinates leaped down, stabbing him in the thigh, then delivering another blow to his kidney. Witnessing their leader fall, the villagers instantly lost their morale and quickly dispersed. Fatty seized one of the subordinates and inquired, "How do you have so many people? What's going on?" Big brother. Li Hui's foot massage parlors have captured many local women to sell. If they don't obey him, he threatens to release compromising photos and videos. So many villagers fear he will expose their secrets. Damn, this scoundrel is truly vile. Fatty approached and hoisted Li Hui up. "I am from the Tianjin gang. You dared strike us? Are you seeking death?" "Brother, I was wrong. Can you spare my life?" "To hell with you. Where are those photos and videos?" In my pocket." Fatty retrieved them and asked, "Are there any backups?" "None, I swear." Fatty delivered a couple of punches to Li Hui's face. "Are you sure there are no backups?" "I truly do not have any, I swear." Seeing no deceit in his eyes, Fatty released him, stating, "Do not let me see you again. This place is now under our control. Get lost." As Li Hui clutched his wound and attempted to flee, Zhang Bao plunged a knife into him from behind. Li Hui collapsed, lifeless. Perplexed, Fatty asked Brother Bao, "Why must you kill him? Weeds that are not entirely burned will sprout anew with the spring breeze. Do not leave behind any loose ends." 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. One day he will rise again, and his first act will be revenge. My Brother Bao is truly wise. Enough. You and Mouse manage the scene. I have other matters to attend to, Zhang Bao instructed. Fatty and Mouse found a local villager, asking him to gather everyone and clearly explain the situation, ensuring that the contents of the USB drive were destroyed afterward. The rat remarked, "I will take over the foot massage establishment here, and I assure you, there will be no disturbances. You need not live in fear any longer, for we have dealt with Li Hui, allowing the women from the foot massage shops to return home. In truth, for the common folk, whether it be bathing houses or nightclubs, most cannot afford such luxuries. However, foot massage parlors are reasonably priced and widely accepted. Although the profit margins are slim, the volume of business compensates for it. What is most surprising is that no one anticipated the remarkable success of the foot massage establishments in Zhuangzi and Nandijao, alongside the subsequent rise of streetwalkers, which have become particularly popular and well-known, transforming into a notable local attraction. And Wei Ting were recuperating in the hospital, while Wu Yu and Wu Shui brought meals daily, and the other brothers busied themselves with various tasks. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. On this day, Wu Yu and Wu Shui came to escort Su Tian home from the hospital. He appeared somewhat timid, an observation the two had already made. Su Tian softly spoke, "You, Shui, I have something I wish to discuss with you." "Go ahead, we are all ears," they replied. "I want to move into a larger house." "What do you think?" Su Tian inquired. Wu Shui responded, Sure, we'll follow your lead. Wu Yu, however, candidly interjected, you wish to acquire a bigger house to bring Wei Ting over, don't you? Su Tian, caught off guard, stammered. Wu Shui quickly intervened. All right, sister, do not tease Su Tian. We both agree, so let us not put him on the spot. Had it not been for Wei Ting's help, you might not even be here. Su Tian's heart, akin to parched earth welcoming a long-awaited rain, felt an instant sense of relief. He promptly purchased a beautifully decorated 4-bedroom apartment that very day and eagerly shared the delightful news with Wei Ting. As night fell, Su Tian could hardly contain his excitement and fetch Wei Ting to her new home. At this point, Wu Shui had prepared a sumptuous feast. To be frank, the atmosphere was rather awkward, with 3 women seated around the table, their gazes fixed intently upon Su Tian. At a loss for words, he hastily produced a bottle of red wine and proposed a toast, declaring that they were now one family. After several rounds of toasts, the 4 had consumed 3 bottles of red wine, and Wei Ting, lacking a strong tolerance for alcohol, soon found herself feeling dizzy. Wu Yu and Wu Shui, perceptive to the situation, suggested that Su Tian accompany Wei Ting to bed, considering she was new to the family. Su Tian supported Wei Ting into the bedroom, and she gestured for him to close the door. However, Su Tian deliberately left a crack in the door. His reasoning was simple. He wished for them to bond quickly. Time passed, and before long, they all fell asleep in a tangle of limbs. As time flew by, 3 months vanished in an instant, and Su Tian had completely absorbed Feng Jun's territory. Gradually, he became oblivious to the fact that his reputation was soaring, his domain expanding. Yet so too were his enemies multiplying. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had elapsed. Su Tian's development was remarkably stable. Today, he was engrossed in a game of billiards at the Black 8 when a call came in from an unfamiliar number. Hello, are you Su Tian? Yes, who is this? I am Lu Xiaocheng. Lu Xiaocheng? I don't recall a year ago, someone threatened you, and you saved me. Oh. I remember now. I can't believe you Haven T changed your number after all these years. Haha, I dislike frequently changing numbers. Su Tian, could you do me a favor? Speak freely, it's no trouble. My father has been deceived and is deep in debt to loan sharks. We've lost everything and are currently renting a small flat. However, the loan sharks have threatened that if we do not repay them by tomorrow, they will kill us and assault me. Do not be hasty. How much do you owe, and where are you? My father borrowed 30,000 and now, due to accumulating interest, the debt has escalated to 300,000. We reside in a small second-floor apartment in Hedong. Very well, I shall come over immediately. Wait for me at home. Li Lei, you rascal, take me to the small second-floor apartment. Zhang Jian gazed at Su Tian's retreating figure as he exited the billiards hall. Unable to suppress his admiration, Brother Tian truly has a way with women, yet I feel no envy whatsoever. Chapter 127. Assisting Lu Xiaocheng, the 3 of us raced to the small second-floor apartment, only to discover that the vehicle could not access the area. The streets were narrow and the dilapidated buildings formed a labyrinth. After considerable effort, I finally located the address provided by Lu Xiaocheng. We pushed the door open to reveal an utterly barren room. In the corner stood a solitary bed, with not even the shadow of a table in sight. Upon seeing me, Lu Xiaocheng rushed over as if she had found savior, grasping my hand tightly with a look of desperation. Brother Su Tian, I am truly at my wit's end. You must help me. No sooner had she finished speaking than shouts of abuse erupted from outside. Oh, so you have relatives, do you? Perfect. Since you're here, you won't be leaving without helping repay the debts. Chi Dan, furious, pointed at them and shouted, Who the hell are you talking to? Do you know who we are? Aren't you just a bunch of fools? They erupted in laughter, still brimming with impulsiveness. Chi Dan drew his knife and lunged at them. One of the assailants clutched his stomach, gritting his teeth in anger. You're dead meat. Go call my brother. With that, a group of 7 or 8 men armed with pickaxes charged toward us. Calmly, I stood my ground, a cigarette dangling from my lips, unfazed by the chaos. Li Lei leaped out from my left, while Chi Dan maneuvered from my right. In mere moments, we had them reeling and disoriented. The man clutching his stomach was left dumbfounded. He hadn't anticipated our ferocity. Lu Xiaocheng, terrified, clung tightly to my waist like a frightened rabbit. Unperturbed, I continued to smoke, indifferent to the turmoil around me. Chidan, with a menacing glare, declared, "If your brother doesn't show up soon, I'll take your life in 5 minutes." The man nearly wet himself in fear, pleading, "Spare me, I was wrong." Just then, a voice rang out from behind. "Which scoundrel dares to bully my little brother? Are you looking for death?" A man in sunglasses arrived, flanked by 30 others at Lu Xiaoqing's home. She gasped, tears streaming down her face. "Brother Su Tian, what should we do?" "Call the police." I gently patted her head and reassured her, "Fear not." The man who had been so terrified moments before regained his bravado upon seeing his leader. "Brother Hu, these 3 fools have taken down our brothers." Brother Hu replied, "It's only right to repay debts." "How do you intend to settle the score for injuring my brother?" "Well, name your price. How much do you want?" He continued, "For my fallen brothers, 10,000 each. Isn't unreasonable, and considering her family's debt to me, you owe me a total of 100,000. Lu Xiaoqing trembled behind me, clearly frightened. "All right, 100,000 is fine," I said, "but I don't have that much on me. Why don't you come with me to collect the money? Don't try to pull any tricks, or I'll end you," he warned. "You see, I owe you money. What is there to fear? Besides, I'm not refusing to pay you. Let us just go collect it together." "All right, tell me where to go." "The Grand Rich nightclub." Brother Hu was taken aback. "Don't be ridiculous. That's Su Tian's territory. You expect me to accompany you to the Grand Rich to fetch money? That's quite amusing." I replied, "Brother Hu, what do you really want? You refused to join me, and now I don't have enough cash with me. Are you going to let me live?" The boy, who had wet his pants, chimed in, "Brother Hu, what if he has hidden the money at the Grand Rich? Besides, we have reason on our side. Why should we be afraid?" After a moment of contemplation, Brother Hu found some merit in the suggestion. "Fine. You 3 will come with me. This girl needs to stay here. If there is no money, I will take her by force." I gently patted Lu Xiaoqing's head and reassured her, "Wait here for me. Nothing will happen." The 3 of us stepped outside and entered our Mercedes, instructing Brother Hu to follow behind. When Brother Hu saw that we were driving a Mercedes with the license plate Tianjin 88888, it struck him as familiar, though he could not quite place it. He thought to himself, driving a luxury car surely indicates wealth. This might be quite a windfall. Chapter 128. The secretary is dead. Upon arriving at the opulent nightclub, Su Tian and his companions disembarked the vehicle with an air of majesty, striding confidently towards the entrance. Behind them, Hu Gu observed the trio's arrival, and to his astonishment, the attendants immediately bowed to them like eager lapdogs. He mused inwardly, "Goodness, they must be significant clients. I must seize this opportunity. I could strike it rich." At that moment, Hu Gu was consumed by avarice. He hurriedly followed suit, entering the establishment only to find Su Tian calmly seated in the lobby, seemingly awaiting their arrival. Su Tian reclined with one leg crossed over the other, leisurely smoking a cigarette. After exhaling a plume of smoke, he casually remarked, "This is 1 million. Do count it." With great anticipation, Hu Gu opened the box, only to be left dumbfounded. It was utterly empty, save for a single note inscribed with the words, "Heaven and Earth Gang." Hu Gu was instantly struck, as if by lightning, rendered speechless and stammering. What does this mean?" At that moment, Chi Dan interjected, "This is my brother Su Tian. Don't even think about 1 million. Would you dare take it if he offered you one?" Terrified, Hu Ji's legs turned to jelly, trembling uncontrollably. It was known far and wide that Su Tian's reputation was formidable, his ruthless methods instilling dread in many. I rose, wearing a faint smile, and said, "Hu Gu, that establishment has some ties with me. Can you do me a favor?" "Of course, it must be done. When Brother Tian speaks, how could one refuse?" Hu Gu hurriedly replied. I shifted my tone, abruptly asking, "I've heard you owe my friend 3 million. When do you plan to repay it?" Upon hearing this, Hu Gu felt as though struck by a thunderbolt, collapsing to the floor, his face as pale as a sheet, his voice quivering. "Tian Gu, 3 million. When did I ever owe that?" I let out a cold snort, deliberately amplifying my tone, exuding an unspoken authority as I said, "Oh, it seems Hu Gu has a poor memory. Would you like me to find someone to jog your memory?" "And no, I will arrange for the 3 million to be repaid immediately." Hu Gu stammered, nearly in a state of panic. "Tian Gu, I must take my leave now." Before he could finish, He fled like a dog that had lost its master. He then showed that, "Are we of the heaven and earth gang a place you can come and go as you please?" Hugo sweated profusely, fearing that Su Tian might take his life. I rebuked Chi Dan, saying, "How can you speak to our friend like that? Hugo is here to repay a debt. You must show him some respect." I warmly invited Hugo to join me for a cup of tea. However, he hastily waved his hands, "And no, I must go repay the debt. I will definitely visit Brother Tian another day." "Very well, then I shall not see you off, Hugo." Approximately 30 minutes later, Hugo arrived at Lu Xiaoqing's residence, carrying the 3 million. Upon entering, Zhang Hu held the box aloft, deeply bowing, and presented it to Lu Xiaoqing, saying, "Sister-in-law, this is 3 million, what I owe you. Please accept it." Lu Xiaoqing was left utterly astonished. At that moment, I dialed Lu Xiaoqing's number and informed her, "This is a gift for you. Accept it, and no one will dare to trouble you again." A wave of warmth surged within Lu Xiaoqing, and just as she was about to express her gratitude, Su Tian abruptly ended the call. Unbeknownst to Su Tian, the man known as Tiger had referred to her as sister-in-law. Lu Xiaoqing secretly rejoiced, believing that Su Tian harbored feelings for her, and a sweet, foolish smile spread across her face. At that moment, Zhang Bao's call came through. "Brother Tian, the mayor has passed away." "All right, I understand," I replied, promptly reaching out to Zhao Dafei to inquire about the situation. To my surprise, Zhao Dafei was in a state of great agitation, exclaiming, "Brother Su Tian, something major has happened. I was just about to call you. The mayor is dead, and a new one is about to arrive. You must help me. I've heard that the new mayor will replace everyone with his own people, and I am on that list." "Ha, Secretary Zhao, you possess great influence. Surely you need not rely on my assistance." I chuckled. "Do not say that, Brother Su Tian. You must help me with this." I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking that this foolish man would be better off dead sooner, allowing Wei Ting to make her rightful appearance. After Zhao Dafei hung up the call with Su Tian, his expression suddenly changed, and he sneered, "Humph, Su Tian, just wait for your demise." Li Lei then suggested, "Brother Tian, I think we should consider legitimizing our operations. Most of our ventures are in the gray area. Perhaps we should establish some legitimate enterprises?" I had been pondering this matter as well, though we were indeed inexperienced in business, as it was not our forte. "Very well, let us proceed with that plan. Pete, then, please reach out to all our key brothers and arrange for a hot pot dinner at the Black 8 Billiard Hall tonight, where we can also discuss our future company endeavors." Chapter 129. Danger approaches as nightfall swiftly enveloped the surroundings. All the key figures of the Heavenly Alliance gathered at the Black 8 Billiard Hall. Su Tian, noticing the assembly of his comrades, spoke up, "Brothers, you must have heard the news. The secretary is dead. However, I cannot shake off a foreboding feeling. The underworld, after all, cannot rise to prominence. I wonder if we should consider venturing into legitimate business." Zhang Dian added, "Engaging in business is indeed a viable pathway, but it requires the introduction of talent. And we must also decide what type of business to pursue. I believe Zhao Ming could be a good fit. After all, he was involved in lending before, so he has some connection to finance." Zhao Ming hesitated, saying, "Boss, I'm not cut out for this. I could handle collections, but I fear I might incur losses in business." "How will you know without giving it a try?" Su Tian encouraged. "Here is the plan, Zhao Ming. Take 2 million from the account to register a business license. Let us open a pawn shop, lending money while we learn the ropes, and simultaneously recruit some elite talent from the market at a premium, along with seeking financing. Zhang Dian, I'll need your assistance with this." With a reluctant nod, Zhao Ming replied, "All right, but if we incur losses, don't blame me." Laughter erupted among the group. "How's he joked, Brother Tian? How about I open a chain of foot massage parlors?" The hefty man retorted, "Get lost. Do you think those ladies want to run a chain? Don't let the police shut you down." Su Tian then turned to Wu Ge. "You should research the real estate sector thoroughly. If an opportunity arises for us to take over or get involved, we shouldn't dismiss it." "Understood, Tian. I'll study it closely in the coming days," Wu Ge responded. "All right, let us not just chat. Everyone, let us eat." Su Tian called out to the group. At that moment, Zhao Dafei's phone rang unexpectedly. He answered, and the voice on the other end said, Wei Ting is still alive, and the secretary was killed by Su Tian. Zhao Dafei was taken aback, asking in disbelief, "What do you mean? Su Tian must die. Meet at the usual place tomorrow," the caller declared before abruptly hanging up. Unbeknownst to Su Tian, danger was stealthily closing in on him once more. The following day, Su Tian had a pleasant dinner with Xiao Wu and the local chief, during which they exchanged amiable conversation. Naturally, Su Tian did not hold back on presenting the chief with red envelopes and gold bars. After the meal, Su Tian and Xiao Wu saw the chief off. Su Tian smiled and inquired, "Xiao Wu, when will you get promoted?" With a chuckle, Xiao Wu replied, "Soon. Once he retires, this position will be mine. My advancement has been swift enough these past few years." Xiao Wu then asked Su Tian, "Have you been in touch with Third Brother recently?" "Not at all. I've been busy preparing for the company's opening," Su Tian admitted. "What? Are you feeling short on cash?" Xiao Wu jested. "Haha, I have enough to spend, but those shady dealings cannot see the light of day," Su Tian clarified. "Once your business opens, do let me know. I'll definitely come to show my support," Xiao Wu assured him. Subsequently, Li Lei drove Su Tian home. Throughout the journey, Li Lei felt an unsettling sensation as if someone were watching them from behind. "Brother Tian, I think we're being followed," Li Lei said cautiously. Su Tian, puzzled, responded, "Surely not. We haven't offended anyone recently." Rather than returning home, they opted to circle around and observe the surroundings. Without hesitation, Li Lei accelerated his vehicle. After making approximately 2 laps, they indeed noticed a car trailing them at a leisurely pace. "Tian, wait for me in the car. I'm going to check the situation," Li Lei said as he brought the vehicle to a halt and proceeded toward the rear. Suddenly, the Shali car came to an abrupt stop, and 4 menacing figures wielding machetes leaped from the vehicle like ravenous wolves, charging forward with ferocity. In a state of panic, Li Lei turned and fled, while Su Tian swiftly exited the car, retrieving a baton from the trunk and hurling it towards Li Lei like a javelin. Almost immediately, the two began to fight back. However, their adversaries were far from ordinary. Their knife-wielding movements were both skilled and professional, resembling seasoned butchers. Were it not for the training sessions with Zhang Bao, a single strike would have been enough to render the baton useless. The assailants relentlessly targeted Su Tian, who, despite his best efforts, struggled to fend them off with the baton. Each clash sent tremors of fear coursing through him like a startled rabbit. In contrast, Li Lei fared somewhat better, as he possessed a modicum of foundational skill. Nevertheless, it was evident that Su Tian was beginning to feel overwhelmed. Chapter 130. The assassination of Su Tian. Seeing that Su Tian was struggling to defend himself, Li Lei hastily rushed to his side. With a swift motion, he swung his baton and struck the adversary's head with great force. However, in his effort to protect Su Tian, he unfortunately sustained a knife wound to his arm. The attackers, emboldened by their advantage, pressed on, and with Li Lei already injured, both men could only manage a defensive stance, rendering their situation exceedingly precarious. Fortunately, Zhang Bao and his men appeared as if they were divine reinforcements, dramatically alleviating the pressure on them. Noticing the arrival of support, the assailants began to entertain thoughts of retreat, preparing to flee the scene. Su Tian shouted, "Zhang Bao, ensure that we capture at least one alive." The 4 assailants turned and dashed toward their vehicle, attempting to escape. Zhang Bao reacted swiftly, hurling a dagger that struck one of them squarely in the leg. To our astonishment, the injured man turned back and ruthlessly stabbed his wounded comrade to death. We were left speechless, utterly aghast, and couldn't help but curse under our breath. How inhumane to kill one's own. In the moment of our shock, the remaining 3 had already sped away in their car. Zhang Bao, concerned, asked, "Brother, are you all right?" Su Tian shook his head, replying, "I'm fine, but Li Lei's arm is injured. We need to get him to the hospital for bandaging." Li Lei, gritting his teeth against the pain, insisted, "It's nothing, brother, just a minor injury. It's not a big deal." Su Tian, puzzled, inquired of Zhang Bao, "How did you come to be here?" Zhang Bao explained, "I had a sense that something was amiss lately, though I couldn't pinpoint any details and thought perhaps it was merely my imagination, so I didn't mention it. I took the precaution of tailing you from a distance, and, as expected, someone was indeed plotting your demise." Based on their demeanor, it was clear that these were not ordinary thugs, but rather well-trained professional assassins. Even Li Lei found himself struggling against them, indicating that the adversaries had likely conducted considerable reconnaissance on us. Zhang Bao, please remove the body lying on the ground. We need to take it back for thorough examination. Li Lei and I accompanied Zhang Bao to a desolate area where he dragged out the corpse and stripped it of its clothing, only to discover that it bore nothing but a tattoo of the character for righteousness on its arm. Zhang Bao, investigate this matter further and dispose of the body. I will take Li Lei to the hospital. On the way, I contacted all our brothers, urging them to remain vigilant. Subsequently, I also called Xiao Wu, requesting his assistance in uncovering any leads. By the time I arrived at the hospital, Li Lei was undergoing treatment for his wound when Xiao Wu returned my call. Tian Air, I've uncovered some information. This group hails from the northeast and is associated with the Ichi Gang, a notorious criminal organization in the 3 eastern provinces. The police and military have attempted to crack down on them multiple times, but to no avail. Thank you, Brother Wu. I now have a clearer understanding, I replied. Once Li Lei was bandaged, we returned to the Black 8 billiards hall. As soon as we entered, Zhang Dian noticed Li Lei's injury and quickly inquired about what had happened. Without elaborating, I briefly recounted the events. Zhang Dian was perplexed, remarking, "We always kept to ourselves and have had no conflicts with the Northeast. How could this happen?" He then called Zhang Bao, instructing him to investigate the Ichi Gang. Meanwhile, a phone call came through to Zhao Dafei, who erupted in anger on the line, shouting, "What a useless fool. So many people could not even defeat Su Tian. One wonders why not summon more reinforcements." Zhao Dafei dared not utter a word, clearly intimidated by the profound influence of the person on the other end of the line. At that moment, Su Tian was still disoriented, floundering like a headless fly, unable to find his bearings. Su Tian proposed, "I have an idea. It was evident that the adversaries were targeting me. I shall serve as bait. Given their recent failure in the assassination attempt, they are bound to strike again." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately voiced their objections. No, they are far too professional. The next time, luck may not favor us. Friends, if we do not ascertain the truth, I shall be restless day and night. This is the only method that allows me to engage with them swiftly. Reluctant to argue further, he instructed, "Notify all brothers. Tomorrow I will arrange a barbecue in the outskirts." Zhang Jian complied, beginning preparations and laying out a comprehensive strategy around the vicinity. Brother Tian, what they do not show up. I have a strong intuition. They will undoubtedly come. After one failure, they cannot simply walk away. Chapter 131. Preparations before battle. As night fell, Zhang Bao returned, appearing before me like a specter, and handed me a bulletproof vest, solemnly stating, "Elder brother, you must wear this tomorrow. I obtained it through connections in the military. It may save your life in a critical moment." A warmth surged within me, and my gratitude overflowed. "Thank you, brother." Then, Zhang Bao revealed a significant piece of information. The Northeast is now a battleground of 3 formidable forces, the Brotherhood, the Scythe Gang, and the Windong Gang, all embroiled in incessant conflict as they vie for territory. It seems someone has invested a fortune to hire the Brotherhood to stir trouble in Tianjin. Su Tian, with a steely gaze, analyzed the situation. Old Liu, make the arduous journey to the northeast and forge an alliance with the Scythe Gang and the Windong Gang. Withdraw 2 million from the account. Each gang will receive 1 million as a token of goodwill. By gifting an additional million, they will surely assist us in restraining the Brotherhood, given their enmity. I promptly contacted Third Brother to arrange a substantial procurement of firearms for the protection of our brethren. Meanwhile, Zhao Dafei received a call from a mysterious individual. "Dafei, I will soon arrive in Tianjin. Su Tian must be dealt with swiftly." The stranger's voice was cold and resolute. "I am well aware of your sordid affairs with Lao Huang. The Discipline Inspection Commission is about to investigate you. The ledger in Lao Huang's possession contains traces leading back to me. You must find Wei Ting immediately, or the consequences will be dire." With that, the caller abruptly ended the conversation. Enraged, Zhao Dafei called the Brotherhood, bellowing, "What is the matter with you? My 5 million has gone down the drain. How could you accept the bounty if you lack the capability?" He warned, do not speak carelessly. Is it my fault? Are your so-called elite enforcers truly this incompetent? I ask you, can Su Tian be killed? Prepare the 5 million reward. Within 3 days, we shall ensure his demise. Zhao Dafei hung up in a fit of fury, cursing a bunch of trash. Simultaneously, Su Tian acted swiftly, taking precautions against the assassination. He arranged a barbecue outing for the following day and instructed his subordinates to widely publicize the event. At that moment, Zhang Bao's phone rang. After a brief exchange, he hung up. Turning to Su Tian, he said, Brother Tian, my comrade has informed me that there is a bounty on the dark web for your head. Whoever kills you will receive a reward of 15 million. Upon hearing this, Su Tian smiled wryly. I didn't expect to be worth so much. His brow furrowed as he inquired, can we trace who issued the bounty? Zhang Bao shook his head in resignation. It cannot be traced. The dark web operates anonymously. Furthermore, the Brotherhood has accepted the bounty and dispatched their elite enforcers. It seems we truly need to exercise caution. Wang Wu, Wang Wei, Wang Kai. You three must ensure the safety of Wu Yu, Wu Shui, and Wei Ting, safeguarding our families from any threats the enemy may employ. The Xin, Xiao Xn, and Hao Zi, you must vigilantly guard our home. Zhang Dian, you are responsible for organizing the surrounding arrangements for tomorrow. Zhang Bao continued to diligently safeguard the periphery, conducting investigations. Tomorrow, Tangan, Li Lei, Pang Zi, Zhao Ming, and I shall be in plain sight. Today, we will distribute the firearms. Very well. Everyone can disperse now and prepare thoroughly. I made a call to third brother. How have you been lately? Haha, little brother. It has been ages since I last heard your voice. I am doing splendidly, indulging in food, drink, and leisure every day. I have heard that you have become increasingly formidable. Thanks to you, third brother. By the way, I am in need of a substantial quantity of firearms, particularly high-quality ones, preferably some AKs. Little brother, are you planning something significant? AKs must be smuggled in from abroad. I do have connections in Yunnan, but the prices are steep. Third brother, money is not an issue. I am currently entangled in a serious predicament and urgently require a large cache of weapons. Is there anyone in Tianjin who would dare to provoke you? Tell me, what exactly is going on? I briefly recounted the situation with the Ichi gang to third brother. Upon hearing this, he furrowed his brow. Your name has been exposed on the external networks. You must be vigilant not only against the Ichi gang, but also wary of other factions that may seek to assassinate you for profit. I will handle the firearms matter and ensure their delivery within half a month at an estimated cost of 4 to 5 million. All right, third brother, I will arrange for the funds to be transferred to you. Chapter 132. The three major gangs after hanging up on Brother San. I couldn't help but reflect on the intricate nature of society. I had once believed that in Tianjin, I could wield power effortlessly, commanding the winds and the rains. Yet I was unprepared for the realization that there were always greater forces at play and more formidable individuals beyond my comprehension. Brother San was indeed correct. The allure of 15 million had stirred even the local minor gangs into a state of restlessness. By the time I returned home, it was already past 1 a.m. Observing the serene slumber of the three women, I quietly settled onto the sofa in the living room. No sooner had I reclined than my phone rang, its tone echoing like a specter in the stillness. Big brother, I've noticed some unusual activities among several local gangs. Zhang Bao's voice was low and tense, ringing in my ears like an alarm bell. What gangs? Red Flower, Green Leaf, and White Lotus. What kind of gangs are those? I've never heard of them. Red Flower refers to the Hongmen, Green Leaf to the Qingbang, and White Lotus to the Bailianjiao. Goodness, is this not merely a plot from a novel? I was taken aback. I hadn't seen these gangs make an appearance in years. Zhang Bao continued. These three gangs have always existed, but they have been engaged in legitimate businesses and have steered clear of the underworld. I have no idea why they are now becoming active. In truth, Zhao Dafei had merely intended to hire someone to assassinate Su Tian, never anticipating that it would implicate these three major gangs. Big brother, we are in serious trouble now. I was rendered speechless, for the very mention of these gangs sent shivers down my spine, making me acutely aware of my own insignificance. Zhang Bao added, Big brother, I don't think we need to worry too much. The headquarters of these three major gangs are located in the south. What we have here is merely a branch. We are not to be trifled with in Tianjin either. I understood well that as newcomers, we had yet to fully establish our footing with many local power players. Coupled with the involvement of the Red Flower Gang, the situation had become exceedingly precarious for us. In reality, the leader of the Hongmen's Tianjin branch, Li Hu, had no intention of participating in the assassination of Su Tian. Over the years, he had been observing Su Tian, recognizing his exceptional nature. Since there was no conflict of interest, it was perplexing that a subordinate had leaked the assassination plot, leading outsiders to mistakenly believe that the Hongmen were involved. The leader of the Qingbang's Tianjin branch, Zhang Wei, had also initially intended to remain uninvolved. However, given the long-standing enmity between the Hongmen and the Bailian Jiao, upon learning of their involvement, he felt compelled to stir the pot. Meanwhile, the leader of the Bailian Jiao's Tianjin branch, Lu Wei, was an avid gambler who had embezzled 10 million from the organization. Unsure of how to rectify this financial shortfall, he fortuitously spotted the bounty and, overestimating the strength of his gang, decided that eliminating a local youth would be a trivial task. Thus, he resolved to assassinate Su Tian. In this manner, through a series of unfortunate misunderstandings, all three major gangs surfaced. At this point, Su Tian had gained some self-awareness, yet he found himself with no retreat. Compelled to forge ahead, tossing and turning in bed, Su Tian struggled to find rest, ultimately rising to stand on the balcony, smoking a cigarette. At that moment, Wei Ting approached from behind and draped a jacket over him. "You're still awake, Wei Ting? Upon your return, the moment the door creaked open, I was already aware of your presence. Observing you engaged in a phone call, I refrained from intruding upon your privacy. Deep down, I recognized that Wei Ting had not experienced joy in recent years, perpetually treading with caution. I enveloped her in my embrace. After finishing this cigarette, I gently coaxed Wei Ting inside, mindful of not waking Wu Yu and Wu Shui. By the next morning, I departed early. To be honest, my mind was burdened with thoughts, rendering sleep elusive. As for the matters concerning the involvement of the three major factions, I chose not to disclose them to anyone. On one hand, I feared it might dampen morale. On the other, I worried it could incite fear among them. Chapter 133, Awaiting Assassination. Oh, what a splendid day it is. We journeyed to Dongli Lake, swiftly erected our tent, and arranged the barbecue tools and racks. Everything was prepared. I had specifically instructed my subordinates to set up an exceptionally conspicuous blue tent while I leisurely settled inside, reclining on a stool, indulging in a cigarette, and reveling in the surrounding beauty. To allay any suspicion, I had even arranged for a score of exquisite ladies to accompany us. Just as the brothers on site were monotonously grilling skewers, a bus suddenly arrived, and over 20 graceful women disembarked in single file, their eyes widening in awe as if enchanted. With their stunning figures and scant attire, they brought along sound equipment, instantly elevating the atmosphere to a climax. Two of the ladies approached me. One began to massage my shoulders while the other fed me delicacies. I was aware that this was all orchestrated by my comrades, as the adversaries had no knowledge of which lady was my partner, thus creating confusion. Consequently, the morning passed peacefully. As noon approached, fatigue began to set in, prompting everyone to rest within their tents in preparation for the afternoon's grilling. At that moment, Zhang Bao's call came through. "Big brother, they have arrived and are already in the vicinity. Please exercise caution. The three major gangs have yet to reveal themselves." I whistled to signal my brothers to remain vigilant. Soon after, two jeeps charged towards my tent like wild stallions. Upon witnessing this, Lilei wasted no time and pulled me out of the tent as we leapt to safety. The vehicles came to a halt, and 10 armed men emerged, firing at me. Fortunately, having familiarized myself with the terrain beforehand, Lilei and I took refuge behind some trees, narrowly escaping disaster. At this juncture, Fatty, Zhao Ming, and Qidan swiftly rallied their brothers, each armed with a firearm. Regardless of their aim, they unleashed a barrage of gunfire. It was evident that the opposing team was well-trained and agile, quickly taking cover around their vehicles. A man with a red scarf appeared, wielding dual blades, charging towards me like a fierce tiger. Lilei fired twice, but the assailant deftly evaded the shots. As he lunged towards me, Lilei swiftly drew his machete, engaging him in a fierce duel. I found myself unable to shoot for fear of hitting Li Lei. Sensing Li Lei was occupied, another assassin approached me with a short dagger. I fired several rounds, yet the adversary skillfully dodged them all. Clearly, my skills paled in comparison to Li Lei's. As I drew my weapon, the opponent lunged, thrusting a blade directly at my heart. For a moment, he hesitated, and the knife did not penetrate, thanks to my bulletproof vest. In retaliation, I swiftly severed his right hand. Though 8 others rushed to provide support, it was too late. My reinforcements had effectively contained them. Despite having lost his hand, the assailant remained undeterred, retrieving the short dagger with his left hand and lunging at me once more. I hastily stepped back, only to stumble into a small pit, giving him the opportunity to pounce. Just as he was about to strike me, Zhang Bao suddenly appeared, firing a shot that exploded his head. Zhang Bao helped me up and inquired, "Elder brother, are you all right?" "I am fine. Quickly eliminate them and leave one alive." Li Lei was engaged in a fierce battle with his opponent, and both were bearing injuries. The man adorned with a red scarf grew increasingly formidable with each encounter, and Li Lei gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Zhang Bao swiftly seized a mountain-cutting knife to provide assistance. Despite their combined efforts, Zhang Bao and Li Lei could not gain the upper hand. The 8 adversaries remained undeterred, while Zhao Ming and the stout man continued to restrain them. The 3 of them fiercely fired their weapons, leaving the vehicles nearly riddled with bullets. The opposition struggled to withstand the onslaught, and of the 8, only 4 remained. These 4, abandoning their defense, charged directly towards me. Chapter 134. A sudden turn of events, a sense of foreboding washed over me. At this moment, Li Lei and Zhang Bao were utterly preoccupied, and I was clearly no match for the 4 adversaries before me. The fat man, Qidong, and Zhao Ming were also hastening towards us. I swiftly retrieved a bomb from my pocket, ignited it, and hurled it into the fray. The opposing party was evidently taken aback by my unexpected possession of explosives. I heard the 4 of them shout, "Get down." Moments later, a deafening explosion ensued, instantly claiming the lives of 2 of them. Panic set in among the remaining adversaries. 2 of them scrambled to their feet, shaking off the shock, and drew knives as they lunged toward me. It was too late to throw another bomb. I hastily retreated, but Li Lei and Zhang Bao, eager to assist, were unable to reach me in time. Seizing the opportunity, a man adorned with a red scarf managed to inflict wounds upon both Zhang Bao and Li Lei. In my state of alarm, I dropped my gun. The 2 assailants were now merely 3 or 4 paces away. One of them unexpectedly hurled a knife, which, though it did not pierce my back, caused me to tumble to the ground. In a fit of fury, I retaliated with wild slashes of my blade. However, I was clearly outmatched. A swift kick sent me sprawling, and one of them raised his knife to strike at my head. Meanwhile, the fat man, Qidong, and Zhao Ming fired their weapons. I could feel that both adversaries had been hit, yet the knife still descended. I closed my eyes and braced for death. Suddenly, a resounding crack echoed, and warmth spread across my face. Upon opening my eyes, I was greeted by a visage smeared with blood, and I realized that the assailant had lost his hand. Confused, I noticed a van approaching, from which a figure emerged, clutching a sniper rifle. It appeared that as the knife came down, he had severed the assailant's hand with a well-placed shot. I could not discern whether this newcomer was friend or foe, but Zhao Ming, the fat man, and Qidong hurriedly helped me to my feet, encircling me for protection. The man in the red scarf, witnessing the demise of his companions, appeared flustered. Seizing the moment, Li Lei and Zhang Bao struck him with their blades, landing blows on his shoulder and thigh before subduing and binding him. Suddenly, a large bus arrived, disembarking over 30 individuals clad in white, wielding knives and guns, charging toward us like ravenous wolves. A fierce firefight erupted once more, while the occupants of the van remained stationary, observing the chaos. Abruptly, 5 additional vehicles rolled in, releasing a contingent of individuals clad in black uniforms, who also bore weapons and opened fire on the white-clad assailants, unleashing a barrage of bullets. The scene devolved into utter disarray. The group in white had clearly been blindsided by this ambush, suffering significant losses. I heard one of their leaders bellow, "Fall back, retreat." The white-clad faction sustained at least a dozen casualties, neglecting even to gather their fallen as they hastily scrambled onto the bus to escape. Meanwhile, the black-clad individuals advanced toward the van, where a middle-aged man emerged, and an exchange of words ensued between the two parties. We stood there, utterly bewildered. My heart burned with indignation. I felt utterly disregarded. With my brothers and arms at my side, I charged straight toward the group, undeterred. As I approached, I remarked, "I wonder who you esteemed individuals are, and why it seems you are all intent on causing me trouble." The middle-aged man in the business vehicle chuckled and responded, "I am Li Hu of the Hongmen. I have just saved you. You ought to express your gratitude." "Ho ho, Li Hu. It appears your influence is not as formidable as you might believe," I retorted. "I am Zhang Wei of the Qin gang. Should you not also extend your thanks to me? Without the two of us, you would have surely met your demise at the hands of Lu Wei from the White Lotus sect." Chapter 135. Arranging for Li Hu, the flames of fury still raged within me. "Who do you think you are?" However, I managed to suppress the resentment that swelled in my heart. "Gentlemen, please speak your minds." Li Hu glanced at Zhang Wei, and they exchanged knowing smiles. Li Hungría remarca. I am unaware of the circumstances on Zhang Wei's side, but I am not so impoverished as to be unable to produce 15 million. On one hand, I was curious to see who could attract such attention. On the other, we harbored a deep-seated enmity with the White Lotus sect. Zhang Wei then added, "As I find myself in need of 15 million, I am keen to see if there is an opportunity to eliminate you." The atmosphere immediately grew tense, and Li Lei and Zhang Bao discreetly retrieved their firearms. Zhang Wei chuckled, "No need to be anxious. Though I am short a million, I am not so cruel as to prey upon a mere child. You two truly have a knack for humor. I am but a small player, and I never anticipated causing such a stir," I said. Li Hu responded, "Little brother, you have stirred quite the commotion in Tianjin, yet you claim to be a small player. If we were to turn back the clock a few years, you would have been a target for our faction's eradication. Since fate has allowed us to meet, I would like to treat you both to a meal, if it is convenient." Zhang Wei replied, "Forget it. Dining with you is too perilous. Should someone attempt to kill you, I might find myself caught in the crossfire." With that, Zhang Wei departed in his vehicle. Li Hungría, intrigued, accepted my invitation. I escorted him to the Grand Rich nightclub, where we first indulged in singing and drinking, followed by an exclusive VIP experience. Meanwhile, I lingered downstairs, smoking and chatting with my brothers, awaiting Li Hu's descent. "Brother Su Tian, your public relations skills are remarkable. This is delightful. Haha, if Brother Hu enjoys it, he can come every day. Xiao Xian will arrange a lifetime VIP for him." "Oh, Brother Su Tian, you are far too kind. I have heard of this place's reputation, but today I have truly experienced it." Subsequently, I instructed my brothers to brew tea for Li Hu, and we conversed in the lobby. Li Hu regarded me and said, "Younger brother, as someone who has been through much, allow me to offer you 2 pieces of advice." "Please do." "First, remain discreet and maintain the status quo. Know when to retreat. Second, either do nothing or go all in. You must be resolute." I committed his words to memory as Li Hu took a sip of tea and then rose to leave. "Brother Hu, are you not staying a while longer?" "I must go, young brother. Your potential is indeed enviable." I escorted Li Hu to the door, then returned to the lobby, thoughtfully reflecting on his words. Now, indeed, 2 paths lay before me. Either I should know when to withdraw, with the earnings sufficient for a lifetime, thus avoiding unnecessary troubles, or I could press onward, risking countless challenges and perhaps even life itself. I murmured to myself, yet I believe I am inherently drawn to challenges, relishing the role of the antagonist. Xiao Xian, curious, inquired, "Brother, what are you mumbling about?" I smiled gently and replied, "It's nothing. Just keep working hard, Xiao Xian." Subsequently, I asked Li Lei to escort me home. Xiao Xian gazed at my departing figure, her mind swirling with questions, perplexed by Tianji's unusual demeanor. Along the way, Li Lei remarked, "Tiange, it seems that the 3 major gangs are not in harmony. Given our close ties with Li Hu, could this provoke discontent among the other factions?" I nodded in agreement and said, "There is indeed that possibility. However, through this incident, have you not discerned a particular issue?" Li Lei shook his head, looking at me with confusion. I continued, "Our strength remains insufficient. We believed ourselves to be the local powerhouses, yet it appears we have merely scratched the surface. A sense of discomfort settled within me. The fact that anyone could easily bully us was disheartening. I realized the necessity of fortifying our own strength. Indeed, Su Tian had experienced growth through today's events, yet he found himself increasingly entangled, albeit gaining boundless influence in return. Chapter 136. A show of force the following morning. Zhang Bao's call detonated in my ear like a bombshell. Boss, the Red Flowers thugs have been instructed. They were hired by Zhao Dafei. Upon hearing that name, a chill gripped my heart, as if I had fallen into an icy abyss. Surely, this cannot be. I have no conflict with him. I understand, Zhang Bao. Please investigate the Bai Yin sect further and ascertain what their strongholds are engaged in. After ending the call with Zhang Bao, I was immediately contacted by Lao Lu. Boss, I met with the Wendong gang and the Scythe gang. They have accepted the money and have gathered intelligence on our forces in Tianjin. They are willing to ally with us, and tonight, both gangs have decided to launch a simultaneous attack on the Ichi gang's territory. Well done, Lao Lu. Once this is over, return promptly so that I may host a welcome for you. As I hung up the phone, my emotions oscillated like a roller coaster. Elation at the prospect of striking a blow against the Ichi gang and anxiety over Zhao Dafei's intentions. Wu Yu Wu Shui and Wei Ting approached me, draped in their pajamas, resembling celestial maidens. In unison, they inquired, "What is the matter, Su Tian?" "Nothing. But you three must exercise caution in the coming days. Do not step outside the house. I will instruct Wang Wu to assign more personnel to safeguard you." The situation has become rather chaotic. The three of them gazed at my scar-laden body, particularly the wound on my chest, their faces etched with concern. "Rest assured, my dear ladies, I am fine. There is no need for worry. Just take care of yourselves." I bestowed a kiss upon each of them and then dressed before descending the stairs. Li Lei awaited me downstairs. Upon entering his vehicle, he asked, "Where to, boss?" "I'm going to find Zhao Dafei. I shall head directly to his residence." Li Lei appeared taken aback. "Boss, you are fully aware he intends to kill you, yet you still seek him out? Should I inform the brothers?" "There is no need. He would not act openly. He likely remains oblivious to the fact that we have discovered he is behind this. Should we eliminate him, then?" "Not yet. He may still prove useful. I suspect others are involved on his end. If it were solely his doing, I doubt he would dare to kill me. There must be something more at play, and I must uncover the truth. For now, I shall give him a taste of intimidation." Soon, we arrived at Zhao Dafei's building. I refrained from calling him, instead choosing to stand outside and gaze up at his apartment. As fate would have it, Zhao Dafei stood on the balcony, catching sight of me. His eyes betrayed a hint of evasion, clearly taken aback by my sudden appearance. I ascended the stairs with Li Lei, only to discover that Zhao Dafei had preemptively opened the door to welcome us. "Su Tian, my brother, what brings you here today?" "Ah, Secretary Zhao. You appeared unexpectedly in my dreams, prompting me to come and pay you a visit." Zhao Dafei momentarily froze, quickly regaining his composure as he prepared tea while inquiring, "What did you dream of regarding me?" "I dreamed that you had passed away." Zhao Dafei, in the midst of pouring tea, let the teapot clatter to the floor upon hearing my words. "What is wrong, Secretary Zhao? Are you unwell?" "I am feeling somewhat unwell today." "Ha! You must take care. Sometimes, even a minor ailment can be perilous." "Indeed, I shall head to the hospital shortly." "Secretary Zhao, the situation has become quite unstable recently. I have been subjected to multiple assassination attempts. I believe it is imperative that you convey this matter to the higher authorities, as the security here is utterly inadequate." In his heart, Zhao Dafei berated me mercilessly, thinking, "How can there be peace with individuals like you, a member of the underworld?" "Rest assured, my dear brother Su Tian, your concerns are my concerns. The audacity of those who dare to target you will not go unchecked. I will investigate thoroughly and ensure justice is served." "Ha! Did you see that, Li Lei? There is no difference between Secretary Zhao and my own brother. I want to express my gratitude to Secretary Zhao, but I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Chapter 137. Deep into the enemy's territory, Su Tian remarked that Li Lei had instructed Fatty to keep a close watch on Zhao Dafei's recent activities. "Let's first return to Hay 8. Upon entering the vehicle, a call from Zhang Bao came through. Brother, we have made some discoveries. The White Lotus Society is currently engaged in real estate in Tianjin. They do not operate any underground establishments, mainly conducting surface-level businesses. In the Hedong district, Liu Wei has indeed encountered some issues. He misappropriated company funds, though the specifics of the cash's utilization remain unclear. The gambling debts are substantial. Otherwise, he would not be in such dire financial straits. We must exact revenge on the White Lotus Society. Upon arriving at Hay 8, the firearms that Sangu had previously mentioned were delivered. Chidan was handling an AK-47 and, upon noticing my arrival, exclaimed, "Boss, this gun is splendid. No need to aim. Just fire away." I advised caution. Let us maintain a low profile. It is preferable to refrain from using heavy weaponry unless absolutely necessary. At that moment, a call from Lao Lu came in. "Boss, the Side Gang and the Winden Gang have already launched a surprise attack on the Ichi Gang, resulting in heavy losses for them. I am heading back to Tianjin today, and the leaders of these two gangs have expressed their intent to visit us soon." "Well done, Lao Lu." After hanging up, my spirits lifted, and I began discussing strategies with Zhang Jian regarding how to deal with Zhao Dafei. Zhang Jian suggested, if we wish to uncover the individuals backing Zhao Dafei, the most effective method would be to install surveillance devices at his residence and office. "An excellent idea," I replied. "Chidan, please arrange for this to be executed. Lilei, you contact Wu Gu and the others. The three of us will venture into the White Lotus Society's territory for an in-depth reconnaissance." Lilei took charge of the vehicle as Wang Wu, Wang Kai, Wang Wei, and I set off toward the Hedong district. Upon arrival at the White Lotus Society's domain, we discovered an 11-story office building. Wang Wu instructed Wang Kai and Wang Wei to enter and assess the situation first, as they had not participated in previous conflicts and were thus unfamiliar faces. As the two approached the building's entrance, they were halted by security personnel who demanded identification or corresponding credentials for entry. After a prolonged discussion with the guards, they returned to Su Tian, reporting, "Boss, it's futile. They absolutely refuse us entry. We cannot even pass the first threshold." "Do not fret. I have a plan." I reassured them. "We shall observe the comings and goings of individuals outside and procure their credentials." Approximately an hour later, Wang Wu and Li Lei managed to acquire 2 identification cards. Since sending Wang Wei and Wang Kai would be too conspicuous, it was ultimately decided that Wang Wu and I would proceed inside. Li Lei interjected, "No, boss, it's far too perilous. They already intend to eliminate you, and now you want to confront them directly? If they discover your presence, there will be no chance of rescue. Rest assured, I shall be fine. Wu Ge will accompany me." "No, let me accompany Brother Tian. My skills surpass yours," Wang Wu countered. "Enough of this bickering. It shall be Wu Ge and I who go," I declared. Armed with the credentials, Wang Wu and I entered the building, and upon presenting our work IDs, the security personnel permitted us entry. Upon entering, I did not perceive any lavishness or grandeur. It merely felt like an ordinary office building. Wang Wu remarked that there was an elevator in this area and suggested we ascend a few floors. I halted Wang Wu and decided to show him the evacuation plan within the building. In the event of an emergency, it would be prudent to know the quickest route to safety. Instead of taking the elevator, we opted to traverse the staircase via the emergency exit. Chapter 138, A Life or Death Situation, Part 1. As Wang Wu and I ascended the building, we encountered a predicament. Every emergency exit was secured with a padlock, rendering the safety passage utterly futile. I called out to Wang Wu, suggesting we continue our ascent. Upon reaching the 6th floor, we discerned sounds emanating from behind the security door. Pressing my ear against the door, I realized it was filled with the cries of women and children. Unfortunately, the door would not budge, and the nature of the situation within remained shrouded in mystery. The further we climbed, the louder the sounds became, instilling a sense of dread in Wang Wu. "What on earth is happening? Why is it just cries and sounds of struggle?" he exclaimed. "This is no ordinary establishment. What kind of place is filled with such anguish?" As we conversed, we reached the top floor, where the security door remained obstinately locked. However, there was a ladder leading to the rooftop via a ventilation shaft. Wang Wu instructed me to wait below while he ascended to take a look. He swiftly climbed to the rooftop, and, after a brief survey, discovered nothing amiss. Yet, in the center of the rooftop, there was a transparent glass panel revealing scenes below. A quick glance filled him with cold sweat and a jolt of dread. My suspicions were indeed validated. To his horror, he saw a multitude of naked women and children, all evidently shackled. The women, spotting Wang Wu through the glass, mistook him for their savior and cried out desperately, their excitement palpable. However, the commotion alerted the guards, and we soon heard what resembled an alarm. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Wu hastily descended through the ventilation shaft, pulling me along as we fled. As we sprinted down the stairs, I inquired about the alarm. What is happening? Why are they sounding the alarm? Don't ask, just run, he urged. Upon reaching the ground floor, we found the entire building had been sealed off, with security personnel stationed everywhere. This is bad. We can't escape. We discreetly waited by the back door for an opportunity to flee. Fortunately, outside, Li Lei had observed the unfolding situation. Spotting us in a corner, he crashed his car through, stopping right in front of us. Get in. Once inside, we saw another group of individuals clad in black emerging, pursuing us relentlessly. Li Lei accelerated as Wang Wu vented his frustration. This building is filled with women and children. It's a trafficking den. Unbelievable, I exclaimed, pounding on the car window. There's no limit to human depravity. People can be wicked, but not to this extent. No sooner had I uttered those words than the pursuing vehicle collided with us, causing a jolt that rattled both Wang Wu and me. Li Lei pressed the accelerator, propelling us forward while Wang Wu began making frantic calls for backup. Hurry! Bring reinforcements and weapons. I contacted Xiao Wu, hoping to leverage the chief's influence to establish a barricade at the upcoming intersection to buy us some time. Sensing the urgency in my voice, Xiao Wu quickly hung up to address the matter. As we approached the intersection, we were relieved to see 5 or 6 police officers had already set up a barricade. We leaped from the car and dashed toward the officers, shouting, "Police! There are people trying to kill us." What transpired next was entirely unexpected. The vehicle behind us opened fire directly, tragically resulting in the death of one officer. My goodness, they are killing police officers. They have truly lost their minds. Upon witnessing their comrade being shot, the officers began to retaliate. However, the assailants were relentless, mercilessly eliminating everyone in their path. The 3 of us took cover behind the police car, while Li Lei and Wang Wu attempted to retrieve the firearms from the fallen officer. Yet, the adversaries continued to unleash a barrage of gunfire upon us with reckless abandon. Chapter 139, A Desperate Gamble, Part 2. Wang Wu cursed, "This is absurd. Have we been exposed? How could we be in such peril?" The sense of impending doom grew as the adversaries drew closer, their relentless gunfire showering upon us. At that moment, Li Lei managed to retrieve a pistol. Although it was but a single firearm, it would at least provide some means of retaliation. As the opposing forces observed our gunfire, they instinctively sought cover, granting us a precious moment to regroup. Li Lei handed the pistol to Wang Wu and then continued to scavenge a weapon from the fallen officer, fortuitously acquiring another firearm. Suddenly, a voice crackled through the officer's radio. "Please respond. What's the situation over there?" Li Lei seized the radio and shouted, "We need backup. The officers are down." No sooner had he spoken than the enemy resumed their frenzied barrage. In response, Li Lei and Wang Wu opened fire. "You take the lead with the elder brother and flee. I will cover you," Li Lei urged. I retorted vehemently, "Don't be absurd. I refuse to let either of you stay behind. We shall face death together." Their hearts warmed at my words. Yet after a brief exchange of gunfire, we soon discovered our ammunition was depleted. Remarkably, the enemy also ceased fire, evidently out of bullets, and advanced towards us, wielding machetes. With no weapons at our disposal, we had no choice but to continue our flight. After approximately 3 minutes of desperate running, fatigue set in. To hell with it. Let us confront them, we resolved. As the assailants lunged at us with their blades, Li Lei evaded one attacker and landed a punch squarely on the opponent's chin. Wang Wu, equally formidable, seized the wrist of another and snapped it with a fierce twist. As for me, I was caught off guard by 3 attackers converging upon me simultaneously. In a moment of desperation, I crouched, rolled backwards, and scooped up some dirt, hurling it at them. They instinctively recoiled, providing me with a fleeting opportunity to escape. However, they were quick to pursue. Fortunately, the second wave of police reinforcements arrived just in time. Upon witnessing the fallen officers, the police drew their weapons with grim determination. Recognizing the dire shift in their fortunes, the assailants shouted for a retreat. The police continued their pursuit, leaving one officer behind to inquire about our situation. I exchanged a knowing glance with Li Lei, who stealthily approached the officer and knocked him unconscious with a swift strike. We had no desire to attract undue attention, especially given the gravity of the incident involving fallen officers. At that moment, our comrades arrived to provide assistance. Li Lei opened the fuel tank of our vehicle and tossed in a lit cigarette, but before we hurriedly climbed in and fled. We set the car ablaze to obscure our license plate, minimizing any potential for police investigation. Upon returning to Black 8, Zhang Dian, noticing our disheveled appearance, was about to inquire what had transpired when we each took a swig of beer to steady our nerves. "What happened, brothers?" he asked. Wang Wu replied, "Don't even mention it. We nearly didn't make it back. The White Lotus sect is truly sinister," and recounted the entire ordeal to Zhang Dian. Zhang Dian, visibly shaken, exclaimed, "Goodness, what beasts!" Just then, a call from Xiao Wu came through. "We're in serious trouble. Lay low for a while. The death of officers is a grave matter, and reinforcement from Beijing are on the way. The traces at the scene have all been obliterated." When the police arrived for the second time, the office building was vacant. It's inconceivable. There were only women and children inside. Indeed, it was particularly pristine, with merely some operating tables present. Operating tables? Good heavens! Xiao Wu, this is undoubtedly organ trafficking. You must investigate this thoroughly. Enough, Tian'er. There will be an investigation. You should remain calm while I attend to my duties. Chapter 140. Eavesdropping on Zhao Dafei. Su Tian hung up the phone, his hand trembling with rage, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. His companions inquired, "What happened, Tian'er?" "Damn it. Just now Xiao Wu called, advising us to keep a low profile for the time being. On top of that, he revealed that the Bai Lian Jiao's office building is nothing but an operating theater. These scoundrels are likely trafficking in organs." Zhang Jian remarked, "Aren't they too audacious, openly conducting dissections in an office building? They present themselves as a legitimate business. Who would dare investigate them?" Taking a couple of puffs from his cigarette, Su Tian declared, "Brotherhood, Bai Lian Jiao, we shall remember this enmity." I called the rat to announce that the Tianjin Society has officially declared war on the Bai Lian Jiao. Zhang Dian cautioned, "Tian Ge, we must not underestimate the Bai Lian Jiao. If word spreads on the streets, it could reflect poorly on us. After all, they are also an established gang. I cannot swallow this indignity. They are utterly depraved." Su Tian's tone was as sharp as a sword, cold and incisive. "Vu Ye, please contact Air Haizi and some other gangs to inform them of today's incident. Let us form an alliance. The more allies we can gather, the better. We must ensure that when the time comes for us to clash, we aren't stabbed in the back." Just then, Zhang Bao's call came through. "Boss, I've just discovered that the Bai Lian Jiao has another office building in Donglijiang Guizhuang." A spark of excitement flickered in Su Tian's eyes, reminiscent of a blazing fire. "Excellent, Zhang Bao. Keep a close watch on them. Inform me immediately of any movements." Fatty and Li Lei enthusiastically responded, "Boss, we are heading to Zhangguei Zhuang right now." Zhang Dian quickly intervened, "Tian Ge, we cannot go. Xiao Wu just finished a call, and now there is a strict investigation underway. What difference would it make if you rushed in like a moth to a flame?" I slammed my fist on the table in frustration, cursing inwardly. Li Lei added, "Big brother, heed Zhang Dian's advice. Let's endure for now. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead. Screw it. Let them have a temporary reprieve." At that moment, Qidan entered. "Boss, the listening device on Zhao Dafei's side has been installed. This is the broadcasting unit. Just plug it in, put on the headphones, and we can listen in." "Wonderful. Qidan, plug it in quickly and place the equipment in the Black 8 lounge. Arrange for the brothers to take turns eavesdropping." As fate would have it, just as the listening device was set up and ready to begin, Zhao Dafei returned home. I donned the headphones and commenced listening. The audio was fairly clear, though it was unclear what he was searching for as he rummaged through his belongings for about 5 or 6 minutes, until a phone call came through. However, The voice on the other end was inaudible. I could only hear Zhao Dafei say, "Understood, yes, I'll arrange it immediately. But you know how tight the scrutiny is right now, especially after such a significant incident in Tianjin. I fear taking a risk." "Ah, all right, understood." I removed the headphones, instructing the brothers to continue monitoring. Although I did not know who had called Zhao Dafei, it was evident he was particularly fearful of this individual. I conversed with Zhang Jian about what I had just overheard, pondering who could instill such fear in Zhao Dafei. Qi Dan inadvertently remarked that it must be someone of higher official rank. He continued, "Brother, I was merely jesting." "No, express your thoughts candidly." "Well, I truly believe it must be someone wielding more authority, for in the underworld, he wouldn't be easily intimidated, being a secretary after all. However, when it comes to the realm of government, the situation changes entirely. I suspect he must have some compromising secrets held against him." Zhang Dian responded, "Well said, Qi Dan." "Ha!" Su Tian then added, "Qi Dan makes a valid point. Since this individual is connected to the government, we shall devise a means to compel him to reveal himself." His voice resonated like a bell, reverberating through the air as if to shatter the tranquility of the night sky. Chapter 141. Lu Wei and Zhao Dafei the following morning. In light of recent stringent crackdowns, the nightclubs and casinos on Su Tian's side had shuttered their doors. Consequently, the core members gathered at the Black 8 pool table, both to pass the time and to deliberate on their next course of action. At that moment, a call from Zhang Bao came through. "Boss, Lu Wei has appeared." "Where?" Zhao Dafei inquired. "Downstairs. He dares to show his face." "Zhang Bao, you've done well to keep watch." I hurried to the lounge, donned my listening device, thankful that I had installed it beforehand. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. Knock, knock, knock. Clearly the sound of Lu Wei at the door. Upon opening it, Lu Wei remarked, "Zhao's secretary, your reputation is indeed grand." "Ha! It's unavoidable for Boss Lu to make a personal visit. The chaos outside is too great. I fear there may be ears on the walls. Hence it's safer at home," Lu Wei replied with a scoff. Zhao Dafei's tone suddenly intensified. "You need not speak in such a sarcastic manner. You killed a police officer, and with your business dealings, do you think I am unaware?" Lu Wei retorted vehemently. "F you. Are you seeking death? Huh? Are you afraid? Do you intend to kill me? Damn, what is wrong with killing you? Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare? Ha! It's clear you possess the courage, but what if the state takes notice of your little affairs? Speak plainly. Spare me the threats. If you wish to remain in Tianjin, I have but one demand. Eliminate Su Tian. Damn it, your affairs have nothing to do with my life. Even if you don't come to me, I will kill Su Tian," I silently cursed. "Ha! Primarily, I wish to collaborate with you. Otherwise, I would have sought you out." "Who is it?" Zhao Dafei connected the call, allowing Lu Wei to listen in. Lu Wei's demeanor shifted markedly as he inquired, "Who are you to seek me?" The conversation on the other end eluded the listening device, but it was evident that Lu Wei's attitude had transformed instantly. "Understood. I will comply. I hope you visit Tianjin soon." "Goodbye, leader," Lu Wei concluded. Zhao Dafei queried, "What's the verdict, Boss Lu?" "I underestimated you, Zhao Dafei," Lu Wei retorted, slamming the door as he exited. I removed the listening device and remarked to Zhang Dian, "Indeed, there is a significant figure behind the scenes. Yet, I fail to comprehend why they wish to eliminate me. How vexatious." "Tiangu, I suspect it relates to Wei Ting. It suggests that Zhao Dafei and his superior harbor some grave fears, something that could cost them their lives." I called Zhang Bao, instructing, "Follow Lu Wei. We must gather our people and provide immediate support. Lu Wei must be dealt with decisively. Qi Dan, Pangzi, Li Lei, follow me." Once again, Zhang Jian and several core members attempted to restrain me. "Tiangu, it's unwise to stir trouble at this juncture. Lu Wei is currently short-handed. It's an opportune moment to confront him, and I do not wish to let this chance slip by." Wang Wu stepped forward, stating, "Tian Air, your appearance is ill-advised. It poses too great a risk. I shall lead the team. Qi Dan, Pangzi, Li Lei, follow me. Leave your firearms behind and take your knives." Before I could voice my thoughts, Zhao Ming pulled me back. "Listen to Lao Wu. You cannot show yourself at this stage, Tiangu." "Very well, but do ensure your safety." The four of them, along with a dozen others, set off to find Zhang Bao. Zhang Bao had been closely trailing Lu Wei, who, being quite seasoned in his ways, deliberately steered towards the main thoroughfare. He too harbored a fear of attracting unwanted trouble. Fortunately, given the stringent inspections and the daylight hours, he maneuvered towards the most crowded areas. After a series of convoluted turns, Lu Wei's vehicle came to a halt near Zhongshan Gate. He alighted and ensured that the vicinity was clear before entering a building. Chapter 142. Internal Strife. Zhang Bao dialed Wang Wu's number. Old Wu, Lu Wei has entered a building. Hurry over, I'll keep watch. Understood, we'll be there shortly. Before long, Wang Wu and his companions gathered with Zhang Bao. What's the situation? Zhang Bao inquired. Lu Wei is inside. Not sure how many floors he has ascended. There are 3 men in the car and 2 stationed at the entrance. I scanned the vicinity, and it appears there are only 6 of them, Wang Wu replied. Put on your masks. There aren't many of them. Let us charge in. Wang Wu led the group toward the entrance of the Zhongshan Gate building. He signaled, and Zhang Bao, Fatty, and Qidan stealthily advanced from behind the vehicle, while the remaining brothers stayed put, awaiting further instructions. Wang Wu and Li Lei sprinted towards the entrance. What are you doing? The 2 guards called out. Without hesitation, Wang Wu and Li Lei swiftly dispatched them with their blades. Zhang Bao, Qidan, and Fatty also succeeded in their attack, eliminating their targets. Fatty gestured for the younger brothers to cordon off the building, while Zhang Bao and Wang Wu began their systematic search, floor by floor. There were 6 floors in total. They listened at each door, but encountered silence. It was perplexing, clearly. People had entered, yet there was no sound. Zhang Bao reached the 2nd floor and called out to Wang Wu, Old Wu, come look. There are footprints on the window ledge. Could they have escaped this way? Not good. We should retreat. Just as they were about to relay their warning, a throng of 50 to 60 armed individuals surged forth from the shadows. This is bad. We've been ambushed. How did they discover us? Below, Fatty, Qidan, and Li Lei fought fiercely alongside their younger brothers. Fortunately, they trained daily, and although they were outnumbered, their morale remained unshaken. However, as the saying goes, a valiant hero cannot withstand a multitude, and even a fierce tiger cannot contend against a pack of wolves. The opposing side unleashed a frenzied assault, and they began to falter. Zhang Bao and Wang Wu quickly descended to provide support, but several of their brothers had already fallen. Wang Wu shouted, "Retreat into the building." Quickly, frustrated, he added, "I feared things might escalate, so I didn't bring any firearms. Our knives are barely keeping up." At that moment, 2 Jinbei vehicles approached. Zhang Bao recognized them immediately and shouted, "Our people are here." As the vehicles halted, Haozi and Zhao Ming emerged, rushing towards them. Seeing reinforcements, the adversaries began to retreat. But Su Tian's men were already closing in, unwilling to allow them to escape. A fierce chase ensued, lasting around 10 minutes, during which only a few managed to flee. The rest met their end here. Wang Wu asked, "What brings you 2 here?" Zhao Ming indicated they should secure the area and leave promptly. "We'll discuss everything back at the base." After tidying up, the group departed from Zhongshan Gate and headed towards the Black 8 Pool Hall. Meanwhile, Lu Wei and an unfamiliar man exited another entrance. The stranger remarked to Lu Wei, "Su Tian is difficult to eliminate, and it seems you can't even take down these few subordinates. I suppose your White Lotus sect doesn't intend to remain in Tianjin." Lu Wei said nothing and turned to leave. Upon arriving at the Black 8 Pool Hall, Wang Wu and his companions found that Su Tian had prepared a hot pot. Awaiting their arrival, the corpulent man inquired, "What is the situation, Brother Tian?" Su Tian replied, "I have an unsettling feeling that something is amiss, though I cannot quite articulate it. I am concerned for your safety, which is why I dispatched Haozi and Zhao Ming to assist you. It appears my apprehensions were warranted, as there is indeed something suspicious at play. Now we find ourselves in a conflict with them, and it remains uncertain who will ultimately emerge victorious." Zhang Jian added, "Considering Lu Wei is the leader of such a significant gang, it is improbable that he would venture out accompanied by merely a few underlings. If it were so effortless to eliminate him, I believe the White Lotus Society would not have grown to such prominence. After all, they are not a trivial organization and should not be underestimated." Chapter 143. The disastrous romance, come on, everyone, let us indulge in some warm hot pot. There is ample time ahead. There are wins and losses, and I find this to be quite intriguing. If we were to easily annihilate our opponents, it would be rather dull, said Su Tian. At that moment, a girl stood on the stairs of the Black 8 billiard hall and inquired, "Is Su Tian brother here?" Everyone's gaze turned towards her. It was Lu Xiaocheng. "What brings you here, Xiaocheng?" Su Tian asked. "I came to see you, Su Tian brother. Is it convenient?" She replied, "Certainly. Come, I shall take you to the lounge." Zhang Dian shook his head as he looked at everyone. "Our brother's romantic fortune is truly unceasing," he remarked, prompting laughter from the group. Su Tian glanced back at them, and they immediately urged, Come, let us eat and drink." Xiaocheng casually sat down, the lounge in slight disarray. "It's all right, Su Tian brother," she reassured him. "Did you come for something in particular? Are those people still causing trouble for your family?" "Oh, that's nothing. They no longer dare to come around. In fact, they come daily to help with chores at my home. I merely wanted to see you." "Huh? See me? What is there to see?" "Everything," Lu Xiaocheng said, and then she leaned in and kissed him. Su Tian was taken aback and asked, "What's the matter, Xiaocheng?" Her head lowered, her face flushed. She confessed, "I like you, Su Tian brother." At a loss for words, Su Tian pondered. Though Lu Xiaocheng was quite attractive and had a lovely figure, the thought of his 3 formidable housemates sent a shiver down his spine. "I already have someone, Xiaocheng." "I appreciate your feelings," he replied. Suddenly, Lu Xiaocheng lunged toward him, exclaiming, "Su Tian brother, I like you," as she began to remove her clothing, declaring, "I'm a virgin, Su Tian brother." He pushed her onto the bed, feeling inexplicably averse to this unsolicited advance. "Put your clothes back on and leave," he ordered. He opened the door and stepped outside. She attempted to grab him, but was unsuccessful, leaving 5 scratches on his arm, and he could hear her sobbing inside. Zhang Dian and the others noticed his bleeding arm and inquired what happened. "Nothing, to send her away," he replied, returning to the hot pot. He then saw Fatty enter to escort her out. At the entrance of the Black 8 billiard hall, Lu Xiaocheng sent Fatty away, muttering, "If I cannot have you, I shall ruin you, Su Tian." While Su Tian continued to eat, he grumbled, "What a bother." Wang Wu asked, "What is wrong, Tian?" "You don't want what is offered? I prefer those who oppose me. The more compliant they are, the less I like them. Come, let us drink tonight. We must not return sober." After Lu Xiaocheng left the Black 8 billiard hall, she headed homeward when suddenly a van halted before her, and she was forcefully pulled inside. Lu Xiaocheng struggled fiercely, crying, "Help! Help! Shut up, you shameless hussy." One of the men inside sneered as they began to grope her. The vehicle drove to a remote village, dragging her into a dilapidated house. Lu Xiaocheng continued to resist and scream, only to be met with a harsh slap to her neck. "Brothers, let us see what Su Tian's woman tastes like." Then these men took turns with Lu Xiaocheng. How lewd! She was still a virgin. Afterward, they abandoned Lu Xiaocheng in that dilapidated house, and this group simply walked away. In fact, these individuals were arranged by Lu Wei, who recently aimed to target Su Tian's girlfriend. After conducting their investigation, they mistakenly believed that Lu Xiaocheng was Su Tian's girlfriend, unaware that she was merely an ordinary friend of his, possibly due to the misunderstanding stemming from Su Tian having saved her. Chapter 144. The leadership of Zhao Dafei. Lu Xiaochun lay despondently on the dilapidated bed, her body marred with injuries and blood seeping from below. She shielded her modesty with her hands, tears welling in her eyes as she uttered, "Su Tian, this is all your fault. I despise you. I shall make your life a living hell." The following day, Lu Wei sent Su Tian the harrowing images of Lu Xiaochun's assault. Though Su Tian felt no romantic affection, a deep sense of guilt gnawed at him, believing that her plight stemmed from his existence. He attempted to call Lu Xiaochun, only to find her phone turned off. Anxious and unsettled, he enlistedly lay and went to her residence. Upon arrival, they discovered her home deserted. Su Tian, still feeling discomfort, inquired with the neighboring residents, who informed him that she had already moved away. Although Lu Xiaochun was now elusive, the flames of fury within him only intensified. He then dialed Lu Wei's number. Su, what brings you to call?" Lu Wei asked, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Well, Lu Wei, It seems we have sealed our fates. It is either your demise or mine, Su Tian retorted before abruptly ending the call. Lilei, let us head to Black 8, he instructed. At Black 8, Zhang Jian noticed Su Tian's pallor and inquired, Brother Tian, what troubles you? Nothing, perhaps I am just fatigued from recent events. He chose not to disclose Lu Xiaochun's situation, finding it difficult to voice and feeling a heavy burden in his heart. At that moment, Lao Lu returned, rushing over with enthusiasm. Brother Tian, did you miss me? Ah, my good brother, you've worked hard, Su Tian responded. By the way, Wen Dong believes we can continue our collaboration, but I find the Scythe gang to be rather unreliable. They hope we can provide them with a compensation of 1 million. Zhang Jian queried, what do you mean by giving them 1 million? They believe our alliance with the Qi Yi gang has resulted in casualties and seek some form of recompense. Su Tian, incensed, hurled the ashtray to the floor, declaring, to hell with them. How dare they take advantage of our goodwill? When the opportunity arises, we shall deal with both the Qi Yi gang and the Scythe gang. Zhang Jian cautioned, Brother Tian, I feel it unnecessary to escalate tensions with the Scythe gang just yet. We are already preoccupied with the White Lotus Society and Zhao Dafei. The Scythe gang is clearly duplicitous. Should we ever clash with the White Lotus Society, we cannot discount the possibility of the Scythe gang undermining us from behind. True, we must not suffer in vain. Retribution is inevitable. I believe Wen Dong's group is relatively honorable, and we can maintain our connection, providing them with support to grow stronger, thereby allowing us to reap the benefits later. Very well, Zhang Jian, you handle the arrangements. And please contact the brothers. We shall host a welcoming feast for Lao Lu tonight. That evening, a celebration was held in honor of Lao Lu, though the group refrained from excessive drinking, wary of any potential schemes from Lu Wei. During this tense period, with the White Lotus Society being a formidable force, everyone remained vigilant. Suddenly, a brother from the lounge called out, Boss, there's news regarding Zhao Dafei. Su Tian hurriedly donned his headphones to listen intently as a figure entered Zhao Dafei's quarters. Zhao Dafei immediately exclaimed, Leader, you have worked hard, and at long last, your expectations have been met. Has everything been arranged smoothly? Rest assured, I have reached an accord with the White Lotus sect, and I shall not relent in my efforts regarding Su Tian. He will be eradicated. Indeed, we must hasten our pace. We cannot allow Su Tian to gain further power. My journey from northeast China has solidified my resolve to fully develop the Brotherhood in Tianjin, thus enabling us to thrive in both the shadows and the light. Chapter 145. Assassinating the mayor leader. I shall wholeheartedly assist you, he declared. Enough with the flattery. Tomorrow evening, there will be a banquet at the Peace Zhengyang Chun, attended by several other leaders and key members of our alliance. Join me then. Understood, leader. The hotels outside are unsafe. I have prepared a room for you here for the night. Your accommodations for tomorrow are already arranged. I remove my headphones. All brothers, gather your gear. We are heading to Zhao Dafei's residence, where his superior will also be present. We shall strike together. Zhang Jian interjected, Brother Tian. I believe we should exercise discretion. Lu Wei's side is surely watching us. We must not alert the enemy. Let a portion of our men feign an attack on Lu Wei's company while secretly dispatching a group to apprehend Zhao Dafei. That works too. Lao Lu, you and Haozi rally some brothers to directly assault his company. Zhang Jian, Wang Wei, Wang Kai, and Xiao Xian, you stay behind to guard our base. Zhang Bao will provide support from the rear and need not reveal himself. Fatty, Qidan, Wu Ge, Zhao Ming, the Exant, and Li Lei. The 7 of us shall not call for reinforcements. A single van can accommodate us. Let's capture them directly. Let Lao Lu and Haozi make some noise first. If they draw attention, you retreat. Once the coast is clear, continue your assault and retreat after a few successful distractions. Before long, Lao Lu and Haozi set off with their contingent. Shortly after, Zhang Bao called, Boss, indeed, someone is tailing us. I've observed the area, and there is currently no one. Zhao Dafei's premises lack any guards. They wouldn't suspect us daring to confront him at his home. Accompanied by the remaining core members, we proceeded to Zhao Dafei's residence. In 20 minutes, we arrived at the foot of his building, armed with handguns. Qidan had previously prepared a key during the installation of a listening device. and he effortlessly opened the door. We searched inside. Having learned that Zhao Dafei's superior was in the bedroom, we made our way directly there. We found a middle-aged man sleeping, unclothed. Qidong pressed his gun to the man's forehead, while Zhao Dafei approached, only to find Wang Wu also aiming a gun at him. "What are you doing, Su Tian? Have you lost your mind?" Zhao Dafei exclaimed. Fatty swiftly dealt him a blow to the neck. "Who are you speaking to so rudely?" "Su Tian, what do you want from me? What have I done? You have stirred up trouble. Am I afraid? Do you know who lies in that bed? I don't care who it is. He is the soon-to-be mayor of Tianjin. And what of it?" "Zhao Dafei, you conspired to have me assassinated, thinking I was unaware?" Zhao Dafei's expression shifted dramatically. "Su Tian, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Is that so? How many attempts have there been on my life?" Zhao, secretary, I have been generous to you. I have handled your affairs personally. I fail to comprehend this betrayal. Su Tian, you are disregarding the rules. We agreed to eliminate Wei Ting. Why is she still alive?" "Zhao Dafei, she has not perished, yet she has not betrayed you either." "Nonsense." Fatty delivered another blow to Zhao Dafei's neck. "Mind your words." "All right, I shall not indulge in idle chatter any longer. Do you have any final words?" "Today, I shall send you both on your journey." Upon hearing this, the individual on the bed grew agitated, exclaiming, "You dare to kill the mayor? And what of the mayor?" Even when faced with death, he remains defiant. Qidong, catching my glance, swiftly drew his gun and executed a precise shot to the head. In an instant, Zhao Dafei lost control of his bladder. "Su Tian, you killed the mayor." Zhao Dafei then fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. "Su Tian, my brother, no, please, Su Tian, spare my life. I still possess value." "Oh, pray tell, perhaps I shall grant you a chance at survival." Chapter 146. An early ambush. In truth, my daughter is the mistress of the first mayor. I thought to myself, since Wei Ting has confided in me, I might as well see if you speak the truth. Wei Ting had recorded the conversation and concealed the USB drive in my daughter's backpack. I was well aware of this, as I wished to have a safeguard in case of an emergency. I had been involved with both the first and the current mayor in selling much of the citizens' land, and I had profited significantly from it. The majority of the proceeds remained with them. "Su Tian, you have truly gotten yourself into trouble. This current leader is a major shareholder of the benevolent gang, and he has connections with certain military factions. The White Lotus sect and the benevolent gang have now formed an alliance, and you must be eliminated. For you pose a significant obstacle to our unified underworld. Notably, the first mayor is a sworn brother of the second mayor, and they share an oath of brotherhood. There is also a senior figure who leads the military. I fear you are in grave peril." I was taken aback. I hadn't anticipated the depths of this situation, nor the military involvement. "Well, let us take it one step at a time." Have you finished speaking? Could you grant me a chance at survival? I too am a pawn in this game, coerced into my position. I can spare your life, but from this day forth, you shall be my subordinate. You must heed my every command. Should I discover any intentions of escape or treachery on your part, I will not hesitate to end your life. Su Tian, I concede. It is better to endure than to die. I shall comply with your wishes. You will use the mayor's phone to summon the White Lotus sect and the benevolent gang to gather at your residence at 9 tonight, informing them that the mayor wishes to meet due to safety concerns. I will ensnare them all. Very well, I agree. Daxin, Fatty, keep a close watch on Zhao Dafei. The remaining brothers should tidy up the scene and gather the necessary tools. This time, we shall sweep them all away. The next morning, I arrived at Black 8 early, instructing the brothers to ready their AKs and ensure they had ample ammunition, settling both old and new accounts with them. I then called Zhang Bao to inquire about Lu Wei's movements. The boss, Lu Wei, had shown little activity, remaining within his corporate building without any signs of a gathering. He likely remained unaware of yesterday's events. All right, you've worked hard recently. Tonight, the periphery must not falter, and not a single person must escape. After ending my call with Zhang Bao, I began mobilizing the brothers, around 200 strong, sufficient to encircle Zhao Dafei's residence 3 times over. I reiterated that no one was to survive today. Zhang Dian said nothing but contemplated the gravity of assassinating the mayor, pondering how to resolve the matter. Time flew by, and as preparations continued, it was already past 7 in the evening. to prevent Lu Wei from discovering our plan. We chose not to have the brothers depart from Black 8, but rather converge from various locations to Zhao Dafei's home. On Zhao Dafei's end, to avoid detection, I ultimately decided to trust him, allowing him to remain inside his house, as I feared that Fatty and Daxin might become trapped if I concealed them there. Before departing, I called Xiao Wu to recount the events of the day, omitting, of course, the matter of the mayor's demise. It was evident that Xiao Wu was under considerable stress. I arranged for a subordinate to deliver an additional 1 million to his superior. Xiao Wu, today I had no alternative. I must eradicate both the Brotherhood and the Bailian sect, for otherwise, I shall find no peace in Tianjin in the future. Chapter 147, A Comprehensive Sweep, Part 1. Very well, I shall exert my utmost effort to assist you. Do restrain yourselves and avoid making too much commotion. After concluding the call with Xiao Wu, I felt a sense of relief. Brothers, let us embark. Before long, we arrived at the base of Zhao Dafei's building, where I instructed my comrades to load their firearms. At that moment, a call from Zhang Bao came through. Elder brother, the Ichi gang and the Bailian sect have arrived. But Lu Wei remains oblivious. Understood, we must locate Lu Wei. We concealed ourselves within the vehicle and observed as 4 or 5 vans pulled up to the foot of Zhao Dafei's building. Over 20 individuals disembarked from these vehicles, while a dozen others stationed themselves at the entrance. The remaining members proceeded upstairs. Wang Wu remarked, "Those heading upstairs must be the core members. Shortly, Zhao Ming and I will handle the dozen outside. You all escort Tian Gu upwards." Zhang Dian, stationed at Black 8, was tasked with monitoring, primarily to guard against any treachery from Zhao Dafei. Another call from Zhang Dian arrived. Tian Gu and the others have ascended. Members of the Bailian sect and Ichi gang are inquiring about Mayor Zhao Dafei. He says he will arrive shortly. You may commence your actions. Excellent. Brothers, let us go. After Wang Wu and Zhao Ming exited the vehicle, they signaled, and in an instant, around 50 individuals emerged from various directions, swiftly incapacitating the 10 at the entrance. I alighted from the vehicle, accompanied by Li Lei, Qi Dan, Fatty, and Exen, charging directly toward Zhao Dafei's doorstep. Qi Dan feigned knocking on the door, while the rest of us brandished AKs at the entrance. I heard Zhao Dafei's voice from within. "I'm coming to open the door. The leaders have arrived." Upon opening the door, Zhao Dafei was taken aback at the sight of our group brandishing AKs. Fatty pushed Zhao Dafei aside, and we surged into the premises. "Do not move. Anyone who stirs will meet their demise." One individual attempted to draw a weapon from his waist, but Li Lei swiftly shot him down, rendering the remaining few compliant. I signaled for the Xian and Fatty to bind them and confiscate their firearms. Then Qi Dan commanded, "You lot, come forward and kneel." "Damn you, why should we kneel?" Qi Dan retaliated by thrusting the butt of his AK towards one man's head. "You're courting death." Zhao Dafei, sensing the gravity of the situation, brought forth a stool for me. The kneeling individuals cursed, "Damn you, Zhao Dafei, traitor. If the leaders find out, you're finished." Zhao Dafei, emboldened by his authority, slapped the insolent speaker. "How dare you speak out in front of my elder brother?" I sat upon the stool, and Zhao Dafei offered me a cigarette. With a smile, I inquired, "Let us have some introductions. My name is Su Tian, and you?" Qi Dan seized one man by the hair and slammed his head to the ground. "Damn you, my elder brother is asking you a question. Are you mute?" The Xian and Fatty raised their firearms, and seeing our determination, the men quickly capitulated. "I am a mayor's secretary, Lu Xian. I am a mayor's assistant, Li Xuan. I am the Eastern Hall Master of the Bailian sect, Li Lu. I am the Southern Hall Master, Yang Jian. I am the Western Hall Master, Li General. I am the Deputy Hall Master, Erlong." And thus, silence enveloped the room. The enraged individual brandished the knife once more, thrusting it into the leg of the silent figure before him, demanding a response. "Speak, will you?" he taunted, without hesitation. He then plunged the blade into the man's heart, who collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Turning the knife toward the next individual, he inquired, "Are you also mute?" "I will speak," came the reply. At that moment, another bystander began to hurl insults. "Coward! You're afraid to die." The hefty man swiftly drew his firearm and shot the insulter dead, blood splattering across the face of a nearby observer, who, upon witnessing the gruesome scene, lost all composure. Chapter 148. A Complete Sweep, Part 2. Brother, please don't kill me. I am Li Shuilong, one of the 3 elders of the Righteous Brotherhood. Qi Den Shu Tet. What about the 2 people on the ground? This one on my left is the vice leader, Hai Tao, and the other is Kai Yongquan, another of the 3 elders. Then another kneeling man cursed. Damn you, Li Shuilong, spineless wretch. Qi Dan swiftly ended his life with a knife. Enough with your nonsense. Li Shuilong trembled and said, This is Li Qinghua, one of the 3 elders, and beside him is Zhang Haichao, another elder. Zhang Haichao cursed, You bastard, I'll kill you. Qi Dan swiftly dispatched Zhang Haichao as well, scolding, Did I tell you to speak? Seeing that Li Shuilong had lost control of his bladder, he begged for mercy, pleading for his life. Su Tian smiled and replied, Of course not, before pulling the trigger and ending his life. Su Tian turned to the remaining kneeling individuals. You members of the White Lotus sect are so spineless. Don't you dare resist? Brother, spare us. We're just trying to make a living, they pleaded. Now tell me, where is Lu Wei? Brother, we truly do not know. Su Tian shot him dead. He continued to the next person. Where is Lu Wei? Brother, we genuinely have no idea. All right, let us change the subject. Is your White Lotus sect involved in human trafficking and organ trade? Yes. With a smirk, Su Tian signaled Qi Dan to take care of them all. The 3 men erupted in curses. Su Tian, you coward. We shall haunt you even in death. Qi Dan swiftly dispatched them all. I instructed Lao Lu to call the Wandong gang to inform them that we had dealt with the key figures of the Righteous Brotherhood. After the call, Lao Lu reported that they were elated and decided to launch a full-scale assault on the Righteous Brotherhood's territory that very night. Unfortunately, Lu Wei had not made an appearance. He truly was a cunning fox. Just then, a call from Zhang Bao came through. Brother Tian, Lu Wei has appeared. He is coming at you with 70 or 80 men. Excellent. We've been waiting for him. I arranged for my brothers to prepare for a fierce confrontation. I positioned these key figures, along with 100 brothers, downstairs to await his arrival, while another 100 lay in ambush to deliver a fatal blow. Soon, Lu Wei and his men surrounded us, and without any exchange of pleasantries, both sides engaged in battle. Due to the residential area, both factions tacitly agreed to use knives rather than firearms to avoid drawing too much attention. Lu Wei stood his ground, observing a particularly fierce man in sunglasses on the opposing side, who swiftly felled several of my brothers. The battle intensified, and I signaled the ambushed brothers to provide support. As the opposing side noticed another 100 men encircling them, their morale plummeted. Lu Wei shouted, Old 3, retreat. Presumably, Old 3 was the man in sunglasses. I declared, Not a single one shall escape. At this point, the man in sunglasses was completely cornered. Li Lei, Wang Wu, and Zhao Ming had already closed in on him, leaving him no way to escape. It must be said, with 3 men attacking him, he held his ground remarkably well. Meanwhile, Lu Wei had begun to retreat with more than 10 of his men towards the exit of the community. Zhang Bao had already positioned his men in ambush behind him. Yet Lu Wei was not to be underestimated. Upon their encounter, they engaged in a fierce battle, and Zhang Bao found it challenging to close the distance. I rushed towards Lu Wei alongside Qidan and Pongzi. Just as we were nearing him, a van suddenly appeared, and the doors swung open to reveal 3 individuals brandishing firearms aimed at us. With my left hand securing Qidan and my right hand holding on to Pongzi, I dropped to the ground. Seizing the moment of cover fire, Lu Wei leapt into the van and made his escape. I cursed vehemently, exclaiming in frustration that he had slipped away once again. Zhang Bao gestured for a pursuit, but I declared it unnecessary. First, we must deal with the one in sunglasses. Leave no survivors. Chapter 149. My bottom line, as Zhang Bao seized the opportunity while this individual was preoccupied, a flying dagger struck him in the lower back. Subsequently, Li Lei delivered a swift kick to his chest, while Wang Wu and Zhao Ming positioned their blades against his throat. Witnessing their leader's capture, the remaining subordinates surrendered or fled in panic. The rotund man proceeded to break the legs of these individuals, discarding them onto the street, and swiftly cleared away the fallen bodies, ensuring this man was taken to Black 8. I called Xiao Wu to tidy up the aftermath. All involved were members of the White Lotus Society. Despite the casualties, there was a chance for compensation, as the police harbored a deep-seated hatred for the White Lotus Society due to their murderous actions against officers. Chi-Dan assessed the toll on our side. Boss, we lost 3 brothers and 12 are injured. Chi-Dan, coordinate with Zhang Dian regarding the deceased. Ensure their families receive ample compensation to avoid disheartening our brothers. Get the injured to the hospital promptly. They deserve our support. We escorted the man in sunglasses back to Black 8. Upon arrival, the rotund man kicked him in the leg, causing him to collapse onto the ground. The man uttered, "Kill or mutilate, it's all the same to you." "Ah, I appreciate your resilience," the rotund man replied. Grabbing an ashtray, he hurled it at the man's head, blood gushing forth, yet he remained silent. Su Tian remarked, "He's a tough one. It seems you have nothing to say to me." The man glanced at me and simply stated, "I will not divulge anything." "Ah, take him away and castrate him. Can you still be a man then?" I cursed at him. "This is your final chance. I demand you speak." Lighting a cigarette, I commanded, "Take him away." Within 10 minutes, they returned him. But he was already unconscious, covered in blood. The rotund man splashed water on him, and as he opened his eyes, pain etched across his face. "I will kill you. You violated Lu Xiaocheng. Are you even human? You are the ones who disregard the rules, not me. Do you wish to die? No way. Pull out each of his teeth. Let us see how tough you remain." Before he could utter another word, a man held his chin while the rotund man extracted a tooth with pliers, causing him to faint once more. Thus, we toiled with him throughout the night, removing his teeth, yet he divulged nothing regarding the White Lotus Society. I must admit, he was a man of grit, but alas, he chose the wrong side. At this point, the man in sunglasses was utterly speechless, yet I had no intention of releasing him easily. Despite his tenacity, he remained my adversary, prompting me to order the severing of his fingers and toes. Ultimately, the rotund man discarded him at the entrance of the White Lotus Society's office building. He would surely perish, but I wanted Lu Wei to witness the consequences of crossing my boundaries. I dialed Lu Wei, taunting, "I've left your dear brother at your company's doorstep. Hurry and rescue him." "Ha. Su Tian, you dog, I will kill you." He seethed. Who will kill whom remains to be seen. Consider yourself fortunate to escape today, but your luck may not hold next time. Regardless of your powerful connections, remember, this is Tianjin, not a realm where an outsider calls the shots." After ending the call with Lu Wei, I felt a surge of elation. Subsequently, Xiao Wu's team apprehended around 40 to 50 individuals on site, undoubtedly leading to a significant achievement. Zhao Dafei witnessed the entire unfolding of events. I then turned to Zhao Dafei and declared, "This is my bottom line. Su Laoda, I understand that I must serve you diligently. With the mayor's demise, I require your testimony to implicate the Bai Lian sect in this matter. Tomorrow, I will arrange for a press conference. I trust you know how to handle it without my guidance." Chapter 150. Kuyong Zhao Dafei spoke, "Su Tian, my brother, no, Su Tian, my elder brother. I shall certainly comply. Rest assured." At this moment, Lu Xiaocheng had resolved to relocate to another city for her survival, choosing a city in northeast China. This decision profoundly transformed her and subsequently posed significant challenges for Su Tian's future endeavors. On the other hand, Lu Wei, witnessing his brother's grievous injury at the hands of Su Tian, was driven to the brink of fury. "Su Tian, I shall ensure your demise," he declared, promptly contacting the headquarters of the Bai Lian sect. The following day, Su Tian orchestrated a press conference, where Zhao Dafei took the stage to announce the death of the newly appointed secretary, elucidating the circumstances surrounding it, including their involvement in the trafficking of women and children's organs, unequivocally attributing all blame to the Bai Lian sect. Instantly, public opinion surged. The repercussions were not limited to the Bai Lian sect in Tianjin, but reverberated across all cities, dealing a severe blow to their operations. Many of their partners withdrew, and numerous patriotic youths, along with enraged citizens, vandalized their establishments. In Tianjin, I organized numerous allies to wreak havoc upon them, resulting in the Bai Lian sect's abrupt disappearance overnight. Such a vanishing act was inevitable, given the national scrutiny and stringent measures being imposed on the Bai Lian sect. Liu Wei could be deemed the architect of this downfall, not solely for the loss of several executives, but primarily for the eradication of the Bai Lian sect across various cities. This marked a resounding victory. It had also fueled my animosity towards the Brotherhood of Loyalty. During this period, I incurred minimal expenses acquiring the Bai Lian sect's offices and enterprises in Tianjin, and naturally, I compensated the Winden gang generously. Expanding across provinces posed certain challenges, yet I was determined not to allow the Brotherhood of Loyalty any respite. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of the Bai Lian sect sought vengeance against Liu Wei, but regrettably, none knew of his whereabouts. The elder brother of the deceased mayor received the news of his brother's demise and was incensed, promptly dispatching individuals to investigate. Fortunately, Su Tian had preemptively arranged matters, ensuring that everyone privy to the situation, save for Zhao Dafei, was eliminated that day. However, a significant issue arose concerning Zhao Dafei. The military personnel conducting the investigation discovered that all present had perished, with the sole exception of Zhao Dafei, which aroused their suspicions. Zhang Bao contacted Su Tian, reporting, "Boss, a group of plainclothes officers was apprehended by Zhao Dafei. I followed them for a while, only to find they were taken into the military. I thought to myself, this is dire. I should have acted more decisively and dealt with Zhao Dafei as well." Upon reaching the military, Zhao Dafei, recognizing the soldiers, surmised they were affiliated with the mayor's brother. Being a fence-sitter, he surrendered without coercion. The mayor's elder brother was named Hu Yong. Thankfully, a press conference had been convened earlier, thus limiting Hu Yong's options for subtlety, as the public outcry was immense. Yet, unable to contain his rage, Hu Yong swiftly assembled 30 soldiers, commandeered a military truck, and set off towards Su Tian's numerous establishments, uncertain of which venue he would target. He randomly selected a lavish bathhouse owned by a wealthy patron. Hu Yong and his group arrived at the affluent establishment, commanding the soldiers to storm inside and commence their destruction from the third floor, continuing their rampage down to the ground level. Initially, the bouncers attempted to intervene, but the soldiers disregarded their presence, striking them with the butts of their rifles. The bouncers, unable to withstand the soldiers' brutality, swiftly retreated and hurriedly contacted Su Tian to report the unfolding chaos. Chapter 151. The assistance from Xiao Wu. A call came in from Xiao Xin. This is bad. Tiange, a man named Hu Yong has brought soldiers to smash our Grand Rich nightclub. The brothers can't hold on, and they dare not retaliate. What should we do? Do not panic. I will be there shortly. Li Lei hastily took me to the Grand Rich. Boss, we should gather the brothers for this. No, they're military. This approach won't work. Then wouldn't you be falling into their trap by going alone? It's fine. Just take me there. On the way, I called Xiao Wu to explain the situation, followed by a call to a dubious journalist. Upon arriving at the Grand Rich nightclub, Li Lei and I approached Hu Yong. He looked me up and down. You little brat, scram. I am Su Tian. Hu Yong raised his pistol from his waist, yet I stood my ground, not even blinking. Intriguing. I did not expect the leader of the Tianjin Association to be a mere child. You, a military leader, are targeting a common citizen. What a waste of talent. You killed my brother. Do you think this matter can simply be brushed aside? Alas, what has the world come to? I was bitten by a dog, and when I defended myself by retaliating, the dog's owner accused me of bullying the dog. Hu Yong's expression fluctuated between red and black. He understood the complexities of the situation, realizing he was in the wrong. Su Tian, do you understand the law of the jungle? Of course, but since I am here, I fear you not. I could shoot you dead right now. Oh, is that so? Do you not believe me? Indeed, I do not. The atmosphere grew tense. And in that fleeting moment, police cars, sirens blaring, arrived, over a dozen in total. 50 officers surrounded us, and upon seeing the military personnel brandishing their weapons at me, they raised their guns in response, now aimed at Hu Yong. Hu Yong cursed, "You fools are seeking death. This is military business. Get lost." At that moment, Xiao Wu and his superior approached. I am the chief of local public security. Here is my identification. Please present your credentials. Hu Yong retorted, I am military. Are you blind? I will not show you my credentials. Xiao Wu shot back. I do not care if you're military or otherwise. Speak respectfully, you big fool. Xiao Wu then pointed his gun at him. Xiao Wu's superior interjected, Huh, a society governed by law does not permit you, a soldier, to wield firearms freely in the streets and bully the common people. Hu Yong was acutely aware of the alliance between the police and Su Tian, yet he felt powerless. After all, in broad daylight, he had taken armed men to vandalize a nightclub, fearing repercussions. Hu Yong said, Su Tian, this is not over between us. We retreat. At this moment, Xiao Wu declared, Did I permit you to leave? Hu Yong was taken aback. What do you mean? Xiao Wu commanded, Everyone heed my orders. Arrest them all. Hu Yong was alarmed and ordered his men to raise their guns. I dare anyone to arrest us. Are you mad? You would dare to apprehend military personnel? You are disturbing public order, illegally possessing firearms, intimidating civilians, and vandalizing businesses. What distinguishes you from thugs? And you still have the audacity to claim you are military? Hu Yong trembled with fury, exclaiming, You are something else? However, my troops are not to be trifled with. Let us see who dares to apprehend us. Early in the morning, I had arranged for a devious journalist to clandestinely capture footage from a concealed corner. As I observed that the journalist was nearing completion, I discreetly signaled to Xiao Wu, indicating that it was time for their departure. Xiao Wu whispered a few words to his superior before turning to Hu Yong, stating, Considering you are from the military, we shall show you some courtesy. Should this occur again, rest assured, we shall make you regret it. Chapter 152. Control over Zhao Dafei, I remarked. Hu Yong, is this all you're capable of? This provoked Hu Yong, who immediately instructed his subordinates to ransack the affluent nightclub from top to bottom. Xiao Wu and his superior were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why I had incited his anger. I gestured to them that all was well. For over an hour, the establishment was thoroughly demolished. Hu Yong declared, Su Tian has offended me. I will obliterate your venue in Tianjin before departing with his men. Xiao Wu and his superior approached me, inquiring about the situation. Rest assured, I replied, and then I called Zhang Dian, transferring 500,000 to each of their accounts. Xiao Wu signaled that it was unnecessary, while the director feigned polite gratitude. After sending them off, Li Lei asked, Boss, what does this mean? I don't quite understand. I sneered, Oh, just wait for tomorrow as spectacle. I noticed Xiao Xin looking dejected. Tomorrow, hire a renovation crew to refurbish. This is not a problem and may even turn out to be a blessing, I suggested. Xiao Xin shook his head, perplexed. Time flew by, and by the next morning, the major newspapers and television broadcasts were rife with reports about a military official who had dined and dashed at a nightclub, subsequently leading soldiers to vandalize and loot. A display of sheer madness and oppression against the common people. The police intervened, disregarding the law, and even threatened to shoot officers. Hu Yong was swiftly summoned for investigation. It was evident he could not justify his actions, having indeed led soldiers to wreak havoc. Ultimately, he faced severe disciplinary action and was expelled from military service. Fuming, Hu Yong clenched his fists and vowed, Su Tian, I will ruin your reputation, before fleeing Tianjin for another city. As for Xiao Wu and his superior, I dispatched people to present them with a ceremonial banner and arrange for media interviews. In short, everything was meticulously organized, and they were quite pleased. At that moment, Zhang Bao's phone rang. Boss, we have captured Zhao Dafei. He attempted to escape, but we cornered him at the airport. We are heading to Black 8 now. All right, I'm on my way. Let us meet at Black 8. Upon my arrival, I found Zhang Bao and his team had already apprehended Zhao Dafei, who was kneeling on the ground. Seeing me enter, Zhao Dafei scrambled to cling to my legs, exclaiming, Tiange, I had no choice. Hu Yong threatened me. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how I would have met my end. I understand, I replied with a chuckle. You all are truly something. How could you treat Secretary Zhao this way? Zhao's secretary, please rise. Don't take it to heart. My brothers can be rather heavy-handed. There's no need to be anxious. I'm not blaming you. Why are you running? I asked. I fear you might kill me to silence me. Zhao's secretary, we are partners. How could I ever harm you? You have assisted me greatly. Haven to you? Zhao Dafei was utterly bewildered, unprepared for my demeanor. Secretary Zhao, you will remain as secretary. But I hope that should such an incident occur again, you are aware of the consequences. Of course, Su Tian, I will remain loyal and will never betray you again. even if someone hold a knife to my throat. All right, see to it that Secretary Zhao is treated properly upon his return. After Zhao Dafei was escorted away, some of my key associates expressed confusion. Tiangu, he is clearly a fence-sitter. We cannot trust him. Zhang Dian chuckled and remarked, Tiangu possesses remarkable skills. Brothers, Zhao Dafei is undoubtedly a mere weathercock. However, after this incident, he will certainly heed our words. Moreover, should we eliminate him, the higher-ups will inevitably send someone new, and that will entail further expenses for public relations. Most importantly, what if the new individual turns out to be another weathercock? At the very least, we currently have the ability to control Zhao Dafei. Chapter 153. Lu Wei. As we observe Lu Wei, it is evident that he is a remarkable individual possessing keen intellect. Foreseeing impending trouble, he prudently withdrew the company's funds in advance and has since departed from Tianjin, now heading towards Yunnan, seemingly intent on recruiting new talent to make a comeback. However, the White Lotus sect is relentlessly pursuing him, forcing him into a life of evasion. Fortunately, he has arrived in Yunnan without incident. That evening, he had the foresight to contact a local smuggler, securing accommodations, albeit in a dilapidated inn. His heart simmered with fury, primarily directed towards Su Tian. After purchasing a few bottles of beer from the vicinity, he had barely entered his room to enjoy a drink when a knock at the door interrupted him. Cautiously, he retrieved his handgun from his lower back and inquired, "Who is there?" "Hello, big brother. Do you require services?" The voice unmistakably belonged to a woman soliciting customers. Lu Wei, exhausted from the past few days, thought an opportune moment to relax. Upon opening the door, he found that the woman was indeed quite appealing, possessing an alluring figure, and he promptly pulled her inside. "Big brother, you are truly handsome and brave. Enough of the flattery. How much?" $199, $299, $399, $599. "I'll take the $599. If the service is unsatisfactory, I'll throw you out from the top floor. Rest assured, brother, I promise to cater to you splendidly." The lady began by providing Lu Wei with a massage, and afterwards signaled for him to take a shower. Being a shrewd man, Lu Wei feared that she might steal his belongings during his bath. "If I am to wash, you must accompany me." "Big brother, you go first. I've already bathed. Spare me your nonsense, or I'll end you." Realizing she had encountered a formidable opponent, the woman began to panic, preparing to flee with her bag. Lu Wei swiftly seized her by the neck, forcefully slamming her head against the table. Dazed, she succumbed to his advances, and in a moment of impulsive rage, Lu Wei took advantage of the situation. Feeling exhilarated, he relished the moment, thinking, "You think you can play these games with me? You are woefully naive." Just as he finished, another knock echoed at the door. Judging by the sound, it seemed a considerable number of individuals had arrived, likely allies of the woman. Lu Wei retrieved his firearm, concealing it behind his back, and without inquiring further, yanked open the door. 5 men rushed in brandishing knives. Upon spotting the disheveled woman sprawled on the bed, their expressions shifted to alarm. "How dare you touch my woman?" One of them shouted. "Brothers, kill him." Remaining unfazed, Lu Wei drew his gun and aimed it at them. The sight of a weapon rendered the group momentarily paralyzed. Big brother, spare us," one stammered. With a smile, Lu Wei commanded, "Kneel before me. Tell me, who is the leader of the underworld in this area?" Big brother, there is a fellow known as Brother San, who is currently the most powerful in the underworld, having monopolized the Yunnan underworld in recent years." "Who is Brother San? What is his full name?" Big brother, I truly do not know. We are merely small-time thugs, unaware of his full name. But we've heard he hails from Tianjin." "Oh, from Tianjin?" Lu Wei pondered. This Brother San from Tianjin sounds remarkably familiar. Suddenly, Lu Wei froze, exclaiming, "Bang San. How amusing it is that fate has brought us together in such a narrow path. Su Tian's elder brother is indeed in Yunnan. Su Tian, I shall make you experience the gradual loss of your loved ones." Lu Wei did not waste much time with these 5 individuals. However, having just arrived in Yunnan and already causing trouble was not ideal, so he refrained from taking their lives. Lu Wei then embarked on a new phase of his scheming. with his next target clearly in sight, Bang San. Chapter 154. The rescue Su Tian was dining at home with Wu Yu, Wu Shui, and Wei Ting when he remarked, "Wei Ting, you may leave now." "Really?" Wu Yu and Wu Shui chimed in, "Congratulations, sister. Try to stay indoors as much as possible, including both of you. The outside world is not as peaceful as you might think." "Understood," they replied. As days passed, life grew increasingly stable, and Su Tian's endeavors in Tianjin flourished. One day, he received a package containing a photograph that sent a chill through him. His teacher, Su, was kidnapped. Panic surged within him. He was unsure of the identity or intentions of the captors, but it was evident that they were targeting him. Soon his phone rang. He recognized the call as coming from the kidnappers. "Hello, Su Tian," a familiar female voice greeted him. "Who are you?" he demanded. "Huh, it seems I've been forgotten so soon. You truly are a heartless man. What do you want?" "Tonight, at the nursing home in Daxing, Beijing, number 88. You must come alone. After 10 o'clock, your beloved will meet her end." "Who are you?" he shouted, but the line went dead. He quickly informed Zhang Dian about the situation. "Brother Tian, I believe it's Lu Xiaochun." "Lu Xiaochun?" Su Tian was bewildered as to why she would trouble him. "She was assaulted because of our conflict with Lu Wei. This must be her revenge. You cannot go alone. You must take someone with you." "I cannot bring anyone. If I do, she will surely kill her." With that, he ended the call and began preparing to depart for Beijing. Zhang Dian hurriedly contacted Wu Yu and Wu Shui, insisting, "Sisters, you must stop Brother Tian. I'm on my way." Just as Su Tian was about to step out the door, Wu Yu and Wu Shui embraced him, followed closely by Wei Ting, who pulled him back inside. "What are you three doing?" "Su Tian, you plan to sneak out for some escapades, don't you?" "I'm not. Please don't interfere. I'm going to save someone." "You're saving a woman." "Indeed, a woman, my teacher." He withheld the details of his relationship with Su. Clearly, the three women hesitated, and seizing the moment, Su Tian attempted to escape. However, he found Zhang Dian and others had arrived. Zhang Dian had summoned Li Lei, Wang Wu, and Zhang Bao to join them. Wang Wu cautioned, "Tian, don't act impulsively. Going alone is akin to seeking death. I adhere to my principles. I would do the same for any of you." Their hearts warmed at his words. Zhang Bao added, "Boss, the three of us will accompany you. We can remain inconspicuous while providing you with protection." "Very well, Li Lei, you drive. Let us depart immediately." On the road, Zhang Bao's phone buzzed incessantly as he coordinated with their men, ensuring ample support was on the way. Su Tian felt a hollow ache within. He was torn between concern for his teacher and the tumult within his own mind, uncertain of what the future might hold. The journey to Beijing was relatively swift. We stopped at a location approximately 30 kilometers from the nursing home. Upon disembarking, Zhang Bao retrieved a firearm and various self-defense tools from the rear of the vehicle. He remarked, "Boss, I have already dispatched over 10 brothers to scout the area in advance. When the time comes, you should proceed first, and we will follow closely behind. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we will be ready to protect you at a moment's notice." Chapter 155. What do they truly desire? With those three individuals accompanying me, I felt a measure of reassurance. It wasn't long before my subordinates reported back, revealing that the nursing home was indeed abandoned, devoid of any signs of life or vehicles nearby. However, we refrained from entering, wary of alerting any potential threats. Zhang Bao speculated that it could be a smokescreen. Perhaps no one was inside, and they might have relocated. Alternatively, there could be ambushers lurking within, suggesting that we ought to exercise caution. I was increasingly anxious, primarily concerned about Lu Xiaochun's safety and what might befall Suwan. Wang Wu, noticing my distress, handed me a cigarette and patted my shoulder, reassuring me, "Don't worry. Tian, now that we're here, we will surely rescue her." As Zhang Bao continued to make calls, coordinating with our brothers below, Wang Wu and I occupied ourselves by smoking, while Li Lei kept watch. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was 8 in the evening. We had not eaten, yet we had consumed 3 or 4 packs of cigarettes. Unable to bear the tension any longer, I suggested we move forward. Li Lei drove, while Zhang Bao remained engrossed in his thoughts. Our subordinates reported that the nursing home had seen no comings or goings for quite some time, which raised suspicions. "I'm going in, no matter the peril." I urged Li Lei to accelerate. After 30 minutes, we arrived. Li Lei handed me a handgun and a dagger, while Wang Wu, Zhang Bao, and Li Lei strategically concealed themselves nearby. I hastened toward the nursing home, flung open the door, and called out, "I'm here. Come out." The interior was shrouded in darkness, echoing my voice, suggesting it was utterly deserted. At that moment, my phone rang, heightening my anxiety. "Lu Xiaoqun, where are you?" "I'm here." Su Tian's voice responded. "You seem quite concerned for her. Am I to believe you would let your men encircle me?" "I came alone," I replied. "Do you expect me to trust you? Name a location, and I shall come." "There's a hotel 10 kilometers south. Come there." After hanging up, I instructed Li Lei to head in that direction. Zhang Bao cautioned, "There's definitely something amiss. Be careful, boss. Our subordinates are en route to scout the area. But it's too late. Prioritize your safety." I loaded my handgun, stowed it behind my waist, and tucked the dagger into my calf. Upon arrival, the three of them expertly concealed themselves while I proceeded into the hotel. Inside, a woman at the front desk informed me that a guest awaited me in room 202 on the second floor. As I ascended the stairs, I took note of the layout, which could assist in a potential escape. Upon reaching room 202, I knocked on the door, and Lu Xiaoqun opened it, saying, "Come in." This was unexpected. I had anticipated numerous ambushers or some elaborate setup. I spoke, "Release her. Our matters do not involve her." Lu Xiaoqun shouted, "Does it not matter? Do you think we have no connection? What then? I end up being abused." "Lu Xiaoqun, I'm sorry. I am unaware of what transpired subsequently. But I have resolved the issue with Lu Wei." "Su Tian, remove all your clothing." "What do you mean? If you wish for her to live, you must do as I say." "I cannot. I need to see her first." "You have no choice. I find myself in a state of helplessness, with no alternatives at my disposal. I can only acquiesce to her demands and remove my garments." She perches upon a stool, observing me intently, as she remarks that there is indeed something to behold. "What do you truly mean? What is it that you desire?" "Kneel down and crawl towards me." "Lu Xiaoqing, do not overstep your bounds." "Su Tian, I shall only express my words once." Chapter 156. Successful rescue. I perceived that there were no onlookers around her, and I contemplated seizing the moment to bind her. Lu Xiaoqing gazed at me and declared, "I have a worthless life. If I perish, you shall never discover her whereabouts." It was evident that Lu Xiaoqing had completely lost her sanity. I knelt and crawled towards her. Lu Xiaoqing removed all her clothing and said, "Sleep with me." "How dare you?" I retorted, "You are truly deranged." Lu Xiaoqing smiled at me, suggesting that if I were to serve her well, perhaps she might consider releasing her. In a fit of rage, I grasped her neck and threw her onto the bed, delivering a harsh slap across her face. Blood trickled from her lips, which she licked and swallowed. "Ha! Continue," she taunted. "Su Tian, my patience is wearing thin." Left with no choice, I resigned myself to the situation. It was my first experience with such repulsion. Afterward, Lu Xiaoqing lay contentedly in my embrace, her hand caressing me. "You can let her go now." Lu Xiaoqing picked up the phone and made a call to bring her in. Shortly after, two men entered, supporting a woman whose head was covered. One of the men removed the bag from Su Wan's head. Upon seeing Lu Xiaoqing and me unclothed, with Lu Xiaoqing embracing me and kissing me, Su Wan's tears flowed freely, and she remained silent. "Lu Xiaoqing, release her. You seem to be quite the romantic," Lu Xiaoqing replied. "Let me have one more moment of pleasure in front of her, and I shall release her." I pointed angrily at Lu Xiaoqing, my body trembling with rage as I glanced at Su Wan, then back at Lu Xiaoqing, struggling internally. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoqing tightened her grip around my neck and asked, "Su Tian, can't you love me just once?" At that moment, a waiter entered carrying a tray. One of the men shouted, "Who the hell let you in? Get out." Indeed, this waiter was Zhang Bao, who drew a handgun from the tray and shot the man in the head, then turned and shot the other man who was holding Su Wan. I swiftly restrained Lu Xiaoqing. After binding her, I rushed to embrace Su Wan, whose face flushed crimson upon realizing I was unclothed. I quickly donned my clothes and instructed Zhang Bao to take Su Wan to the car and wait for me. Lu Xiaoqing sat silently on the stool, watching me intently. I closed the door, then untied Lu Xiaoqing and tossed her clothes at her. "You may leave, Lu Xiaoqing." I want to kill you. You are a pitiable soul. I bear you no hatred. With that, I turned to leave. Lu Xiaocheng remained silent, but once Su Tian departed, a sinister smile of satisfaction emerged on her face. Li Lei drove while Su Wan and I sat in the back seat. Wang Wu and Zhang Bao discreetly took the subordinate's vehicle. Su Wan wept in my arms, and I gently stroked her hair, reassuring her, it's all right. She didn't harm you, did she? No, she didn't hurt me. She merely kept me bound. I found myself puzzled, uncertain of Lu Xiaocheng's intentions. Then I embraced Su Wan and instructed Li Lei to drive towards Tianjin. Su Wan, evidently exhausted, closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. At that moment, a middle-aged man entered Lu Xiaocheng's room. Gazing at her, he uttered, I've fulfilled my promise to you. Now it's your turn. The man then lifted Lu Xiaocheng onto the bed and began his violation. She offered neither resistance nor emotion, submitting silently to his merciless cruelty. Chapter 157. The stabbing of Lao Lu. The middle-aged man, having finished his business, pulled up his trousers and said, I will assist you with your second request. Lu Xiaocheng, her expression devoid of emotion, donned her clothing and stood before the window, lost in thought. Shortly thereafter, Su Tian and his companions arrived in Tianjin. To avoid displeasing the three individuals at home, Su Wan was arranged to stay at his luxurious bathing establishment. The others, recognizing the situation, returned home, while Li Lei found a spot downstairs to rest, partly to protect Su Tian and partly out of sheer reluctance to stir. Su Wan gazed at Su Tian, incredulous. All these assets belong to you? Indeed, and there is much more that you cannot even fathom, Su Tian replied with a chuckle. Su Wan felt a sense of pride, realizing her student was remarkably accomplished. Of course, I could never bring shame upon my teacher. With that, Su Tian lifted Su Wan and carried her toward the bathtub. Initially resistant, she soon ceased to struggle. An hour later, as Su Tian stood by the window smoking, Su Wan noticed the scars adorning his back. Her heart ached, and she draped a garment over him. Do not stand in the wind while drenched in sweat. Su Tian smiled at her and embraced her. I have sought you for so long. How have you fared all these years? Su Wan smiled, but remained silent, burying her head in his embrace. Su Tian stroked her hand, feeling its roughness and understanding the hardships she had endured. How have you been these past few years? Su Wan inquired, tracing his scars. Su Tian candidly recounted his experiences from beginning to end. Su Wan's expression was one of astonishment, unable to fully comprehend his tale. Naturally, he did not conceal anything regarding the three individuals at home. Gently caressing Su Wan's face, he said, I feared you might not be able to accept it. So I arranged for you to be here. You do not hold it against me, do you? Not at all. I understand completely. Su Tian was pleasantly surprised by her response. He lifted Su Wan once more and resumed his work, allowing her to release the myriad of emotions she had accumulated over the years. Eventually, both fell into a weary slumber. At 8 in the morning, Su Tian's phone buzzed insistently. Concerned that it might be urgent, Su Wan urged him to wake and answer the call. Su Tian, lacking patience, grumbled, Who is it? Can a person get some sleep? Pongzi here. Brother Tian, Lao Lu has been stabbed. His life hangs in the balance. What? Where? I'm on my way. Su Tian hastily dressed and planted a kiss on Su Wan. Wait here for me. My men are outside. I have arranged everything for you. If you need anything, just ask them, he said before rushing out. Be careful. Su Wan called after him, feeling anxious. Ah, you truly do not let a person rest easy. Su Tian shouted for Li Lei. To Dongli Hospital, quickly. Lao Lu has been stabbed. Upon arrival at the hospital, he saw many of his brothers gathered. Pongzi dashed through the crowd and exclaimed, Brother Tian, Lao Lu. First, tell me what happened. Last night, I was at Molek Bar with Lao Lu and Hauzi. Lao Lu said he needed to relieve himself. At first, we paid it no mind, but when he did not return for over half an hour, we went to check on him, only to find Hauzi had been stabbed in the restroom. Knowing you were out rescuing someone, I refrained from informing you sooner. How could you not inform me of such a crucial matter at the earliest opportunity? Have they found the person? Not yet, but I heard from a security guard that a suspicious individual, wearing a hat and bearing a scar on his face, is currently being sought throughout the city. I grasped the hefty man's clothing and exclaimed, regardless of the force, that they must locate him. At that moment, the doctor also emerged. Chapter 158. The Assassination Attack Doctor. How is my brother? He is still in critical condition. We need to observe him further. The injuries are severe. Please, you must save my brother. As I descended the stairs from the hospital, I was about to call Zhang Bao when his phone rang. Boss, we've found him. He's at the North Warehouse. All right, I'm on my way. Li Lei accompanied me, and along with more than 30 brothers, we headed towards the North Warehouse. Following Zhang Bao's directions, we soon arrived. Zhang Bao handed me a pair of binoculars. It's that lottery shop right ahead, but we don't know the situation inside yet. Zhang Bao summoned a younger brother and instructed him to enter and feign buying a lottery ticket to ascertain the circumstances. Once inside, the younger brother observed a man wearing a hat scratching off a lottery ticket, while another was behind the counter. There was no back door, only the front entrance. To avoid suspicion, the younger brother asked the owner, I'll take a double color ball ticket for 10 yuan. As the younger brother exited and attempted to call us with the information, the man in the hat suddenly emerged and stabbed him in the neck. We were all taken aback and hurried over to apprehend him. Strangely, the man did not flee. He appeared to be waiting for us. We surrounded him, demanding, Why did you kill my brother? I take money from others to do their dirty work. Who sent you? I have my professional ethics. I won't disclose my client's information. With so many of us, do you think you can escape? I never intended to run because you all fall within my target range. Upon hearing this, the group of younger brothers rushed towards him. Surprisingly, this individual held his ground. The brothers who attacked him were severely injured. I shouted, Stop. Listen, I can pay double. You're just in it for the money, aren't you? Apologies, but we adhere to our professional ethics. Li Lei cursed. What are you pretending for? And charged forward. Despite his training, he was quickly overpowered. In just 5 exchanges, his arm rendered useless. Zhang Bao, alarmed, rushed to assist him. The two of them faced the assailant, but were swiftly knocked to the ground. The man chuckled at me, saying, If you can withstand my strikes for more than a few rounds. Brother, every grievance has its source. Let my brothers go. Do you think that is possible? What do you really want? I want you dead. The man then drew a spring-loaded knife and lunged at me. I swiftly retrieved my firearm from the small of my back and fired a shot at him. The bullet pierced his ear, but his knife also plunged towards my heart. However, he was unprepared for my bulletproof vest. Though the blade did not penetrate, it caused me significant pain, revealing his immense strength. In that moment of surprise, Zhang Bao threw a dagger, striking the man's calf. He winced in pain and attempted to strike at my neck. Li Lei, with one arm suspended in a sling, managed to intercept with his other arm. Although he succeeded in shielding me, his own arm was pierced in the process. Zhang Bao, seizing the opportunity, executed a shoulder throw while I pressed the gun against the assailant's forehead, clutching my chest. Fearing any resistance, Zhang Bao swiftly severed the tendons in both of his hands and feet. Remarkably, the man remained utterly silent. I instructed the brothers below to secure him and transport him to Black 8, while the 3 of us hurried to the hospital for urgent bandaging. Chapter 159. Gambling with hearts after tending to our wounds. The 3 of us hurried back to Black 8. Li Lei and Zhang Bao were furious, with one gripping the man's neck and the other tugging at his hair. Who sent you here? They demanded. Despite having his tendons severed, the man remained impassive. I gestured for them to refrain from violence. I wished to converse with him. My friend, you possess your principles, and I respect your fortitude. I too have my principles, and your actions against my brother are a different matter altogether. You have 2 choices. First, I can offer you a substantial sum of money, enough for your retirement, or you can choose to walk away or perhaps align yourself with me. Second, I can castrate you and force-feed you your own flesh. From the outset, the man showed no sign of emotion, yet upon hearing my threat of castration, his brow furrowed. I never compel anyone, yet my methods of coercion are unique. You have 5 minutes to contemplate your fate. I glanced at Wang Wu, who soon returned with a small platter filled with various knives. I seated myself on the stool opposite the man and lit a cigarette. At that moment, he spoke. Could I have a cigarette? I lit one and handed it to him. Brother, time is running out. Have you made your decision? I have decided. Proceed. I will not speak. I was taken aback by his resolve, and at that moment, Wang Wu grew anxious, prepared to use the knife for castration. Yet, the man remained expressionless. I cleared my throat and relented. Let him go. As I uttered those words, the room fell silent, with all present displaying expressions of disbelief, including the man himself. Zhang Bao, escort him to the hospital. Leave him a phone, and once you're finished, return without any complications. Allow him to leave. Zhang Bao organized the others to help him out to the hospital. Lilei questioned me, "Boss, what do you mean by this? This man has harmed Lao Lu. Both Zhang Bao and I cannot contend with him. Letting him go feels like releasing a tiger back into the wild. I was aware of the risks. You both go check on Lao Lu. I will remain here in silence." Truthfully, I too was gambling with human hearts. I made my way to the Dafahao bathhouse to meet Su Wan, my mind a chaotic whirlwind, uncertain of my ultimate goal, feeling somewhat lost. After what felt like an eternity, I arrived at the Dafahao bathhouse, found Su Wan, and collapsed onto the sofa. She noticed my troubled expression and brewed me a cup of tea, then settled beside me, resting her head against my shoulder. For 10 minutes we sat in silence, neither of us speaking or moving. Su Tian, if you have something on your mind, you can share it with me, she offered. I stroked her hair and replied, "There is nothing troubling me, merely a sense of exhaustion. If you are weary, you may choose to return to your previous ordinary life. But I have made my choice. Haven Ti, there are so many relying on me for sustenance. I cannot simply disregard them. It is not practical. Su Tian, continuing in this manner is untenable. I understand. Let's not discuss it further." I gathered Su Wan into my arms, and the floodgates of my emotions opened. Afterward, I embraced her and said, "Come home with me." Su Wan remained silent, yet I understood her perfectly, and my heart resonated with her understanding. Do not burden yourself with psychological weight. It is an inevitability we must all confront. Su Tian, I am considerably older than you, and those at home are but children. I am uncertain whether I can harmonize with them, so I shall contemplate this matter further. Very well, you may reside here for the time being. I will instruct my subordinates to make the necessary arrangements shortly. As for this bank card, I am unaware of its balance. All of my assets should be contained within it, so please take it and use it as you see fit. Chapter 160. Assisting Zhao Dafei, Su Wan declined to accept the card, deeming it too extravagant, and I had no immediate need for funds. Very well, I shall respect your wishes. I bestowed a gentle kiss upon Su Wan before succumbing to slumber. The following day, I visited the hospital to see Lao Lu. Fortunately, he had been stabilized, though it seemed he would require a prolonged period of recuperation. I then informed all the key individuals, emphasizing the necessity of training alongside Zhang Bao. Otherwise, in the face of peril, those lacking physical prowess would find themselves in grave danger. As for the individual injured by Su Tian and his associates, he had been surreptitiously whisked away from the hospital. The wounded man, seated in a wheelchair, uttered, "I apologize, I was careless." This was your first blunder. Was it a deliberate misstep or a genuine error? I underestimated my opponent. Ha! What? Do you not believe me? Of course I believe you. In an instant, a knife plunged into his heart, and he was rendered breathless in his wheelchair. Dispose of him in the wilderness, you lot. What a waste. Several subordinates drove off, carelessly locating a desolate spot before unceremoniously discarding him from the vehicle. Once the doors were shut and they departed, he abruptly opened his eyes and began to cough violently, expelling a copious amount of blood. Remarkably, he was still alive. To his astonishment, his heart was located on the right side, which had allowed him to narrowly escape death. However, both his hands and feet had been rendered immobile by Su Tian, who had severed his Achilles tendons, leaving him to cry out helplessly. Perhaps fate had spared him, as a homeless man stumbled upon his plight and transported him to the hospital. "Brother Young, we have returned. We've dealt with Xiao Er. Yet, Xiao Er has been with us for so long, is it not? What is it? Do you think Xiao Er's skills are inadequate to handle Su Tian? Clearly, this is a ruse. We must remain discreet, understand? Prepare yourselves. Once we finalize these few contracts, we shall personally eliminate Su Tian." Indeed, the man in question was Hu Yong, who had turned to a life of contract killing following his departure from Tianjin due to Su Tian. Perhaps it was fate or mere coincidence. But the individual who had hired someone to assassinate Su Tian was none other than the middle-aged man who had shared a bed with Lu Xiaoqing. Meanwhile, Su Tian and his group commenced their daily training. In light of the recent assassination attempts, it was imperative they enhance their abilities. Another tranquil half-month passed. When Zhang Dian approached Su Tan, stating, "Brother Tian, I recently dined with some acquaintances from the White World, and they broached the subject of construction. I was contemplating whether we might consider undertaking development ourselves. On one hand, it would facilitate our transition from the underworld to legitimate business, and on the other, our influence in Tianjin could withstand such an endeavor. I had also contemplated this matter, but the costs are substantial, and I fear our funds may be insufficient. This is a decision that requires deliberation, as it involves a considerable sum, and our operations necessitate financial fluidity. Coincidentally, given the arduous training everyone had undergone recently, we could gather for a meal at Hay 8 this evening." Zhang Dian proceeded to notify the brothers, while I accompanied Li Lei to find Zhao Dafei. Upon seeing me, Zhao Dafei appeared utterly terrified. Brother Tian has arrived." "Haha, Secretary Zhao, do not be alarmed. I sought you out for a particular matter." "Why, yes. What is it?" "I wish to extend my assistance to you, to lend you a hand in your pursuit of the mayoral position." "Ah, you require some support from above? I am more than willing to provide the necessary funds." I must have misheard, correct?" "Ha, you have not misheard at all. Given our friendship, it is my duty to assist you. Prepare yourself, and let me know what you need and in what quantities. I shall dispatch someone to deliver it to you, and I will also leverage my own connections to facilitate your endeavors." Chapter 161. Preparing to venture into real estate upon arriving at the Black Eight, everyone opted for a hot pot feast, during which Su Tian began to share his musings. He recounted a discussion with Zhang Dian about our impending foray into the real estate sector. Though we have garnered a modest reputation in the underworld, it is imperative that we also secure support from the legitimate realm. Therefore, I have resolved to elevate Zhao Dafei to the position of mayor. The rotund individual interjected, "Brother, Zhao Dafei is fickle. Once he attains power, might he not abandon us or engage in actions detrimental to our interests?